Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4L107. Sububai. Well, the clearing has officially begun, seeking subscription. Can our 7th universe win? When Sububai and others left, only Beerus, Whis, Shin, and the old Supreme Kai remained in the 7th universe auditorium. Shin's voice was full of worry. In this situation, I can only choose to trust them. The old Supreme Kai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. That's right, everyone's fate can only be handed over to Lil Sububai and the others. Whis nodded with a smile. Don't say such annoying words just because you won't be cleared by Master Zeno. Beerus said unhappily on the side, there is no comparison between Angel's level and his Gods of Destruction level in terms of true status. After all, that Grand Priest is the father of many angels. Oh ho 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 ho, Whis squinted his eyes and laughed, but soon stopped laughing, sighed, and said, Master Beerus, if you die, I will sleep with you until someone inherits your position of Gods of Destruction. I can wake up again. But, in that case, I would rather not wake up for the rest of my life. Hearing Whis' true feelings, Beerus was slightly moved, then shook his head and smiled, looked at Son Gohan and others who were already huddled together in the ring, and said calmly, with the strength of this kid Sububai, if there is no accident, the victory of our 7th universe is absolutely no problem. The meaning of his words is also very simple, as long as there are no accidents, it is impossible for the 7th universe to end up being wiped out by Zeno. 19. Who knows if there was an accident? The strength of each universe is hidden, and no one can see whether there are people who write that Sububai is the same as destroying the strength of divine grade. Let's wait and see, Whis said another word, then fell silent, his eyes quietly staring at the ring outside the field. Rumble. On the arena, because of the chaotic battle, deafening explosions and roars continued to ring around the arena. It's really lively. Everyone in the 7th universe huddled together briefly at this moment, and Son Goku, who had almost left the team, glanced around and couldn't help muttering. He is looking for the target of the battle. After all, in his opinion, the people who can participate in this power conference are definitely the ones who stand at the top of every universe's combat power pyramid. Therefore, no matter which universe people are, I am afraid they will be very powerful. Soon, he locked his eyes on a strong man with a white beard, because only this guy was the most powerful in the closest distance. So, Son Goku set off, running straight towards the burly man with the white beard. But this is a brawl of 12 universes, and each universe has 10 people, so there are a total of 120 people in this arena. So, Son Goku was targeted before he even took 2 steps. After all, his appearance compared with other muscular men in the universe, he looked too bullying. Dad, remember to work as a team. Seeing Son Goku fighting with others, Son Gohan, who stayed where he was speechless for a while. Call out. Call out. Seeing Son Goku take the initiative to attack, Android 17, Vegeta and Frieza on the other side also dispatched separately. This. Son Gohan didn't know what to say at all, because in a short period of time, only 6 of the 10 contestants in the 7th universe were left in a group. Just in case. If you lose a few participating members at the beginning, wouldn't it be the end? Gohan, don't get excited, this situation has long been expected. Master Roshi said calmly on the side. This group of guys are really worrying enough, they don't use the strategies they have decided, really. At this moment, Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium saw that the 10 people huddled together on the field lost 4 members in an instant, and suddenly felt a headache. However, the only good thing is that Sububai and Son Gohan are among the remaining 6 people huddling together, otherwise, the first one to fall into the ring might be his 7th universe. Advertisement rumble. Booming sounds were continuously uploaded from the ring, and as a girl fell down the ring, the first player to be eliminated also came out. It's the 10th universe's contestant, Li Libe Wu. Seeing this, the Gods of Destruction of the other 11 universes breathed a sigh of relief. After all, which universe's first contestant is eliminated, it's a big shame. Everyone, it's best to bully these weak guys, take the opportunity to eliminate them. When Sububai was about to go out to play, an extremely excited voice came from his side, and then a team of 10 people surrounded them with 6 people. Oops. Seeing this scene, Shin in the auditorium of the 7th universe couldn't help but change his face suddenly. This is gathering all the elite warriors from one universe. Obviously, the cohesion of this 10-man squad is the real terror. Hey, hey, hey. The extremely disgusting smiles kept coming from around, which made Sububai frown. When he was about to clear the field and let the universe be cleared in advance, Son Gohan and others teamed up to face this group of people attacked. Seeing this, Sububai pursed his lips, then stood motionless and scanned the surrounding battles. After looking around, he fixed his eyes on the center of the ring. This Dispo guy seems to have seen me. Sububai stretched out his hand and waved to Dispo in the distance, as a polite greeting to the guy who helped him in the 11th universe. It's that lord, this is terrible. I have to remind Toppo and the others not to provoke those guys from the 7th universe for the time being, otherwise, that lord will clear the field early, and that will be the real end. When Dispo saw Sububai waving at him, he immediately straightened his back a lot. Although he didn't bow directly, the way he looked at Sububai was a sign of respect. He was still afraid that Sububai would clear the field early. These idiots from the 9th universe really don't know what to do. At this time, Kale on the side also saw Sububai because of the Dispo with a strange color on his face. He was about to ask the Dispo beside him for some details, but suddenly saw Sububai in the form of an encircling circle. Surrounded by Sububai and others, the Ninth Universe's full 10-man squad suddenly curled into a sneer. In the eyes of Kale, these rubbish from the Ninth Universe are not worth mentioning. He even thinks that he, Dispo and two partners can easily win. Rumble. On Subai's side, he was attracted by the roar of an explosion at close range, and saw Son Gohan, Belgamo, Lavantar, and Basil from the Ninth Universe fighting at the same time. 3 against 1, in terms of strength, Son Gohan is not afraid of them, but the three have a lot of joint skills, and they cooperate very well, which also leads to Son Gohan's strength, but also limited. Boom. The trio of Belgamo attacked again, trapping Son Gohan, and started a violent beating. Seeing this situation, Piccolo's expression on the side suddenly changed, and then he increased his strength, knocking away the contestants from the Ninth Universe that he was fighting with, and immediately flew towards Son Gohan. Boom. The moment Piccolo just flew over, Son Gohan directly entered the mysterious Gohan state. In this state, his strength directly crushed the master of Bel Gaisao. This guy. Belgemo fell to the ground, his face suddenly changed. Brother, this guy is not easy to provoke, why don't you change him? Basil whispered. He should be stronger in their universe. The second child among the three, Lavanda, stared at Sububai and said coldly, "It seems that their understanding of team warfare is not quite right, so we will break them down one by one, and finally besiege this guy. I don't believe that this universe of them can be destroyed." What the second brother said makes sense. Belgamo came over, the three brothers assembled again, and then blew a whistle, and all the contestants of the Ninth Universe who were fighting with Kale and Master Roshi and the others gathered together. Chapier, the three of you are going to find trouble with that guy, and the second one, you take them to find trouble with the weaker ones. Belgamo began to direct, and in the end, he himself faced Supo who was standing still on the side. From his point of view, if he gets rid of this guy first, then the opponent will lose one combat power, and in Belgamo's view, that guy looks like a little guy who is being protected weak chicken. I really don't know why this kind of weak chicken is allowed to compete. Isn't this soy sauce to give experience? Belgamo thought to himself, and then slammed towards Sububai to kill him. Soon, Belgamo came in front of Sububai, and he saw that Sububai was still standing there blankly, as if he hadn't seen him coming. In response, a smile appeared on his face. Boom. Advertisement when approaching Sububai more than 10 meters away, Belgamo suddenly accelerated, rushed in front of Sububai in an instant, raised his hand and punched out violently. Boom. Boom. Sububai was indeed in a daze, but he possessed the perfect ultra instinct, and his body reacted directly, so even though he was in a daze, he punched out and knocked the sneak-attacking Bel Gaisao off the ring. This scene immediately made the rest of the Ninth Universe stunned. There were 2 screams in succession. It was Son Gohan who made another shot and knocked down the 2 Ninth Universe contestants. This guy is obviously extremely powerful, but he deliberately pretended to be a weak little rookie, just to defeat the strong who wanted to defeat him by surprise. After falling off the ring and returning to the auditorium, Belgamo immediately roared unwillingly. In his opinion, how could there be such a hateful guy? He is obviously very powerful, but he stands there motionless and pretends to be an idiot. Isn't this an old Yinbi? Everyone, this 7th universe doesn't seem to be too simple. The second child, Lavanda, frowned, and he understood that none of the contestants in the 7th universe were simple characters. Get ready to switch targets, Basil said coldly. Whoosh. Just when the 9th universe was about to retreat, Sububai set off, turning into a tornado and sweeping the field. The tornado dissipated, and there was no longer a contestant from the 9th universe on the field. All right. Sububai stretched his waist, and then said lightly, "Clear the venue, the official start." And following Subai's words, off the court, Grand Priest also announced the exit of the 9th universe. Nani. Oops, I want to die, it's all your fault. Belgamer, if you didn't provoke that guy, maybe we can survive a little longer. Asterisk 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 crazy. Everyone in the auditorium of the 9th universe except Angel went crazy. According to Zeno's request, Zhao Wang Zhao, carry out the purge of the 9th universe. 11. Grand Priest's voice sounded in the field, immediately attracting everyone's attention to the auditorium of the 9th universe. At this moment, after seeing the expressions and gestures of these people in the 9th universe auditorium, everyone was silent for a while. They were still making noise at such a dying moment, and it was really strange to blame each other. Ridiculous enough. But ask yourself, will they be able to stay calm and not argue with their mates when the purge is upon them? From their point of view, there is probably no universe that can do this. The clearing ability was activated, and everyone in the auditorium of the 9th universe was cleared except Angel Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. Why aren't we cleared? Gods of Destruction Sidra of the 9th universe froze for a moment, with a look of surprise on his face. Ha ha ha. It's a great feeling not to be wiped out. Supreme Kai Luo of the 9th universe howled excitedly. Rest assured, after the Tournament of Power is over, Supreme Kai who lost universe and Shendu who destroyed universe will be completely wiped out. At the same time, Angel from the 9th universe said something lightly, telling Luo to shut up. Rumble. At this time, there was a burst of explosions and roars from the arena outside the arena. Everyone saw that several contestants were beaten off by Sububai from the 7th universe. As he said, the clearing has officially begun. Next, GM from the 10th universe, Xiao Sa and Margiela from the 4th universe were all kicked off the ring by Sububai. For a while, the contestants from the 7th universe headed by Sububai went straight. Then he appeared on the ring with a domineering attitude, no one dared to collide with him. 108. Sububai and Jiren's eye contact, Khalifa's initiative, seeking subscription. This guy is a bit too arrogant. In the 7th universe auditorium, even though Beerus said so, he felt a burst of joy. This is the result of his 7th universe victory. Beerus, don't be too arrogant. I tell you, be careful not to be attacked by the crowd. Champa in the 6th universe auditorium squinted at the laughing Beerus and immediately sneered. Ah. When Beerus heard Champa's voice, he just smiled coldly, but kept a low profile, quietly looking at the ring below. Regarding Subai's arrogance, even Keelan and others were a little embarrassed. Son Gohan scratched his head and whispered. Mr. Sububai, won't such a horizontal push really cause other universe contestants to join forces? Joint. Hearing this, Sububai couldn't help laughing, and said, in the face of absolute quality, no amount of quantity is useless. Boom. When he raised his hand, Sububai blasted out a few more Qigong cannons, and the powerful energy wave directly blasted many universe contestants off the ring. It's disgusting. This contestant of the 7th universe is really disgusting. Guys, can we temporarily unite to check and balance this guy? If this continues, I'm afraid there will not be many contestants left in our universes. I agree, we can't let him eliminate people like this anymore. Seeing Subai's sweep, gods of destruction and realm King Shendu in the audience seats of each universe couldn't help but feel worried, and at the same time couldn't help but feel strange. The strength of this guy is too terrifying. I really don't know where that guy Beerus found such a master. At this moment, in the arena, because of Subai's sweep, Son Gohan and others were immediately motivated to fight, and walked in groups of 2, fighting with other universe contestants. Compared to Son Gohan and the others getting more and more excited to shoot, Subai's passion became more and more weak. After a while, he found that there was no one around 010 anymore. Obviously, although all universes have a united heart, they don't have that strength at all, and even if they unite, it is useless. In the center of the arena, in a small circle, a group of people mostly wore red and black suits. Some were tall and some were short, some were strong and some were weak. They were all members of Team Pride. Everyone, don't team up with other universes to attack the contestant from the 7th universe. His strength. Believe me, he is really very strong. Dispo took a deep look at Sububai, who was standing quietly on the spot alone, and then reminded the members of Team Proud in an extremely dignified tone. Hearing Dispo's words, Caseller was slightly taken aback, and he suddenly discovered a problem. That is, why Dispo always used honorific words to Sububai. Jiren, how does this guy's strength compare to yours? At this time, a strong man with a white beard and a bald head turned his head to look at a man beside him, and asked. Hearing Tabo's question, Jiren turned his head to look at Sububai with a blank expression. It just so happened that Sububai also turned his gaze. The 4 eyes are facing each other, chi 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 chi. It was as if a burst of lightning flickered in the air. He is very strong. If you don't want to fall into the ring, don't provoke him. Advertisement. Jiren quickly withdrew his gaze and said something lightly. From the moment when the eyes of the two met, he knew, BJCF, that this man was definitely his biggest rival present. Nani? The guy who was admitted to be strong by Jiren, that guy, how scary is it? Should be on the same level as Jiren? Hearing Jiren's words, the faces of many contestants in the 11th universe were shocked. At this moment, in the auditorium of each universe, too many people have already been kicked out of the ring. The people of the 5th universe were wiped out and eliminated early. Suddenly, as the voice of the Grand Priest in midair rang throughout Wujiji, at this moment, some contestants who were still fighting in the arena stopped their hands and reached an agreement to suspend the fighting. He looked towards the auditorium of the 5th universe. Clear. Grand Priest's voice is as gentle as before, and the smile on his face has not changed at all, but at this moment, in the eyes of everyone in the 5th universe, it sounds like this is a trial for their 5th universe. It's so frustrating. No, I don't want to die. I'm still young, and I can still have many good days to live. Lord Gods of Destruction, if I had known this, I would not have participated in this power conference. To die knowingly, it would be better for me to die in confusion. Escape from the world of nothing. I want to escape from the world of nothing. Noisy sounds continued to be heard from the auditorium of the 5th universe, and Wujiji, which was already not very quiet, became even more noisy for a while. Clear. Soon, Yin Shenyi's voice continued to resound in the arena. And as his voice fell completely, an extremely dazzling light fell on the auditorium where the 5th universe was. Call out. The white light exploded, and this time, not only all the contestants of the 5th universe, but also Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction were all eliminated. Why was the Supreme Kai and the Sabotage Shendu eliminated together this time? Seeing this scene, although some were kicked out of the ring, there were still contestants fighting on the ring. I saw that the 10th cleared universe was obviously different from the 2nd cleared universe. It's noisy. Beerus heard someone's inquiry, and it was Zindu who was beside him who asked in a low voice. In this regard, he explained softly. It's noisy. Shen opened his mouth. Looking back now, it is true. Supreme Kai of the 5th universe and Gods of Destruction were making a fuss just now, so this situation will be cleared up in seconds. Soon, as the 5th universe was completely cleared, Time passed by every minute and every second, and people kept falling from the ring. The 6th universe, the 12th universe, the 11th universe, the 11th universe. There are so many universes. Ha ha ha, Champa, what a pity. I haven't seen the contestants from my 7th universe fall, but your 6th universe, there are only a few people left, what a pity. For the contestants who fell down from the auditorium of each universe, Beerus glanced at the auditorium of his 7th universe, couldn't help grinning, and then called out to Champa who was next to him in the auditorium of the 6th universe. Advertisement, ah. And just as Beerus finished speaking, Krillin and Piccolo fell from the sky and landed in the auditorium of the 7th universe. In response, Beerus couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Good guy, this slap in the face is really fast enough. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Champa, who was originally upset, suddenly burst into laughter. Next, we can only look at Sububai and the others. We have done our best. Keelan, who fell into the auditorium, sighed softly. This battle was also very rewarding for him, and it gave him the desire to improve himself all the time. There are fewer and fewer people, and multiple universes have been cleared. At this moment, in a small corner of the arena, everyone from the 6th universe gathered together. Gabe frowned and said to Caulifla next to him. Hearing Gabe's words, Caulifla smiled coldly and said in a cold voice, Gabe, this is the real beginning. The next guys are very powerful, and it is definitely a great thing to be able to fight these guys. Very happy thing. Ever since that fighting match ended, after Gabe returned to planet Shirada, he taught Caulifla, who is also a genius. This girl was a bad girl when she couldn't transform into Super Saiyan. She was also very strong, and she was born with a warlike heart. And now, after she can transform into Super Saiyan, she has not encountered any opponents who can match her on the planet Shirada. In addition, she has continuously won victories in the battles with other contestants in the weak universe just now. It also caused her to be extremely confident in her own strength now, and she almost felt inflated. Hearing Caulifla's words and seeing her extremely confident expression, Gabe suddenly smiled wryly. Thinking about it in another way, if he controls the transformation of Super Saiyan for his own reasons, he may definitely have the same personality as Caulifla without realizing the consciousness of someone other than him. He has seen a more powerful Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan God White, which transformation is not stronger than their common Super Saiyan. Gabe, you are so timid, I really don't know how you turned into Super Saiyan. Caulifla glanced at Gabe who was showing a nervous look on one side, sneered suddenly, and said bluntly, Don't let me see your master, otherwise, I will definitely kill him in front of you. Defeat. While talking, she took a step sideways, and then came to another female Saiyan warrior with a terrified expression, and said in a deep voice, Cal, your strength is even stronger. Your Super Saiyan transformation, the form is much stronger than me and Gabe, so you may need to stand up for a while. Sister, Kale opened his mouth, and became even more angry after hearing Caulifla's words. Listen, Kale. If we don't want everyone in our 6th universe to perish, then we must defeat all enemies, and then protect our people, our planet, and even our universe. Caulifla's voice came again, and the breath on her body rose in vain at this moment, and her eyes were on the nearest man on the side. It is not ugly from his Super Saiyan transformation form, it is a Saiyan. Gabe, is your master that man? Hey, watch me defeat him in front of you? Caulifla accelerated abruptly, heading towards Son Goku in an instant. Caulifla. Seeing Caulifla heading towards Son Goku, Gabe's face suddenly changed. That man named Son Goku is a much stronger master than his master Vegeta. Caulifla, how could she be his opponent? 109. Jealous Kale, pass the superform tyranny to the audience, seeking subscription. Caulifla, you can't be Son Goku's opponent, Gabe roared at Caulifla's back. Son Goku. Humph. When Caulifla heard the name, her eyes narrowed immediately, and she moved faster, arriving not far from Son Goku. Hey, are you the uncle named Son Goku? Caulifla looked at Son Goku who had just slapped someone flying, put his hands on his waist, and said, Huh? Are you Saiyan? Son Goku looked at Caulifla in Super Saiyan's transformed form, with a little surprise on his face. I've been staring at you for a while, and I've never seen the color of Super Saiyan that you just transformed into in an instant. Caulifla said lightly, Oh, you said blue right? Son Goku smiled. The name doesn't matter, teach me how to change it. Caulifla was very arrogant, and said, Don't worry, I will give you a reward. As a reward for you, that is, I will transform into this blue form and beat you hard. Hearing Caulifla's words, Son Goku was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Are you afraid of being defeated by me after teaching me? Caulifla said coldly. No, I just think that Super Saiyan God Blue is still a bit difficult for you now. Son Goku laughed lightly. He really wanted to see Saiyan from the 6th universe grow up too. After all, this could also be a challenge for him in the future. Huh? Caulifla frowned when she heard Son Goku's words. She clenched her fist and said in a cold voice, Uncle, you are too contemptuous. You may not know that I am Caulifla. I'm not looking down on you, but what I said is the truth. Son Goku smiled wryly and shook his head. The reason why he and Vegeta were able to transform into Super Saiyan God Blue was because of Whis' inhuman training, so it took a while to barely enter this level. Opportunity. Hateful. Caulifla gritted her teeth. From her point of view, Son Goku just didn't want to teach her, and he was definitely afraid of being defeated by himself after teaching her. Snort. It must be like this. Thinking about it, she glanced at the schoolgirl Kale who was walking timidly and said, Kale, transform me, and then give me a hard lesson for that stingy and underestimating guy. Oh. Yes. Kale glanced timidly at Son Goku, then nodded, clenched his fists and tried to transform. Concentrate on your back. Drink. Kale exclaimed for a while, but it didn't work at all. Hey, can I go somewhere else? Seeing that Kale couldn't even transform into Super Saiyan, Son Goku couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, waved his hands and shouted at the two of them. Etc. Caulifla stopped him, and then said, I'll show you a very powerful transformation, but don't eat it. Oh, could it be Super Saiyan 2? Hearing what Caulifla said, Son Goku couldn't help but glanced at her in surprise, and suddenly became interested. Drink. Caulifla didn't know what Super Saiyan 2 Son Goku was talking about. She clenched her fists and roared, her muscles began to swell, her thin body grew stronger, and she looked like a muscular girl. After the transformation was successful, Caulifla looked at Son Goku excitedly, and said proudly, How about it, are you afraid of my transformation form? You guys are quite interesting. Son Goku didn't respond positively, but just praised the character of the female Saiyan, Caulifla. Kale. Caulifla yelled, Sister, I'm here, Kyle responded. I believe that you can transform into Super Saiyan freely. Caulifla turned her head and glanced at Kale, showing an encouraging smile. Sister. A look of emotion appeared on Kale's face. Hey, uncle, come and fight with me. Caulifla turned her head and looked at Son Goku again, sending out a battle invitation. Okay. Let's do it, Son Goku readily agreed. Anyway, as long as he was allowed to fight, then he would not run around. Boom. Caulifla rushed over, raised her hand and punched out a few times, but found that Son Goku easily dodged. Boom. Son Goku pushed Caulifla directly to the ground with a light push. Nani? Why can't I hit you? Caulifla on the ground is unbelievably authentic. Because your transformation form has gained more powerful energy, but you have sacrificed your own speed, so it's normal that you can't hit me. Son Goku explained with a smile. B*****************, D, it's not over yet. Caulifla just wanted to get up from the ground, but found that she didn't have the physical strength to get up, which made her suddenly angry. How can she lose the chain at this moment? She wants to defeat this uncle named Son Goku, and then let him teach her to transform into that blue form. Advertisement. Your form has too many shortcomings. The biggest shortcoming is that it is not suitable for long-term battles, so I suggest that you do not transform into this form. Son Goku pointed, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 2 under the shocked gaze of Caulifla, who turned around. When you reach the limit of Super Saiyan 1, you can try to transform into my form. This is Super Saiyan 2. Son Goku smiled at Caulifla. Nani, is this Super Saiyan 2? Hearing Son Goku's words, Caulifla's eyes lit up, and then she ran up to him and grabbed his clothes, excitedly said, I have successfully transformed once before, you, quickly teach me how to take control of this transformation. Hey, this key point, is it still concentrated on the back? Bad. About the same. Son Goku grinned, he didn't have any advice on the practice of transforming into Super Saiyan, he just comprehended it by himself during the battle, then grasped that feeling, and succeeded in controlling it in one fell swoop. Yoxi. Let me try. Drink. Caulifla stepped back more than a dozen steps excitedly, then clenched her fists and roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 directly. For this, she immediately jumped up excitedly on the spot. It's really not easy. Like Gabe, he is very talented. Son Goku praised, and then said seriously, Come on, you are also Super Saiyan 2 now, let's have a good fight with my Super Saiyan 2. Just what I want. Caulifla rushed forward, her speed was not a little bit faster than before, which made her even more excited. Ah da da da. The two clashed fiercely, and explosions and roars sounded around them. There were energy bombardments caused by other contestants, as well as energy bombardments caused by the two of them. Seeing this scene, Gabe, who came to Kai's side, couldn't help showing a shocked expression on his face, and then smiled again, and said in a low voice, Caulifla's talent is far better than mine. Quote. Sister is really great. Kale narrowed his eyes and laughed, obviously very infatuated with Caulifla. Boom. At this time, Caulifla was blown away by Son Goku's punch, and she landed not far from Kale. Excitedly, she jumped up like a carp, and said, the energy of Super Saiyan 2 is really powerful. It's so cool. Quote. Then, sister, I will be able to transform soon. Seeing Caulifla fall to the ground, Kelton felt extremely distressed, but Caulifla did not respond to her, and immediately rushed towards Son Goku again. Watching Caulifla and Son Goku fight again, Kale timidly stepped forward, and then released several energy cannons at Son Goku, and she fired. One side said, Sister, don't be afraid, I'm here to reinforce you. Hello. Son Goku was ruined in his battle with Caulifla, which made him frown, and yelled at Kale, can you stop messing around? Sorry. Seeing Son Goku's unhappy appearance, Kale immediately stopped, lowered his head and apologized, and then said to Caulifla, Sister. I didn't mess around. Caulifla stared at Kale, then turned her head with a cold snort, this attitude was already very obvious. Seeing Caulifla's attitude, Kale couldn't help but slump down on the ground with a bit of sadness, covering his face and crying, a person like me. Son Goku, Quote. Crying and crying, the breath on Kale's body began to become unstable, and the energy in her body also began to rise. She slowly got up from the ground, with a green light shining on her body, and she stared coldly at the battle with Caulifla. Son Goku, yelling, "Damn you for taking my sister." Boom. At this moment, her body flew into the air, and a dazzling green light burst out from her body again. Swish swish swish. Sensing Karl's breath, Son Goku and Caulifla, who were fighting, stopped and looked towards Karl. Son Goku, I will never forgive you. At this moment, Kale has completely transformed into the form of passing super. What breath is that? At this time, Vegeta, who was fighting with people, showed horror on his face, looked towards Kale, and exclaimed, "Could it be, is that also the transformation of Super Saiyan? That's amazing, is this your Super Saiyan?" Seeing Kale's transformation, Son Goku couldn't help but walked in front of her, looked at Kale with green hair excitedly, and asked in surprise, "Could it be, are you also a certain form of Super Saiyan God?" Son Goku, I'm going to kill you. Drink. Kale was completely in a state of rage, and punched out fiercely. Her power is definitely not something that Super Saiyan Son Chinkong can compete with. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Kale took the initiative in his hands, grabbed Son Goku, and kept hitting the ground left and right. Kale. Seeing this scene, Caulifla opened her mouth, with a worried look on her face. At this time, Sububai waited for a group of people to come. Hit's gaze on the side froze immediately. His strength was much stronger than before, but the moment he saw Sububai, he found that the oppression this man gave him had not diminished. Instead, it is countless times stronger than the previous sense of oppression. This kind of oppression can only be felt by the existence of his level. The legendary Super Saiyan, Sububai saw this female version of Broly in the violent, torturing Son Goku. His eyes slowly narrowed. To be reasonable, if you really compare it, the female version of Broly is naturally inferior to Broly. Drink. At this time, Son Goku in the field transformed into Super Saiyan Blue after being blown away by another punch. He stared at Kale with a serious face and more excitement. It's not easy to meet a strong Saiyan, I have to work harder. Ask for flowers. Boom. After the voice fell, he rushed to Kale in an instant, raised his hand and came out in the dark. Boom. Facing Super Blue Son Goku's full-strength punch, Kale gave a loud shout, directly grabbed his fist, and then spat out a super powerful energy cannon from his mouth. Rumble. Advertisement. The distance between the two was very close, so they directly hit Son Goku and sent him flying. What a horrible fellow. Seeing this scene, Son Gohan next to Sububai couldn't help but stare. He knew how terrifying his father's super blue form power was, and faced with this full-strength punch, Kale. It is still crushing, which shows that this never-before-seen Super Saiyan transformation form is really terrifying. As this another form of Super Saiyan God, Vegeta also gave up the fight and ran over quickly. He was very interested in Kale's transformation. No, Sububai shook his head and said lightly, "This is the legendary Super Saiyan, you can see this transformation as the most original transformation of Saiyan." Hearing Subai's words, Vegeta was shocked. I seem to have heard of Saiyan's most original transformation. Sububai squinted at him, and then put his eyes on the field. The battle between Shaolin Son Goku and Kale became more and more fierce, but those with strong eyes could find that although the more you fight, the stronger you become, but in fact, you feel like you are overdrawing your vitality to fight. Boom. Boom. The fierce fighting in the field caused the energy to explode, and Gabe, who was on the side, ran to the side in fright, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "If we fight like this, I always think it will. What a big deal. Yes, as long as she doesn't stop fighting, she will fight forever, eventually exhausting her body, and then exhausting herself to death." Sububai said lightly. Nani. Caulifla just ran over. When she heard Subai's words, her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly approached Sububai, stood on tiptoe and grabbed his clothes, and said coldly, "Hey, tell me, how can I get out of the way, you stop." Boom. Sububai is not Son Goku. He can let this woman, Caulifla, grab her clothes with an extremely bad attitude and yell, shake her breath, and directly blow her away. Caulifla was blown away by Sububai and fell to the ground. The exclamation attracted Kale, who was fighting with Son Goku, and then she suddenly set her eyes on Sububai. Superior. Boom. Suddenly, her aura exploded again, kicked her feet, and flew in front of Sububai in an instant. Kill you. At this moment, Kale actually has no sense at all, but when she knew that her senior sister was blown away by Sububai, she still had a little spontaneous reaction at that moment, that is, revenge for Caulifla. However, she faced Sububai. Boom. Sububai raised his hand and slapped it out, sending the enraged Kale flying. Boom. Drink. Subai's slap didn't make Kale regain his sanity. On the contrary, he became even more angry, and his aura was much higher than before. Far from knowing fatigue, as long as you keep fighting, you can become stronger and stronger. Of course, that's only for Saiyan who can perfectly control the super transfer form, like Kale, who has maintained this state, and within 20 minutes, the absolute person will be gone. Call out. Kale's speed increased to the extreme, that is, Son Gohan Vegeta, who was beside Sububai, had already appeared in front of Sububai without seeing her figure. He raised his hand, and the dazzling lightning with green fell down. Boom. Facing Kale's full blow, Subai's expression remained unchanged, and he punched out calmly. Boom. The two fists collided, and Kale flew upside down, retreating from the super passing form in midair to a normal appearance. Caulifla flew up in a hurry, caught Kale and hugged her in her arms, her face full of worry. Sister. Sorry. After Kale finished speaking weakly, he tilted his head and fainted. Phew, fortunately, it's not dead. Caulifla felt Kale's heartbeat, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Da. The sound of footsteps sounded. Subai seemed to have sensed it, and took a step sideways, returning to the proud team headed by Supo and others coming slowly. Swish. Chi. The eyes of Subai and Jiren met again, and the air was filled with lightning. 9.8. The second time they looked at each other, Subai couldn't help but check Jiren's overall combat power, and came up with such a value, which made his eyes narrow slightly. He understands that Jiren in an ordinary state is absolutely incomparable in combat power with Jiren explosive. From this point of view, perhaps Jiren explosive strength can reach infinitely close to Beerus' level. Of course, this is only infinitely close to Beerus, and in Subai's view, the combat power value of Beerus 10 is just the value on the panel, and it can be determined in the end. What a powerful force that erupts, who knows? After all, in the original Dragon Ball anime, Beerus has never made a full-strength attack, and there is no standard line to measure his final combat power index. 110. Dispo. My lord, you have to be merciful. Seeking subscription. Furthermore, Subai, who has read Dragon Ball's super follow-up manga, also knows a situation, that is, gods of destruction can become stronger without limit, and there is no bottleneck at all. From Subai's point of view, as long as he reveals a level beyond Beerus, this guy will definitely choose to start practicing, and then catch up again on the surface in a very short period of time. Regardless of the fact that Subai is already the gods of destruction of time and space, and is a god at the same level as Beerus, but in Beerus's view, this guy is still the brat Subai he has known for 20 years. Dad, these guys belong to the 11th universe, and they are very powerful. At this time, Son Goku walked into the contestant circle of the 7th universe. He looked solemnly at several members of the proud team headed by Toppo, and only heard Son Gohan explain. The strength of these guys is extraordinary. Son Goku said in a deep voice. Especially that guy, the pressure on me made me feel excited right away. Hearing Son Goku's words, Son Gohan opened his mouth. To be honest, he felt that his father's words were very problematic, but as a son, he couldn't say much, so he could only be speechless for a while. Take the initiative to attack. At this, 073, in the circle of 6th universe contestants, Gabe looked at the ace player hit on the side, and said in a deep voice. The 7th universe and the 11th universe will collide first, so, don't worry, maybe we still have a chance. Hit's eyes flickered for a moment, and the light of wisdom appeared on his face. He does not like to talk, but it does not mean he is not a smart person. On the contrary, Hit, who has lived for more than 1,000 years, is far more intelligent than ordinary people, and his analysis is extremely rational. After all, under the initiative to attack, failure is tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, it is naturally impossible for Hit to take risks. The most important thing is that whether it is Subai from the 7th universe or Jiren from the 11th universe, these two guys definitely have the strength to be king alone. If you make a rash move, there must be no chance of winning at all. Therefore, at this moment, as the number one killer of the universe, he needs to calm down even more, and look for the perfect timing when the two universes collide. Call out. Son Goku suddenly moved, he came in front of the 11th universe, looked at Jiren with a smile, and said, I know your name, Jiren, the masters in the arena are almost defeated, so. Fight me. Jiren glanced at Son Goku expressionlessly, without saying a word. This time, our 11th universe is not looking for trouble with the 7th universe, but wants to clear the 6th universe. Dispo stood up, and Castler had already fallen into the ring. At this moment, Jiren, Toppo, him, and a few members of Team Proud have a total of 8 people on the field. There are 2 more people in the 7 universes. Hearing Dispo's words, Son Goku frowned and was about to speak, only to hear a man walk out of the Proud team but said indifferently, the strong universe will be saved for the last collision. If you want to consume physical strength in advance, then we can only use the 2 weakest people to consume a lot of your physical strength. At that time, the final result, I don't need to say more, you understand. 28. Hey, I don't care. Son Goku has Subai controlling the scene behind him, so he is naturally not afraid of all kinds of troubles he is now. Seeing Son Goku so ignorant, the talking Proud team member's eyes froze and his face darkened instantly. Clatter. Advertisement. Immediately, another member of the Proud team came out, apparently planning to spend Son Goku's energy in a 2v1. In this regard, Subai took a glance and then retracted his gaze. The 2 members of the Proud team who came out are just unknown, and they belong to the kind of rookie who can be crushed by Super 2 Son Goku. In that case, let's warm up with you 2 guys blocking the way. As long as there is a fight, it is impossible for Son Goku to refuse. Seeing that Son Goku really dared to fight, the 2 members of the Proud team who appeared on the stage suddenly sneered, and they said that they would definitely let this guy pay the price. Okay, let's start cleaning the 6th universe. Toppo led Jiren and the others to walk towards Hit and the others who were hiding. On the way, Dispo waved to Sububai, who turned his eyes to him, and then left the team to take the opportunity to come to him, whispering. My lord, you must remember to be merciful when the time comes, at least you must leave someone in the ring for our 11th universe, otherwise, all members will lose, and you will really not be able to breathe fresh air. Rest assured. Sububai smiled and stretched out his hand to pat him on the shoulder, then gave him a push, and said, hurry up and follow your team, or don't blame me if you get scolded. Ha ha ha, how dare I blame you? Dispo has a deep affection for Sububai, a big man with great strength, high status, and good temper. After bowing slightly to him, he raised his body, waved his hands, smiled and trotted after Toppo and others. Jiren, the two of us can't consume too much energy, these 6th universe guys, leave it to Dispo. Soon, after everyone escaped from the sight of everyone in the 7th universe, Toppo said to Jiren in a deep voice. Jiren frowned, but he didn't refute, and disappeared in place after flickering with Toppo's figure. Hey. After Toppo and Jiren left, Dispo, as the third most powerful existence in the Proud team, naturally took control of the command, and immediately ordered to command, and he also went towards Hit, who was standing in the corner. You are Heater from the 6th universe, right? Soon, Dispo came to Hit and looked at him very calmly. That's right. Hit put his hands in his pockets. Although he chose to avoid the fight a moment ago, it doesn't mean he doesn't dare to fight against the guy who came to him on his own initiative. Therefore, at this moment, he is very calm. Although he feels that it is a pity that the 11th universe and the 7th universe did not have a big collision, but it is only a little pity. Other than that, there is no other thought. I'm Dispo, a member of the Proud team of 11th universe. It's very interesting to hear about your flash skills, so, this time I'm here to crack your flash skills. Dispo smiled, his face full of confidence. Oh. Hearing Dispo's words, Hit's eyes flickered involuntarily, and a little surprised look appeared on his face, but these surprised looks only appeared for a tenth of a second before disappearing, and then continued to look indifferent. Very calmly I replied with an, oh, and stopped talking. Look down on me. A sneer appeared on Dispo's face, he clapped his palms, pointed his thumb at himself, and said, as the fastest man in the universe, there is no magic skill that I can't crack. Oh, then I'll just wait and see. Hit slowly pulled his hand out of his trouser pocket. Obviously, he still valued Dispo's strength, otherwise he would not have pulled his hand out of his trouser pocket. Advertisement. Sister, do we want to help Heat? At this moment, Kale, who was hiding in the waste rock pile, asked softly. Cal, let's not worry about Heater. He will definitely beat up that kind of thing. Caulifla smiled and said, as a member of the 6th universe, how can she not have heard of the name of the number 1 killer Hit? She is naturally very confident in Hit. At this moment, on the court, Dispo and Hit looked at each other, and neither of them took the lead in attacking. Just like that, time passed by second. Drink. After staring at each other for about 10 seconds, Dispo let out a loud shout, clenched his fists and rushed towards Hit. Seeing Dispo rushing up, Hit used flash directly, but to his shock, Dispo's fist still hit him hard in the face. Boom. Hit flew upside down and slid for more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. Nani. Seeing this scene, not only Caulifla, Gabe, and Kale who were hiding behind the stone pile were shocked, but even Champa, who was in the 6th universe auditorium, couldn't help but hug his head in shock. He exclaimed, what the hell is going on? This is really unexpected. Vados also sighed on the side. That guy who looks like Beerus really disgusts me. Champa gritted his teeth, showing displeasure on his face. From the moment Dispo came on stage, he noticed this guy who looked very much like Beerus. Now, he faced Hit, the ace player in his universe, and even directly cracked Hit's flash time skill at 5.2, which made Champa hate this guy even more. Champa, I really like this guy. Hearing Champa's yelling, Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium was a little unhappy. Champa said that Dispo was like him, but seeing Champa gnashing his teeth and wishing he could play in person, he was naturally very happy. Happy up. Shut up. Champa turned his head and roared at Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium. Quiet. Grand Priest's eyes turned to Champa in an instant, and a very low voice spread to the ears of everyone in the entire unbounded realm. Yes, sorry. Hearing Grand Priest's words, whether it was Champa or Beerus, they immediately got up from their seats, straightened their waists and bowed 90 degrees to the Grand Priest on 8th sky. Grand Priest withdrew his gaze, which made Champa and Beerus sit down sweating profusely. The two looked at each other. Although the fear was still in their eyes, they still looked at each other so unhappy. Snort, snort. The two snorted coldly in unison, but they didn't dare to yell anymore. 111. Hit versus Dispo, only 3 universes left to fight. Seeking subscription. On the field, Hit slowly got up from the ground, looked at the laughing Dispo, and said involuntarily, from this point of view, your self-confidence does not seem to be bluffing. Of course. Dispo put his hands on his hips, confident and authentic. It just happened to hit Hit. Is this guy really confident that he can hit Hit all the time? Caulifla, who was hiding behind the stone pile, sneered, feeling very displeased with Dispo who was so confident. Speaking of which, you really deserve to be hit. After taking a trick from me, you are still so calm. However, your confident appearance really makes me a little unhappy. Dispo moved suddenly, his speed was too fast, Hit, who was dispatched early, still couldn't see his attack, and was knocked down to the ground by Dispo's punch again. Hit. He actually took 2 tricks. Seeing this scene, Caulifla opened her mouth wide, with an extremely shocked expression on her face. Vados, did you see that guy's shot? Hit took 2 moves in a row, and even Champa panicked. After all, Hit is the ace player of the 6th universe. If he loses, it means that the 6th universe is about to enter the situation of being defeated and eliminated. I can barely see it clearly. Vados responded. Ha ha ha, that guy Champa panicked, it really puts me in a good mood. At this moment, in the 11th universe auditorium, Gods of Destruction Vermut of the 11th universe suddenly sneered. He and Beerus are extremely at odds, not the kind of confrontation that Beerus and Champa have, it's downright at odds. As for why he was also unhappy with Champa, it was naturally because the two were brothers. Can't see Beerus flustered, see Champa flustered. Vermut is naturally very happy. Hit seems to be the ace player of the 6th universe, dear. Angel Makarita of the 11th universe smiled and said. Plus, he is the spiritual pillar of the entire 6th universe, so if you take these 2 tricks, the people in the 6th universe will not be nervous. This contest, our 11th universe wins. Vermut's face showed confidence. In his opinion, although Sububai in the 7th universe is also very strong, he is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of his ace player Jiren in the 11th universe. After all, that man's strength is already infinitely close to his gods of destruction. Even, to a certain extent, Jiren's strength has already stepped into the divine grade of destruction, but maybe it's just a weaker gods of destruction level. But, this is also the power to destroy divine grade, it is absolutely impossible to lose to these chickens. While everyone in the auditorium outside the ring was discussing, at this moment, in the arena, Hit got up from the ground again, stared at Dispo with his brows tightly locked, and said in his heart, I can't see the beginning of his attack at all, it gives me the feeling that he can also flash the time. Hit, is this over? Dispo chuckled, although he is humble in front of Sububai, but in fact, his strength can definitely rank among the top 10 among the 12 universe contestants this time. Hearing Dispo's words, Hit's eyes narrowed immediately, and he began to recall his second fight with Dispo in his mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, a flash of light burst out from his eyes in vain, and he said, I understand, you were just at the moment before I sent out the flash, just at that moment, you were moving at an extremely fast speed. That's right, I can speed up my movement thousands of times in an instant. Dispo is complacent, so, it's no wonder I can't see clearly. Hit took a deep breath. He. Dispo laughed, I think, you will definitely think this way next time. Why can that guy match the timing at the moment when he uses the dodge, and launch a powerful attack? As for whether you think so, I think the answer will be revealed soon. Hit said lightly. Oh, Dispo raised his brows. At this moment, he saw Hitben's raised hands for defense suddenly dropped, which made him suddenly upset. You are going to give up defense, are you underestimating me? Hit didn't speak, but moved his hand slightly. At this moment, Dispo moved again. His speed was so fast that he couldn't even see his afterimage, and he arrived in front of Hit in an instant. Boom. With another punch, Hit flew upside down again, smashed heavily on a big rock, and spat out a big mouthful of blood. Hit, stop trying to test my speed, no matter how many times you try, this is your end. Dispo looked at Hit on the ground and smiled lightly. He is very confident in his speed, just as Hit was very confident in his flash time before. I totally get it. Advertisement. Hit on the ground gritted his teeth, with a little smile on his face, and said, it's a voice. When I activate the flash, although it's only for a moment, I will muster all my strength. Therefore, my whole body the muscles will make an extremely subtle rubbing sound. And you have been listening carefully. Then, predict the timing of my flash, so you can shoot before me every time. Beautiful. As expected of Hit. Hearing Hit's analysis, Dispo couldn't help applauding him. This man really deserves to be the ace player of the 6th universe. He. Hit slowly got up from the ground, and after chuckling for a while, an extremely serious look appeared on his face. Hit, even if you understand it, you will never be able to resist. My speed exceeds the speed of sound. Dispo said confidently. Besides, when a person initiates an action, the physical body will definitely make a singing sound. Isn't it more obvious that you are still using your own special ability? Hearing Dispo's words, Champa in the 6th universe auditorium immediately said, since this is the case, why not make some noise around it? Vados quickly put me in the noise machine hall. Master Champa, your thinking is too simple. The Dispo of the 11th universe may distinguish sounds by frequency. Even if there is a strong noise, he can definitely hear the sound he wants to track. Vados thought for a moment and explained to Champa. At this time, Hit in the field made another offensive and defensive action, and said, Dispo, you are indeed very strong. But even if you crack my flash time, you will definitely not be able to defeat me. Hider, it's so ugly after trying to be strong and losing. Dispo sneered. Then give it a try. Hit and Dispo started at the same time, and the two collided, but mostly Hit was getting hit, and it seemed like the two previous encounters were the same. But a discerning expert can understand that Hit has gradually adapted to Dispo's speed. Even though he has been under attack all the time, none of Dispo's attacks hit his vitals. Bang bang bang. At this time, Dispo blasted Hit out 10 times. Hit turned his head and glanced, his face suddenly changed, because he had been forced to the edge of the ring by Dispo. You have no way out. Hit, give up resistance. Dispo clenched his fist and rushed over. When he thought he was going to hit Hit, he found that his whole body passed through Hit's body. Nani. Dispo looked incredible, and he didn't know why he passed through Hit's body, which caused him to fall off the ring. Nice. Seeing this scene, the faces of Caulifla and Kale hiding in the stone pile showed excitement. Call out. Just when everyone thought that Dispo would fall off the ring, they saw that Dispo's body was wrapped with light ropes made of energy. I'm Quincy from Team Pride, I absolutely can't tolerate people like you attacking my good partner. Everyone looked along the light rope, and finally saw a short creature trying to pull Dispo up. Drink. Quincy yelled and pulled hard, directly pulling Dispo back, who almost fell off the ring. Ah, it hurts me to death. Dispo, who was pulled back into the ring, suddenly shouted. But, you saved me, Quincy, thank you so much. You're welcome, we are partners. Quincy said quietly. Hider, I didn't expect you to transfer to a different dimension and avoid my attack. It's not easy. Dispo set his sights on Hit again and exclaimed. He really began to admire Hit. This man caught his action plan again and again, and almost eliminated him with routines. Dispo, I will join forces with you next time, absolutely no mistakes will be allowed. Quincy said quietly. Good. Dispo nodded, then looked at Hit, and said, Hit, you heard me. As you like. Hit is very indifferent, he is used to being alone, it doesn't matter if he wants teammates or not. But, when he heard that Quincy and Dispo were about to join forces, Gabe, who was hiding behind the stone pile, suddenly stood up. Swish swish swish. In an instant, everyone in the venue turned their attention to Hebei. Advertisement. Well done Gabby. In the 6th Universe auditorium, Champa saw Gabe stand up and immediately praised him. Call out. Gabe quickly flew to Hit's side. Hit was taken aback for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At this moment, neither of them exchanged a word, but they moved towards Quincy and Dispo, who were facing each other in a tacit understanding. Heat versus Dispo. Gabby versus Quincy. The battle is about to start. At this moment, on Subai's side, he, Son Gohan, and Vegeta began to completely clear the field. After a while, there were almost only the main contestants left on the entire ring. 6th, 7th, 11th universe. In other words, 9 universes outside the field have been cleared. Next, it's the real decisive battle. Son Gohan was full of energy. In his opinion, there are only 3 universes left in the field. No matter which side collides with which side, the 3rd universe can definitely take the opportunity to catch the leak. By the way, where did Android 17 and Frieza go? I haven't seen the two of them since. Son Gohan glanced around the audience and couldn't help being slightly taken aback. It's good that we didn't get eliminated. As for where we went, that's none of our business. Vegeta said indifferently, looking in one direction. Hit and Gabe were fighting with Dispo and Quincy from the 11th universe. Hit, who was no longer afraid of Dispo's speed, began to fight against Dispo without any difficulty at all, while Gabe. For this guy who was regarded as his apprentice, Vegeta paid more attention to 723 points. After seeing that he can transform into Super Saiyan 2, he secretly nodded and praised him. Warm-up is over. At this time, Son Goku knocked down the 2 Proud team members who blocked him, and then came to join Sububai and others. Hey, Hit and Gabe actually teamed up. Not bad. Gabe's strength has grown a lot, maybe after this big battle, he can find the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku followed Sububai and looked towards the field, and found that Gabe's strength was not a little bit stronger than before, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. But, with the entry of 2 more Proud team members from 11th universe, the situation of the battle changed drastically. Sister, it's time for us to go out and help Gabby and Heat. Kale, who was hiding in the stone pile, had a worried expression on his face, and said to Caulifla next to him. Yes. Caulifla stood up slowly, but she suppressed Kale, who also wanted to get up. Elder sister. Kale looked at Caulifla with some puzzlement. Kale, take a good rest and recover, maybe you are the hope of our 6th universe. Caulifla said in a deep voice, I believe in you, Ba. Sister. Tears welled up in Kyle's eyes. Clap. Caulifla smiled gently, reached out and patted Kyle's shoulder, and was about to step out of the stone pile sideways, but the moment she turned around, she found that Son Goku with red hair and red arrogance had come to Hit and beside Gabe, standing side by side with them. Son Goku. Hit also looked at Son Goku beside him in disbelief, and then said in a deep voice, our 6th universe doesn't need help. Hit, I'm not helping you. Son Goku said very calmly, but if it was just a fight between 2 people and 2 people, then I'm afraid it would be a good match. But, now it's a fight between 4 people and 2 people, and I can't help but touch my hands, the other 2 guys are itching a bit. This set of rhetoric made the corner of Hit's mouth twitch, isn't this helping their 6th universe? Nice job, Son Goku. At this moment, in the 6th universe auditorium, Champa howled excitedly when he saw Son Goku preparing to help Hit and the others. Hearing Champa's howl, Beerus snorted coldly. However, Beerus didn't say much. Obviously, although he was extremely hostile to Champa on the surface, at this critical moment, he didn't let Son Goku dislike them, which shows that he still has family affection for Champa. 112. Sububai. I'm here for everything, so don't worry. Seeking subscription. Isn't this Super Saiyan God Red? Seeing Son Goku's transformed form, Vegeta frowned slightly. In this form, Goku's strength is stronger than Super Saiyan 3, and the consumption is much smaller than that of Super Saiyan God Blue. Therefore, this is a necessary transformation form for protracted battles. Sububai glanced at him and said indifferently, "This guy is really one step faster than me." Vegeta gritted his teeth. Why didn't he think of controlling this transformed form to fight? Son Goku, listen, Dispo is my prey. At this moment, in the field, Hit said coldly. It's very simple, if I don't want to do anything to him, then you come and block me. Son Goku laughed, and charged towards Dispo. However, Dispo's speed is indeed unimaginably fast. You must know that his speed is even stronger than Veto's, and he can only slightly see how terrifying the speed invisible is. Boom. Son Goku and Dispo collided instantly, but, just for a moment, Son Goku was blown away by Dispo's punch. Call out. Dispo chased after him, facing Son Goku who stabilized his body. Sure enough, the speed is super fast, no wonder it makes hit wall. Son Goku sighed, and while speaking, he pointed his index finger to the center of his eyebrows. Boom. Dispo arrived in front of him in an instant, and punched him out again, knocking him into the air. Boom. Son Goku hit a big rock and fell slowly to the ground. I didn't expect that it would be too late to use instant transmission. Your speed is really. At the moment Son Goku spoke, Dispo flew again, but this time he exploded his breath directly, and at this moment he changed into a super blue form and sent the flying Dispo flying out. Nani. Dispo, who flew upside down, looked at Son Goku in amazement, and said in amazement, you actually saw through my movements. Dispo, your speed is indeed very fast, but your movements are linear. Son Goku explained that he also retreated from the super blue form to the super red form, and then said with a smile, so, as long as I catch the right time, even if I can't keep up with the speed, I can still deal with you. Kakarot this guy. Hearing Son Goku's explanation, Vegeta on the other side gritted his teeth again. I have to say that this guy is really powerful, able to analyze so many things. Also, his battle plan is pretty good too. After all, this guy Kakarot only transformed into a super blue form in an instant, which didn't consume much for him and at the same time maximized his speed and strength. This is simply a perfect and impeccable combat plan. On the other side, Hit and Gabe also met members of the three proud teams headed by Quincy. Although these guys are no more rookies, they still have abilities. At least it made Hit and Gabe not so easy to win. After solving Quincy and others, Hit came to the circle where Son Goku and Dispo fought. Worthy of being an elite warrior of the 11th universe, really powerful enough. Son Goku was blown away with a punch, and when he came to Hit, he could not help but praise him. Son Goku, it's me next. After Hit said this, the figure disappeared in place, and when he appeared in the next second, he had already fought against Dispo. Boom. Nani. Advertisement. In the fight again, Hit punched Dispo's stomach fiercely, causing the latter to show pain and disbelief at the same time. I used my muscles to imitate Shim's movements to trick you. Hit said lightly. Nani. You pretended to be flashing to trick my attack. Dispo was shocked, really shocked, this guy's fighting level is too high. That's right, Hit said lightly, and then exerted force with his hand, and easily blasted Dispo out with a punch. But soon, Dispo who flew upside down stabilized his figure, and charged towards Hit again. Just like last time, Dispo's fist hit Hit, but did not cause any damage at all. Boom. A second later, Hit raised his hand and punched Dispo in the face, sending him flying again. UB *********** D, just released the flash time. Dispo steadied himself again, looking at Hit in disbelief. That's right. Next, do you think it's flash time or am I tricking you into attacking? Hit laughed lightly, and he suddenly felt that fighting was indeed very interesting, which would greatly improve his various abilities. Thinking of this, he couldn't help squinting at Son Goku who was excitedly staring at him fighting Dispo, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little. Now, he knows why this guy likes to fight against the strong so much. Call out. Hit stopped thinking about it, and focused on the battle again. His figure flickered again, and appeared behind Dispo in an instant. Boom. Dispo reacted, turned around and punched out. Flash. Hit's figure appeared behind Dispo again, punching him on the back. Puff. Dispo spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his face paled in vain. Boom. Boom. Under Hit's two punches in succession, Dispo fell to the ground directly. Dispo, the victory has been decided. Hit was condescending, looked indifferently at the disbelieving Dispo on the ground, and said, I respect your strength, so, use your feet to get off the ring. If you can't get up, I can support you. While talking, Hit reached out and grabbed Dispo's ear and lifted him up. Ah, Dispo sneered, gritted his teeth, and said, in the dictionary of Team Proud, the word admit defeat has never been used before. Then let me get to know you. Hit grabbed Dispo by the ear and flung him. Ah, seeing that Dispo was about to fall off the ring again, he was tied up again by light ropes, which was Quincy's ability. Dispo, you still have to retreat first. Lost 2 more members, really need to wait for the perfect timing to fight again. Quincy supported Dispo, and said in a deep voice, I will do my best to bring this guy to the end. As he spoke, Quincy fired a lot of light ropes from his hand, and he also rushed towards Hit. Call out. Advertisement. Don't take me with you, but go down with your pain. Hit's figure flashed and appeared behind Quincy, kicking him off the ring. Quincy. Dispo roared angrily, but he had no choice but to turn around and return to Jiren and Toppo behind him with a flash of his figure. I'm going to take revenge on Hit right now. Justice will. Dispo said in a low voice. Forget it, Dispo, stop playing hero games. Toppo interrupted him, and said in a cold voice, it doesn't matter whether he is righteous or evil, there are only two paths of survival or perdition. Let's recover our physical strength first, let's go to the real decisive battle. Call out. After the voice fell, the three of Toppo disappeared. At this moment, in the field, Son Goku came in front of Hit and praised. Hit, you guys have improved a lot compared to before. But, next time Dispo recovers, how about I defeat him? It's up to you, Hit said lightly. So now, shouldn't it be up to the two of us to compete? Son Goku was excited and authentic. No, Hit glanced at Son Goku indifferently, and said coldly, I'll let you go first, thank you for your help. After finishing speaking, Hit's figure flickered for a while, and then disappeared together. What next? Son Gohan looked at Sububai and asked. Currently, there are only 3 universes left in the ring, and on the surface, there are 4 people left in the 6th universe, only 4 people in the 7th universe, and only 3 people left in the 11th universe. Logically speaking, the 7th universe and the 6th universe could directly join forces to eliminate the 11th universe, but everyone in the 7th universe didn't have this idea. Therefore, this also temporarily froze. Recover your strength, there are only 3 people left in the 11th universe, and they will never dare to attack rashly. After that time, you can rest and recover, and you can find anyone to challenge at will. Sububai said very calmly. I'm here for everything, so don't worry about it. As soon as Subai's words came out, Son Goku laughed immediately, then jumped up on the spot, and said, I'm relieved of Subai's words, I just had a feeling, so. I'm going to find that guy Jiren. After speaking, Son Goku ran away directly. Vegeta's eyes flashed, and then he slowly left Sububai, obviously looking for someone to fight. Son Gohan scratched his head, then thought for a while, and left as well. Sububai stood quietly on the spot. Suddenly, a gaze from outside the court was on him, he seemed to be happy, and looked towards the outside of the court. Eyes on each other, Subai's mouth twitched into an indifferent smile. The person who looked at him was the gods of destruction Vermut of the 11th universe. At this moment, the gods of destruction looked at Sububai with a vicious look. If they hadn't intervened in the 7th universe, then their 11th universe would have definitely wiped out the 6th universe. Grand Priest, I have something to report. At this moment, a voice sounded in the field. What is it? In the sky, Grand Priest squinted, his eyes were on the auditorium of the 4th universe, and he said indifferently. That Sububai from the 7th universe is the gods of destruction, why can he participate in the battle? Right. Gods of destruction Quatella, the mouse of the 4th universe, roared unwillingly, I think this tournament of power is unfair. If I, the gods of destruction, end up too, then I can also sweep the audience. Advertisement 113. God War will appear soon, Son Goku's Jiren. Seeking subscription. Boom. As the voice of the mouse gods of destruction Quatella fell, there was a burst of noise from the auditoriums of various universes present. What? That guy turned out to be a gods of destruction. Sububai. Why? Never heard of such a gods of destruction. Also, haven't the gods of destruction of the 12 universes been finalized? This guy, could it be the novice gods of destruction of the 7th universe? After bursts of noise erupted, there was another discussion in the field. Silent. Sububai is indeed the gods of destruction, but he does not belong to the gods of destruction of a universe. Grand Priest said lightly. Hearing Grand Priest's words, the mouse gods of destruction Quatella frowned, and then glanced at the Supreme Kai Kerr from the 4th universe beside him, and said in a low voice, didn't you say that this guy is a gods of some universe? Of destruction. He belongs to the gods of destruction collectively known by the 12 universes, why doesn't he belong to the gods of destruction of a certain universe? Kerr went into battle by himself, got up from his seat, looked directly at Grand Priest, and said, so, my 4th universe is not convinced. I believe that many universes who were eliminated because of Sububai are not. Are you convinced? At this moment, Kerr, who knew that he would definitely be wiped out, was completely ruthless. He would die anyway, so he might as well try to struggle. Of course, what I mean by this is not that we are not convinced that we were eliminated, but that this guy Sububai violated the rules of the conference. Kale even wanted to pull a padded back. Hearing Kerr's words, the audience fell silent instantly, and the real needle drop could be heard. In the sky, Grand Priest frowned slightly. He didn't frown because of Kerr's questioning, but, he was thinking about why this guy would dare. Yes, Kerr, why dare to question? You're questioning Zeno. Grand Priest stopped thinking, and his expression returned to calm. Zeno. Kerr shook his head and said, Master Zeno is supreme, who dares to question it? Then you think Zeno doesn't know the identity of Sububai gods of destruction? As soon as these words came out, Kerr's expression changed. How he? So stupid. The priesthood of gods of destruction needs to be approved by Master Zeno before he can take up the position and obtain the priesthood, so Sububai was able to play because he was recognized by Master Zeno. Thinking of this, Colton opened his mouth, sweating profusely for a while, his legs were trembling, and thousands of thoughts in his mind turned into chaos at this moment. But, Grand Priest changed the subject, he set his sights on Zeno, bowed respectfully, and said, Zeno, I can also hear the implication of Kuer's words. Zeno responded in surprise. Among the gods of destruction, there may also be a fighting tournament. Grand Priest opened the mouth and said, the gods of destruction of the 12 universes will compete with the newly promoted gods of destruction Sububai in time and space. Big gods of destruction. Big gods of destruction. Hearing this title, all the saboteur Shendu in the auditorium of each universe were stunned, and then each of them showed unknown expressions on their faces. Interesting, it sounds like a lot of fun to hear Grand Priest say that. Zeno thought about it, and finally clapped his hands excitedly. Quote. Seeing this scene, Kuer opened his mouth immediately. Please, this is not what he wanted. He wants to pull this guy Sububai back, and wants to live even more. Here comes the question. This time the 7th universe won, then the rest of the universe will be cleared, so how can this gods of destruction level fighting tournament get into 102? At this time, the mouse gods of destruction Quatella asked. Not clearing gods of destruction and Supreme Kai for now. Zeno thought about it for a while, and said, what about gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from the 5th universe that were previously cleared? Quatella continued to ask, if it is cleared, it will be cleared. Then it will be the battle between the gods of destruction of the 11 universes and the gods of destruction Sububai of the independent time and space, won't it be enough? Zeno became a little impatient. In this regard, Quatella immediately shut up. He understood that there was no need to say anything more. Sububai, who is the gods of destruction in time and space, may surely be able to win this tournament of power, so, if he is defeated in the battle of gods of destruction next, will he have a chance to survive? Time and space gods of destruction. At this moment, Vermut in the 11th universe auditorium sneered. He was indeed a little surprised that Sububai was a gods of destruction, but, he was just a little surprised, not too uneasy. Advertisement. Because, Jiren of his 11th universe is also gods of destruction level. In the tournament of power, there is a clear rule that no one can kill, so Vermut is naturally not afraid of Sububai using destructive energy to fight. That said, it's even possible that Sububai isn't as strong as Jiren without using destructive energy. Drink. While everyone was discussing Subai's identity, Son Goku had already found Jiren in the ring, and after the two looked at each other for a while, Son Goku took the initiative to attack. A super strong Kamehameha wave was launched, but it couldn't even get close to Jiren's body. What's wrong? At this time, someone in the auditorium outside the stadium saw this scene and suddenly exclaimed. The pressure of the huge aura seems to have turned into some kind of invisible air wall, blocking Son Goku's air wave. Someone explained. Why doesn't Goku transform? Could it be that he is dismissive of this man? In the 7th universe auditorium, Shin frowned and asked. No, Master Supreme Kai, it's the exact opposite. As the man who knows Son Goku best, Krillin spoke up. Goku is testing the power gap between himself and Jiren. Boom. After Keelan's voice fell, Son Goku in the field suddenly stopped, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and rushed towards Jiren. Boom. A punch landed on Jiren's face, causing no damage at all. Boom. Boom. There was another round of punches and kicks, and Jiren was motionless, not hurt at all. In this regard, Son Goku's eyes flashed, and then stepped back more than a dozen steps, transformed into a Super Race God Red and rushed over again. Facing the attack of the Super Race God Red Son Goku, Jiren finally made a move, but, only one finger easily blocked all his attacks. After fighting for more than 10 seconds, Son Goku stopped, took a few steps back, and said in a deep voice, it seems that I still can't make you use your full strength. If this is the case, then only Super Saiyan God Blue will be left. Drink. Son Goku clenched his fists and transformed into the Super Saiyan God Blue with a roar. Da. After transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue, Son Goku stepped forward and came in front of Jiren, then raised his hand and punched out. This punch directly sent Jiren flying. Call out. However, Jiren stabilized in midair, and then his figure flashed, appearing directly behind Son Goku, and punched out. Puff. The power of this punch was so terrifying that it directly made Son Goku spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Da. Son Goku also recovered in an instant, and his figure flashed, facing Jiren head-on, four hands began to fight. Boom. Jiren punched Son Goku BJCH on the stone pile again, and then came to grab his feet, but the moment he grabbed, Son Goku burst out of breath, 10 times Kaioken was here add up in a moment. Boom. Bang. The two fought fiercely again. Horrible. This Jiren and Son Goku are definitely able to barely enter the gods of destruction level. Son Goku doesn't know, but it's not hard to see from Jiren's easygoing appearance, his strength has definitely entered the level of gods of destruction. As the battle between Son Goku and Jiren started, shocking voices rang out from the auditoriums of various universes outside the arena. Jiren, this guy, especially in the auditorium of the 7th universe, Beerus's complexion instantly darkened at this moment, and after saying a word in a low voice, he looked towards the auditorium of the 11th universe. Coincidentally, the clown gods of destruction Vermut also turned his gaze around, and the four eyes met, one of them showed a gloomy look, and the other showed a sneer. Beerus, do you think you're the only one who has the ace player to destroy divine grade? Vermut sneered. Oh. Beerus responded, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart and then retracting his gaze. Now he is staring at the field, only hoping that Son Goku can drain Jiren's energy. In this way, perhaps Sububai can easily finish Jiren in the future. Master Beerus, you can't just hope for little Sububai. Advertisement. Whis spoke at this time. The strength of Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan cannot be underestimated. In the future, they will all be able to destroy the divine grade. But, they are still very weak. Beerus sighed. Look, little Sububai trusts Goku. Whis smiled lightly. Not only Sububai believed, but he also believed in Son Goku. After all, that little guy has been fighting like this all the time. That kid is really a constitution that is strong when it meets the strong. Beerus fell silent immediately, but his mind calmed down a lot. After all, he can't see through the strength of this kid Sububai. Maybe there is some hidden strength that hasn't been revealed. By the way, Master Beerus, many years ago, little Sububai had already revealed that he almost entered the state of Ultra Instinct prototype. This is, Sister Vados told me. As if to make Beerus feel more at ease, Whis suddenly said something casually. Nani? Beerus's eyes widened when he heard Whis' words. He caught the key point in Whis' words, that is, that kid Sububai revealed a few years ago that he almost entered the realm of Ultra Instinct embryonic state. After so many years, this kid really has control over the prototype of the Ultra Instinct if he says he won't leave. Even, maybe there is a chance to enter the perfect Ultra Instinct state. Thinking of this, Beerus immediately felt more at ease. At this moment, in the arena, Son Goku was blown away by Jiren's punches, continuously ravaged, and was finally trampled to the ground. Son Goku, you are finished. Jiren caught. With Son Goku's hair lifting him up, he punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom. Immediately, an energy cannon appeared in the palm of Jiren, blasting Son Goku into the air. Jiren calmly withdrew his hand. In his opinion, except for the man from the 7th universe, absolutely no one can withstand his series of attacks without losing combat effectiveness. Clatter. Jiren turned around slowly, and just took a step, wanting to leave the battlefield. Boom. Where are you going? Son Goku climbed up from under the ring, then stared at Jiren seriously and asked. Hearing Son Goku's voice, Jiren frowned, turned around slowly, and looked at him again. Drink. Son Goku roared, and rushed to Jiren at an extremely fast speed. But, before Son Goku's fist reached Jiren, a red light flashed in Jiren's eyes, and Son Goku in midair was in just 1 second. Lee was bombarded with at least 100 punches. Kekeki. Son Goku squatted on the ground, gritting his teeth. Come on Goku, you can definitely beat this guy. In the 7th universe auditorium, Keelan couldn't help cheering and shouting. It's useless. Beerus gritted his teeth, and he could see that Son Goku's current strength had reached his limit. Why? Kling looked at Beerus suspiciously. Because Goku's limit is only 20 times Kaioken. Whis took a deep breath. Just now when Son Goku erupted again, he had quietly increased to 20 times Kaioken, but, in front of the mighty Jiren. Still no power to fight back. Nani? Keelan was stunned when he heard Whis' words. 20 times the power of Kaioken superimposed Super Saiyan God Blue, even in front of Jiren is powerless. Then, what kind of monster is this guy from the 11th universe? Your strength is truly terrifying. Son Goku slowly got up from the ground, and then returned to his normal appearance, then jumped to the top of a stone pile, raised his hands, and said, there is no other way, we can only use this move. Seeing Son Goku's starting posture, Subai's eyes flickered, and he immediately recognized what kind of move this starting posture was. Spirit Bomb. 114. Put it to death and live again, the prototype of Ultra Instinct Goku. Seeking subscription. Thank you, everyone, give me your vitality. Son Goku's voice came. Please. Use my breath. Son Gohan immediately raised his hand, and saw a stream of white air slowly flying out of his hand towards Sun Wukong. Immediately afterwards, Android 17, Frieza, and Keelan Piccolo, who had already landed in the auditorium, raised their hands and distributed their energy to Son Goku. It's not enough, it takes too much time to gather breath. Son Goku felt the spirit bomb condensed in his hand, and frowned slightly. I can wait for you, I have already said to wait for you. Jiren said lightly. This should be a very special move for you, right? Yes, as long as you can use your strongest strength, then I am willing to wait. He, you are really generous. Son Goku laughed. Hearing Son Goku's words, Jiren looked indifferent. It is Jiren's style to accept the biggest attack of the opponent, and then hit it with a force far beyond the opponent. For you. Sububai also raised his hand slowly, although he felt a little ashamed to make such an action under the eyes of everyone, but, still fulfilled a childhood dream in a previous life. When he first watched the battle between Son Goku and Frieza, he naturally couldn't just watch it once. Every time after that, he would make this action in front of the TV. Now, he has personally experienced it once. To be honest, shame is shame, but there is still a little excitement in his heart. Coming. With Subai's help, Son Goku let out a roar, and suddenly raised the formed spirit bomb and threw it towards Jiren below. Jiren, don't regret giving me time to prepare. The moment he threw the spirit bomb, Son Goku said to Jiren, "This is the spirit bomb from our 7th universe." Jiren fixed his eyes, watching the spirit bomb flying towards him slowly raise his hand, and then pushed it towards Son Goku. What? Impossible. Seeing that Jiren actually pushed the spirit bomb back, Son Goku's face suddenly showed shock. Boom. Son Goku directly transforms into Kaioken with 20 times the power of Ultra Blue, trying to push the spirit bomb to Jiren, but he failed. The spirit bomb smashed into Son Goku, and an extremely dazzling light exploded in the entire arena, making all the people in the 7th universe look incredible. Oops. Dad. Kakarot. Spirit bomb completely covers Son Goku. Rumble. The entire arena was shaken by the explosion. Soon, the energy fluctuation caused by the spirit bomb ended, and everyone saw that Son Goku had completely disappeared. Not far away, Son Gohan suddenly couldn't feel his father's breath, and his face couldn't help showing horror. No. Impossible. At this moment, in the 7th universe auditorium, Beerus suddenly got up from his seat, and then stared at the big hole in the ring, dazed for a while. Unknowingly, he felt that the idiot Son Goku had completely entered his world, and now, that idiot disappeared, completely disappeared, which made Beerus feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Since he didn't fly off the ring, it means that Son Goku may not be defeated yet. But, I can no longer feel his aura in any corner of the ring. If you can't feel Son Goku's breath, it may mean that he is dead. Dead under my own attack. This is not difficult to be a little ironic. Advertisement. Outside the arena, one after another discussion sounded. Disappear. Isn't that just dead? Hey, Jiren killed Son Goku. He fouled. He should be out. At this time, Champa thought for a while, and finally shouted aloud. Master Champa, that's not necessarily the case. The reason for the disappearance was a move issued by Son Goku himself, so, he died by his own hands. Vados said, it is very true. No matter what the process is, it is his own move that destroyed him, that is to say, it is regarded as self-destruction. Therefore, Jiren of the 11th universe will not be punished. The Grand Priest in the sky said lightly. At this moment, in the field, Son Goku rushed to Subai's side and said in a deep voice, Mr. Subai, can you feel my father's breath? Cannot. Subai shook his head. Could it be, my father really? Son Gohan's face suddenly changed, and his body shook a little at this moment. You don't trust Goku. Subai stared at Son Gohan and asked back. You say. Son Gohan was taken aback when he heard Subai's words, and then looked at Subai in great surprise. There is a saying that is good, put it to death and then live. Subai smiled slightly. Boom. At this moment, the entire arena began to vibrate. Coming. Subai's eyes lit up suddenly. Boom. As Subai's voice fell, a burst of white light suddenly appeared in the big pit where Son Goku was before, and then, an extremely terrifying aura descended on the audience. The white light dissipated, and Son Goku in the prototype state of Ultra Instinct appeared in everyone's sight. Son Goku. Why is that guy somewhat different? At this moment, above the big pit where Son Goku was, Toppo looked down at Son Goku inside the big pit, with a look of surprise on his face. Looks like this guy Kakarot didn't just survive the explosion. Vegeta also came to Subai's side, and said indifferently. Goku is totally different now. In the 7th universe auditorium, Keelan was amazed. Right. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement, and then said, although there is a lot of heat coming out of his body, his breath is so quiet that it makes people feel scared. Whis. At this time, Beerus slowly got up from his seat, fixed his eyes on Son Goku in the field, and called Whis' name. Whis responded, with a slightly amazed smile on his face. Exclamation mark. As everyone was shocked by Son Goku's reappearance, he set off. The figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Jiren. Boom. Boom. He was fast enough to punch out, but Jiren still kept up and also punched out. The fists clashed together, and both of them flew back a few meters, and then made a sudden movement. The two approached each other, and punched each other again. Advertisement. Boom. The entire space shook, showing how terrifying the strength of the two of them was. What is Dad's state? Why? Feels scarier than Super Saiyan God Blue. Ask for flowers. 0. Son Gohan was shocked and authentic. Kakarot's attacking action is completely different from before, not just faster. It's just that he can't detect the sign of his turning to attack at all, even when he dodges, it's different. Vegeta's signature move, folded his hands on his chest, frowned and looked at Son Goku in the field, and said, what's going on? Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't capture his actions. Don't give up yet, Son Goku. At this time, Toppo and Dispo who were standing above the big pit acted at the same time, killing Sun Wukong at the bottom of the pit. However, as soon as the two arrived in front of Son Goku, he grabbed his fist and threw them away. A-hole. Justice Flash. Toppo, who was thrown away, scolded and started firing energy bombs. However, Son Goku just took a step sideways to evade all of Toppo's attacks, and then slowly walked towards the back who was staring at him step by step. As for Toppo's attack, even if Son Goku walked extremely slowly, he still couldn't hit him. Jiren suddenly waved his hand at Toppo who wanted to increase his attack, and the latter immediately understood, stopped attacking immediately, and then flew onto the big pit. Jiren seems to be getting serious. Dispo came to Toppo's side and said in a low voice. Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw him look so serious. Toppo nodded. Call out. Son Goku speeded up suddenly and appeared in front of Jiren in an instant. A red light flashed in Jiren's eyes, the same attack he launched when facing Son Goku in Super Blue form before. 1B. Unlike before, Son Goku was beaten violently by this move, this time Son Goku easily blocked all Jiren's attacks, and kept suppressing Jiren. Maybe Jiren didn't fly upside down, but he was backed up by Son Goku, and kept backing up. Jiren, back off. This scene made everyone who knew Jiren's strength tremble. Goku suddenly became stronger. Why? It really makes me wonder. At this time, in the sky, in the auditorium where Zeno was sitting, his surprised voice sounded in the field. Because of. Grand Priest smiled, and when he was about to explain to Zeno, Whis spoke before him. It's because something amazing happened to Goku. Hearing Whis' words, Kale and the others turned their gazes to him one after another, with strong doubts in their eyes. Ultra Instinct. At this time, several beads of sweat appeared on Beerus's forehead, and he spat out these 5 words in a deep voice. Kale and the others may not understand the meaning of these 5 words, but the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai in the surrounding auditoriums of several universes understand it. Nani, especially Champa, he was stunned, and then looked towards Son Goku on the field. At this moment, his mouth suddenly opened into a big mouth. Indeed, Ultra Instinct. But it's just a prototype state, although it's not a perfect Ultra Instinct, but even this prototype, the state of a trillion, is definitely not a level that a common human being can comprehend. But Son Goku actually entered this level, which shows how terrifying he is. 115. Super Fit Warrior Kevlar, Ultra Instinct reappears. Seeking subscription. Boom. Drink. When everyone outside the arena was shocked, on the ring, Son Goku roared and punched Jiren fiercely. Boom. The 2 fists clashed, creating a bright light, and after the light dissipated, Jiren's mouth slightly raised, and he said, Saiyan, this is really interesting. But, if this heat is your limit, then let it be. A more fiery and surging red flame suddenly exploded from Jiren's body, and then a ki blast was fired from his hand, directly pushing Son Goku away. Boom. At this moment, Jiren's figure appeared and suddenly punched Jiren, but Jiren easily received it. The killer of the 6th universe, what's your job? Jiren grabbed Hit's fist and said calmly. Come to work. Hit was equally indifferent, even though his fist was caught by Jiren, he still didn't panic at all. When Jiren and Hit looked at each other, Son Goku, he fell to the ground, Frieza followed, he was not here to save Son Goku, standing in front of him at the moment, his hands were shining, and he seemed to be preparing kill Son Goku for revenge. Son Goku, don't you even have the strength to escape? Frieza looked at Son Goku who was in pain on the ground with a sarcasm. That's really convenient. 107. Frieza. You. Son Goku looked at him in surprise. Fortunately, this is a blind spot, and no one can see it. So, what do you think I want to do next? Frieza laughed ferociously, and then the energy cannon in his hand slammed out, and a dazzling light exploded with a bang. Soon, the light dissipated, and Son Goku looked at Frieza in bewilderment, and then asked in surprise, why do I? Son Goku, I share a little of my breath with you. Frieza put his hands behind his back, and said lightly, I think with your ability, you can move. After that, we will be inseparable. While talking, Frieza backed away slowly, and then turned around. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something, and said, oh, by the way, the state you just heard from the gods in the audience is called Ultra Instinct. Call out. After saying these words, Frieza's figure flickered for a while, and then disappeared. Ultra Instinct. Son Goku frowned, then took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, if this state can be reproduced, then maybe there is a real chance to defeat Jiren without relying on Sububai. Boom. Boom. For Jiren and Hit, the two have already played against each other. However, in the face of Jiren's absolute strength, Hit had no power to fight back. Is this the force that Son Goku endured just now? Hit was sent flying by Jiren's punch again, with a look of shock on his face. Too heavy. If he had withstood so many attacks from Jiren, he probably wouldn't be able to stand up, but that guy Son Goku actually stood up, not to mention, and continued to break through himself. As Jiren said, Saiyan, this is so much fun. Your flash time is useless to me. Jiren said lightly, don't try to beat me. Advertisement. As soon as he spoke, Ji Lien was an old and confident player. However, with his strength, he does have the qualifications to be confident. Try it and you'll know. Hit raised his hand and hooked his fingers at Jiren, but he moved first. Flash. Boom. Facing Hit's dodge, Jiren raised his hand and punched Hit's, and sent him flying. Ignore. This is a complete disregard for Hit's flash time. In that case, a light flashed in Hit's eyes, and then the figure remained motionless in place, and the next second, he suddenly appeared behind Jiren. Boom. Facing Hit's flash time space, Jiren turned his back and punched out, in order to break the flash time space, and saw him grab Hit, and began to punch hard. Horrible Jiren. This guy, who else can sanction him? Where's Sububai? Beerus, hurry up and let that guy Sububai take action, or Hit will be kicked out of the stage by Jiren. Panicked, Champa in the 6th universe auditorium really panicked, he saw Hit being beaten violently by Jiren continuously, it was a panic. Immediately, he set his eyes on Sububai who was on the side, and then roared at Beerus. Beerus casually glanced at Champa and looked away, then looked at Sububai in the field very calmly. He now understands that this guy has his own plans, otherwise he would definitely have made a move a long time ago. Boom. Another punch came out, and hit was sent flying again, and at the same time he fell to the ground. He punched out from the air, and an energy wave flew towards Jiren. Jiren raised his hand and slapped the energy wave away, but at this moment Hit suddenly appeared behind him, punched Jiren in the chest, directly knocked him back, and almost fell off the ring. An attack like this is nothing at all. Jiren steadied himself, speaking very calmly. Suddenly, he looked down at the fist mark on his chest, and saw a flash of light, and he suddenly found that his body was sealed, which made him frown. Huxia. This is Hit's trump card. It's amazing. Son Goku has been observing the battle between the two, seeing Jiren being blocked by Hit, his face suddenly showed surprise. Oops. At this moment, Hit's face suddenly changed when he looked at Jiren who was still walking towards him with difficulty even though he blocked his movements. In the eyes of others, maybe he blocked Jiren's movements easily, but in fact, it depends on a little bit of luck. No, I have to use the last blow to bet whether I can finish Jiren. Hit suddenly flew into the sky, and then rushed towards Jiren. Boom. Hit slammed down with a punch, but Jiren blocked Hit's punch with just his eyesight. It's over, killer of the sixth universe. The imprisonment on Jiren's body suddenly disappeared at this moment, and he punched out violently, directly blasting Hit out. Hit of the sixth universe, out. As the voice of Grand Priest sounded, Champa in the sixth universe auditorium suddenly sighed. Advertisement. In the field, Jiren, who eliminated Hit, squinted at Son Goku who was watching the game, and Kai slowly closed doors with Toppo and Dispo. Next, the only strong opponent in the field is the guy from the seventh universe. I will recover my strength first, and then challenge him. Jiren was suspended low in the air and began to meditate to recover his strength. Dispo, who the hell is that guy from the seventh universe? Toppo didn't hear the discussion in the auditorium before, so he could only ask Dispo who seemed to understand Subai's identity. That lord is a gods of destruction. Dispo was sweating profusely, with a look of respect on his face. I had the honor to meet him once in the 11th universe, and the destructive energy displayed on him is frightening. Gods of destruction. Hearing Dispo's words, Toppo's expression changed. To a certain extent, he, Toppo, is also gods of destruction, just novice gods of destruction. But now it seems that Sububai who controls the destructive energy of the 7th universe is probably not a simple novice gods of destruction, but a real gods of destruction. In this case, he may be able to use destructive energy to fight, but he must not destroy people. In that case, he violated the rules of the power conference. So, Jiren is not without a chance to fight him of. Toppo's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice. When Jiren started meditating, with Toppo and Dispo by his side, Gabe was also eliminated by Frieza. In order to continue fighting, Caulifla took the initiative to find Son Goku, wanting him to teach her to transform into Super Saiyan 3. However, even Son Goku, who has little physical strength left, is still not something Caulifla can defeat. Although a Kale was added to the battle in the follow-up, and to beat Son Goku and won, there was no chance of winning. When Kale and Caulifla were about to be eliminated by Son Goku, a green light burst out, but it was Caulifla and Kale who used the Patara earring fusion to form a super fit warrior Kefla. Foul, foul. The moment Kefla appeared, Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium yelled. Fit is amazing. Awesome. Unexpectedly, Zeno was very excited about the appearance of Kevlar, so Grand Priest naturally announced that Patara earrings can be used for fusion. In this regard, Beerus frowned suddenly. The only people who can perform fusion on the field are Son Gohan and Son Goku, or Vegeta and Son Goku. As for the guy Sububai, Beerus directly ignored it. It was absolutely impossible for this guy to fuse with anyone. Therefore, the priority of fusion is Son Goku, but this guy's physical strength is probably even fusion, and he will definitely not be able to last for too long. It made Beerus feel a little embarrassed for a while. Rumble. At this moment, there were bursts of explosions and roars at 5.1 in the field. Everyone hurriedly looked, and saw that the transformed Kefla started to attack Son Goku fiercely, and with Kefla's attack, Son Goku's counterattack gradually became weak. Eventually, Son Goku goes down, but only for a few seconds, before getting back up again as Kevlar's energy bomb hits him. Moreover, he did not stand up in the form of Common or Super Saiyan, but in the form of the second Ultra Instinct Jiao. Boom. Faced with Kefla's super attack, Son Goku dodged perfectly, and even sent all kinds of energy bullets flying when he raised his hand. What's even more frightening was that he could completely ignore Kefla's super attack. After a fierce fight, Kevlar was directly defeated and was knocked off the ring by Son Goku using the Kamehameha wave. So far, the 6th universe has also been completely eliminated, except for Angel Vados, Gods of Destruction Champa and Supreme Kai, everyone has been eliminated. Next, only the 7th universe and the 11th universe are left. Everyone looked at the field, and their faces couldn't help showing a dignified look. The final decisive battle is coming. Is Jiren who has been invincible for a long time better, or Sububai from Gods of Destruction in time and space is stronger? At this moment, everyone seems to have forgotten that this is a tournament of power, and just want to see the collision between Jiren and Sububai. 116. Gods of Destruction Toppo was born, Sububai finally set off. Seeking subscription. At this moment, in the field, Sububai and others from the 7th universe and Jiren from the 11th universe faced each other. Clatter. Son Goku glanced at Sububai, and found that he didn't intend to make a move, so he immediately stepped out and approached Jiren. Boom. The breath exploded, and Son Goku directly transformed into the super subhuman God Blue. Jiren's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he raised his hand and punched out. Boom. In an instant, the two began to fight. The previous temptations were enough, but at this moment, the two of them had no strength left in the fight. Jiren, your strength is indeed strong enough. While being beaten, Son Goku spoke. Son Goku, why do you want to become stronger? At this time, Jiren suddenly asked a question. Hey, I don't know. Anyway, I just want to become stronger. Son Goku responded with a smile. It seems that the fight with Jiren is not too stressful at the moment. Oh, you don't even know. Jiren raised his hand to gather strength, and punched out. Boom. Son Goku flew upside down in an instant, spitting out a mouthful of bitter water in midair. Jiren, don't you want to be stronger? Call out. Son Goku stabilized his body quickly, and then rushed towards Jiren suddenly, punched out, and was easily blocked by Jiren. No, Jiren replied. I am pursuing something farther than becoming stronger. 19 inches ha ha ha, isn't this just like me? I want to keep getting stronger, and always be stronger than I was before. Son Goku laughed, trying to defend Jiren's fierce attack. Drink. At this moment, the Ultra Blue Vegeta suddenly attacked and kicked Jiren's back. Boom. Jiren took the time to come out, turned around and slapped Vegeta away. At the same time, Son Goku took the opportunity to kill and started a new round of fighting with Jiren. Hateful. Vegeta let out a roar, and the aura on his body exploded again, only to see that the blue arrogance around him was stronger than before. Boom. He set out again, fighting Jiren with Son Goku. On Subai's side, he found a small stone and sat down, scanning the battle in every possible way. Son Gohan and number 17 are playing Topo, Son Goku and Vegeta are playing Jiren, and the guy Frieza is playing Dispo. Just him, bored. When Son Goku hadn't entered the realm of perfect Ultra Instinct, it was naturally impossible for him to make a shot, and this certainly didn't cut off Son Goku's chance to make great progress. And, if he can't make a move, it is naturally impossible for Subai to make a move. Those guys in the stands want to see him fight Jiren and get a feel for him. It doesn't exist. Son Goku, enough to fight Jiren to the end, finally won this tournament of power. Advertisement. He naturally heard the Battle of Gods discussed in the audience outside the venue before, so he guessed that even if this power tournament is over, the Super Dragon Ball will not be taken out to make a wish in the first place. So, maybe Shu Ying won't be able to get the Super Dragon Ball until after the Battle of Gods. As long as I defeat all the gods of destruction, then I will be a great gods of destruction. The identity of this great gods of destruction should be a noble existence on the 10th level of the Grand Priest, right? Subai sat on a small rock, his chin resting on his hands, his eyes full of thought. Rumble. At this time, there was a deafening explosion roar in the field. Subai looked at it, and raised his brows immediately. I saw Vegeta laughing arrogantly, and Jiren seemed to have been beaten to the ground by him. Ha ha ha. There was another burst of insolent laughter. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, and said coldly, the number 1 Saiyan in the universe is me. Call out. Before Vegeta finished speaking, there was a sound of piercing through the air, and Jiren appeared in front of him, with a super energy cannon condensed in his palm and aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. I admit that the power of your move just now is indeed extraordinary. But it's over. After Jiren said indifferently, the energy concentrated in his palm bombarded Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta's screams resounded throughout the audience. Vegeta, Son Goku, lying on the ground, suddenly let out a worried roar. Boom! A huge explosion roared, and then a dark mushroom cloud rose from the spot. After a while, the dust, smoke and mushroom cloud dissipated, and Vegeta fell to the ground without any strength at all. When Son Goku arrived, he moved his hand with difficulty, as if he wanted to forcefully get up. Warrior, sleep peacefully. At this time, Jiren turned around, folded his hands on his chest and said something lightly. Jiren, what a horrible fellow. As strong as Vegeta and Son Goku, he can't hurt him, maybe only Subai. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Keelan and others muttered softly, sweating profusely. However, no one discussed Subai's non-action behavior. Having reached their level, how can they not understand the reason why Subai didn't make a move? Hone. For a powerful warrior like Jiren, whether it is for Son Goku or Vegeta, it is an ultimate test. Don't you see how much Vegeta's strength has risen in such a short time against Jiren? Let alone Son Goku. If it wasn't for the pressure from Jiren, how could he have entered the Ultra Instinct level? You can't hide it from me, Jiren, you haven't done your best yet. Vegeta suddenly didn't know where the strength came from, he raised his fist and slammed the ground, and let out a loud shout. Vegeta, change, it's time to be hungry. Son Goku said in a deep voice. Son Goku. Hearing that Son Goku still wanted to fight him, Jiren couldn't help turning around and looking at him coldly. Boom. Son Goku sprinted towards Jiren. Boom. He is now at the end of his strength, so the speed is undoubtedly not too slow for an existence at Jiren's level. Advertisement. In midair, Jiren reached out and grabbed Son Goku's feet, and then slammed it hard on the ground. Ah, boom, boom, ah, Son Goku's screams kept ringing out in the arena. To be honest, even Subai couldn't help but gasp at this scene. Bang bang bang. Jiren threw Son Goku into the sky, and then a red light flashed in his eyes, and he saw at least 100 punches at Son Goku with afterimage fists. In pain, Son Goku briefly passed out. Da. As if he heard Jiren's approaching footsteps, he slowly raised his head, his eyelids were shrugging, as if he had no strength to lift it up at all. Honestly, this is the first time I have been attacked so fiercely. After Son Goku laughed miserably, his expression gradually became firm. You are really extraordinary, Jiren. But, I can't retreat. I want to keep fighting and keep getting stronger. Only in this way can I catch up with Subai, catch up with Master Beerus. Hearing Son Goku's words, Jiren stopped in his tracks and couldn't help but stare. Kakarot is right, although I already understand the gap between you and me, but, never give up, never admit defeat, that is our Saiyan belief. Vegeta stood up again, stared at Jiren and roared, I will definitely beat you and get the Super Dragon Ball. Drink. Vegeta's voice fell, and Son Goku next to him roared at the same time, and then his breath continued to rise, transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue again. Kaioken. Son Goku once again superimposes the power of Supreme Kai, and although Vegeta cannot superimpose Kaioken, his aura is also different from the previous Super 470 Saiyan God Blue at this moment. Dark Blue Vegeta. Seeing this form, Subai's eyes lit up. Vegeta. In the battle with Jiren, he also broke through himself, surpassed Super Saiyan God Blue, and reached Vegeta in the dark blue form. Boom. Boom. Son Goku and Vegeta went out at the same time and started to fight Jiren. The two shots beyond the limit existed, even Jiren was a little flustered when he counterattacked, and for a while, the scene felt a bit frozen. Boom. At this moment, an extremely terrifying breath suddenly came from the other side. That is, a burst of destructive energy. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, and then slowly got up from the small stone. When Jiren played against Son Goku and Vegeta, he was not easy to shoot, but Son Gohan and the others played against Toppo, he was much easier to shoot. Because, the strength of Toppo in the form of gods of destruction is definitely not an existence that Son Gohan and the others can contend with. The most important thing is that he was a little worried that they didn't dodge the destructive energy of that guy Toppo, so they were destroyed. So, Subai set off. At the moment of his departure, when the audience was still talking about the birth of gods of destruction Toppo, all eyes were on Subai who was leaving. This guy is finally moving. Is he going to fight Toppo? Toppo has completely entered the level of gods of destruction. This strength is absolutely comparable to Jiren's. It is not difficult to see the strength of this guy Subai. Discussions rang out, and at this moment, everyone who had originally focused on Son Goku Vegeta and Jiren focused on Subai. There is no one who is not curious about Subai's true strength. 117. Gods of Destruction Topov's Gods of Destruction Subai, Jiren in full swing. Seeking subscription. Soon, Subai arrived at the place where Toppo was, seeing Toppo in Gods of Destruction form, his eyes flickered for a moment. In terms of level, this guy is definitely at Champa's level. Of course, this does not mean that his strength is the same as Champa. The real gods of destruction has abilities beyond imagination, and it is definitely not just novice gods of destruction like Toppo who only use some destructive energy. Justice has been abandoned by me, and now I just want to win. Seeing Subai, Toppo looked indifferent, and said lightly, Subai, give up, you can't stop my footsteps. Oh, facing the inflated Toppo, Subai just calmly responded. Destroy. Toppo stared, a red light flashed in his eyes, he pushed his palms forward, and a sphere carrying destructive energy flew slowly towards Subai. In this regard, Subai frowned, this guy is obviously not afraid of killing people, he only wants to win this power tournament. Boom. Subai easily dodged the destructive energy ball, and then looked back, all the stone piles were crushed into dross by the destructive energy ball. Is this guy crazy? Seeing this scene, the faces of Son Gohan and Android 17 on the side suddenly changed. Throwing this kind of energy ball on a person is absolutely dead. So, he is not afraid of violating the rules of the Tournament of Power, no matter what, he will drag a few contestants from the 7th universe to die or fail. Subai, the me now is not what you can imagine. Admit defeat, I don't want to kill you. Although you will die in the end, at this moment, I want you to live a little longer. Toppo arrived in front of Subai in a flash, and said such a sentence very calmly. Boom. Facing Toppo's self-confidence, Subai punched out without saying a word. Boom. At such a close distance, Toppo was blown away by Subai without even being able to react. Call out. Toppo only flew backwards for a second before stabilizing his body, and then flew sideways suddenly, arriving in front of Subai again. Boom. Without saying a word, Subai once again raised his hand and landed a punch, directly blasting Toppo to the ground, causing a big hole to come out. YF2F. Clatter. Taking a step forward, Subai stepped on Toppo's head and said lightly, you self-righteous guy. Boom. With a strong step on his feet, Toppo's body sank into the ground a lot. Hiss. Seeing this scene, no matter whether it was Son Gohan and others on the stage or the gods in the audience seats, none of them could hold back a breath of air. The strength shown by Subai is simply too terrifying. I remember that Subai can also transform into the form of Super Saiyan God. Means, he is still just normal at the moment. Toppo in normal form, tyrannical gods of destruction. Hey, that little bald guy from the 7th universe, are you kidding me? Surprised. Advertisement. After what Keelan said, everyone except the 7th universe auditorium was shocked. Feeling confused for a long time, is this guy Subai still a Saiyan? Subai does have Saiyan blood. It seems that his own strength is greater than the strength after transformation. Whis spoke suddenly, and said a very certain word with uncertainty. His tone might sound a bit contradictory, but when he thought about it carefully, judging from Subai's displayed strength, his words were not too contradictory. It is undeniable that Subai's strength definitely belongs to the top gods of destruction level. Is this the strength of this kid Subai? It really makes me a little excited. Beerus slowly got up from his seat, staring at Subai who kept beating Toppo violently in the arena. His heart felt hot, and he even developed a great interest in the upcoming gods of destruction battle. This kind of interest even made him want to cultivate a practice that he hadn't thought of for many years. Because he understands that Subai's background is definitely more than that. Horrible. In the auditorium of the 11th universe, the clown gods of destruction Vermut was in a bad mood, and his face was so ugly. He thought that just one Toppo would be enough to sweep the audience, but now there is Subai who beats Toppo violently. Who would have imagined that Subai's time would be so powerful? He felt that even if he was facing Toppo at this moment, to be honest, he would win for sure, but it was absolutely impossible to achieve such a situation of easily crushing and violently beating. This guy's strength is definitely at the same level as Beerus's. As soon as this thought came out, the corners of Vermut's mouth twitched. Being ridden on the head by Beerus, I don't need to talk much. After all these years, I have endured it and got used to it. 1b. A rising star like Subai surpassed his old brand gods of destruction. To be reasonable, let alone Beerus has the idea of practicing, even Vermut has the idea of practicing. Boom. On the court, Subai lifted Toppo from the ground, punched him in the chest, then threw him high, and kicked him out of the court with a side kick. Gods of destruction Toppov's gods of destruction Subai, God's war is over. The former has no power to fight back, and he doesn't even have the chance to touch Subai. One can imagine how big the gap between the two is. This guy Subai, I am afraid that only Jiren who is fully explosive can compete. Toppo fell down in the 11th universe auditorium. Vermut took a deep look at Toppo, whose body was full of scars, and then set his sights on Subai on the ring, and said in a deep voice. Boom. At the same time, as if in response to Toppo's defeat, Jiren lifted off into the air and exploded with an endless and vast aura of terror. As his aura continued to rise, a stream of arrogance suddenly exploded from his body, and then the arrogance suddenly exploded, turning into a fire barrier and wrapping him in it. This aura is extraordinary, isn't that guy a monster? Seeing Jiren in this state, Android 17 on the side couldn't help but exclaimed in sweat. Drink. Jiren roared loudly, and the common energy cannon on his body rushed towards the nearby Son Goku and Vegeta, and then exploded on the spot. Rumble. A deafening explosion sounded, and Vegeta was blown up, almost falling off the ring. Son Goku was much better, he just retreated a dozen steps after being bombed, far less embarrassing than Vegeta. I didn't expect Jiren to hide such power. Son Goku was also shocked. Advertisement. Call out. At this time, Subai and others came to the center of the battlefield between Son Goku and Jiren. For a time, the 7th universe had Subai, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, number 17, and Frieza, while the 11th universe had only one Jiren left. 6 vs 1, if there is no Subai, I am afraid that everyone outside the field will think that this one won this battle. But with Subai, no one dared to move this idea. Unexpectedly, Toppo who gave up everything is not your opponent. When Subai arrived, Jiren instantly set his sights on him and said in a deep voice. Subai squinted at him, walked slowly to a side of a small rock and sat down, said indifferently, you want to fight with me, to be honest, I really want to fight with you too. But I always feel that it is not the time yet. At this moment, Jiren is probably an invincible existence for everyone present, but for Subai, he is just a master. In a real match, Subai even understood that Jiren would not be Beerus's opponent. Even Beerus is not an opponent, why would you want to fight him? Are you underestimating me? Jiren naturally understood the meaning of Subai's words, now is not the time, it is equal to, you are too weak now, you are not worthy of fighting with me. No. Subai waved his hand, then smiled lightly, I'm just stating a fact. Boom. Hearing Subai's words, Jiren showed an expression called anger for the first time, and saw that this time he was really thorough, and he exploded all his anger without reservation. The red arrogance on his body seemed like a real fire. Let alone Son Goku and others around him felt a burst of heat, even everyone in the auditorium outside the venue felt a burst of heat. This anger. Keelan opened his mouth, and he didn't know what words to use to describe it at the moment, it was terrifying enough. Nuomahao, when I defeat Son Goku and them all, I will challenge you, I hope you will not let me down by then. There was endless anger in Jiren's voice, and the moment the voice fell, he had already appeared in front of Android 17. Boom. Punch. Spike. 7th universe's Android 17 is out. Grand Priest's words hadn't finished completely, and in the next second, Son Gohan also fell off the ring. Son Gohan of the 7th universe. Frieza of the 7th universe. In an instant, and it was an instant, 3 picks from the 7th universe went straight overboard. Jiren, don't be so arrogant, you don't need Sububai to defeat you. Vegeta directly transformed into the dark blue form, and when he was about to attack, a massive fire hit, and it was Jiren who punched out. Boom. Vegeta greeted him with clenched fists, but he only lasted for 0.1 second before being beaten back to his normal appearance, and then flew backwards and fell off the ring. Vegeta of the 7th universe eliminated. Grand Priest's voice sounded in the field again. So far, there are only 3 people left on the entire ring. Sububai, Son Goku, Jiren Bai. 118. Stubborn resistance. No. The perfect Ultra Instinct explosion. Seeking subscription. Next, it's your turn, Son Goku. After Jiren eliminated Vegeta, he set his eyes on the nearby Son Goku and said something very calmly. Hee. Jiren, I don't give up so easily. Come on. Son Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue, making an offensive stance. Right now, for Son Goku, the best defense is indeed the best offense. Boom. Son Goku strikes first, punching Jiren hard. Bang bang bang. Today's Son Goku is very powerful even in the super blue form. He managed to pass a dozen moves with Jiren, but after a dozen moves, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Jiren. After a while, when Son Goku was slammed on the ground by Jiren's punch, a silver-white light exploded, and then Son Goku in Ultra Instinct Mega form appeared in everyone's sight for the 3rd time. 3rd time. With Goku's physical strength, it should be the last time, right? I really hope he can successfully step into that realm. In the auditorium of the 7th universe, Beerus and others started talking in low voices. Boom. In the arena, the battle started again. This time, no one was at a disadvantage. The collision between the two was extremely fierce. Deafening explosions and roars continued to resound in the arena. It can be seen that the arena is no longer in shape. In midair, it looks like it is in the vacuum of the universe. Sububai stared at the sky. Both Son Goku's offense and Jiren's offense and defense were extremely perfect, without any flaws at all. Moreover, with the continuous collision between the two, Son Goku's attack became more and more sharp, but the power of a full blow at a critical moment was not enough. This point, Sububai understands, because this kid Goku had something to think about in his heart during the battle. And when he wants to attack, all kinds of thoughts and judgments constantly emerge in his mind and heart, so in the state of Zhao 373, his moves will be slowed down and their power will be weakened. Turtle. Group. 1. At this time, Son Goku's roar sounded in the field. Sububai looked, he was planning to defeat Jiren by defeating Kefla. In this regard, Sububai shook his head and laughed lightly. Boom. The light exploded and quickly dissipated, and Jiren easily blocked the approaching Kamehameha wave. Boom. Jiren unleashes a super energy cannon. Son Goku stared, and directly chose to transform the unreleased Kamehameha wave into an energy barrier. Rumble. Burst. The entire arena was filled with red arrogance, as if it was burning. The red light dissipated slowly, and Son Goku was slowly falling from the sky. Hey, Son Goku really fights. I don't know when I can see Jiren and Sububai fight. At this moment, in the 11th Universe Auditorium, Supreme Kai spoke. No rush. Soon. Advertisement. Vermut said lightly. In this situation, no matter how good Son Goku's defense is, if he can't attack, he won't be able to win. Also, with his constant defense, Son Goku will gradually collapse from exhaustion and lose the game. Makurita answered the words very calmly. The battle between Jiren and Sububai is indeed just around the corner, dear. The imperfect Ultra Instinct is just a stubborn resistance to delay and retreat. Vermut sneered. Hearing Vermut's words, Vegeta laughed suddenly. Are you talking in your sleep? Hearing Vegeta's BJCE words, Vermut couldn't help standing up and looking towards him. I just heard Vegeta say lightly. The imperfect Ultra Instinct you mentioned just now means that there is still a perfect Ultra Instinct. Ignoring this point and asserting who wins and who loses, it is too early. What are you trying to say? Vermut frowned, and said with a sneer. Under this situation, could he turn things around and enter the perfect Ultra Instinct? I think you are talking in your sleep. Ha ha ha. You can really tell. Vegeta folded his hands on his chest, slowly got up from his seat, looked at Son Goku in the field, and said calmly, during this short time of the power conference, our Saiyans surpassed ourselves more than once and broke through to a new level. Quote. I think it's obvious to all of you. Hearing Vegeta's words, Vermut frowned slightly. After thinking about it, it was true. Even without the existence of Sububai, Son Goku and Vegeta would definitely be extremely difficult opponents. And, Son Goku has indeed entered the state of an imperfect Ultra Instinct. What if, as Vegeta said, he once again broke through himself and achieved a perfect Ultra Instinct? At that time, I am afraid that Son Goku with a perfect Ultra Instinct will be able to surpass Jiren. Thinking of this, Vermut also became a little flustered, and hurriedly said to Jiren on the ring, Jiren, don't waste your time and beat Son Goku down as soon as possible. Boom. Hearing Vermut's voice in the auditorium, Jiren's eyes were fixed, and then the terrifying red arrogance exploded from his body, and he punched Son Goku who was still in midair. Kakarot, I entrust my pride and promise to you. If you lose to this guy, I will never forgive you. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Vegeta roared. Drink. Following Vegeta's furious roar, Son Goku, who was still falling, suddenly stabilized his body, and then let out a roar. A terrifying aura swept through the air, stopping Jiren who was rushing towards him. Boom. After Son Goku took a deep breath, he rushed towards Jiren. The battle between the two started again, and the whole sky above the ring could only see light spots colliding. Battle trajectory. Guy Goku, looks like he's recovered a bit. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Master Roshi asked uncertainly. It can only be said that we are back to the beginning. Piccolo sighed. It doesn't mean things are better. And the roar just now is exactly the same as when he was defeated by Jiren at the beginning. The situation still seems to be a bit bad. Tien Shinhan frowned. At this moment, in the arena, Sububai stared at the two people in the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. People like Tien Shinhan can't feel the change of Son Goku, but people like Sububai and Whis can easily feel it. The rising of Son Goku's aura was not a confusion of consciousness, but an acceleration under the pure impact. This guy is now completely focused on facing Jiren. Or it can also be said that he is constantly meeting the battle itself with all his body and mind. Advertisement. Jiren, what are you doing? Finish this guy Son Goku. In the 11th Universe Auditorium, Vermut was completely flustered. The time for the power tournament was coming, and there were still 3 people in the arena, and only one of them was in the 11th universe. When the time is up, the victory in terms of numbers will belong to the 7th universe. If Son Goku is defeated, there may be an overtime match. So, the hope is whether you can defeat Son Goku. Boom. Hearing Vermut's words, Jiren obviously understood this truth, and immediately his breath tensed up again. Boom. Rumble. A series of shock waves formed by fist pressure rushed towards Son Goku, and Son Goku bowed his body as if he was in a corner, forming a protective shield around him. Seeing this scene, everyone in the 7th Universe Auditorium couldn't help showing worried expressions on their faces. Goku's position is very bad. Even if he is fine, if he takes a step back, he will definitely be thinking. Yes, if you resist the attack, you will be defeated. Goku, fly aside quickly, don't kill him. Everyone started to make plans. Compared to the panic of Keelan and others, Beerus was very calm, and said lightly, listen, don't talk, take a good look. Hearing what Beerus said, everyone stopped talking, but Vermut put his hands on his waist. His face showed excitement. It seems that Beerus has given up his mind. Spark. At this time, Toppo noticed the abnormality, and then exclaimed, that's the impact of punching and colliding. Son Goku, has he switched from the defensive side to the offensive side? When Toppo exclaimed, in the middle of the field, Son Goku, who was arched to defend, suddenly straightened up, and then a powerful shock wave erupted from his body, hitting Jiren's abdomen directly. Nani. Seeing this scene, the smile on Vermut's face disappeared in vain and turned into disbelief. Drink. In the middle of the field, Son Goku roared again, and a brilliant silver-white light exploded from his body. Son Goku. Jiren, who was hit in the abdomen, landed on a big rock, and said in a deep voice, that blow just now, and the heat that was so high to defeat me. Hey, I gave up the fact that I had to fight that guy Sububai thoughts, you, are also a respectable opponent. So, I have to give you a response. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Jiren's enthusiasm also rose. The fire light on his body contrasted with the silver and white light on Son Goku's body below, they were so dazzling. Jiren stretched out his hand, and delivered his strongest blow with the palm, roaring, Son Goku, stop here. Boom. A powerful shock wave was launched towards Son Goku. At this moment, Son Goku below took a step sideways, and Jiren's high breath and his super shock wave dissipated instantly. Jiren was stunned for a moment, and the people in the audience outside the venue were also stunned. As if sensing something, Jiren turned around slowly, only to see Son Goku covered with a silver and white light film appearing in his line of sight. Perfect. Ultra instinct. Seeing Son Goku in this state, the corner of Subai's mouth raised slightly, and he called out these 7 words softly. 119. Stand up. This is the square for Son Goku and Jiren. Seeking subscription. Boom. While Sububai was whispering, Jiren punched out of the arena. His speed was fast enough, but Son Goku in the perfect Ultra Instinct state just turned over and easily dodged Jiren's attack directly. Boom. While turning over, light spots appeared, and it was Son Goku who punched dozens of punches, hitting Jiren to the edge of the boulder. Son Goku waved his hand casually, and the boulders floating in midair around him shattered directly. This kind of terrifying power made everyone change color. At this moment, Beerus took the lead in getting up from his seat in the various universe auditoriums present, and every gods of destruction had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Drink. In the field, Jiren clenched his fist again and slammed towards Son Goku. Son Goku took a step sideways, easily dodged Jiren's attack, then raised his backhand slightly, and within a second he unleashed at least a few hundred punches, making Jiren scream in pain. Boom. The final punch came out, sending Jiren flying over another boulder. At the same time, the light film on Son Goku's body dissipated, revealing Son Goku in perfect Ultra Instinct state. Whis. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus shouted in a deep voice. Here it is, Beerus Celestial Man. Whis responded with a smile. Goku he reached that stage, right? Although Beerus already understood, he still asked this sentence. Yes. Whis nodded slightly. Hearing Whis' response, Beerus gritted his teeth for a while, and then showed a gratified smile. How should I put it, this kid is really impressive. His stance, his radiance, yes, that's the real Ultra Instinct. Looking back, with Son Goku's growth ability, it's more than just making Beerus look at him with admiration. This kid's growth ability can be called against the sky. Son Goku. On another big rock, Jiren struggled to get up from the ground, gritted his teeth and called Son Goku's minister. Jiren, the real battle between you and me is from now on. Son Goku looked at Jiren standing up on the big rock not far away very calmly, and said. Ho 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 ho, I really look forward to Goku's duel with Jiren after entering the peak Ultra Instinct state. Whis laughed, which lifted everyone's emotions. At the moment, no one is looking forward to seeing Sububai and Jiren fight. Ultra Instinct's peak Son Goku definitely has the strength and full firepower of Jiren, colliding head-on, showing the gods an unprecedented and truly godlike battle. Call out. Son Goku started to move, and he arrived in front of Jiren in an instant, the wind blade splitting out of breath alone cut Jiren's cheek. Terrible speed. Jiren wiped his cheeks, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a cold voice, but, don't think that you are pretentious just because your testosterone has improved. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Jiren rushed in front of Son Goku fiercely, punching down, and the latter also raised his hand to greet him with a punch. Bang bang bang. Flying at high speed, punching at extreme speed. The space around the two of them vibrated and buzzed. Advertisement. It is not difficult to see from here how terrifying the power of the two is. Bang bang bang. The sound of fierce collisions continued to ring out in the field. Boom. After Jiren was kicked back with a punch, he raised his hands to condense a super powerful energy bomb. Just after it was fired, Son Goku raised 10 silver and white energy bombs and threw them out directly to cancel the match. Seeing that the energy bombardment was useless, Jiren's eyes were fixed, and he chose to collide with Son Goku at close range again. The confrontation between the two was completely reversed from before. At this moment, Jiren faced Son Goku with all his might. Moreover, it still belongs to the kind of team that can't beat Son Goku even with all their strength, and even has the upper hand in Son Goku's hands. Boom. Another absolutely crushing punch came out. Jiren flew upside down, landed on the ground and slowly got up, then gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, impossible. I absolutely can't. While talking, he glared at the calm Ultra Instinct Son Goku, and said coldly, toughness is justice, and toughness is absolute. If you can't win, it's meaningless, and if you lose, you'll lose everything. Just like back then. While talking, Jiren's body began to tremble, and the breath on his body suddenly began to rise sharply, and he roared angrily, I don't want to be treated like that again, ah. Boom. The powerful breath directly blasted Jiren's clothes. At this moment, following the appearance of Ultra Instinct Goku, Explosive Jiren finally appeared. Explosive Goku's Explosive Jiren, the final battle has begun. Sububai slowly sat down on a big rock on one side, with a little excitement on his face. Compared with seeing this scene from the perspective of his previous life, the shock he saw with his own eyes at this moment is truly unprecedented, so refreshing breathe. Even he couldn't help but want to make a move at a certain moment. After all, this kind of opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After disappearing once, who knows when Dita will be able to face Ultra Instinct Goku and Explosive Jiren again. Thinking of this, Subai's eyes fixed, it seems, this is really the truth. Looking at the scene at this moment, Sububai shook his head again. To be honest, in this occasion, appreciation is far more pleasant than participation. This was a battle between the two. If he got involved for nothing, not to mention Jiren and Son Goku would be unhappy, even everyone in the audience would be unhappy. Because, right now, it's the battle square that belongs to Bakui Goku and Bakui Jiren. Jiren's aura has exploded. How so? Damn it, this guy was cornered by Kakarot. So, it's very likely that he recalled the trauma he had suffered. So, Jiren's potential has just been awakened, right? In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Vegeta and others began to discuss, staring at Jiren, who was in the field, with extremely shocked expressions on their faces. The fight continues. Jiren and Son Goku collided again. Son Goku, no matter what, I can't lose to you. I want to defeat you, and then that guy Sububai, and finally win the Tournament of Power. Jiren roared angrily, and the strength in his hand to fight Son Goku also increased continuously. Exclamation mark. In this battle, Jiren has already begun to gain the upper hand, after all, he has fully unleashed his strength. Boom. It can be said that the lore energy bombarded Son Goku, causing him to fall to the ground, causing the light on his body to dissipate a lot, but he still maintained the Ultra Instinct state. Nani. Seeing this scene, everyone in the 7th Universe Auditorium showed a shocked expression on their faces. They didn't expect the reversal to be so fast. Just now, Son Goku was crushing Jiren, but now, in just a few seconds, the situation has been reversed. I have to say, Jiren's strength is really terrifying. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. It's over, Son Goku. Jiren approached Son Goku suddenly, raised his hand, and punched out. Boom. Son Goku received a punch forcefully, but due to his physical strength, he really didn't hit Jiren right, so he flew upside down. It's over. This time it's really over. This scene is not the same as in the original book, but it is also expected from Subai's point of view. Because of the existence of Sububai now, Son Goku doesn't have the kind of hard work to give it a go, so naturally he can't hold on physically. We lost. What a pity. Seeing Son Goku lose, everyone in the 7th universe audience let out a sigh. If Son Goku had persisted for a while, maybe the 7th universe would have directly won this tournament of power. And now, everyone glanced at the timer. The time is over. At this moment, only Sububai and Jiren are left in the entire arena. There is one person in each of the 2 universes. What is this? 0. There must be no talk of a tie for first place, so, will there be an overtime game? Swish swish swish. Immediately, all eyes were on the Grand Priest in the sky. Zeno, time is up, but the ring has the same number of contestants in both universes, so, how will victory be determined? Grand Priest saluted Zeno respectfully and asked. Their fights are so exciting, I can't get enough of them. Also, I haven't even watched Subai's fights seriously. Let him and Jiren have overtime and decide the final winner. Zeno thought for a while, and then a crisp and childish voice sounded in the field. Obey. Grand Priest slowly raised his body, and then looked at the gods in the auditorium of each universe below, and said indifferently, the battle continues, and the victory and defeat will be determined, and the power conference will be considered over. Fine. Hearing the Grand Priest's announcement, Vermut in the 11th universe's auditorium breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would not be able to win the overtime game and thus destroy the 2 universes at the same time. After all, it's not like Master Zeno can't do this kind of thing. Fortunately, Master Zeno hasn't seen enough battles yet, which is their great luck. Sububai, hiss. It hurts me to death, you must work hard. At this moment, in the 7th universe auditorium, Son Goku endured the pain in his body and got up from his seat, and shouted at Sububai in the ring. Oh. Think about yourself, and I'll see how long you'll have to stay in bed after this one. Vegeta said coldly on the side. Isn't there such a thing as fairy beans? But, it seems that Karen-sama's place is gone, so I can only ask Sububai to get it. Son Goku laughed foolishly. Jiren, who has been completely mobilized to win, and Sububai, who easily defeated gods of destruction Toppo, how fierce will it be? Beerus' voice resounded in the arena, and at this moment, all the audience in the universe fell silent, all looking towards the ring. It is a pity that Son Goku lost, but it still allowed them to see an unprecedented perfect battle, at this moment. Will the battle between Sububai and Jiren become more intense? Everyone in the field couldn't help being excited. 120. Subai's Jiren, this is an unprecedented battle, seeking subscription. Da. There was a sound of footsteps in the field, it was the footsteps of Sububai. Everyone's eyes followed Subai's movement, and saw him walking out from the pile of waste rocks. Every time he took a step, a trace of silver and white arrogance rose from his body. At that time, his pupils slowly turned into silver and white. This guy Sububai really controls the Ultra Instinct. However, it seems that it is not a perfect Ultra Instinct, he is just a prototype. No, take a good look at Sububai, every time he takes a step, his aura grows stronger, and every time he takes a step, the silver-white aura on his body gets deeper. What does this mean? This guy has perfectly controlled the Ultra Instinct. Hiss. When Sububai perfectly controlled the saying of Ultra Instinct, everyone couldn't help but took a deep breath. If this is the case, then Subai's strength is probably not just at the top gods of destruction level. Beyond the destruction of divine-grade combat power? As soon as this thought came out, everyone couldn't help swallowing. Especially Beerus, who is sweating profusely and has disbelief all over his face. Whis. How does Subai's strength compare to yours? 447. Ruth took a deep breath, turned around and asked Whis in a deep voice. I don't know. Whis glanced at Sububai, who was already in the perfect Ultra Instinct state on the ring, his eyes fixed, then he thought for a while, and finally shook his head, expressing that he was not clear. He really doesn't know, because he still can't see through Subai's strength. Perhaps, his father, the Grand Priest, can see through? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glanced up at the sky, and he found that Grand Priest's face was also a little stunned. His father, Grand Priest, also can't see what level Subai's strength is. The Ultra Instinct of this little guy named Sububai is very pure, I'm afraid it is infinitely close to the Ultra Instinct of the 3rd stage. Grand Priest really can't see through Subai's strength, but he can see what stage Subai's Ultra Instinct is in. The 1st stage is the prototype, the 2nd stage is the perfection, and the 3rd stage is the final stage. The ultimate meaning is that Ultra Instinct has truly reached the pinnacle level, and there may be a 4th stage in the follow-up, but it is absolutely impossible for people to comprehend it. After all, even his Grand Priest is only in the initial stage of comprehension in the 3rd stage, even so, he also comprehends it very deeply. Interesting little guy. I would like to discuss Ultra Instinct with you if I have a chance. Grand Priest looked at Sububai with a softer gaze. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are not so many conspiracy theories, saying that the Grand Priest uses Zeno as a puppet, or will eventually betray Zeno. This is just an extremely simple bloody battle, where there are no conspiracy theories. At this moment, in the arena, when Sububai was completely close to Jiren, the man suddenly showed an extremely shocked expression when he saw him. If Son Goku was considered equal to him before, then the man in front of him now, to be fair, was the first time he had seen such a surging and terrifying man. Sububai, your strength is indeed terrifying. Maybe, I am not your match, but, I will definitely lose to you. Jiren stared at Sububai and took a deep breath, and then his face showed determination. He still has a big revenge to avenge, and he must not stop here, let alone follow the 11th universe to perish. Drink. Jiren let out a loud shout, and the red arrogance on his body was getting higher and higher, which was much more terrifying than when he faced Ultra Instinct Son Goku before. Advertisement: there is a saying that only when there is pressure can there be motivation. For people like Jiren Son Goku, no matter how great the pressure is, they will never be able to suppress them. So, that's why Sububai directly faced Jiren with a stance beyond gods of destruction. He hoped to see a Jiren who also surpassed gods of destruction. Only in this way, he could make Goku, who was watching from the side, feel the pressure. In this way, perhaps, he will be able to enter the Ultra Instinct state again in the near future. Boom. Jiren moved. His whole body was like being inside a huge furnace. The arrogance was overwhelming and terrifying. Facing Jiren's proactive attack, Sububai laughed. He also responded enthusiastically to Jiren and rushed forward. His speed was much faster than Jiren's, and he arrived in front of Jiren in an instant. Boom. When Sububai raised his hand, he saw waves of heat waves billowing, and Silver White's arrogance erupted from his body, forming a powerful shockwave, which directly hit Jiren's body. Boom. The impact of the fist pressure instantly made Jiren fly back without any power to fight back. Sububai followed up, punching Jiren's chest again in midair, directly hitting Jiren deep into the ground. Oops. Seeing this scene, the expression of Vermut in the 11th Universe Auditorium suddenly changed. Because Subai's strength is too great, this blow can definitely make Jiren fall off the ring easily. Boom. However, Jiren was not as unbearable as he imagined. After going deep into the ground for a few seconds, his breath exploded instantly, directly shattering the big rock underneath, and made Sububai choke, floating in midair. Good. Sububai nodded appreciatively. At this moment, Jiren's strength is getting stronger and stronger. He has been completely cornered by Sububai. If he does not grow, then there is absolutely no suspense. What awaits him is defeat. I don't need your compliments. With a big swing of Jiren's hand, Red's air knives were thrown out by him one after another, and then he suddenly attacked Sububai again. Boom. In this instant, he flew only a few meters away from Sububai. When the heat wave hit, even Sububai was moved by it for a second. 19. It was only for a second that he was moved by it. Hands up. A punch came out lightly. Boom. Jiren was still charging towards Sububai, but Sububai had already dodged in front of Jiren and punched at least 100 punches in midair. Ah. The power of each punch was undoubtedly not as terrifying as a planet pressing on his body, which made Jiren scream in pain. Jiren, do you want to admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, maybe after this time, your strength will be greatly reduced, because your body will suffer from hidden diseases. Sububai raised his hand and punched out again. The heat wave was still rolling, extremely powerful. He began to stimulate Jiren with words. Even if he got the impression of a bad character, he still needed to do so. The current Jiren is much worse than him, which makes Sububai have no battle experience at all. Sure enough, upon hearing Subai's words, Jiren remembered his enemy again, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Boom. Advertisement. His breath rose again. Sububai, I must defeat you. Boom. This time Jiren's speed was about the same as what Sububai showed just now. Boom. He punched out, although he didn't hit Sububai, but his incomparably hot arrogance was like a blade, slashing Subai's cheek. I saw a few drops of blood sprinkled in midair. Yin Bai looked at these drops of blood with a certain spirit. Bingo. If you want to say the most excited, it is naturally Vermut in the 11th Universe Auditorium. Jiren, this guy. Seeing that Sububai had been hit by a trick, Beerus frowned. Oops. Sububai shouldn't be prodding Jiren all the time, so that his strength is finally beyond his control? Kale opened his mouth, a look of shock appeared on his face. No, Whis shook his head with a chuckle, and said, little Subai's character will not reveal his full strength, and the strength we see is only the strength he is willing to show us. The combat power of an ordinary common beyond destruction divine grade is definitely not Subai's true level, and Whis can absolutely guarantee this. Sububai. Is it really that powerful? Hearing Whis' words, Vegeta on the other side showed an incredulous look on his face, and hurriedly said, so, has he already reached the angel level? I think should not be. Come on. Everyone immediately looked towards the projection screen in midair. After seeing the image on the projection screen, everyone showed an extremely shocked expression on their faces. In this regard, everyone couldn't help but such a thought rose up in their hearts. Boom. The battle between Jiren and Sububai is truly unprecedented. Whis smiled, and then set his sights on the field. Since you can't watch it, I cast the screen according to Zeno's order. Everyone can watch it. Boom. Angel is hard to see clearly with the naked eye, let alone the level of gods of destruction. Everyone can only see a silver-white light spot and red light spot flashing non-stop on the ring, the sound of impact, and the roar of the explosion. It is said that there is no specific battle scene between the two of them. At the moment of 4.5, the fight between Jiren and Sububai, even he can't see it comprehensively. It's not that the battle between the two has reached the angel level, but it's so comprehensive that even Angel's naked eyes can't see it. At this time, Grand Priest's voice sounded in the field. Oh okay. Please subscribe, guys, be reasonable. If you want 5 chapters a day, I can give it, but the number of words is more than 10,000. 3 chapters a day are guaranteed to be 12,000 words. You don't have to wait too long. Tell me which one you like. At this moment, everyone couldn't hold back from uttering such a sentence. Vegeta opened his mouth, with a cold and arrogant look on his face. One day, I will definitely surpass you guys. Whis was stunned when he heard Vegeta's question, and then shook his head uncertainly. After thinking about it for a while, he shook his head again, and said affirmatively. The level of Angel is the level that Shendu can hardly reach, so little Subai will definitely not be able to break through the shackles and reach the level of Angel. Boom. Subai. Is he a monster? 121. Subai. Bring back all the universes that were wiped out by Zeno. Important chapter. During the projection screen, I saw that Jiren had completely burst out his most powerful aura. The collision between the two was nothing at first, and at most it was just hitting Jiren with a little pressure. 18. As Jiren continues to grow stronger, Subai is also constantly improving his own strength. This shows what? This is already very obvious. Subai's strength is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. Monster. This guy Subai is really a monster. With such a monster, how can Jiren win in his hands? In the auditorium of the 11th universe, Vermut's face was full of sighs. He really hated this guy Subai, but it was undeniable that this guy's strength was indeed powerful, and he could be called extremely terrifying. Even if you fight against each other with your full firepower, it will definitely not take much advantage. Bang bang bang. In the arena, the battle between Subai and Jiren has completely entered a heated stage. Subai saw that Jiren was gradually powerless, and he understood that his physical strength had completely reached its limit, and if he continued to fight forcefully, it would definitely be harmless but not beneficial, so he immediately burst out his breath and knocked him off the ring. Jiren from the 11th universe is eliminated. The moment Jiren was knocked off the ring, Grand Priest spoke up, 11th universe will be cleared. Call out. A ray of light exploded, and everyone except the 11th universe's gods of destruction, Supreme Kai, and Angel was wiped out. The tournament of power is over. Grand Priest's voice continued to ring out in the arena. Next, there will be a battle between the gods of destruction, and the time will be 19 years later. 1 year later. Subai couldn't help but twitched his brows when he heard the news, that is to say, maybe the next battle of gods will be a Super Dragon Ball as the reward for the winner. Subai. Your strength is really strong. Subai just returned to the 7th universe auditorium, and then Zeno, Grand Priest and 2 Zeno guards followed. Zeno excitedly came to Subai, vacated slightly, took his hand and started to circle in midair stand up. In this regard, Subai smiled. This Zeno seems unattainable, but in fact he is very friendly to the people he wants to get close to. Thanks. Subai thanked him, then turned his attention to the Grand Priest who was on the side, and said, I can make a wish now, right? Certainly. Grand Priest pointed to the sky, and saw 7 Super Dragon Balls floating outside the realm of nothingness, and then said, Tell me your wish, and I will summon the Super Shenron now. Swish swish swish. Hearing Grand Priest's words, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and everyone was very curious about what wish he would make. My wish is to restore all the universes that were wiped out by Zeno. Subai blinked and said, You mean, all? Grand Priest was slightly taken aback when he heard Subai's words. Yes, all. Advertisement. Subai smiled slightly. Hearing Subai's words, Grand Priest took a deep look at Subai, then his body slowly rose to the sky, and he opened his hands to summon the Super Dragon Ball. After a while, the sky was dark, and a golden light burst out from it, and Kaichao Shenron appeared in everyone's sight. After a while, the Grand Priest communicated with the Super Shenron in the language of God, and saw a red light flashing in the eyes of the Super Shenron, which finally turned into 7 planet-sized stone beads and scattered towards each universe. Subai, your wish has been fulfilled. 1 year later, God War will also be held in Wujiji. At that time, there will be no rules. Grand Priest said lightly. The punishment for failure is no longer clearing, but if you die in the battle of gods, then you really died in the battle of gods. Hearing Grand Priest's words, the pupils of everyone present couldn't help constricting. Understood. The gods saluted respectfully. Subai, I look forward to your next performance, and Goku. Your Ultra Instinct is so cool. I hope that one day, you can appear in this posture again. Zeno took 2 steps back and came in front of Zeno's guards, waved to Subai with a smile, and then waved to Son Goku with a smile. Aquan, don't worry, this day will definitely not be too long away. Son Goku was seriously injured, lying on the auditorium and propping up half of his body to Zeno. Call out. Zeno and others left the world of nowhere. Call. The gods breathed a sigh of relief. For them, the pressure to be in the same place with a big man like Zeno was infinite. Unexpectedly, this guy Subai has a kind heart. Yeah. If it wasn't for his wish to save our universe, I'm afraid we can only live for a year at most. Subai. I owe this guy a favor. After a while of relaxation, everyone turned their attention to Subai. At this moment, they couldn't feel disgusted with this guy who made them uncomfortable. After all, if it wasn't for Subai, they would probably have been wiped out by Zeno after participating in the Gods of Destruction battle. Subai, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You are really powerful, not bad. It seems that it is thanks to the few months of training of Vados back then. Therefore, the biggest contributor should be our 6th universe. At this time, Champa leisurely walked up to Subai, looked at him with a smile, and then attributed the credit for Subai's becoming stronger to Veto's, and even promoted his own 6th universe. In this regard, before Sububai could speak, Beerus sneered. Champa, you really know how to put gold on your face, even if Veto's trained Sububai for several months. But what does that have to do with your 6th universe? If you say that, Sububai is still in my 7th universe for 20 years. HMPH, I don't care. Veto's is the angel of my 6th universe, and her helping Sububai is equal to the 6th universe's great credit, so. Champa snorted coldly. Don't worry about it, use your strength and try your best to survive the battle of gods of destruction 1 year later. Beerus squinted at the mouse gods of destruction Quitila and the clown gods of destruction Vermut. These 2 guys were extremely difficult for him. Although these 2 guys are not his opponents, it is still very difficult for him to kill them, and Champa. This guy's strength is very strong for Son Goku and others, but he is the weakest and first class in the gods of destruction level. If an existence like the mouse gods of destruction Quitila wanted to kill him, as long as he was willing to kill him, he would definitely be able to kill Champa at the cost of 800. Advertisement. Hearing what Beerus said, Champa couldn't help shrinking his neck, and then showed a little worry on his face, frowning. If it's a scuffle like this, I think I can survive. But, if it's a 1v1 battle. In the scuffle, he ran directly to Subai's side to ask for shelter, but if it was a 1v1 battle, if he was not allowed to admit defeat, it would definitely be a disaster. But Champa thought about it in a blink of an eye. This kind of battle shouldn't be allowed to admit defeat. After all, every time a gods of destruction dies, it is very difficult to cultivate new gods of destruction. The most important thing is that the 6th universe does not have novice gods of destruction. Destruction. Thinking of this, Champa felt much more at ease. Master Beerus. At this time, Whis got up from his seat, glanced at the gods and angels of the universes that were gradually leaving the unbounded realm, came behind Beerus, and whispered. Just now. The one Sububai made the wish was all that was cleared by Zeno universe recovered. I know. Beerus nodded indifferently, his ears were fine, so he naturally heard Subai's wish, but soon, he seemed to think of something, his face changed suddenly, and then he turned his head and looked at Sububai, shocked. You made a wish? All? Yes. Sububai smiled slightly. Hiss. Hearing Subai's answer, Beerus suddenly took a deep breath. He suddenly recalled that there were a total of 18 universes in the past, and 6 universes were cleared because Master Zeno was angered for unknown reasons, 270. You must know that the previous corresponding universe is not the current statement that adds up to 13, but the statement that adds up to 19. The first universe corresponds to the 18th universe, the second universe corresponds to the 17th universe, and so on. That is to say, once upon a time, the 7th universe and the 12th universe were also regarded as a corresponding universe. Note, the corresponding universe here is not the relationship between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, which are brother universes, but a purely corresponding friendly relationship. Whis. So, at this moment, the 13th universe to the 18th universe have all recovered? Beerus was shocked. Yes. Whis glanced at Veto's, and found that the sister's face was also full of solemnity, so he nodded involuntarily. This is bad. Beerus frowned suddenly. The gods of destruction from the 13th universe to the 18th universe might also participate in this battle of gods. Why the current Beerus can easily suppress the gods of destruction of the other 11 universes is naturally because the tiger monkey in the mountain is the king. Beerus is powerful, but compared to the gods of destruction of the 6 universes, it is so weak that it has no limits. At least, according to Beerus, a full 12 no. Now including Sububai, there should be 13 gods of destruction. In his opinion, even the 13 gods of destruction added up may not be as powerful as the gods of destruction of the 13th universe. 1 year, Lord Beerus, 1 year, Champa balance. Whis and Veto's looked at each other and then said in unison, Are you thinking about practicing? Some readers have asked, where is the setting that excites me? Now I can say, this is the new setting. I don't know if anyone in Daifilu has written this kind of setting, but I still want to try to write your own ideas for fandom. This is just the tip of the iceberg set by the author. Believe me, this is just the beginning, honestly, though, a little bit of Calvin does. 122. Heading to the 13th universe, the excitement of gods of destruction Borui, seeking subscription. A week later, the 7th universe, among the western capitals of the earth. At this moment, in the backyard of Subai's home. It's been a week since the power tournament. During the time when Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta were being taken by Whis for training, I can go to those recovered universes to have a look. Subai's current strength is already at the angel level. With full firepower, not to mention reaching the level of Whis, it is definitely infinitely close to the level of Whis. Therefore, he is confident in his own strength, and when the angel level cannot use all his strength, he can definitely run rampant in the 18 universes today. There is no such strength village to stop him. Of course, this is just what Sububai thinks. Specifically, whether there are gods of destruction in the 6 universes that are more powerful than him now, then he doesn't know, and he needs to explore. Since he has never been to the new universe, Sububai began to concentrate on spreading the induction force and began to sense the entire Dragon Ball universe. After a while, he sensed a universe, which is the closest universe to the 7th universe. When he sensed the 6th universe before, this universe was not there, so he didn't need to guess much to know that it was the recovered one. One of the 6 universes. Call out, immediately. Subai's figure flickered, and soon came the Minister of the Universe. What surprised Subai was that this universe was even bigger than he could have imagined. At this moment, he is in this universe, and the common planets around him are already equivalent to the size of the stars of the 7th universe. Call out. Subai's figure flickered again, and soon came to a planet. 10,000 times gravity. As soon as Subai set foot on this planet, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Good guy, it's a common planet, and it's not a gravity planet yet. The gravity is equivalent to 10,000 times the gravity of the Earth. One can imagine how powerful the creatures on this planet will be. Feel free to feel it, and sure enough, the most powerful existence has hundreds of millions of combat power. Don't think that this hundreds of millions of points of combat power is nothing more than that. You must know that for the 7th universe starting with Dragon Ball, the top combat power at the beginning is only Frieza's 200 million points of combat power is the most terrifying. And this universe, just a common asteroid that can no longer be common, already has hundreds of millions of fighting creatures. It is conceivable that the top strength of this universe is definitely much more terrifying than the 7th universe. I am the space-time gods of destruction, and I have the qualifications to travel through the universe at will, so. Subai sensed again, and then began to sense the most powerful aura in this universe. Call out. 10 seconds later, Subai's figure disappeared on the asteroid, and when he reappeared in the next second, he arrived in an independent planet. This is the planet where the Gods of Destruction world is located. If you want to name it, it should be called the Gods of Destruction star. When Subai appeared in this Gods of Destruction world, 2 eyes were placed on him in an instant. At this moment, under a big tree in the center of Gods of Destruction, Angel Yinan of the 13th universe and Gods of Destruction Borui frowned, and set their sights on a man. Who are you? Backquote. Gods of Destruction Borui slowly got up from the stool. He was still discussing the resurrection with Angel Yinan, but unexpectedly, an extremely strange guy came suddenly. Advertisement. Hello, I am Subai, the space-time Gods of Destruction. Subai smiled and waved his hand to say hello, then glanced at the man in the Gods of Destruction costume, his gaze suddenly fixed. 11.5. That is to say, the Gods of Destruction of this universe has directly dropped the combat power value of the strongest Gods of Destruction Beerus 1.5. What does this mean? One must know that even Beerus with 10 combat power values is enough to beat the Gods of Destruction of the 11 universes united. And this Gods of Destruction? Compared with Beerus, the combat power value is 1.5 higher. Spacetime Gods of Destruction Subo. Borui frowned when he heard the title of Gods of Destruction, looked sideways at Angel, and said indifferently, Yinan, do you know him?
Master Borui, this Lord Subai, is the one who revived our universe.
Angel Yinan smiled slightly, and nodded slightly to Subai, which was regarded as a very polite greeting.
After all, if it wasn't for Subai, he would still be asleep now, who knows if he will be able to wake up. Nani, that's you. When Borui heard Yinan's words, surprise appeared on his face, and then he set his eyes on Subai. He walked up to him in a blink of an eye, and put his hands on Subai's shoulders. The surprise on his face, the color turned into a happy one. Dude, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to see the sunshine of the 13th universe, let alone breathe the air in my Gods of Destruction world. Facing the initiative of the 13th universe Gods of Destruction Borui, Subai was speechless for a while, but he could also understand where the excitement of this guy was, how many years had passed since he was wiped out, and after being revived, he was so excited, extenuating circumstances. Especially since he is the savior of this guy, it is quite normal to have such an attitude.
Sorry, I'm really a little excited. Borui smiled awkwardly, then took a few steps back to Yinan's side, looking at Subai with a look of gratitude on his face. Subai opened his mouth. In fact, he really wanted to ask why these 6 universes were cleared, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. This is undoubtedly not poking people's scars, there's no need to do such offensive things. Soon, Subai sat down with the 2 of them, and Shishi Borui immediately took out the delicacies he had treasured for a long time. In this regard, Subai casually glanced at it and was not interested. The 13th universe was probably cleared too early. Although he ate cooked food, neither the color nor the flavor matched it. This is the Carlos man bird, the meat is delicious. Borui started to introduce on the side. Dada. When Borui started to introduce, Subai reached out and knocked on the table, interrupting his introduction, and then took out a Huxia delicacy from the gourmet restaurant, beggar chicken. That. Although it's a little impolite, but I'm picky about food, and the taste of your 13th universe doesn't suit me. So, how about trying the food from my hometown? Subai smiled slightly, and slowly smashed the soil on the beggar chicken's flat layer, and then a drooling aroma came out instantly. Master Subai. What kind of food is this? The moment Gods of Destruction Borui and Angel Yinan smelled the scent of beggar chicken, their faces were shocked, they never thought about it. The delicious food can make them salivate just by smelling the smell. Advertisement. Beggar chicken. Subai smiled slightly, he didn't elaborate on how the beggar chicken is done, because it would be for nothing if he said it, and these 2 guys must not understand it. Beggar chicken. Borui swallowed, then stretched out his hand tentatively, looked at Subai, and whispered. Subai. Can you taste this delicacy called wahi? How does it taste? Please. Subai took out 3 pairs of chopsticks and handed them to Borui and Yinan. After demonstrating how to use the chopsticks, he put them down. He was not very hungry. If he really ate a few more bites, the two guys, Borui and Yinan, would definitely not have enough to eat. Seeing that Subai put down his chopsticks and stopped the demonstration, Borui and Yinan exchanged glances, and then pretended to hold the chopsticks and took a bite of the chicken. Oh my god. Hiss. The taste of this meat. With just one bite, the gods of destruction and angel of the 13th universe were completely conquered. Whoosh. Next, it is conceivable that both of them lost their proper image when they ate. In this regard, Yin Bai couldn't help but smile slightly. Washa cuisine has once again conquered a universe. About half an hour later, Borui and Yinan, who were full, were still staring at Subai with fiery eyes. Actually, after the tournament of power ended, I was quite nervous. Maybe I could write Mo Luo, but after thinking about it, I'm not in a hurry. After all, I feel that many readers have never read the manga, and only want to watch the animation version, so spoilers get up, there's a little bit of that. Master Borui, times have changed, Yinan on the side said lightly. My strength is also stronger than Beerus's. I don't know how many times, young gods of destruction, you may not know, that kid Beerus once trained under my hands. Guide me? That's right, hundreds of millions of years. Subai nodded again. Borui suddenly laughed cheerfully, then leaned closer to Subai and said, by the way, I often went to the 7th universe hundreds of millions of years ago, but why is there no such delicious food as the beggar chicken you just brought out? Woolen cloth? I said, why do you feel that you are so kind, so you belong to the 7th universe? Hearing Wang Nujiao's words, Subai couldn't help blinking. Why did he feel that these words sound familiar? Borui immediately accepted Subai's words and became complacent. Hearing that Beerus had been trained by the gods of destruction in the 13th universe, this made Subai suddenly interested. He wanted to see how powerful this Borui was. Yes. After looking deeply at Subai for a while, Borui asked. Borui had a wry smile on his face, then shook his head, looked at Subai, and suddenly had the ability to test this young man, thought for a while, and said, your time to become gods of destruction should be short, right? In this way, in order to thank you for inviting me to eat such delicious food as Jiaohua chicken, let me give you some pointers. You said, you lived in the 7th universe for a long time? Oh, if that's the case, I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Subai couldn't help being stunned for a moment when he heard this, then coughed lightly twice, and said, that, Borui, your strength. 123. The shock of Angel Yinan and Gods of Destruction Borui. Is this kid a monster? Seeking subscription? Master Borui, fighting right after eating is not good for digestion. If you don't digest well, you may lose. When Subai and Borui were about to stand up and go to the open space on the other side for a sparring session, Angel Yinan on the other side smiled slightly and reminded them. It should be no problem. Borui blinked, glanced at Subai, then at Yinan, then waved his hands, and said with a casual smile. It's just a common discussion, it won't have much impact at all. He. Yinan just smiled slightly. As a powerful angel of the universe, there is no doubt that his strength is definitely beyond the most powerful Vedos. Therefore, his vision is naturally extremely vicious. Although he can't see through Subai's full strength, just a high-level intuition can tell him. This new space-time gods of destruction is definitely not a stunned little character. And space-time gods of destruction. This is a kind of priesthood that has never appeared before, and it can be obtained by this guy. What does this mean? Time and space. The power of time and space. Thinking of this, Yinan was slightly taken aback, and then a little shock appeared on his face. Although the power of time and space is called power, but in the true sense, when the cultivation reaches the peak, it is called the law. The law of space and time. This is one of the laws of the universe, like the creation law controlled by the dragon god Salama, and the supreme law of elimination controlled by Lord Zeno. These are the powers of the universe's laws. In other words, as long as Subai continues to live smoothly, hundreds of millions of years later, another top powerhouse like the dragon god Salama, Grand Priest, who controls the laws of the universe will be born in the entire universe. Borui didn't have Yinan's insight and vision, and Subai, who had a harmless smile on his face, came to the open space next to him. Please. Borui's combat power index is 11.5. This level of combat power is enough to make him 160 strong for a young junior. But to be honest, if it was any other new gods of destruction, even any gods of destruction from the 1st to the 12th universe, he would be able to support so much. But he met Subai. After Yinan built the energy barrier, he returned to the side and sat down. He held a glass of juice in his hand. After taking 2 sips, he leisurely looked at the field. At this moment, neither Subai nor Borui took the lead, as if they were observing each other's flaws. But Yinan understood that these two guys were not observing each other's flaws, and it was not hard to see from their frowning expressions that they were in a state of thinking about fighting with a few percent of their strength first. The little guy who came out of the 7th universe, Whis, this kid has cultivated an incredible character. Yinan pursed his lips and smiled, lowered his head and took 2 more sips of the juice. He found that the kiwi fruit juice was really delicious. Boom. At this time, the field suddenly burst into breath. Yinan immediately turned his gaze and found that it was Borui who couldn't bear it anymore. When he raised his hand, his figure had already arrived in front of Subai. Boom. There are no fancy movements, just a simple punch that can no longer be simple. Boom. Boom. Sububai also didn't have so many fancy movements, and also threw a punch. The two fists collided together, and the space instantly burst open, and then a vibrating, buzzing sound was heard from the space around the two of them. Advertisement boom. Boom. Just now it was a right fist, now it is a left fist. So far, the four fists collided together, and the eyes of the two were fixed on each other. Not bad, little guy, you can match my 30% strength against me. The two were in a stalemate for such a short period of time, and then each retreated tens of meters. Beerus looked at Sububai with a look of surprise and admiration, and praised. 30% power? Hearing this, Sububai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be reasonable, he didn't even use half of his strength just now. However, it is not easy for him to say such words directly. The first is that it is not appropriate to expose one's own strength, and the second is naturally to be low-key and modest. He understands a truth, that is, people who usually like to show off often offend many people. Without the strength to absolutely control the audience, it would be impossible for Bai to be a high-profile person. Master Beerus's power is indeed terrifying. Sububai smiled slightly. You and I are gods of destruction, calling me an adult is too much. Beerus burst out laughing, and said, that boy Beerus is also much younger than me, and his qualifications are many times shorter than mine. But they are all gods of destruction, so naturally there is no honorific title. Good. To be reasonable, Sububai really likes Beerus, gods of destruction from the 13th universe, not to mention his straightforward personality. He is very easy to get along with, and he is not as cynical as he thought. From here, Sububai is completely convinced that there is absolutely no truth to the conspiracy theory in the world of Dragon Ball. There are indeed bad guys, but they are all evil on the bright side, which is clear at a glance, and there is no so-called layout or design. Straight to the right, it is completely the world view of the bloody battle fan. That being the case, to be reasonable, Sububai inevitably became more curious about the reason why the 13th universe to the 18th universe were cleared by Zeno. If you have the chance, do explore it. Maybe this Dragon Ball world is just the tip of the iceberg. Subai's eyes shone with excitement. Even if he was fighting against gods of destruction, a high-level combat power like Beerus, his mind couldn't stop his thoughts from flying. Boom. It seemed that he knew that Sububai was thinking about other things, but Beerus didn't remind him, but flew out instantly, punching him mercilessly. He wants to teach this little guy a bloody lesson, let him understand that when fighting against the strong, the big taboo is to think wildly. Boom. As soon as the thunder struck, even before Sububai could fully react, an extremely powerful heat wave rolled over. Boom. Sububai himself didn't react, but his body reacted. At this moment, he directly entered the Ultra Instinct prototype state, and after easily dodging BJBH, Rui's powerful attack, his backhand followed his body's reaction and immediately became a boom come out and punch. Boom. Beerus was punched straight, and he flew upside down with an extremely shocked expression on his face. Not yet perfect Ultra Instinct. Seeing Subai's state at this moment, Beerus, who flew upside down, fell to the ground, and then a carp jumped out, stared at Sububai in disbelief and said, "How'd I feel? You seem to have completely controlled like the not yet perfect Ultra Instinct?" Logically speaking, it is not so easy to trigger the probabilistic Ultra Instinct state, but Sububai was triggered just because of his sneak attack, so what is this state that his body is not automatically reacting to? Beerus, your feeling is not wrong. Sububai smiled slightly, kicked his feet on the ground, like a phantom. He instantly appeared in front of Beerus, who was still in shock, raised his hand and punched out. This was an active attack from Sus' true intention. A punch fell, Beerus was hit, and the whole person flew upside down again. Advertisement call out. When fighting against the strong, distracted thinking is a big taboo. Sububai rushed forward, approached Beerus who was flying upside down, and said something meaningful. Hey, this kid. Looking at Sububai who was chasing after him, Beerus was immediately embarrassed by him when he heard this sentence. Boom. Your strength is indeed good, it seems that it is necessary to make you feel hopeless. Beerus exploded his breath, and directly knocked back Sububai who was chasing him more than 10 meters away. Call out. Beerus directly stabilized his body in midair, and then a purple flame burst out from his body, rushing towards Sububai. Boom. Raise your hand, this time it's not a fist attack, but a purple shockwave carrying destructive energy. Gods of destruction versus gods of destruction, destructive energy naturally cannot destroy gods of destruction. Although it cannot be destroyed, it is also extremely terrifying. Just like the shockwave carrying destructive energy released by Beerus at this moment, even if he is a master of destroying divine-grade combat power, as long as he does not control the destructive energy, he will definitely be destroyed if he is contaminated with a little bit of destructive energy. Boom. Facing the destructive shockwave released by Beerus, Sububai raised his hand and punched him flying, and then a burst of silver-white light burst out from his body, and a layer of silver-white light film appeared on his surface. Nani. The moment when the perfect Ultra Instinct Sububai appeared, Beerus felt bad all over. Is this guy really just a newly promoted gods of destruction? Oh, perfect Ultra Instinct. This little guy named Sububai. Could it be a super genius secretly cultivated by his father? Yi Nan, who was still sucking the last drop of kiwi fruit juice, suddenly stopped and looked blankly towards the field. To be reasonable, Subai's Ultra Instinct prototype just now made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. Now, this perfect Ultra Instinct stunned him directly. When will the perfect Ultra Instinct be manifested in existence other than Angel? The most important thing is that it would be fine if Subai entered this state inadvertently, but he clearly has perfect control of the perfect Ultra Instinct. Therefore, Yi Nan can't help but guess deeply whether this little guy named Subai is the person his father Grand Priest took a fancy to, a super genius raised by his father alone. Otherwise, how could he control this perfect Ultra Instinct? If not, #B. Are you a monster? Boom. At this time, Borui was blown away by Subai's punch, slowly got up from the ground, looked at Subai in disbelief, and almost yelled out such a sentence in a roaring voice. That's exactly what I want to say. Yi Nan opened his mouth. He also wanted to say Borui's words, if Subai wasn't a super genius cultivated by his father Grand Priest. So, is this kid a monster? 124. Yi Nan. Master Subai, please don't go to the 17th universe. Be careful that you will never return. Sorry, Borui, I'm not a monster. It's gods, time and space. Gods of destruction. Subai looked at Borui seriously and said, seeing Subai's serious look, the corners of Borui's mouth couldn't help twitching. Please. He naturally knows that Subai is the gods of destruction of time and space, but in terms of practice, this guy can be called a big monster. Are you still coming? Subai made an offensive gesture. As long as Borui nodded, he would be able to reach Borui in an instant and attack him. Snort. Borui snorted coldly. At this moment, he flew in vain, in front of Subai. Boom. Boom. The fight between the two began again. Subai with the perfect Ultra Instinct is indeed powerful, but it doesn't mean that Borui without the perfect Ultra Instinct is not powerful. Boom. As the two fought against each other, powerful energies continued to explode around them, and after a while, the entire land of gods of destruction could be seen to be in disrepair. These two lords are really fighting more and more, but Master Borui should be more excited. After all, he has been wiped out by Zeno for hundreds of millions of years, and he hasn't exercised for a long time. Watching the battle between the two, Yi Nan couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Drink. While Yinan was staring at the two people in the field who continued to fight, and his mind was full of thoughts, at this moment, Borui once again burst into his breath and rushed towards Subai. Call out. The moment Borui flew towards Subai, Subai's figure instantly disappeared from the ground, and when he appeared the next second, he had already arrived in front of Borui. Boom. A punch blasted out, hitting Borui's abdomen. This didn't end. Subai exerted all his strength, and the fist pressure erupted with extremely powerful energy, directly sending Borui flying. Ah! The pain made Borui let out a cry of pain. Borui, keep coming. Subai followed up abruptly and grabbed Borui Tan, who flew upside down, directly grabbed his feet and lifted him up. Spin it, Barry. Whoosh! Subai directly treated Borui as a boneless piece of meat and threw him in the sky. Call out. Subai flew forward again, following Borui, who was thrown out by him. Punch. Boom. Fly away. Advertisement. Subai continued to follow up, raised his hand and punched out again. Boom. Borui flies again, repeatedly, keep flying, keep following, keep flying, keep following. 30 seconds passed before Subai gave up the idea of playing, and was about to end the sparring battle. Borui, angry, he was not angry with Subai, but angry with his already rusty body. Thinking about gods of destruction of the 13th universe, he was repeatedly suppressed by such a young gods of destruction as Subai. He really couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Boom. Subai, you have to be more careful, I am so angry that I am afraid of myself. Terrifying purple flames rose from Borui's body. At this moment, he looked like a god of war. Come. Seeing that Borui became completely serious, Subai couldn't help becoming serious too. Naturally, his strength was not the strongest, and he was only at the level of Beerus, but why was he able to suppress Borui over and over again? In Subai's opinion, it should not be because of his own perfect Ultra Instinct, nor because of Borui Tai Cuisine. But this guy is definitely still contemptuous of him, and he definitely didn't use his strongest strength. It seems. I need to upgrade to the same combat power as Borui. Subai saw Borui flying towards him in a menacing manner. At this moment, the aura on his body exploded in vain, and a wave of energy powerful enough to destroy the world surged out, directly flying in a menacing manner, approaching Subai. Borui, who was a few meters away, was taken aback, subconsciously stopped his actions, and retreated a full 100 meters before stopping. At this time, Borui looked at Subai, whose aura was even more terrifying, and his expression had changed into this. 0_0 inches. Yes, completely, utterly wide-eyed and small-eyed. Ouch, stomach hurts, my stomach hurts, no more fights, no more fights. Hiss, it must be because I just finished eating and didn't digest well, so my strength is very poor, truce, truce. Seeing Subai make a posture ready to charge, Borui's pupils constricted for a while, and then his eyeballs rolled around, and he hugged his stomach and screamed profusely in sweat. Seeing Borui's appearance, Subai stopped his hands and stood up, frowned slightly, and said in surprise, Borui, you have reached our level, and you shouldn't have problems like indigestion. It has been purged by Master Zeno for hundreds of millions of years, and the body is already a little rusty. You don't understand this feeling. Borui looked up at Sububai with sweat profusely and said weakly.
In this regard, Sububai gave him a strange look, and after a little thought, it was true. Immediately, it returned to its normal appearance, and Sububai felt a little pity in his heart. Borui is the strongest person he has fought against so far. It is a pity that his body is slightly rusted. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to fight today. Seeing that the sparring battle between the two ended so hastily, Yi Nan couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Then he took a deep look at Sububai, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. This era has really changed. Quote. 10 minutes later. Advertisement. Stone table. Sububai looked at Borui, who was gorging on delicious food, with a look of surprise, and said, "You overeat just after exercising. Are you sure you won't have indigestion again? You don't understand. You should have a big meal after exercising. By the way, the food in your hometown is indeed delicious. I must go there if I have the opportunity." While eating, Borui communicated with Sububai inarticulately. To this, Sububai shook his head and laughed. To be honest, he didn't know how to get back to Earth, and, even if he did, so what? Ask for flowers. He was an orphan in his previous life, he had no parents, brothers, let alone a friend, but returning to Earth was only thought of when he first traveled. The back has never been touched once. After all, the world of Dragon Ball is his real home now. His wife, friends, all in this world. Has Master Sububai been to the other 5 universes? Borui was eating too much and couldn't stop at all. Yi Nan looked at Sububai and asked softly. No, I would like to take a look if I have the chance. Sububai shook his head. At the end of the Tournament of Power, he heard from Whis that, except for some outstanding gods of destruction, basically the larger the number of the universe, the stronger the strength. It can be seen from the Borui of the 13th universe that this guy has a combat power value of 11.5, so will the gods of destruction of the 14th universe have a combat power value of 12.02. And the gods of destruction in the final 18th universe, does it have angel-level combat power? 0. Thinking of this, Subai's eyes gradually narrowed. To be honest, he really wanted to ask Angel Yinan from the 11th universe. But after thinking about it carefully, it will feel a little different if you personally try this kind of thing. Ahem. That, a friendly reminder to Mr. Sububai. Seeing Subai's look of anticipation, Yi Nan cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and whispered, "You must never go to the 17th universe." Why? Sububai was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the gods of destruction of the 17th universe has 3 heads and 6 arms, and looks extremely fierce? If he disagrees with him, he will kill someone. Ahem. Yi Nan coughed again, but he didn't say the specific reason, but said, "In short, Mr. Sububai, you just trust me, and you can't go to the 17th universe." Oh. Subai's eyeballs rolled around, and then he said with a smile, "Yinan, what are the specific characteristics of the 17th universe? Which universe is it close to from the 1st to the 12th universe? In this way, I can avoid myself go to the 17th universe you said." The 17th universe is close to the 2nd universe. Yinan reminded. This is a universe that is destined to make people never return. I remember that Master Borui wanted to come back after only staying for 3 days. What happened later? Did you come back? Sububai was a little curious. Come back, but people are also stupid. Borui was eating delicious food on the side, took the time to respond, and said lightly, "Sububai, you are still young and your concentration is not strong enough, so I also suggest that you don't go to this universe. N. Concentration is needed." Subai's eyes revealed a look of thought, and then he couldn't help guessing in his heart, could it be that the gods of destruction of the 17th universe is extremely good at illusion and sorcery? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Sububai nodded solemnly. 125. Interlude, fight against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Seeking subscription. After staying in the 13th universe for a while, Sububai left. Originally, according to his idea, it was to go to the 17th universe to take a look, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. It's still too early for him. Anyway, there's always a chance to go to the 17th universe to take a look, and he's already learned something from the 13th universe, so there's no need to waste time getting in touch with this new one. On top of the 6 universes. Almost a year later, in God Wars, he was very confident in his own strength. Even if the 6 universes had angel-level combat power, he would not be afraid at all. Instead, he will be even more excited. He wanted to see how terrifying the power of the angel class could be. Another week passed quickly, and half a month had passed since the end of the power conference. On this day, Sububai thought about it and chose to go to the Dragon Ball space-time world. As for why he wants to go to this world, the reason is very simple. Naturally, it was his idea to hold a full-time and space-time martial arts conference in the near future, and this martial arts conference was a friendly exchange between Goku and others from the Dragon Ball time-space world and Goku and others from the main time-space world. If the strength of Son Goku and others in the Dragon Ball time-space world cannot keep up with the strength of Son Goku and others in the main time-space world, then the idea of this full-time and space-time martial arts conference will be broken. Destroy. Therefore, this time he focused on checking where the current plot of the Dragon Ball space-time world has developed. Call out. Subai's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared in the next second, it had already arrived above the sky of Exodus in the time-space world of Dragon Ball. As soon as he arrived, a dazzling gold light burst out, making him slightly stunned, and then looked up to the sky not far away, only to see Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta appearing in his sight. Oh, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. From this point of view, the plot of the Dragon Ball space-time world has not been completely finished yet. Subai's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he looked to the other side, only to see Super Omega Shenron looking at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta in shock. Who are you? Super Yi Shinkong was shocked, he had never seen such a powerful guy. Me, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta laughed softly and said, I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, but the one who is about to defeat you. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta blasted the Super Omega Shenron away with just his eyesight. Drink. Super Omega Shenron quickly stabilized his body in midair, and then rushed towards Gogeta. It's just that when he clenched his fist and blasted at Gogeta, the golden arrogance rising from the latter's body directly sent him flying. Nani? How is that possible? The Super Omega Shenron who flew out had an expression of disbelief on his face. He knew how powerful Gogeta was, but he didn't expect Gogeta to be so powerful. Immediately, Super Omega Shenron charged towards Gogeta again unwillingly. Bang bang. After several punches, Super Omega Shenron flew upside down again, and in midair, a line of pale purple blood flowed from his nose. You've punched me more than a dozen times in a row just now, and it's just a nosebleed. Gogeta glanced at the Super Omega Shenron who had stabilized his body slightly in surprise. A dozen punches? What are you talking about? Super Omega Shenron was stunned by Gogeta's words. It seems that you didn't see it clearly. It doesn't matter. This time I want to let you see it clearly. I will finish it slowly. Gogeta said lightly. Stop talking to me. The Super Omega Shenron snorted coldly, and once again refused to admit defeat and killed Gogeta. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. When the Super Omega Shenron approached Gogeta, he threw out more than a dozen punches, sending him flying in an instant. Impossible. How could this happen? How could I lose to you? Drink. Super Omega Shenron let out a loud shout, and the aura on his body rose in vain, and he didn't know how many times he charged towards Gogeta. Boom. This time, Gogeta raised his hand to gather energy, and before the Super Omega Shenron reached him, he raised his hand and punched out with a powerful punch. Boom. The punch arrived in front of Super Omega Shenron, directly piercing a big hole in his shoulder, which made his face suddenly darken. Gogeta's strength is really amazing. In the sky, Sububai, who saw all this in his eyes, nodded secretly. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation from below. It turned out that it was Xiaofang who saw Su Ri. Isn't that Subai uncle? Nani? Here he is again. It's really Subai. Every time this man appears, how should I put it? It always feels weird, and it's the same with Super 17 last time. The appearance of Subai caused Trunks and others to discuss immediately. Especially Xiaofang, this girl kept waving her hands on the ground, obviously very excited about Subai's reappearance. In this regard, Subai smiled softly, and also waved to Xiaofang below as a greeting. Boom. At this time, there was a deafening roar of explosions in the arena, and Subai couldn't help but turn his gaze away. Super Omega Shenron is completely impossible to be Gogeta's opponent, and at this moment, Gogeta grabbed his feet and swayed in the sky. It seems that the fusion time of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is only 10 minutes, this guy is really crazy. Seeing that Gogeta was still playing with the Super Omega Shenron, Subai shook his head immediately. In order to prepare for a fight with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, he was just about to remind him, but at this moment, Gogeta directly directed the Super Omega Shenron towards him. Beerus flung it over. Huh, this guy seems to know Son Goku and the others. I'm no match for this fusion warrior, so I'll hold this guy hostage so they don't dare to move around. Super Omega Shenron's face suddenly showed excitement, and suddenly accelerated to come in front of Subai. With a grinning grin, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Boom. Click bang. The moment the Super Omega Shenron's probe came over, Subai's hand had already come out, grabbed Super Omega Shenron's hand, and twisted it directly. Hearing a crisp sound, the entire hand of Super Omega Shenron was directly removed by him. Ah! Screams rang out in the arena. Before Super Omega Shenron could react, Subai raised his hand, and a destructive energy ball was fired from his palm. Destroy. As soon as the voice fell, the destructive energy ball directly hit the Super Omega Shenron, and the latter disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Subai, where is Omega Shenron? Gogeta flew out and looked at Subai in surprise. Although he is a combined warrior, he has the memories of Son Goku and Vegeta, so he naturally knows Subai. Died. Subai said lightly. Dead. Dead. Hearing Subai's words, Gogeta was slightly taken aback. Two tricks. Subai glanced at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, raised his eyebrows and said, he didn't directly check the combat power index of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, because he needed a surprise. Advertisement. My current strength is very powerful. Gogeta pointed his thumb at himself, and with a conceited face, he said, Subai, don't ask for trouble. Oh, Subai laughed lightly, raised his hand and punched out. Boom. Gogeta didn't react at all, and flew upside down, spitting out a mouthful of bitter water in midair. What a powerful force. The face of Gogeta who flew upside down suddenly changed. His current strength is also extremely terrifying, but at this moment, he felt a real oppressive force. Subai, this Saiyan from another parallel time and space, is definitely much stronger than him as a combined warrior. Most importantly, this is Subai's normal appearance. Thinking of this, Gogeta was stunned suddenly, and he realized that Sububai, who could transform into Super Saiyan, did not choose to transform. You don't transform. Gogeta couldn't help asking. No. Sububai shook his head, and then took the initiative to attack. His power is perfectly controlled, always only slightly stronger than Gogeta. After destroying Super 4 Gogeta for 5 minutes, Sububai also completely drew out his full strength. The battle in the Dragon Bulk time-space world is far lower than the main time-space world. After estimating the combat power value of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Sububai finally came to a conclusion. 7. The Gogeta of Super Saiyan 4 is only the 7th of Beerus. Calendar area. To be honest, some hips are a little stretched. After all, Son Goku and others in the main space-time world are already infinitely close to the level of gods of destruction. Comparing the two worlds, there is really no comparison. Boom. After a puff of smoke, Super 4 Gogeta disappeared, and Super 4 Son Goku and Super 4 Vegeta appeared. Sububai, why are you here this time? Son Goku returned to his normal appearance, then looked at Sububai in surprise and asked. Soon, I will invite you to my 4.0 space-time world to have a friendly battle with you in that world. Sububai smiled and said the purpose of this trip. Nani. Hearing Subai's words, before Son Goku showed any excitement, Vegeta on one side frowned tightly, and said, the me in your world. The strength is like returning. It should be no problem to hit you 100 times. Sububai told the truth. Nani, are you kidding me? Vegeta was shocked. You know, he can transform into Super Saiyan 4 now. In such a powerful transformation state, he in another time and space can beat 100 of him one by one. So, you yourself need to work harder. Sububai smiled slightly. After all, Son Goku and others in this world are less violent than Son Goku and others in the main space-time world. Without the help of Whis, Sububai thinks that Son Goku in the main space-time world may not be as powerful as Son Goku in the Dragon Bulk time-space world in this time period. Bang bang. Vegeta, we have to practice harder, and soon, we will participate in the martial arts competition that Sububai said to defeat us in another time and space. Son Goku doesn't care about so many things. Only when he is under pressure can he be motivated to practice. His character has always been like this. 126. Champa's strength is soaring, and Beerus's restlessness. Seeking subscription. Knowing the strength of Son Goku and others in the current Dragon Bulk time-space world, Sububai returned to the main time-space world after staying in this world for a while. Little Sububai. Not long after returning to the main space-time world, Sububai heard the voice of Whis. Sububai frowned slightly, and said, what's the matter? There's something about Ultra Instinct, and I want you to demonstrate it to Goku and Vegeta. Whis, voice continued. Strange, you should also control the Ultra Instinct, right? Sububai was a little curious. Yes, but what I control is the perfect Ultra Instinct. That kind of prototype state can't be retracted freely. Whis, voice continued. Good. Sububai was naturally willing to help with such a small favor. His figure flickered for a moment, and he arrived in the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe in an instant. Sububai. The arrival of Sububai immediately made Son Goku and Vegeta who were squatting on the ground jump up excitedly. Vegeta was better. Prince Saiyan's pride made his emotions not too deep. For Son Goku, he flew directly in front of Sububai, stretched out his hand and grabbed his shoulder directly, with a look of begging on his face. Sububai, you will be the savior of me and Vegeta. What? Have you learned more about Ultra Instinct? Sububai smiled slightly. Yes. Son Goku nodded heavily at 19, and said excitedly, a week ago, I almost entered this state. Although it is not perfect Ultra Instinct, I almost entered it. So, I think there should be some lack of opportunity. Shouldn't the opportunity be to fight again with death? When Sububai heard Son Goku's words, he couldn't help laughing. Reasonably speaking, if Son Goku is added to this battle of gods, maybe it is really possible for him to enter the perfect Ultra Instinct state again. In Subai's view, it is very easy to enter this state after several times of entry and many experiences. Hearing Subai's teasing, Son Goku scratched his head with a silly smile, and said, the most important thing is that I want to watch 10 times the whole process of you entering the prototype of Ultra Instinct. Okay. Although he knew that it was impossible for Son Goku to comprehend the state of the prototype of Ultra Instinct because of him, Sububai naturally would not be stingy about such a small favor. Immediately, taking a few steps back, Sububai directly burst into breath, and slowly entered the first stage of Ultra Instinct state under the wide-eyed eyes of Son Goku and Vegeta. Nani. Just. So easy to get in. Before Son Goku could react, Sububai had already entered the Ultra Instinct state of the first stage, which not only made him stunned, but Vegeta on the side also stayed in place. Advertisement. Then why not? Sububai shrugged and smiled, and said, so, this kind of watching how others enter the Ultra Instinct prototype state is of no use at all. Why? Son Goku shook his head and smiled wryly. He thought it would be useful, but now it seems that there is not much to do except that there is a chance to enter this state under great pressure. There is another way. Whis spoke suddenly. Any solution? Seeing how powerful Sububai is, Son Goku desperately hopes to become stronger now, and once he controls the Ultra Instinct, maybe he will have the strength to fight Sububai head to head. Let the Grand Priest train you. Whis smiled. This difficulty is probably even more difficult than allowing me to comprehend Ultra Instinct by myself. Son Goku was very excited at first, but when he heard Whis' words, he suddenly smiled wryly. I have an idea too. Seeing Son Goku who was smiling wryly, Subai couldn't help flickering his eyes, and said with a smile. Swish swish swish. Hearing Subai's words, everyone turned their attention to him again. Any solution? This time it was Vegeta who asked. Obviously, just the dark blue form of Super Saiyan God could not satisfy him. Participate in this Gods of Destruction battle. Subai said in a deep voice. Experiencing another life and death battle, for you can definitely make another big improvement. No. Both Son Goku and Vegeta were thinking about it, but Beerus said directly, what are the identities of these two guys? How can they be qualified to participate in such high-level battles? Subai, are you trying to annoy Grand Priest and Master Zeno? Then there is no way. Subai spread his hands out, expressing his helplessness, then he glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta who were somewhat frustrated, his eyes narrowed immediately, and said in a slightly reprimanded tone, although mastering the Ultra Instinct can greatly improve your strength help, but in the end, this is not the only way for you to become stronger. As he spoke, Subai's voice gradually became serious. So. I hope you can hold a normal heart, Ultra Instinct, if you can control it, you can control it, if you can't control it. Can't the transformation form of Super Saiyan God be improved anymore? As soon as Subai's words came out, Son Goku and Vegeta's mouths immediately opened up, and both of them showed shame on their faces. Clap. Whis applauded, smiling all over his face. To be honest, Whis really wanted to say this, but he would definitely say it tactfully, but he didn't expect Subai to be so straightforward. Snort. Advertisement. Beerus snorted coldly, slowly put his hands back behind his back, and said lightly, by the way, Subai, have you been to the 13th universe? Huh, oh, it seems that Yi Nan contacted you, right? Subai was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that Angel must have their Angel's private contact information. He has been to the 13th universe once, and he has a great sense of presence. Naturally, he will be remembered by Angel Yin and live. Therefore, after turning around and parting from Subai, it was quite normal to contact Whis to inquire about him. Right. Nodding his head, Whis suddenly looked at Subai with a strange face. He felt that this guy had given him too many surprises. Borui, the gods of destruction of the 13th universe, was not his opponent. Since you have been there, you should have seen Borui, right? Beerus stared at Subai intently, and said. That's right. Subai nodded and said, by the way, Master Beerus, I heard from Borui that you once conducted a training camp under him. Don't ask me things you shouldn't ask me. Hearing Subai's question, Beerus's face darkened instantly. Seeing his expression, Subai immediately understood that when Beerus was training under Borui, he must have been severely drilled, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to have such emotions. Seeing Beerus's attitude, Whis thought for a while, he was thinking whether to stimulate him, because only in this way, maybe he would find time to start practicing in the past 11 months. Master Beerus. Whis finally decides to goad Beerus, but at that moment, a spot of light streaks across the sky, followed by an explosion. Master Champa and Sister Vados are here. The arrival of these two people immediately made Whis stop provoking Beerus, and immediately turned to look at Champa and Vados who were slowly walking not far away. Soon, Champa and Vados came in front of everyone, only to hear Champa glance at Subai indifferently and then set his sights on Beerus. 697. Snort. Champa snorted coldly, and the aura on his body seemed to be raised a little on purpose, which made Beerus put his eyes on him in an instant, with a little surprise on his face. Champa, you have really started to practice. Stand up. Just now Champa's aura was one step closer to him. According to the practice time of only half a month, this guy's strength has increased a lot. If he really wants to give him a real 1-year practice time, isn't it really necessary to treat him? Beerus, have you surpassed? Then why not? This battle of gods of destruction is a matter of life and death. If you are not allowed to admit defeat, then wouldn't I be beaten to death by those two guys who hate you? Champa practiced hard for half a month, and when he became stronger, he naturally snarled in front of Beerus. He patted his round belly and said with a smile, if you don't start to practice again, I'm afraid you will be overtaken by me in a short time. Up. Oh, I'm afraid you haven't woken up from your dream. Beerus's complexion turned a little ugly. It's not hard to imagine that if he has been wasting time this year, then when the battle of gods of destruction comes, his strength will probably be the highest among all gods of destruction. The weakest one. It shouldn't be. After all sabotage Shendu are inherently lazy, unless a few fierce people have been pursuing a higher level, they will not be willing to practice hard. Beerus was a little uncertain, he was afraid that those guys would be determined to practice assiduously like Champa in this year because of the rule of life and death. No. The sense of crisis in Beerus's heart has increased a lot in vain. Not only Son Goku and these guys are chasing him, Champa, Subai, these two guys have also been chasing him. I have to start practicing as well. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer a big loss in this battle of gods of destruction. Beerus gritted his teeth, and secretly said something in his heart. 127. Angel Luna, why is she different from other female angels? Seeking subscription. By the way, Whis. Subai suddenly thought of something, looked at Whis, and asked curiously. I heard Yinan warned me never to go to the 17th universe. Is that universe really extremely dangerous? The 17th universe. Hearing Subai's inquiry, Whis and the others were stunned for a moment, and then a strange look appeared on their faces. Cough cough cough. Beerus coughed twice, and said, Yinan is right, I don't recommend you to go to that universe, it is indeed extremely dangerous. Oh, hearing Beerus's words, Subai's heart suddenly became interested. This awkward expression seems to have been beaten in the 17th universe. Thinking of this, Subai became more interested in the 17th universe. Eyeballs rolled around. Subai already had the intention of leaving the 7th universe Gods of Destruction world, so he casually dealt with Beerus Champa and the others after some delicious food, and left directly. This kid seems to have gone to look for the 17th universe in disbelief. Seeing Subai leave impatiently, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Beerus's mouth. The 17th universe. Now that I think about it, isn't that universe only women? Champa suddenly recalled while eating, and his eyes suddenly widened. Oops, this kid won't be able to get out after entering the beauty town, right? Subai's concentration is not so bad. Beerus shook his head and continued to eat delicious food. Why is this 17th universe called extremely dangerous? Just like what Champa said, this universe has only women and no men. There is no one to lead the 17th universe, and little Subai can't be found. Whis spoke suddenly. Yes, the 17th universe is usually in a hidden state. Without communicating with the angel of the 17th universe in advance, it is impossible to find this universe. Vados smiled aside. That's okay. Beerus nodded. On Subai's side, he quickly arrived in the second universe, and then began to spread the induction force in this universe. After a while, his brows suddenly frowned. Next to the second universe, besides the 11th universe, there was no second universe, which made him wonder if Yinan didn't want him to go to the 17th universe. So you lied. Thinking of this, Subai curled his lips. It seemed that Yinan didn't believe that after defeating Borui, he would not be able to retreat in the 17th universe. The more Yinan didn't believe that he could escape unscathed, the more he wanted to find the 17th universe. Immediately, Subai's figure flickered again, and he started the journey to find the 17th universe. At the speed of his final version of instant transmission, finding all but the previous 12 universes is very easy, except of course, the 17th universe. At this moment, he came to a universe, he had never been here before, and appeared in the Gods of Destruction world of this universe in an instant. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, and Subai's figure appeared, immediately attracting the eyes of the three people in the Gods of Destruction world. Backquote. The moment Subai appeared, 2 men and 1 woman in the Gods of Destruction world couldn't help but put their eyes on him, with surprise on their faces. Their universe has only been restored for half a month, so no one should come to visit them, and even if there is, it is impossible to have only one person. It is reasonable to say that Angel and Gods of Destruction from a certain universe came together. Who are you? Buzz, the Gods of Destruction of the 15th universe, frowned and looked at Subai, and asked aloud. Advertisement. I am the space-time Gods of Destruction Subai. Subai said hello, his eyes stayed on Baz for a second, and then he turned his eyes to a woman suspected of being Angel. If this woman hadn't held the angel staff in her hand, it was absolutely impossible for Subai to think that she was the angel in the Dragon Ball world. Because, first of all, her skin color is not like that of Vados, but a very common yellow skin color, which looks no different from that of people on Earth. Subai was slightly surprised by this. Isn't the angel of the universe the daughter of the Grand Priest? Space-time Gods of Destruction. What kind of priesthood is this? Why have I never heard of it? Another man spoke. He is the Supreme Kai of the 15th universe, his name is Ralph, and he is looking at Subai warily. You are the space-time Gods of Destruction Subai. Angel Luna from the 15th universe looked at Subai in surprise, with a pair of beautiful eyes on him, sizing him up. As an 8th angel, she naturally knows the emerging figure of space-time Gods of Destruction Subai, who saved the 15th universe. Who are the temporal Gods of Destruction? Buzz on the other side frowned slightly, and he had never heard of the existence of this priesthood. The benefactor who saved the 6 universes wiped out by Zeno. Angel Luna smiled slightly, and looked at Subai with gratitude in her eyes. If it wasn't for this man, she might still be in an endless sleep. Nani, it's this man. When Buzz and Ralph heard Luna's words, Chi-Chi was taken aback for a while, and then showed surprise on their faces. Master Subai has come to the 15th universe, what's the matter? Luna asked. Quote. Subai scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. Actually, I want to go to the 17th universe, which Yinan and the others said is so dangerous that people can never go back. But, I looked around the area near the second universe, but I didn't find the existence of the 17th universe. The 17th universe. Hearing Subai's words, the faces of the three of Luna suddenly showed some strange expressions. Puff. In the end, Luna covered her mouth and laughed softly. Master Subai, the 17th universe is a universe of women. There is no man in it, so in their eyes, it is naturally an extremely dangerous universe that never returns. What? Hearing Luna's words, Subai's eyes widened. Thinking about it now, it's no wonder that when he mentioned the 17th universe, all of his faces were full of strange expressions. It turns out, that is a universe with only women. Seeing Subai's appearance, Luna covered her mouth and laughed again. Thank you. Subai scratched his head, thanked Luna, then stared at her, thought for a while, and asked. Excuse me, you are Angel, why are Vados and them different? Because my mother is not an angel. Luna smiled slightly and explained for Subai. Oh, when Subai heard this answer, his eyes flickered for a moment. Luna, what is the strength of the gods of destruction in this space-time? Advertisement. At this time, Buzz took 2 steps back and asked in a low voice. Luna. Subai's eyes lit up when he heard this name. The name of this girl Angel is really nice. However, didn't he remember that Luna was the name of the moon goddess in the mythology of his previous life? But, it is normal to have the same name, after all, this is the world of Dragon Ball, not the world of his previous life. Quote. How strong is Master Subai, Master Buzz, don't you know if you try it? Luna smiled slightly. I think it's okay. Buzz's eyeballs rolled around, and then stepped forward. Hey, time and space gods of destruction Subai, right? Master Buzz, a friendly reminder, Master Borui is no match for Master Subai. Luna secretly transmitted the voice. Nani. When Buzz heard Luna's voice transmission, his face was filled with horror. How? Subai was still thinking about Luna, the goddess of the moon, when he suddenly heard Buzz's words, he couldn't help but focus on him. It's okay, thank you for saving our 15th universe. Baz immediately froze. His strength was not much different from Borui's. Naturally, the reason for this was that he didn't like to practice. It was no problem to bully a weak gods of destruction like Beerus, but when he met a really powerful gods of destruction, he really didn't dare to ask for a fight. It doesn't matter. Subai waved his hand casually, reasoning, if he hadn't made a wish to restore all the 6 universes, he would indeed not be able to see these characters that did not appear in the original novel. How should I put it? In Subai's opinion, whether it's Yi Nan from the 13th universe or Borui from Gods of Destruction, these guys are quite interesting. At least, there is no unpleasantness in getting along. Since I already know the true face of the 17th universe, there is no need for me to search any further. See you King Qian in the Battle of Gods. Subai smiled slightly, pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and his figure suddenly disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world of the 15th universe. After Subai left, Buzz looked dissatisfiedly at Luna, and complained. Why didn't you tell me this guy's strength earlier? If I sent a battle request just now, wouldn't it be embarrassing to be beat up? I didn't expect Master Buzz would really want to send out a battle invitation. Luna pursed her lips aggrievedly, and said, after all, Lord Buzz rarely dares to initiate a war request. Shut up. Buzz glared at Luna. Ha ha ha. Supreme Kai Ralph on the other side burst into laughter, his face couldn't help showing a bit of nostalgia. It's been a long time since they bickered and quarreled together like this. By the way, I heard about Gods of Destruction, we newly recovered Gods of Destruction don't need to participate in this battle. Suddenly, Buzz thought of something and turned his head to look at Luna. It's not clear yet, Grand Priest hasn't notified you yet. And, what I heard is that the rules of God's War will be changed a little bit, and we'll let you know what it is specifically. Luna replied. 128. The main event is coming, Subai's ever strongest Gods of Destruction. Seeking subscription. In a flash, more than 5 months have passed, and it is only half a year since the start of the War of Gods. In the past few months, Subai has basically been with Lazuli, and he actually complains that time passes too slowly. After all, he is extremely looking forward to the arrival of God War. On this day, Subai came to the Gods of Destruction world, and saw Son Goku and Vegeta fighting, and Beerus on one side was fighting Whis. Oh, he hadn't seen Beerus for about 3 months, and looking at it now, the guy's combat power index had reached 10.5. Don't underestimate the combat power index of 10.5. Beerus now fights himself who only had a combat power value of 10 points before, let alone 2 or 3, even 10 is casual. Subai is here. Beerus immediately stopped, turned his head to look at Subai with blazing eyes, and said calmly, Whis, because you are too powerful, fighting with you is just a trick, and you can't experience the feeling of fighting. Subai, let's fight. As for being invited to fight by Beerus as soon as he came, Subai raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, nodded and said, okay. But, I hope you are mentally prepared. Psychological preparation. What 130 psychological preparation? Beerus was stunned when he heard Subai's words. Nothing. Subai smiled slightly, and then his body slowly rose to a height of 100 meters, condescending, looking down at Beerus below, and slowly stretched out a finger, come on. Underestimate me. Beerus sneered. After several months of practice, his strength was more than a little bit stronger than before. Boom. Immediately, Beerus burst into breath, and Purple's destructive energy spread all over his body, and his arrogance was extremely high. He had long wanted to fight Subai. It's just that there has never been a chance, or in other words, Beerus has not been confident enough in his own strength before. Now, he feels that he has absolutely no problem beating Subai. 10.5. Then, I will suppress the combat power index at 10.5. Subai looked at the menacing Beerus, narrowed his eyes slightly, then let out a little breath, and swooped towards Beerus. Boom. Boom. Advertisement. The fists of the two clashed together, shaking the entire space, and the fists of the two tilted out with a terrifying energy. BJBC, ah. Two screams came from Son Goku and Vegeta, who were still fighting on one side. Although they were already very powerful, they still couldn't bear the energy aftermath caused by Sububai and Beerus, so after being attacked by the aftermath, both of them flew upside down, watching the battle between the two in the field with horror on their faces. The strength of this guy Sububai is too strong. Master Beerus, who has gone further, can't even gain the upper hand in Subai's hands. Son Goku and Vegeta showed horror on their faces, and they couldn't help but marvel at Subai's strength. It shouldn't be too scary. Master Beerus's strength is indeed good, but compared to little Sububai, it is still far behind. No matter in terms of vision or details, they are not at the same level. Whis had already set up the energy barrier, and at the moment he was sitting on the side eating the snacks that Vegeta brought from the earth and began to comment. But, compared with a few months ago, Beerus's strength has indeed increased too much, which Whis did not expect. Boom, boom. The battle between Sububai and Beerus is getting more and more intense, from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the ground, there is no place that is not the battlefield of the two of them. Quote exclamation mark quote. At this moment, in the depths of the gods of destruction world, Beerus looked excited. Fighting against a strong player of the same level would indeed improve his strength a lot. In just a few minutes of fighting, Beerus found that he was much stronger than he was a few minutes ago. Well, Beerus is indeed terrifying. In just a few minutes, he has already reached a combat power index of 10.6. Sububai has been paying attention to Beerus's combat power value, because he wants to see if this guy can also grow without limit in battle. Of course, just increasing the combat power index by 0.1 does not explain too much, but Sububai can be sure that, as long as Beerus wants to, in the next 6 months, he will spend every day being beaten by him every day. B4. After half a year, Beerus's strength can at least reach the level of 11.5. After all, Beerus didn't know how long he hadn't fought well, let alone practiced for a long time. The background of this kind of guy who lives longer is absolutely terrifying. Advertisement. After all, Beerus is not a gods of destruction like Borui that has been purged for hundreds of millions of years. Boom. When Sububai was full of thoughts, Beerus punched him fiercely and sent him flying into the sky. Call out. Beerus's figure flickered for a moment, and his fist slammed out again, hitting Subai's abdomen. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the entire land of the gods of destruction world was destroyed by the destructive energy bullet, leaving a space of different dimensions hanging in the air. Beerus was still beating him violently, Sububai exploded violently, and the powerful energy directly sent him flying. This made Sububai, who was being beaten passively, feel speechless for a while. Whis unhurriedly made a reminder and then slowly flew into the sky. After a burst of horror, Son Goku slowly revealed an extremely excited look on his face. In his opinion, he is now one step closer to Lord Beerus. Maybe I can also be one step closer to Sububai in the future. Sububai soared into the sky, directly released the skills he had created before, and bombarded Beerus, who was flying upside down. Vegeta's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. For the first time, he felt that this guy Sububai had really reached an unsurpassable level. Air bombs, trio. Just like the burst of energy bomb just now, he really encountered it, let alone attacking, even dodging. He seriously doubted that he could not dodge. Note, the energy bullets released by Sububai are not just common energy bullets, but carry extremely terrifying destructive energy. Horrible. Vegeta. Subai's level is very different from ours now, but this is the motivation, isn't it? Sububai was just absent-minded for a second or even less than a second before being caught by Beerus and punched hard. Goku. Vegeta, hurry to heaven. Boom. Hearing Whis' reminder, Son Goku and Vegeta flew into the sky in a hurry, watching the air bomb trio, released by Sububai, who was carrying destructive energy, with shocking expressions. Kakarot, it seems. Sububai is also a gods of destruction. This guy, we seem to be getting farther and farther away from him. 129. The battle is over, an invitation from the 17th universe. Seeking subscription. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta showed a look of astonishment on his face. To be honest, he really couldn't understand what this guy Kakarot was thinking. He had already surpassed them so much in terms of going out, and he really couldn't imagine that this guy still had such a hard work. For him, being able to catch up with Beerus is already his greatest limit. Now, this guy Kakarot actually wants to catch up with Sububai. I have to say that this idea is confident enough. But, isn't this guy Kakarot with this personality? The stronger the person who wants to catch up, the harder he will be. Rumble. At this time, there was a burst of explosion, roar in the field. The battle between Sububai and Beerus has completely entered the final stage. Boom, boom. The two fists clashed, and as Beerus flew upside down, Sububai completely took control of the battle in his hands. Boom. One punch, and Beerus flies out. Sububai followed closely, punched him again, and sent him flying. After going on like this for a few times, Beerus was completely at a disadvantage. Defeated. Whis, eyes flickered, and he smiled lightly. The current Sububai is not something that Beerus can compete with. The two are just like the gap between Beerus and Son Goku before, they are not on the same level at all. Boom. Beerus fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness on his face. He, Beerus, lost to Sububai. Moreover, he still practiced hard for several months, but he still lost to Sububai, which made Beerus unacceptable for a while. Master Beerus lost just like that. Advertisement. Son Goku and Vegeta were also stunned. Beerus was an invincible endorsement in their eyes. When facing Sububai, they were crushed like this. It really made them at a loss for what to say. Master Beerus, don't be discouraged, after all, little Sububai and the others have been practicing. Whis arrived in front of Beerus and squatted down to help him up, chuckling lightly. I am not Subai's opponent, this is the biggest key. Beerus was very depressed. He always thought that the previous Subai's strength was not much different from his, and his hard work in the past few months would definitely catch up with him. But now it seems that the gap between the two, let alone just a few months, may not be able to make up for it in recent years. The most important thing is that not only Beerus is improving, Subai will also continue to improve. That is to say, Subai may have completely surpassed him, and the current situation has become that he, Beerus, started to chase Subai. Whis, what should I do during the period? Son Goku spoke suddenly. He looked at a large empty and dark space below, and felt a sense of scalp tingling for no reason. Ding. Whis held the angel staff and lightly tapped the ground where he was, and saw a flash of light, and then saw that the different dimensional space under Son Goku and Vegeta was refilled. There is still half a year to go before the Battle of Gods begins, and I have to practice hard, see you in half a year. Subai smiled slightly, and after waving goodbye to everyone, his figure disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. This kid, he escaped quite quickly. HMPH. Beerus patted the dust on his body, with a slightly displeased look on his face. Wait, I will fight back sooner or later after the violent beating today. Whis, double the load of training. After half a year, I must be in the Battle of Gods when facing this guy, it would be too ugly not to lose. Yes, what Beerus said at the moment was precisely because he didn't want to lose too badly, instead of defeating Subai directly. Because he understands that short-term practice will not be able to make up for this gap anyway, so he needs to continue to practice hard. Master Beerus has changed a lot. Whis couldn't help sighing. On Subai's side, at this moment, he has just returned to Exodu's home. When he was about to enter the practice house to start practicing, two figures suddenly appeared in the backyard of his home. Subai, who was just about to enter the practice house, suddenly frowned and turned back to look at the two uninvited guests in his backyard. Question mark exclamation mark. When Subai looked at one of the two uninvited guests, there was a little surprise on his face. Advertisement. Hello, time and space gods of destruction Subai. Both of them are women, except for Angel, the other woman spoke and said hello. Asking for flowers. Which universe are you Angel and gods of destruction? Subai asked in surprise. I am gods of destruction May from the 17th universe. This is my angel from the 17th universe, Rebecca. The gods of destruction May of the 17th universe smiled slightly. This is a woman with black skin, she looks like a black man, but Subai can tell that she is not a human being, but an ancient creature, just the appearance somewhat similar to humans. What are you looking for me for? It is also possible to practice in the 17th universe, please rest assured that we will not do anything to you. I, May, the 17th universe gods of destruction, officially invite Subai, the space-time gods of destruction, to visit the 17th universe. After finishing speaking, Yin Bai directly stepped into the minister of the practice house. Immediately, Subai shook his head, waved his hands and said, that's it, after the Battle of Gods, I will take the initiative to visit the 17th universe. Subai stopped thinking about it, shook his head, and said, besides, there is still half a year before the War of Gods, I want to practice hard. Won't do anything to me. 2. Live Carla took Lame's arm and whispered a reminder. 0. This. Rebecca, what to do? Master May, we are inviting Master Subai, not negotiating or anything, there is no need to make the atmosphere so dignified. Seeing Subai's resolute refusal, May couldn't help being speechless for a while, then frowned slightly, and said, how about? Subai just forcefully bring back the 17th universe. Knife. Subai was speechless for a while, and reasoned, but this sentence made him think what the gods of destruction of the 17th universe would do to him. Whis they advised me never to go to the 17th universe. Hearing Rebecca's words, May suddenly realized, and then she smiled. Her big white teeth were so shiny that Subai couldn't help but want to ask her what brand of toothpaste she used. With a serious face, May said in a deep voice. Subai looked at the two women strangely, he didn't wonder why they were able to find him because his aura had never been hidden since it was exposed to destroy the combat power of divine grade. May smiled. 130. The skirmish is about to start, a collision between the 12 universe gods of destruction. Seeking subscription. Master May. Hearing May's words, Rebecca couldn't help but give her a blank look, shook her head and said, not to mention that this Lord Subai is very powerful, and this is the 7th universe. If you force this Lord Subai take it away, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary misunderstanding. This is how to do. May sighed for a while, their 17th universe has its own method of cultivating offspring, which is even better, and the best way to cultivate excellent offspring is naturally to obtain a powerful spirit. That's why May wanted to invite Subai to the 17th universe as a guest. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Rebecca thought for a while, and finally spoke. Fine. May sighed, and disappeared into the backyard of Subai's home with Rebecca. Subai entered the practice house and began to work hard to practice, Chi Lu Chi. Half a year passed in a flash. On this day, Sububai walked out of the practice house again, with a little surprise on his face. Host. Sububai. Basic Combat Power Standard. Angel Combat Power, 14.2. Skills. Advanced version of instant transmission in the final stage, flash time, 1 second, divine grade replication ability, ultra instinct in the second stage, perfect ultra instinct, permanent weakening of attribute effects, 100 times Kaioken, time reversal 3 minutes, the power of destruction, the power of time and space, the ability to clear, the power of shallow angels, and the ability to create. Items. Shondo 999 Plus, Washaw Gourmet House, training house for sparring robots. Quote. Now, his basic combat power has reached as much as 14.2, and in the perfect ultra instinct state, his combat power will reach a terrifying 15.2. And when he transforms into Super Saiyan God White, his combat power can reach 15 points. In other words, now that Sububai is in the perfect ultra instinct state, his firepower is fully fired, and his strength is already at the same level as Veto's, while in the Super Saiyan God White state, he is at the same strength as Whis. Without thinking about anything else, Subai's figure flickered for a moment, and he arrived in the world of gods of destruction. Little Sububai is here, and now it looks like he can go to the ghost of the sky. Whis saw Sububai coming, with a smile on his face, then looked at Beerus who was on the side, and said, Master Beerus, are you ready? Certainly. Advertisement. Beerus said indifferently, glanced at Sububai, and found that this guy's pressure on him seemed to be deeper than before, which made him frown slightly. Good guy, this guy has definitely improved his strength. When Beerus looked at Sububai, Sububai also set his sights on Beerus, and he found that half a year had passed. Beerus's strength has reached 11.2 combat history value. Sububai was slightly surprised by this. The speed at which Beerus's strength grows is truly terrifying. You must know that after reaching this level, even an increase of 0.1 is considered a very big improvement, but Beerus has increased so much in half a year, one can imagine how terrifying this guy's growth is. Let's go. If it's late, I'm afraid the eyes of the audience will be on us. Beerus withdrew his gaze from Sububai, and said to Whis. Good. The three of Whis gathered together, and when he was about to fly towards Wujurji, Sububai said, Have you forgotten a guy? Who? Beerus froze for a moment. In this case, doesn't King Yin need to accompany him? Sububai said lightly. Right. Whis smiled awkwardly, he actually forgot about it. Immediately, Sububai used instant transmission to pick up the old Supreme Kai and Shin, and then teleported directly towards No Realm. Call out. A ray of light flickered for a moment, and Sububai and the others appeared in everyone's sight in the realm of nothingness. Sububai scanned the entire circle. This time Zhou Zhao's auditorium was much larger than before. Obviously this time it was able to accommodate 18 universes Supreme Kai gods of destruction and others. Sububai. When Sububai scanned the audience, most people also focused on him. At this moment, gods of destruction Borui from the 13th universe waved to him and greeted him. Haven't seen you for a long time. Advertisement. Sububai also waved his hand to greet him. Ah. At this moment, in the auditorium of the 11th universe, Vermut looked at the auditorium of the 7th universe with a sneer. Although he had a big prejudice against Sububai, he didn't dislike him too much because of the wish he made last year. This sneer was aimed at Beerus. Sububai, you must be careful with Vermut this time. Beerus suddenly whispered something. Sububai thought that there would be 18 universes fighting randomly at the same time. Now it seems that Grand Priest also understands that the 101 competition system is more enjoyable after all. Sububai nodded, his strength is not afraid of anyone in this battle, including Angel. Please subscribe. The 18 universes of destruction Shendu have arrived, and now I will introduce the rules of this competition. Okay, let's start the lottery now. Beerus reminded. So, when you meet him, if he shows any killing intent, then you will shoot him to death. He hates me very much, and he also hates everyone around me very much, and if everyone around me dies at his hands, then he will be very happy. So, if you meet him, you will definitely be ruthless by him. This competition system is quite interesting. Indeed. Sububai was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Beerus reminded him suddenly. The Grand Priest's voice sounded again in the arena, and then a large projection screen appeared above the audience seats of the 18 universes, with everyone's heads on the projection screen. The Grand Priest is in the sky, and the voice spreads throughout the boundless world. A skirmish has been drawn up. This skirmish is a lottery between the 12 universes plus time and space gods of destruction Suku. You know, he really used all his abilities, and his final combat power index is definitely not as low as 15.2. And as Grand Priest's fingers slid, everyone's heads began to shake. And the remaining 6 universes that have just recovered will also conduct a draw 3.0 match, and the winner will have a 1v1 final battle with the winner of the preliminary battle. In the 7th universe auditorium, Beerus was surprised when he heard the rules introduced by Grand Priest. I understand. 131. The Battle of Gods begins, the hidden spree of the 22nd year. Seeking subscription. Sububai stared at the sky and watched the projection screen, and after a while, the result came out. Very stiff. Sububai lost directly in the first round. I played against IWNE in the first game, it was okay, it was a very easy opponent to win. Beerus glanced over, a smile on his face. After all, Only when the decisive battle is at the end, can you be qualified to fight against this guy Sububai. Little Subai's luck is really good, and he is empty. Whis said with a smile on the side. It's not necessarily luck. Beerus squinted at Sububai, who had a look of pity, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, I was looking forward to it. Which universe's gods of destruction did I fight this time, but I ended up with a bye. Sububai curled his lips, he even suspected that Grand Priest did it on purpose, and didn't want him to fight with others as soon as he came up. Boom. At this time, the arena under the auditorium of 18 universes was completed, and everyone looked at it and saw a huge arena divided into two sides. Needless to say, one side must be the battleground of the gods of the 12th universe, and the other side is the battleground of the remaining 6 universes. Sububai glanced at the auditorium in a universe opposite, his eyes narrowed slightly, there was a tall man in a purple-red gods of destruction costume. Swish. When his eyes were on this man, similarly, this man's eyes were also on him. Chi 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 chi. In an instant, the moment the eyes of the two met, there seemed to be a faint electric light crackling and flickering in the air. What's the matter? Lord Lawbreaker. This is the auditorium of the 18th universe. At this moment, Supreme Kai Jocelyn of the 18th universe looked at the gods of destruction Lawbreaker of the 18th universe in surprise, and found that his expression was a little strange. Can't help asking. Advertisement. Who is that from the 7th universe? The Lawbreaker frowned slightly, and asked back. Who? Jocelyn followed the eyes of the Lawbreaker, and when he saw Sububai, his eyes were also fixed, and he said in surprise, what a powerful oppressive force. Lord Lawbreaker, this man's strength is always comparable to yours. Evenly matched. Don't you know it too? Could it be? Is that space-time gods of destruction? The Lawbreaker suddenly thought of something, raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Angel Cass, and asked curiously, Cass, is he restoring the time and space of our universe gods of destruction Sububai? It should be, after all, I have never seen him. Cass glanced at Sububai and quickly looked away, not sure what to say. The Lawbreaker glanced at Sububai again, then quickly retracted his gaze, and said indifferently, if it is, then you will be able to fight him in a short while. Hundreds of millions of years ago, there was no gods of destruction who could fight with me. Fight. I hope hundreds of millions of years later, gods of destruction can fight me well. Being invincible for too long, the most powerful destroyer in history, Shendu, doesn't know what it's like to fight. Soon, the various gods of destruction of the 12 universes come into play. Sububai glanced casually and then retracted his gaze. He saw Beerus's gods of destruction Iwne of the 1st universe, and Champav's gods of destruction Rumshi of the 10th universe. From Subai's point of view, Beerus and Champa should have no major problems. Soon, the battle started. Sububai closed his eyes directly, he was not recuperating, nor was he thinking about something. But, a system notification sounded in his mind just now. Ding. Because the host has successfully hidden all his strength for 22 years, he has obtained a hidden gift package, 50% clearing rule. Hearing the hidden gift package reward for the 22nd year, Sububai was stunned. 50% clearance rule. Is this any different than the previous clearing ability? Immediately, Sububai looked at the 50% clearing rule. Advertisement. 50% clearance rule. Possess the ability to clear universe and gods of destruction. Nani. Seeing this introduction, Sububai was numb. To be fair, with this 50% clearing rule, he can be called a little Zeno. Wait, if I have a perfect elimination law, then can I clear the existence of Angel, and even Grand Priest? In the end, Beerus's hand lightly touched Ein's chest, and Iwne flew upside down, fell to the ring and lost. Whis also blinked his eyes, and began to explain to Sububai. Rumble. Boom. At this moment, the battle between the two was extremely fierce. If the battles in other small arenas were only slightly moving, then the battle between the two could be called a real life and death duel. At this moment, there was another explosion and roaring sound in the arena. Sububai turned his head and saw that the mouse gods of destruction Quatella was fighting fiercely with gods of destruction Jin from the 12th universe. Sububai opened his mouth suddenly, and the expression on his face suddenly became strange. This should be affected. In the 7th universe auditorium, Sububai couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his face was even more puzzled. He thought about it in his mind for a long time, but 740 still didn't get the news of the deep hatred between the two. Compared to the fierce confrontation between the two pairs of gods of destruction just now, the confrontation between this pair was much calmer, it was completely a small fight, and there was no injury at all. Hearing Whis' words, Sububai opened his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The gods of destruction seemed to be in harmony, but in fact, as early as hundreds of millions of years ago, there was some hatred buried in the bottom of my heart. This time the Grand Priest said that life and death do not matter, and some ideas naturally emerged. At that time, couldn't he really do whatever he wanted in this Dragon Ball world? Seeing this, Sububai couldn't help sighing, and then set his sights on the ring where Champa was, his brows suddenly frowned, and a little surprise appeared on his face. At this time, a deafening explosion pulled him back to reality from his thoughts. He collected himself and looked towards the field, only to see that the violent explosion just now came from the 11th universe. Gods of destruction Vermut came from the arena, and he was fighting against gods of destruction Eric from the 5th universe who should have been completely eliminated. What a good actor. Hey guys, is there any hatred between Vermut and the gods of destruction of the fifth universe? Why, the battle between the two is completely life and death. Subai shook his head, ignored the life and death battle of these gods of destruction, and slowly turned his attention to the ring where Beerus and IWNE were. 132. Space-time gods of destruction versus mouse gods of destruction. Seeking subscription. I saw that Champa and Rumshi were evenly matched against each other. You must know that Champa's strength has gone one step further than before, reaching the level of 10.2. Although it is not as terrifying as Beerus's progress, it is also much stronger than the previous Beerus. And Rumshi. But it can be evenly matched with the current Champa. What does this mean? Obviously, this 10th universe of gods of destruction is definitely not as simple as it seems. After a while, the battle between Champa and Rumshi was also over. With the end of the two, the battle of gods of destruction on the other side also ended. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, there are only two pairs left in the field. Quatella and Kim, Vermut and Eric. It has to be said that Quatella and Vermut are really strong, and they beat their opponents all the way. After a while, Jin and Eric deliberately fell into the ring after being seriously injured. For them, they would rather not lose face than protect their own lives. Ah, Vermut looked at Eric who fell into the ring, and a mocking smile suddenly appeared on his face, and then he turned his eyes to Champa and Beerus who were quietly waiting aside, with a slightly sinister look on his face. This time, even if these two guys couldn't be killed, at least they could be beaten violently. But the premise is that, you can meet these two guys, otherwise, participating in this battle of gods will be meaningless. First round of skirmish winners. 2nd Universe Hareth, 4th Universe Quatella, 6th Universe Champa, 7th Universe Beerus, 9th Universe Likir, 11th Universe Vermut. When the first round of skirmish ended, Grand Priest's voice rang in everyone's ears. Next, start the second round of lottery. In an instant, as the words of the Grand Priest fell, and the projection screen in the sky, the avatars of gods of destruction in each universe began to scroll. After a while, the results of the lottery came out. 6th Universe Gods of Destruction Champav 2nd Universe Hareth. 4th Universe Gods of Destruction Quatalov Space-Time Gods of Destruction Subai. 9th Universe Gods of Destruction Liquors 11th Universe Gods of Destruction Vermut. As for the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Beerus, this round fell through. Advertisement. Oh, is it time for me to play? Huh, Quatella. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Subai slowly got up from his seat, with a little excitement on his face. He glanced at the combat power index of the mouse gods of destruction Quatella, 10.5, it seems that he has also practiced hard during this year. As for whether he is hardworking or not, Subai doesn't know. Anyway, compared with Beerus, he is definitely not hardworking. When Subai was about to fly off the ring, Beerus came back. Speechless, why don't you let me meet the Quatella guy? Beerus complained for a while. Just now you had a bye, this time I have a bye, Champa will be born next time, right? Of course, the premise is that Champa can win this day's round. Okay, let's take a good look at it from the auditorium. Subai smiled, flew off the ring, and then came to the ring where Quatella was. Time and space gods of destruction Subai, long time no see. As soon as Subai entered the small ring, Quatella began to greet with a smile. Although there is nothing wrong with this guy's smile, from Subai's point of view, he just feels extremely uncomfortable in his heart. I don't know you well. Subai said lightly. Oh, give you a good face, you don't appreciate it. Don't think that you are great because you won the power conference a year ago. Let me tell you, as an ancient gods of destruction, where are you this kind of emerging small role can be provoked. Quatella is worthy of being a rad gods of destruction, a short-sighted one. In other words, after practicing for a year, he thinks that his strength is very good, so his self-confidence swells. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you, Subai, let me see the strength of your time-space gods of destruction. Quatella didn't say much anymore, his body suddenly burst into breath, and as the Grand Priest in the sky announced the start of the second round, he suddenly found that there was someone in front of him. Not Subai, who else? Yellow Mouse, I suggest you better show your true strength. Subai grinned, raised his hand and punched out violently, directly blasting Quatella out. Although the small arena for the battle is called a small arena, it is actually a very large venue. Basically, as long as you don't deliberately want to lose the game under normal circumstances, you can't fall off the stage. Yellow Mouse. This guy is really deceiving. Quatella, who flew upside down, heard Subai's yellow-skinned mouse sound, and his whole body exploded with rage, a cruel smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his limbs suddenly opened and he let out a roar. Advertisement. At this moment, a purple flame of destructive energy surged up all over his body. Chop Suey. I'm going to slap your face and swell it up. Quatella rushed towards Subai suddenly, his speed was very fast, he arrived in front of Subai in the blink of an eye, raised his hand and punched out violently, his fist carried purple's destructive energy, it looked like terrible. However, Subai didn't change his expression in the face of Quatella's extremely terrifying punch. After a faint smile, he slowly punched out. Boom. The two fists collided, and Quatella was sweating profusely, gnashing his teeth, looking like he was trying his best. Quatella flew out, Subai followed, and kicked him flying again, then followed, and punched him again. This time, the judgment will be judged. You just said you were going to beat me up, right? What about Subai? Only he himself understands that his practice this year has been extremely hard, at least he is stronger than his previous self by many times, and he even feels that he will not fall into such a terrible disadvantage against Beerus. After repeating this more than 10 times, Subai was thoroughly entertained, kicking Quatella who was gods of destruction like a ball. Indifferent. Why is this guy's power so terrifying? After practicing for a year, I'm still no match for this guy. Who is strong and who is weak, anyone can tell at a glance. Don't change your face. Subai's voice suddenly rang in Quatella's ears, and when he came back to his senses, the fist had already reached in front of him. Bang! This scene caused the gods to look at each other in blank dismay. As soon as this idea came out, Terra's face suddenly turned ugly. Not even a drop of sweat came out. Quatella was shocked. Nuo Qian's was really shocked. This guy, has he really surpassed the level of gods of destruction? And what about Subai? 133. All stand up. Subai can clear gods of destruction. Seeking subscription. After all, Quatella is a noble gods of destruction, but in the hands of Subai, why is he being kicked around like a ball, without any dignity at all? Darren, can you see through the strength of the gods of destruction Subai in this time and space? At this moment, in the auditorium of the 14th universe, Philip of the gods of destruction of the 14th universe excitedly watched Subai crushing the mouse gods of destruction Quatella, and immediately asked Angel beside him. His strength is weird. I can't see through it. Darren shook his head. I only know that Lord Borui is not his opponent. Oh, Borui's strength is not bad, even he is not the opponent of gods of destruction in this time and space. It seems that this young man is not simple. The excitement on Philip's face deepened a lot. He is a militant. He has challenged all gods of destruction. No matter whether he wins or loses, he just likes the feeling of fighting with others. If he can't fight Subai this time, then he will challenge Subai later. As a true militant, he would not pay attention to how terrifying Subai's strength is this time. Even if the gap between this man and him is particularly large, he will choose to challenge him. Boom. At this time, the battle between Suri and Quatella gradually became fiercer. Anyone who was beaten so violently, and who was beaten so violently in front of so many people, who could bear it? Immediately Quatella erupted completely, and all kinds of energy waves bombarded Subai. He only had one thought now. That is, to return all the humiliation I have suffered now to this hateful guy Subai. Quatella's idea is indeed good, but he doesn't have the strength to return all the humiliation to Subai. Boom. Facing all of Quatella's attacks, Subai just burst out some breaths to form an energy barrier to block all the attacks. Nani. Seeing this scene, Quatella was completely dumbfounded. This goddamn is too scary, right? With such a powerful energy attack, he is nothing in front of Subai's energy barrier. Call out. Subai stepped forward suddenly, raised his hand and prepared to punch Quatella to bomb the ring. But at this moment, a look of madness appeared on Quatella's face, and a violent killing intent rose from his body. He was angry, completely angry. Subai, I'm going to kill you. The purple destructive energy on Quatella's body formed a gigantic mouse. When his voice fell completely, he rushed to Subai in an instant, opened his hands, and hugged Subai tightly. What do you want to do? Advertisement. Subai felt the resentment and killing intent rising from Quatella's body, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think I'm going to explode? No. This is my ultimate attack, a super powerful attack formed by my destructive energy. As long as you can't move, then it can be condensed, and then you will be killed with one blow. Quatella's voice was extremely cold, and he suddenly laughed grinningly as he spoke. I didn't want to kill you, and I wanted to use this trick on Beerus, but you are too arrogant. I don't think you should be allowed to do this. Go on arrogant. So, die. Boom. Call out. The arrogance on Quatella's body suddenly rose, and in the next second, a huge mouse made of condensed energy rushed towards Subai's back. Oops. Seeing this scene, Beerus and Borui in the auditorium of the 7th universe and the auditorium of the 13th universe frowned. Don't worry. The angels of the two universes gave a word of comfort at the same time. Then, snapped. Hearing an incomparably crisp finger snapping sound in the field, he saw the phantom of the rushing mouse disappear in an instant. What happened? Seeing this scene, the audience was stunned. It was Whis and Vados who froze in place. Just now. What was that? Beerus BJFF opened his mouth wide, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Whis didn't know what to say for a while, although he had guessed in his heart, but he couldn't believe it. Subai, how could it be possible to control the power of that law? Snapped. While everyone was still in shock, the second crisp finger snap sounded throughout Wujerji. Swish. Under everyone's shocking eyes, the mouse gods of destruction Quatella that was holding Subai disappeared directly. This scene is very familiar to everyone. Isn't it just clearing, and what is it? No way. Gods of destruction in this time and space will be cleared. Advertisement. Nani. Could it be that this space-time gods of destruction belongs to Master Zeno? Purge. Definitely purge. Grand Priest. The ability used by the time-space gods of destruction Subai just now, is it clear? Boiling. Boiling. Everyone in the 18 universe auditorium stood up, all of them with horror expressions on their faces. Yes, even on Angel's face, there was a hint of horror. Even though the terrified look on the faces of these angels was covered up very well by them, it was still preserved for a second. It is not difficult to see from here that Zeno, who has the ability to clear, may not be feared by them, that is because of the existence of Grand Priest. But, if Sububai really controls the law of elimination, then, they can't help but not be afraid. Because, Grand Priest and Sububai don't have a mutual check and balance relationship. Clear the law. When everyone was suspicious, in the sky, after holding back for a long time, Grand Priest finally spoke such a sentence. And, it's not the cleansing power, it's the yes. Just like the angel power controlled by Angel, what the Grand Priest controls is the divine law, and the ultimate point of the angel's power is the sacred law controlled by the Grand Priest. Wow. After getting the Grand Priest's acknowledgement, there was an uproar in the audience. As for Sububai, the center of the audience's attention, he clapped his hands lightly, and then turned his attention to Vermut, who had already won. As Subai's gaze turned, Vermut couldn't hold back his saliva immediately, and then turned his head away sweating profusely. Don't dare to look at each other. Yes. At this moment, Vermut really didn't have the courage to look Sububai in the eye. Sububai, I didn't expect you to control the law of removal. It really surprised me. At this time, Zeno's crisp and clear voice rose up in the field, and everyone suddenly became energetic. What kind of communication will the two have? 134. Vermut in a dilemma, the skirmish is over. Seeking subscription. Hearing Zeno's words, Sububai frowned slightly, and then said to Zeno in the sky, I also comprehended the law of elimination by luck. This is strength. Zeno's crisp voice came, not bad. It seems that gods of destruction has really wronged you enough for letting you go back to space. Spacetime gods of destruction is very comfortable, after all, there is no restraint. Sububai smiled slightly, he didn't care that much about power and power, in his opinion, as long as he can be very free, that's enough. After all, in his eyes, if you don't have that absolute strength as your capital, no matter how powerful you are, it will be useless. Hearing Subai's words, Zeno smiled slightly, and then stopped talking. Grand Priest's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he glanced at Sububai below, who was also silent. After a while, the battle was over. Champa, Sububai, and Vermut won. Continue to the third round of lottery. Grand Priest's voice sounded. Immediately, the projection screen in the sky slid up, and the third round of lottery came out soon. Beerus vs Champa, Vermut vs Sububai. When the result of this match came out, Beerus grinned suddenly, he looked towards Champa, and found that Champa was also looking towards him. The two brothers have a bit of a tit-for-tat feeling. Champa, let me see your strength. Beerus flew onto the ring slowly, heading towards Champa step by step. Seeing the imposing Beerus walking towards him, Champa suddenly had a sneer on his face. It's not that he doesn't know the strength of Beerus now. After all, he tried it out before participating in the Battle of Gods, and he understood a truth, that is, with his strength, definitely has no chance of winning against Beerus. And now this guy Beerus has very fierce eyes, obviously wanting to beat him up, so. Champa suddenly had an extremely disgusting idea. That's, throw in the towel. Of course, it is impossible to admit defeat directly. After all, it is true that you cannot directly admit defeat, but you can still be an actor. All in all, let the guy Beerus have no experience in fighting, and the experience of beating him is enough. On Subai's side, his eyes met Vermut again. If it was changed before, Vermut would not only definitely go up to him, but also gave Sububai a fierce look, but after learning that Sububai has the law of elimination, he directly averted his gaze, and did not dare to confront Sububai at all. Bai looked at each other for a second. Advertisement. Is this the oppressive force brought by the law of removal? Sububai shook his head inwardly. As he said before, the current Sububai is completely Zeno-like existence. Unless there is an existence like Grand Priest, no one would dare to collide with Sububai head-on and cause any major conflicts. Soon, the battle began. Sububai and Vermut entered the small ring, and neither of them burst out first or anything. 18 euros. At this moment, Beerus on the small arena next door suddenly exploded, and the moment his breath exploded, Champa suddenly let out a scream and fell directly off the ring. Nani. Beerus's eyes widened suddenly. He didn't expect Champa to be such a disgusting person. He deliberately lost if he couldn't admit defeat. It really surprised him. He. Seeing Beerus's incredible expression, Champa, who got up from the ground, suddenly sneered. From Beerus's expression, it is not difficult to see that this guy is absolutely disgusted by him. For this, Champa is naturally in a great mood. Leisurely, he happily flew to the 6th Universe Auditorium, completely ignoring Beerus's eyes that wanted to eat people behind him. Seeing Champa's easy departure, Vermut, who was standing opposite to Sububai, was sweating profusely at the moment. To be reasonable, he originally wanted to leave the venue easily like Champa, but Sububai didn't move at all, which made him a little bit difficult. After all eyes are on here at the moment. If the acting is too much, Vermut is really afraid of ruining Zeno's viewing experience, and thus will be missed, and even be killed on the spot to make an example, and be eliminated. But, it really made Vermut confront Sububai, but he didn't dare, he was afraid that he would end up with the mouse gods of destruction Quatella. What is the most important thing? The most important thing is that he seems to find that the removal of Sububai is to unilaterally remove Quatella, while Supreme Kai, who shares his life with him, has nothing to do with it. It made Vermut uncomfortable, because, even if he is cleared by Subai, he has no one to pull his back. So, how about pulling 10 Ghost Kings and Gods back because of Zeno's removal? Thinking of this, Vermut seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and was about to jump off the ring directly. At this moment, Subai burst out of breath suddenly. In response, Vermut's eyes lit up in vain, he patted his chest lightly, and then spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and at the same time as he screamed, he flew upside down in an instant. Asking for flowers. Fake match. Another fake match. Everyone at the scene knew it well, but they didn't reveal it at this moment. Advertisement. After all, both Grand Priest and Zeno didn't care, and if anyone gets rid of it, it will probably become the real target of public criticism. Therefore, the semi-finals of the skirmish ended very peacefully. Next, the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Beerus vs Time and Space Gods of Destruction Subai. 10 seconds later, Grand Priest's voice resounded throughout Wujieji. Swish. After the Grand Priest's voice fell, the gods immediately set their sights on Beerus and Subai. Vados. Beerus, is this guy going to play too? At this moment, in the 6th Universe Auditorium, Champa asked Vados in a low voice. According to Master Beerus's character, it should be, no. Something's wrong, Beerus guy. At the same time, the arrogance on Beerus dissipated immediately, and with a scream, he flew upside down. Hee. Vados, you still don't know much about Beerus. If Subai hadn't shown the law of removal before, then there is a 50% chance that he will fight Subai well. But, hee. Vados looked at Beerus, who calmly walked onto the ring and met Subai's eyes, and frowned slightly, not sure about the authenticity. In terms of acting skills, Beerus is still better. Let's see. At this time, Beerus had already landed on the ground, and he slowly got up from the ground with a look of pity on his face. Vados looked towards the field and saw that Subai and Beerus exploded at the same time. Champa didn't finish his sentence. Boom. Soon, Subai and Beerus set off at the same time, and their fists clashed together. Most of the people present didn't see anything, they all thought that Subai was too strong and eliminated Beerus directly. His strength just now let alone knocked Beerus into the air, even if he knocked him back, he absolutely couldn't do it. Champa was stunned when he saw Beerus explode. Good guy. In the arena, seeing Beerus flying upside down, Subai called him a good guy in his heart. The skirmish is over. The winner, Gods of Destruction Subai. The voice of Grand Priest sounded in the field. Next, the warm-up stage. The outpost winner will fight the final battle with the final winner of the warm-up stage. 135. The warm-up stage starts, the 13th Universe Gods of Destruction versus the 15th Universe Gods of Destruction. Grand Priest, come here for a moment. After Grand Priest's voice fell, Zeno's crisp voice rang out in the field. Yes. Grand Priest turned around and flew to Zeno, and listened to Zeno whispering. In this regard, the actors in each auditorium immediately became alarmed. To be fair, they were terrified that Zeno was figuring out what to do with them actors. Soon, the communication between Grand Priest and Zeno ended, and Grand Priest flew back into the sight of everyone. He glanced down indifferently, and said, since the skirmish did not make Zeno enjoy watching, we decided to change the format of the warm-up stage to a 1v1 format, which means that there will be no more 1v1 matches at the same time. And, if the contestants in the warm-up stage don't fight with all their strength, then 8-2-0 will be eliminated. Call. Hearing Grand Priest's words, certain actors breathed a sigh of relief, with relief on their faces. As for the Gods of Destruction in the 6 universes recovered by Subai, their expressions did not change much when they heard this rule. For them, this battle is the first battle in the true sense of recovery. Extraordinary, he will naturally fight with all his strength. After all, for them, they have already died once, even if they really met Subai, if they provoked him, it would be nothing more than being wiped out again. Besides, as long as they don't want to kill someone too much, they don't think Subai will clean up someone again. Soon, the draw for the warm-up stage began. Subai looked up at the projection screen in the sky, and after a few seconds, the lottery result came out. 13th Universe Gods of Destruction Borui vs. 15th Universe Gods of Destruction Buzz. 14th Universe Gods of Destruction Philip vs. Time and Space Gods of Destruction Subai. 16th Universe Gods of Destruction Eric vs. 18th Universe Gods of Destruction Lawbreaker. 17th Universe Gods of Destruction May Bai. Pretty. Seeing the result of the lottery, Philip, Gods of Destruction of the 14th Universe, suddenly showed excitement on his face. The person he most wanted to meet was Subai. As a militant, he has challenged all the Gods of Destruction present, only Subai, the new generation, he has not fought against. Just now he was still thinking that it would be best to meet Subai, but unexpectedly he actually met Subai. Advertisement. Seeing Philip of Gods of Destruction from the 14th Universe being so excited, Subai couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then glanced at the frowning Beerus in surprise, and said, why do you have such an expression? Master Beerus was taught a severe lesson by Lord Philip. Whis laughed lightly on the side. Shut up. However, before he finished speaking, Beerus glared at him sullenly, only to hear him snort coldly. That's just the me I used to be, and the me I am now, I'm not afraid of Philip at all. Oh, is it so? Whis laughed in disbelief. Ah. For Whis' disbelief, Beerus suddenly sneered. The first match of the warm-up stage begins. The 13th Universe Gods of Destruction Borui and the 15th Universe Gods of Destruction Buzz, please come on stage. The voice of Grand Priest was heard in the sky, and then Borui and Buzz looked at each other in their respective universe auditoriums, and powerful arrogance burst out of their bodies and flew towards the ring. Boom, boom. The two fell to the ground and stepped deeply on the ring. In the 7th Universe audience, Sububai looked at the ring with great interest. Both Borui and Baz had a combat power value of 11.5. On the surface, it seemed that their combat power was evenly matched. In this case, it depends on who has more combat experience between the two, or in other words, it depends on who knows more about the other's combat methods. Boom, boom. When Sububai was thinking, the two people on the ring did not have any so-called temptation at all. They raised their hands and punched each other, and the entire space of no boundary shook. Horrible. In the auditorium of the 7th Universe, the old Supreme Kai and Shin couldn't help but look at each other, with shocked expressions on their faces. The previous skirmish was more like a training match, or an exhibition match, but now, this is the real battle between gods of destruction. Why is Borui still as strong as before? He's really too weak. Beerus casually glanced at the battles in the arena and then looked back. He was not at all interested in the battles between the two gods of destruction, whose combat strength was close to his. Advertisement. Hearing this, Sububai couldn't help squinting at him. This guy is really thick-skinned, his strength is not as strong as Borui and Baz, and he has already started to look down on this level YRBJJ. Rumble. On the arena in the arena, the sound of explosions came over, and the full wave of terrifying energy drifted to the auditoriums of various universes. For this kind of upsurge, except that Supreme Kai will be a little scared, whether it is angel or gods of destruction, they are in a state of ignoring this kind of energy upsurge. Boom, boom. Two light spots kept flashing on the ring, hitting the sky from the ring, and hitting the ring from the sky. At this moment, the battle between the two was extremely selfless. Both Borui and Zongzi are excited to participate in this battle that makes people feel extremely happy physically and mentally. As time passed, the battle between Borui and Buzz became more and more intense. A few minutes passed quickly. Sububai, who had been watching the battle between the two in the 7th Universe auditorium, suddenly frowned and shouted in surprise, Whis. Here I am. Whis responded with a smile. Why do the two gods of destruction, Borui and Buzz, rarely use the power of destruction? Sububai refused to answer the question. Because their level is a bit higher. For them, the power of destruction is actually a kind of constraint, which is why gods of destruction can never reach the level of angel. Whis thought for a while, and at the same time organized the language of 1.4, smiled and explained to Sububai. That, hearing Whis' words, Sububai turned his head and looked at the auditorium of the 18th Universe. Why did the man named Lawbreaker have a terrifying strength of 14 points? In other words, the gods of destruction of the 18th Universe have successfully broken the shackles of being gods of destruction, and truly entered the level of angel. Master Lawbreaker, he is an exception. Whis followed Subai's gaze, whether it was in his tone or expression, or in his eyes, there was genuine respect. Obviously, although Whis' true strength is higher than that of the Lawbreaker, he respects the strongest gods of destruction in history who broke the rules from the bottom of his heart. 136. Lawbreaker. Is this a new era's declaration of war on the old era? Seeking subscription. Exception. Subai's gaze flickered for a moment, and he retracted the gaze of the 18th Universe gods of destruction Lawbreaker. Although this man's strength is not as strong as his, but, as Whis said, he is indeed powerful and respectable. Of course, this kind of respect is not the respect between the superior and the inferior, but the respect for a strong person. Being able to reach the level of angel with the identity of gods of destruction, lawbreakers can be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. By the way, I'm also gods of destruction, so it's not like there's no one left. Sububai shook his head, then looked towards the field. He didn't ask Whis about the lawbreaker in detail, because there was no need for it. Soon, the battle in the field gradually began to enter the final state. Boom. With a violent collision, the battle between Borui and Buzz ended completely. Buzz lost. Borui, a small winner. The 13th Universe Gods of Destruction Bo Rushang. The voice of the Grand Priest came from the sky. Scene 2, Time and Space Gods of Destruction Subave's 14th Universe Gods of Destruction Philip. It's your turn, don't lose to this guy. In the auditorium of the 19th 7th Universe, Beerus snorted coldly and reminded, be careful, Philip is also in control of the Ultra Instinct. Hearing what Beerus said, Sububai could not help but twitch his brows. But, he's not the perfect Ultra Instinct. Later, Beerus added another sentence. Hearing this, Sububai squinted at Beerus, he was really naughty. But, even if Philip controls the Ultra Instinct, Sububai can't lose to him, after all, the gap between the two is too big. Call out. Sububai flew towards the ring, and soon faced the gods of destruction who had taught Beerus a lesson. Hello, Time and Space Gods of Destruction Sububai. Philip and Sububai faced each other in the ring. Although the Grand Priest had announced the start of the match, Philip ignored it and communicated with Sububai. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be where I am now, thank you. Quote. It's okay. Sububai waved his hand casually. Please. Philip didn't say anything more, and his expression became serious. Advertisement. Boom. Philip exploded his breath. His energy aura was not the unique purple of gods of destruction, but a kind of light red, but Subai took a closer look, and in this light red arrogance, there was still a trace of purple wrapped around it. Arrogance. This shows what? Subai's eyes flickered for a moment. He is not a fool. He naturally understands that the reason is because the 14th universe has gradually begun to abandon the unique destructive energy of gods of destruction, and gradually practiced in its own energy. Boom. Call out. Philip moved. His speed was very fast, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and his real body arrived in front of Subai in an instant. Boom. Facing Philip's initiative to attack, Subai took a step forward, without any arrogance bursting out from his body, and calmly punched forward. Da da da. Subai's punch was so fierce that it hit Philip's chest and sent him flying. Has any of you seen the specific trajectory of this punch of the time-space gods of destruction? Am I dazzled? I seem to see a light punch from the gods of destruction, and then I see Philip 9 flying upside down. Space-time gods of destruction. Subai's punch, what ability does it carry? Surprised. Of course, for Subai's hand, what surprised me more was the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai from the universe who recovered later. Flash time. But Beerus understands what this ability is. This guy Subai is using the ability of the new era to counter the gods of destruction of the old era. In this way, are you showing the power of the new era? Interesting. In the 18th universe auditorium, the 18th universe gods of destruction lawbreaker who had been staring at the field narrowed his eyes slightly. Master Lawbreaker, what's wrong? The Supreme Kai Jocelyn of the 18th universe looked at the lawbreaker in a little surprise, and asked, this time space gods of destruction, what kind of ability did you use? That's right. The lawbreaker nodded. A very interesting ability that jumps time. Not only that, but his blow just now jumped space. The name gods of destruction of time and space really lives up to its name. Nani. Hearing the answer from the lawbreaker, Jocelyn showed horror on his face. He had never heard of someone who could jump through time and space. Advertisement. This is the ability of the new era, which is different from the ability of the old era. Is this a declaration? Not only Beerus thinks so, even the lawbreaker thinks so. In the field, on the ring, Subai didn't know that he just used the advanced version of Shanxi to make many people guess. At this moment, he took another step forward and arrived behind Philip in an instant. Exclamation mark. This time, facing Subai's jumping space, Philip raised his hand and punched out behind him. Boom. Middle. Bingo. Seeing this scene, Beerus in the 7th universe auditorium couldn't help showing surprise on his face. Philip is still that Philip after all. His eyesight is very scary. Bang bang. In the arena, after Philip hit Subai's chest with one punch, he punched Subai in succession. In just 1 second, he punched at least 100 punches. Drink. In the auditorium of the 13th universe, Borui frowned. Philip flew forward and arrived in front of Subai in the blink of an eye. He didn't think Subai was defeated by Philip so easily. After all, that man controlled the perfect ultra instinct. Will they be able to defeat the spokesperson of this new era, time and space gods of destruction Subai? Boom. 317 punched at the end, Philip roared, raised his right hand, and punched Subai in the chest again. Philip. Boom. Boom. The aloof Zeno clapped his hands and applauded, his little face was full of excitement. Subai flew upside down. Rumble. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with smoke, and with Philip's wild bombardment, the entire arena was also in disarray. Ah! Subai fell to the ground. Philip is so strong. This battle is really exciting. At low altitude, Philip opened his hands, looked at Subai on the ring below, and began to release a powerful energy bomb attack. The body fell heavily on the ring, which moved everyone. Is that how we lost?
5L137. Perfect Ultra Instinct Subai. The lawbreaker shocked the audience as soon as he made a move, seeking subscription. Boom. Just as everyone was expecting it, the smoke cleared away quickly, and a terrifying aura spread out from the center of the ring. What a powerful boom. This light. Is it Ultra Instinct? Spacetime gods of destruction actually controlled Ultra Instinct? Boiling. When the silver-white light of Subai Ultra Instinct exploded, the audience was shocked. This doesn't seem like a perfect Ultra Instinct. Someone spoke. 18.2. As Subai walked around, when the light on his body became deeper and deeper, that person's eyes froze for an instant. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Perfect Ultra Instinct. This man's methods are too much. When Subai's Perfect Ultra Instinct appeared, gods of destruction and Supreme Kai among the 6 universes who had just recovered, who did not know Subai's means, suddenly showed shocking expressions. The leading figures of this new era, very interesting. In the auditorium of the 18th universe, a smile of excitement appeared on the face of the lawbreaker for the first time. Obviously, besides Subai's clearing law, he is completely interested in Subai's perfect control of the Ultra Instinct at the moment. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Seeing Subai's Perfect Ultra Instinct, Philip immediately showed an extremely excited expression. Boom. In an instant, Philip rushed towards Subai. Boom. Boom. He punched out, and Subai also punched out. Philip stepped back a dozen steps, with a look of shock on his face. What a powerful force. Call out. Sububai set off. He didn't take a step back and arrived in front of Philip in an instant after he stabilized his body. Advertisement boom. A punch with silver-white energy arrogance fell, directly knocking Philip down. Boom. Sububai raised his hand and lowered it with an expression on his face, facing Philip's chest lying on the ground. Rumble. This punch made Philip fall deeply into the ring, causing deafening explosions and roars. So powerful. Seeing that Philip has no resistance in front of the perfect Ultra Instinct Sububai, everyone's eyes are fixed, with a little shock on their faces. You know, Philip's strength ranks among the top among all gods of destruction, but in front of the perfect Ultra Instinct Sububai, he has no power to fight back. One can imagine how terrifying Subai's strength is up. Master Lawbreaker, Master Sububai who controls the perfect Ultra Instinct, is your opponent. In the 18th Universe Auditorium, Supreme Kai Jocelyn couldn't bear it any longer and asked with a frown. I don't know, I can't understand Subai's strength at all, and I can also control the perfect Ultra Instinct. Although it is indeed extremely powerful in this state, it is easy to become dependent. It will cause some inconvenience to the subsequent growth. The Lawbreaker shook his head and revealed the disadvantages of Ultra Instinct. Nani? Ultra Instinct, there will be such a big disadvantage? Jocelyn was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had said this. Yes. When you always want to enter this state, isn't that going astray? Spending time on controlling the Ultra Instinct for no reason, won't this make people's subsequent growth interrupted for a period of time? The Lawbreaker said lightly. The meaning of his words is already obvious, that is, if you keep trying to control Ultra Instinct when you don't have control, it will be counterproductive. Hearing what the Lawbreaker said, Angel Cass nodded in agreement. At this moment, the battle in the field is almost over. At least, in the eyes of the gods, there is no suspense in this battle. Subai's strength is stronger. Boom. Sububai had already caught Philip on the ring in midair and punched him on the body. Give up, Philip, Sububai said lightly. The result is already very obvious if it continues. Although Sububai will not be beaten to death, I am afraid that he will be beaten alive by him. Advertisement, never say never. Philip's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, but his tone was still extremely tough. In this regard, Sububai shook his head, grabbed his clothes on his chest and threw him out of the ring. To be honest, he likes this guy's tough personality, but if it is really too tough, then he really needs to be knocked hard. Boom. At the moment of throwing it out, Sububai fired an energy cannon, just in case this guy wants to continue fighting. He believes that this cannon will definitely make him unconscious for a short time. Boom. Just as Sububai thought, Philip fainted directly after facing Subai's cannon attack, without any suspense at all. Spacetime Gods of Destruction Sububai wins. The voice of the Grand Priest came from the sky. The third warm-up stage match is next. The 16th Universe Gods of Destruction Eric vs the 18th Universe Gods of Destruction Lawbreaker. Call out. Call out. After Grand Priest's voice fell, two piercing sounds rang out, and then Eric and the Lawbreaker appeared on the ring at the same time. The Lawbreaker didn't focus on Eric. It's not that he didn't respect his opponent, but he paid more attention to some Sububai. After smiling slightly at Sububai, he set his sights on Eric, and the smile on his face disappeared in vain, turning into a look of indifference. As a Lawbreaker who has reached the angel level, with this qualification and strength, he maintains a contemptuous attitude towards many gods of destruction. Eric naturally understood the gap between himself and the Lawbreaker, and he maintained a kind of fanatical respect for the strongest gods of destruction in the true sense. Sububai left the ring, and the match between Eric and Spellbreaker really began. Eric bowed deeply to the Spellbreaker, and then exploded his, king's, most powerful energy. Eric, who has a combat power value of 12.5, is also one of the top 5 existences in gods of destruction. This powerful energy arrogance is enough to shock too many people. But the Lawbreaker just glanced casually before retracting his gaze, then slowly raised his right hand, hooked his fingers at Eric, and said lightly, Eric, show your strongest strength. It's inevitable. Eric's eyes were fixed, and his expression was extremely serious at this moment. Boom. He moved. B. The speed of the Lawbreaker was even faster, and even in the eyes of most of the spectators outside the arena, the figure of the Lawbreaker was still in place, but Eric flew upside down the moment he just set off. The Spellbreaker who stays in place is his afterimage. The faces of the gods couldn't help showing horror. The speed of the Lawbreaker is too fast, right? 138. During the intermission, cuisine conquered all universes just by its aroma, seeking subscription. Too fast. Eric, who was flying upside down, showed horror on his face. He thought that he would be able to catch a Lawbreaker by surprise by taking the initiative to move. Unexpectedly, he was the one who was caught off guard. Call out. Your strength is not enough. Just when Eric stabilized his body, a cold voice rang out in the field. It wasn't the voice of the Lawbreaker or someone else's voice. Boom. The next second, when Eric reacted, the Spellbreaker's fist struck again, and the fist hit Eric's abdomen directly. Puff. A mouthful of bitter water spurted out of Eric's mouth. Although the Lawbreaker looked ruthless, in fact, the power of this punch was not too great. It was only enough to lightly injure Eric. Even so, Eric is feeling extremely uncomfortable at this moment. He knows the gap between himself and the Lawbreaker. It is simply indescribable. Boom. The Lawbreaker got close again, and punched out again. This time, there was no suspense at all, because the Lawbreaker was not a person who likes to waste time. With this punch, Eric was instantly killed. 18th Universe Gods of Destruction Spellbreaker Victory. The moment Eric fell off the ring, Grand Priest's voice came from the sky. Take a break for a while, and then we will draw for the semifinals of the warm-up stage. 273 Hearing Grand Priest's words, the gods of each universe were speechless for a while, and no one thought that such an urgent time would even hold an intermission. However, this was the Grand Priest's decision, but no one dared to say anything or make any suggestions. When the gods of various universes began to whisper about this competition, Zeno, Grand Priest and 2 Zeno guards flew to the 7th Universe Auditorium. Meet Master Zeno, Grand Priest. Immediately, Beerus greeted the old Supreme Kai and Shin Dun in fear. It's not Zeno-sama who is here. Whis smiled slightly and asked a question. Advertisement, it's like this. I heard that the food in the 7th Universe is very delicious, so I want to taste it. Is it really as delicious as the rumors say? Zeno looked at Sububai and the others with a smile and said. Hearing Zeno's words, not only Beerus and the others were stunned, but Sububai was also stunned. Where did Zeno hear about this? That's natural, not to mention the delicacies cooked by Lil Sububai. Even the delicacies on Earth in the 7th Universe are extremely delicious. BJEG. Whis smiled and said at this time. Lil Sububai now, but I haven't cooked for a long time. Hey, I really miss the delicious food made by Lil Sububai. While talking, Whis wiped his tears, but his eyes were on Sububai, who was blushing at the side. Seeing his expression, he couldn't help but chuckled. Sububai, is the food you cook really so delicious? Can I have a taste? Hearing Whis' words, Zeno's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly flew in front of Sububai, staring at him with excitement and anticipation on his small face. Certainly. Sububai smiled slightly. Neither the Grand Priest nor Zeno showed any hostility towards him who controlled the law of elimination, so it was naturally impossible for him to refuse Zeno's small request. Moreover, he was a top chef in his previous life, and it was also a very joyful thing for him to be able to make people from different dimensions praise Huxia cuisine. Clap. Thank you. Thank you. Zeno clapped his hands excitedly when he heard Sububai agree to come down. After Sububai pretended to leave Wujiji, in the 6th Universe Auditorium, Champa frowned slightly. To be honest, he seemed to have noticed something, and whispered to Vados next to him. Vados, do you want to eat delicious food at 7th Universe? It should be. Whis mentioned Subai's delicious food in front of Grand Priest many years ago, so Grand Priest must have told Zeno. Vados smiled slightly, glanced at Champa with a look of surprise on his face, and continued. Master Champa, do you want to enjoy delicious food with Zeno? Don't dare. Champa's face showed excitement, but when he thought of Master Zeno's moody character, he immediately didn't dare to go. He was afraid that he would be unable to hold the chopsticks steadily, and he didn't even dare to take a bite. After a while, Sububai came back. Sububai, where's the food, where's the food? Seeing Sububai coming back, Zeno immediately stared at him with eager eyes. Advertisement, don't worry. With a wave of Subai's hand, he saw more than a dozen delicacies appeared on the tables in the auditorium. In an instant, when these dozen delicacies appeared, the aroma overflowed and was directly uploaded from the auditorium of the 7th Universe to the auditoriums of all other universes. What smell? So fragrant. My god, is this a delicacy from the 7th Universe? It's so fragrant, so fragrant. Just by smelling this smell, my stomach starts to growl, it's so gluttonous. It's okay, let's just go and have a look. Seeing Angel Luna and Gods of Destruction buzz, Sububai couldn't help but flicker, and said, are Luna and Buzz also join the queue for tasting food? Mouthwatering. She can't guarantee that she won't eat some yam. The taste is so strong that it will make you hungry. Luna blinked her eyes, and after saying a word, she looked at Sububai and continued. It's such a delicious thing, I wonder if I can try it. In the auditorium of the 15th Universe, Angel Luna blinked her eyes, her face was a little excited, and she whispered to Buzz, Gods of Destruction beside her. Lord Buzz, we can go to the auditorium of the 7th Universe. Sit over there. I dare not. Buzz is also attracted by the smell of this delicious food, but Grand Priest and Zeno are both there, could it be? He still wants to grab something from Master Zeno. Okay. Luna turned her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Buzz gritted his teeth, and then flew towards the 7th Universe Auditorium with Luna. It's so delicious, I really want to eat it. Smell good. Buzz said something mournful in his heart, but there was a smile on his face, and he said, Luna wants to know what the fragrance is, so I came here to have a look. At this moment, this expression was on the faces of the gods and Angel. I don't dare. Even the 18th Universe Gods of Destruction lawbreaker who had always been indifferent now showed a bit of a greedy look on his face. In the endless years, the invincible loneliness distracted him from doing many things. Cooking food is naturally what he also likes to study. Even, what is unknown is that he also has a hand in cooking food. 139. 17th Universe Gods of Destruction May vs. Time and Space Gods of Destruction Sububai. Seeking subscription. Luna's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the 7th Universe Auditorium. Grand Priest frowned slightly, and said, Luna, what are you doing here to join in the fun? It doesn't matter. Sububai smiled and waved his hands, and said, as a gourmet, the food I cook can be recognized by others. This is a very happy thing.
Hearing Subai's words, Luna narrowed her eyes and smiled, and bowed slightly to him as a thank you. Then, Buzz's eyes flashed, his face showed a little excitement, and he said, I am also a person who likes food very much. Also, I want to try it too. After saying this, Baz panicked. To be reasonable, he really didn't know how he said this. If he was rejected, he would lose face and stop talking. In case Master Zeno and Grand Priest were upset, then he is dead. Try it if you want, there are still a lot of delicacies anyway. Subai didn't care so much, he waved his hand casually, then glanced around, and found that most people's eyes were on the 7th universe at the moment, he couldn't help but sighed. Although their recognition of Huxia cuisine made him very happy, Subai was quite worried about one problem, that is, after today, he would definitely be harassed by gods of destruction who are passionate about food. But, it's hard to say, after all, Subai has the ability to eliminate gods of destruction, these gods must not have the spleen to harass him all the time. Almost half an hour passed quickly, but Zeno still hadn't had a good time, he looked at Subai blankly, and said, why don't we suspend today's game? Puff. Hearing Zeno's appearance of being completely conquered by Huxia food, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Zeno, the competition is more important. And, you can also play the competition at the same time, you just sit and eat in the 7th universe audience.
Subai didn't have the mind to wait a few days or a period of time to participate in the competition, which is a waste of time, so he put forward a perfect suggestion. This proposal seems to be very good, Subai, you really have it. Zeno's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly said, in that case, Grand Priest, you can preside over the continuation of the game. I will watch the game while eating delicious food. Obey. Grand Priest bowed and saluted, and then flew into the sky. The voice came quickly. I kept everyone waiting for a long time. Next, the draw for the semifinals of the warm-up stage officially begins. As the portraits of the 4 Subai rolled up, the lottery officially began. After a while, the avatars stopped scrolling, and the result of the lottery came out.
Borui vs Lawbreaker. Su Babes May. Advertisement. Seeing the lottery result, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, in their opinion, the final battle between Subai and the Spellbreaker is the most perfect. Borui. Seeing the result of the lottery, Subai couldn't help but glanced at the 13th universe. Just in time, Borui's gaze was also on him.
I can't help it, Yinan. I'm afraid that anyone I meet will end up losing. It's okay to lose to the Lawbreaker. After all, it's not the first time I've lost to him.
Borui shrugged his shoulders. In fact, to be honest, he wanted to meet Subai more. Although he failed to meet Subai, at least he could catch up with 2 sentences, and then went to the 7th universe to eat and drink. It's a perfect idea that couldn't be more perfect. It's a pity that he is facing the Lawbreaker now. The final 4 begins. At this time, the voice of the priest came from the sky. Immediately, Borui didn't think too much, and went directly to the ring.
The Lawbreaker had already been waiting for him on the ring, so as soon as Borui came up, the eyes of the two met. Please. For this strongest gods of destruction, Borui still has due respect for him. Take out your strongest strength and fight with me. Faced with Borui's respect, Lawbreaker was very indifferent. His attitude is not that he is very arrogant, but that his character is just like this, and he is so indifferent when facing anyone who is not interested in him. Boom. Facing the Lawbreaker, Borui didn't hesitate at all, and directly burst out his most powerful aura. Call out. He appeared in front of the Lawbreaker in an instant, but it was useless at all. The Lawbreaker's reaction was so fast that it was unimaginable. As soon as Borui came in front of him, he punched him, and knocked him off the ring without any suspense. Asking for flowers. Crush. The Lawbreaker completely crushed Borui, without any effort, because he understood that the gap between Borui and himself was too great, and there was no need for so-called temptations at all. Advertisement, 18th Universe Gods of Destruction Lawbreaker Victory. The moment Borui lost, the voice of Grand Priest rang out in the arena. Next, the 17th Universe Gods of Destruction May versus Space-Time Gods of Destruction Subai. May is very powerful, be careful. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, Beerus gave a faint reminder, and then continued to eat what was on the table. Yeah. Subai, May's strength can be said to be second only to Lawbreaker's. The reason lies in this bin. May suddenly became serious at this moment, and Black's arrogance exploded from her body. This is a kind of energy that is beyond destructive energy called destruction energy. Let's see then. Subai, after this competition, can I invite you to our 17th universe as a guest? Okay. That is to say, whether it is the gods of destruction of the 17th universe or the gods of destruction Lawbreaker of the 18th universe, they will all have the ability to destroy the weaker gods of destruction in the future. After this game. That is to say, why most gods of destruction hold a respectful attitude towards Lawbreakers. Subai didn't want to agree to it as soon as he came. After all, the world is impermanent, who knows if he will have anything in the future. After May took the stage, she did not take the lead, but issued an invitation. Buzz also reminded me on the side. If it is said that the destructive energy cannot destroy the gods of destruction, then the destructive energy has been cultivated to the extreme, and it has the ability to destroy the gods of destruction. In that case, please. Subai smiled slightly, his figure flickered for a moment, and the next second he arrived directly on the ring. It was also Subai's first time seeing this kind of energy, and his face showed a little surprise. He could feel that the arrogance on Mei's body was higher than the destructive energy. 0. 0 No. It should be said that since Sububai demonstrated the law of elimination, the gods, including Angel, will basically maintain a due respect for Sububai. 140. Sububai is a gods of destruction with angel-level combat power, seeking subscription. Boom. While Sububai was thinking, Mei left. Her whole body was covered with a black to shiny energy film, which gave people a feeling of extreme coldness. In an instant, Mei arrived in front of Sububai. She raised her right hand high and slapped Subai's head with a sudden slap. Sububai took a step sideways, easily dodging her slap. But Mei seemed to have understood what Sububai 7 was thinking. When Sububai took a step sideways, she also turned around, raised her hand and dropped it again. It's really thick-skinned. Sububai shook his head and smiled. This time he didn't have much choice, he just raised his hand and punched out. Compared with the terrifying black shattering energy carried in Mei's palm, his monotonous basic energy seems a bit stretched. But, at the moment when 297 met with a fist and a palm, Mei's face changed suddenly. Boom. Sububai increased some strength, and directly scattered the shattering energy around Mei. Thump thump. Mei was knocked back more than a dozen steps by this punch. She looked at Sububai, who closed her hands and smiled at her in horror, and said in disbelief, "How can your strength be so terrifying?" She can guarantee that Sububai absolutely did not use the energy with attributes, so, this guy can suppress her greatly with his most basic strength alone? As soon as this idea came out, Mei's heart was shocked, and she couldn't help but wonder where Subai's power limit is. Call out. When Mei Xin was thinking a lot, a piercing sound rang in her ears, and immediately, Subai's face appeared on her face. It's not a good attitude to walk away when fighting against people. Subai's voice rang in Mei's ears again, and then, when Mei came back to her senses, her fist hit her abdomen. Boom. Rumble. The terrifying fist pressure formed a kind of air explosion, which directly sent Mei flying. Sububai did not choose to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but looked indifferently at Mei, who flew upside down, stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Mei's recovery. Excuse me. Advertisement. Mei quickly stabilized her body, bowed deeply to Sububai, and showed her apology. At this moment, Mei no longer has any thoughts about Sububai. To be honest, at first she thought Sububai was just a new generation with good genes. Later, when Subai's elimination law was revealed, she became excited. Perhaps as long as she obtained Subai's blood essence, a very noble existence might be born in her 17th universe. But now, with Subai's absolute strength, Mei had no idea. No, to be honest, it may be said that she dare not have any thoughts. Use all your strength to attack me, Sububai said lightly. Yes. At this moment, Mei's face was completely serious, and at the same time as she let out a loud drink, the black to shiny energy on her body once again enveloped her whole body. Seeing a phantom of a giant dragon slowly condensing in the sky behind Mei, Sububai could not help but twitch his brows. This is the second time he has seen a phantom of a beast on Gods of Destruction. The first is Gods of Destruction, the mouse, and the second is Mei at this moment. Speaking of which, there is also Zamasu, the fusion of time and space in the future. This guy has also transformed into a phantom of a thunderbird, and has a powerful energy attack. Boom. Puff puff. When Sububai was reminiscing, he saw the phantom dragon behind Mei opened his mouth up to the sky, and then spit out more than a dozen black to shiny flame attacks at him. Sububai understands that this is the breath of the dragon, enough to destroy the world. Drink. Immediately, Sububai let out a loud shout, and some monotonous white burst out from his body. This is just a common gas explosion state, not ultra instinct, nor is it the energy arrogance of Super Saiyan God color form. Can I also transform Kiin into a certain form? When the gas exploded, Sububai suddenly had such a thought in his heart. Feasible. In the blink of an eye, Sububai made a decision, and at this moment energy slowly erupted from his body into the sky, and a 9-clawed golden dragon instantly took shape. Advertisement, Sububai. What is this? Beerus was stunned when he saw the 9-clawed golden dragon behind Sububai in the 7th Universe Auditorium. It looked a bit like Shenron from Earth. Earth Shenron is not of this color, and, in terms of momentum alone, there is no comparison between Earth Shenron and the 9-clawed golden dragon in the sky behind Sububai. Angel-level combat power. Whis didn't care about the 9-clawed golden dragon, he cared more about Subai's strength. At this moment he exploded his breath and completely revealed his basic combat power. Sububai is a Gods of Destruction with angel-level combat power. Nani? Beerus froze at Whis' words, Master Sububai. Yes, it's terrible. In response, Mei underneath could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, in the 6th Universe Auditorium, Champa also looked at Vados incredulously and said in shock, Vados, are you saying that Subai's strength has reached angel level? In the arena, the 9-clawed golden dragon phantom that appeared in the sky behind Sububai didn't have too many bells and whistles, and flew directly towards the giant dragon phantom in the sky behind Mei, and then under the shocked eyes of everyone, with a slap, it actually directly slapped away the phantom of the dragon. He understood the meaning of Vados' words, that is, I am afraid that the guy who broke the law is not Subai's target. Puff. Therefore, Sububai is destined to become the great Gods of Destruction. In other words, his chi was originally gold, but he didn't release his true power at all? Subai ignored Mei, who was vomiting blood, and looked at the gold arrogance rising from his hand, and raised his eyebrows. You must know that before his normal state, that is, when the Washa blood was dominant, the energy arrogance was only very simple and indifferent. Gold's chi. Nani. Champa opened his mouth, and hurriedly looked towards the ring. Looking at Subai's face, he couldn't help but feel dry mouth, then shook his head with a wry smile. Boom. 0.6 and now, it has turned into gold, which makes Subai feel puzzled for a while, and doesn't understand why chi suddenly turned into gold. Champa smacked his mouth, then suddenly grinned, and said, actually, it's quite easy to say, ha ha ha. Vados nodded with a light smile. Her eyes were filled with strange brilliance. She kept her eyes on Subai on the ring, and continued. From now on, Master Champa must be called Master Subai. 141. The final battle is coming, Lawbreaker versus Subai, seeking subscription. Subai's eyes gradually narrowed as he thought that he might not have brought out the true power of his bloodline. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion roared, and Subai came back to his senses, only to see Mei, whose whole body was covered in black to bright energy arrogance, suddenly attacking him. Boom. Subai raised his hand and punched out. The powerful gold energy exploded in front of Mei in an instant, and directly blasted Mei, who came in for a surprise attack. W. Boom. Subai took a step forward, and instantly reached Mei, who was blown away by him, and reached out to grab her chest, but just as he grabbed her, he felt a little impolite. After all, Mei is a woman, and he would definitely catch something if he grabbed it, so he immediately withdrew his hand. But Mei seized his distraction and flaws, directly raised her hand and punched out. The powerful energy hit Subai, and made him fly backwards in an instant. Drink. Mei took advantage of the victory to pursue and began to bombard Suri, who was flying upside down. Rumble. Immediately, deafening explosions and roars erupted in the arena, focusing everyone's attention on the ring. Mei's strength is also terrifying, worthy of being the gods of destruction second only to lawbreakers. I believe it won't be long before Mei may also become the second gods of destruction with angel-level combat power. No. If Mei has angel-level combat power, then she is the third gods of destruction to possess angel-level combat power. Don't forget the existence of the space-time gods of destruction Subai. Discussions continued to ring out in the auditoriums of various universes, and one of the remarks made most people fall silent for a while. Immediately, he couldn't help sighing. Yes, Subai, the gods of destruction of the new era, also has angel-level combat power. And Subai's methods are too many, to the extent that no one can imagine. Rumble. In the arena, bursts of deafening explosions rang out one after another. Advertisement at this moment, Subai showed a little surprise on his face. Mei's strength is indeed terrifying, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the #1 under angel-level combat power. Your ability to resist blows is too perverted. Seeing that Subai was not injured at all under her violent bombing, Mei was speechless for a while. She thought that Subai would suffer a little injury, but now it seems, let alone a little injury, that is, not a single hair fell out. It's not about resilience. Subai shook his head. Although he is powerful, he would not be so stupid to resist all of Mei's energy attacks. Just now, when Mei released the attack on him frantically, he had already quietly wrapped a layer of energy around him the whole body, so offset all the attacks of Mei. Boom. Subai didn't seem to want to waste time anymore, and the arrogance of gold on his body was getting higher and higher. In an instant, he rushed in front of Mei, raised his hand and punched out, hitting Mei's abdomen. Although Mei is a woman, in the battle, Subai will only avoid touching her important parts, but her strength will not be lacking. After this punch, Subai threw out dozens of punches one after another, and the time it took was only the blink of an eye by common. Boom. After a series of attacks, Mei fell to the ground, unable to bear Subai's violent blows, and passed out directly. It seems that the strength has been used a little bit. Looking at Mei, who fainted, Subai shook his head, with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. Spacetime gods of destruction Subai wins. The voice of Grand Priest came from the sky. Next, the final battle is about to start. Please prepare for the 2 contestants. Grand Priest, don't you give the gods of destruction a break? At this moment, the lawbreaker in the auditorium of the 18th universe spoke. Grand Priest thought for a while, then looked down at Subai below, and asked, does the space-time gods of destruction need to rest? Need not. Subai waved his hand, looked at the 18th universe, fixed his eyes on the lawbreaker, and said, I don't have any consumption at all, I can continue to fight. Advertisement. Hearing Subai's words, the lawbreaker frowned slightly, and after taking a deep look at him, his figure flickered for a moment, and he came directly to the ring. The final battle begins. The 18th universe gods of destruction lawbreaker versus time and space gods of destruction Subai. The Grand Priest's voice sounded. In an instant, all the gods of destruction Angel and Supreme Kai in the auditorium of Wujiji were all interested, staring intently at the ring, not wanting to lose a second of viewing experience. But to their surprise, no matter whether it was Subai or the lawbreaker, neither of them moved. They just looked at each other, and then passed like this for about a minute. Is the trial over? The trial is over. Then let me feel your power, gods of destruction of the new era? The spellbreaker spoke. Good. In fact, Subai was not probing anything, nor was he observing the lawbreaker, but he was thinking about a problem just now, that is, the lawbreaker must also have the energy of destruction. However, angel level combat power is very difficult to enter, so. Does the lawbreaker have a higher level of destruction energy? 447 Sububai didn't think too much about these things anymore, and burst into breath directly. His basic combat power is 14.2, even under the basic combat power, his strength is better than that of the lawbreaker, so he doesn't need to use any transformation or enter the perfect ultra instinct state. The most important thing is that he needs to hide all his own strength. If he accidentally explodes all his strength in the perfect ultra instinct state, causing his strength to be completely exposed, then he will lose the hidden gift package reward for next year. With the passage of time, the rewards of the big gift packs are becoming more and more abundant every year. This year's 50% clearing rule and such a system reward mechanism are perfectly reflected. Therefore, due to emotion and reason, it is impossible for Sububai to reveal his full strength. Call out. The lawbreaker moved, and he, who never liked to take the initiative, took the initiative to attack at this moment. The lawbreaker actually took the initiative to attack. What does this mean? This man takes Sububai seriously. Usually the side that thinks they are inferior will take the initiative to attack. This is a defensive attack. Don't the lawbreaker think he is not Subai's opponent? Following the initiative of the lawbreakers, whispers rang out throughout the realm of nothingness. 142. The origin of the name of the lawbreaker, breaking all laws with one force, seeking subscription. The space-time gods of destruction Sububai that came out of my 7th universe has the power to let lawbreakers actively choose to attack. Beerus's faint voice sounded in the field. In an instant, everyone in the field turned their attention to the 7th universe Beerus. When they saw that Zeno was still sitting and eating in the 7th universe auditorium, their faces suddenly showed a look of astonishment. They know that the delicious food of the 7th universe is indeed very delicious, but it is possible for Master Zeno to eat it for so long, so the delicious food of the 7th universe may really have something to offer. But having said that, Sububai did come out of the 7th universe, but in the eyes of the gods, this powerful man definitely does not belong to the 7th universe. Rumble. At this moment, there was a burst of explosive roar on the ring, and the gods looked over hurriedly, only to see Sububai grabbing the arm of the spellbreaker with one hand, and then twisting it hard. Click bang. An incomparably crisp sound resounded in the field. It was the arm of the lawbreaker being twisted off by Sububai. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces showed horror. How could Sububai be so powerful? Also, how did he reach this level of cultivation at such a young age? Ah! The screams came from the arena, and it came from the mouth of the lawbreaker. Boom! Sububai showed no mercy, raised his hand and punched out, hitting the spellbreaker's abdomen. Ah da da da! Sububai started his brutal beating of lawbreakers for being inhumane. Ah this! Pinch me quickly, why'd I feel like I'm dreaming? No way, even with the strength of a lawbreaker, it seems powerless in front of Sububai. I thought it would be a battle of the century when the king of the old era collided with the new era, but now it seems that Sububai is more of a crushing gesture. Horrible. Horror. Seeing the scene where the lawbreaker was beaten violently by Sububai, and all the gods of destruction in the various universe auditoriums outside the arena, Supreme Kai suddenly showed incredible expressions on his face, which is simply too terrifying. That's a lawbreaker. That is the strongest gods of destruction in history who has stepped into the angel level combat power level. Wrong. Different from the shock and disbelief of the gods outside the arena, Sububai noticed something was wrong in the arena. He looked at the lawbreaker who was being beaten by him continuously, with a look of doubt on his face, and said, "With your strength shouldn't be beaten so easily by me, are you? Letting the water go?" Although Subai's 14.2 combat power value is stronger than the 14-point combat power value of the lawbreaker, it must be known that Sububai has not revealed the full strength of his basic strength at this moment. Advertisement therefore, logically speaking, lawbreakers shouldn't be so unbearable. Sububai, do you know why I'm called a lawbreaker? At this time, a smile appeared on the face of the lawbreaker. His smile was very strange. When he was enduring the violent beating from Sububai, he seemed to have a bit of enjoyment in it. Lawbreaker. Sububai was slightly taken aback, and silently recited the name of the lawbreaker, and then his pupils constricted for a while, as if he thought of something at this moment. Boom. At this time, the fist of the lawbreaker came to the doctor suddenly. Boom. It hit Subai's chest directly and sent him flying. My name is the lawbreaker, and I can break all laws with one force. The lawbreaker followed Sububai. At this moment, he didn't have the so-called destructive energy, let alone the so-called destructive energy. What he had was just an indomitable and violent momentum. Boom. A follow-up punch hit Sububai in the abdomen, sending him flying again. Boom. Following up, the lawbreaker punched out again, this time because of Subai's defense, it hit his arm. Even so, Subai's complexion also changed drastically. The power of the lawbreaker is terrifying. Judging from this absolute strength, in Subai's opinion, the strength of this lawbreaker is definitely not only at the level of 14 points of combat strength. At least it is the same level of terror as his basic combat power with full firepower. Even, this is based on Subai's idea that he is at the same level. In fact, it is absolutely impossible for a lawbreaker to not have some powerful means. So, if you want to defeat the spellbreaker, then you must transform or enter the perfect ultra instinct state and fire at full power. Sububai narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to. He had already forgotten how long he hadn't had a good fight with someone, and this time he was absolutely impossible to use his strongest power in the battle with the lawbreaker. The value of 14.2 is enough. Boom. After thinking it over clearly, a golden light exploded from Subai's body instantly, and the spellbreakers who approached him and beat him violently were thrown away. Advertisement. It's useless. The lawbreaker smiled slightly, dodged in an instant and arrived in front of Subai, raised his hand and landed another punch. Different from the previous fists, this time, there are traces of electric light on the fists of the lawbreaker. This is not the covering energy, but the effect of pure fists approaching the extreme, and the power reaching a deeper level. Law of force. At this moment, for some reason, Subai looked at the fist of the lawbreaker and these 4 words appeared in his heart. The law of power. Hiss. Subai sucked in a breath of cold air immediately, speaking logically, in his cognition, this law of force should not exist in a different dimensional world like Dragon Ball. Because it doesn't fit. Boom, subconsciously, Subai punched out, Li Jiao. Not only Son Goku wants to become stronger, even the lawbreaker who has reached a critical point also wants to become stronger. Just like the clearing law of the Dragon Ball world has gone to the prehistoric world, it may become the power of the T1 law, but it is absolutely impossible to be called the power of the law of the order. So, get into the perfect Ultra Instinct state. I want to see where my limit is. Get into Ultra Instinct mode. This is the world of Dragon Ball. Obviously, Subai is definitely not an opponent of the lawbreaker just in the confrontation of strength. In the prehistoric world, it is probably the most supreme power of law. But, this time, when Subai was sent flying, the lawbreaker did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stopped and stood, looking at Subai very seriously, and said, "Your energy is indeed higher than mine, but in terms of strength, I can fight against you. You crush and pull. Hey, I wanted to write an original novel written by these universes, and finally I took the novel of Dragon Ball Universe. It is the world where the protagonist of the next book lives, and it is a certain planet in these universes. What about the law of force? Under the power of Subai's thinking, the fist of the lawbreaker has completely reached his face. However, as soon as they met, Subai flew upside down. Not only that, the clothes on his body were in vain at this moment. Yes, like the law of clearing, this is definitely the power of the most supreme law in the world of Dragon Ball. Boom. 143. Lawbreaker. Nani? Subai also mastered the law of force? Seeking subscription? The lawbreaker really had a good idea, and wanted Subai, who was stronger than him, to be a sharpening stone for him. Subai didn't want to. He feels that his basic combat power may still undergo a major improvement. The most important thing is that he believes that there are still many deep-seated powers in his Huxia blood that have not been discovered. After all, there is such an angel-level combat power as the lawbreaker. Subai has no reason not to choose to use it as his whetstone. Boom. Subai didn't choose to enter the perfect Ultra Instinct state, but simply burst out his breath, and then rushed towards the lawbreaker. Since the ability of the lawbreaker is to break the law with force, then Subai will not attack him with energy, but a pure and extreme force collision. Boom. Boom. The two began to fight each other, with 4 punches facing each other, and when each pair collided with a punch, they saw that the space of Wujiji shook suddenly. Subai, it seems that you also want to take a step further in my hands. Regarding the fact that Subai did not enter the perfect Ultra Instinct state, the lawbreaker immediately understood what he meant. Just like himself, he wanted the other party to put pressure on him, so as to achieve great growth. Aren't you the same? Subai shook his head and smiled, raised his hand and punched out again, and the latter also punched out. The powerful force of the collision between the two made the 360 spellbreaker take 2 steps back, while Subai took a dozen or 20 steps back. It can be seen that there is still a huge gap between the two in terms of strength alone. Come again. Subai shouted excitedly, and rushed towards the lawbreaker again. Bang bang bang. The two entered into a fierce fight again, although they didn't use energy to attack, but the surrounding space kept shaking with Subai and the lawbreaker's fierce fight. The battle between the two became more intense as time passed. Regarding this, Subai's emotions became more and more high, because he could feel that his basic combat power was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strange. My Huxia bloodline is not Saiyan bloodline, why can I also obtain great growth in constant fighting? While fighting each other, Subai thought about it. Not only that, he was shocked to find a problem. That is, the Ultra Instinct seems to gradually integrate into Subai's Huxia blood, that is to say, one day, the Ultra Instinct may be completely integrated with his Huxia blood. Note, this is not Angel's Ultra Instinct that is the normal state. His kind of integration, that is 1 + 1 greater than 2 inches instead of equal to 2. Boom. Advertisement boom. Boom. In the beginning, Subai was at a disadvantage. With the fierce collision between the two, he gradually adapted to fighting with his body, and his power gradually caught up with the powerful power of the lawbreaker. Scary guy. Faced with Subai's growth visible to the naked eye, the lawbreakers who fought against him were also shocked. The bystanders may not understand what Subai's situation is like at the moment, but he definitely understands it. This guy's growth is terrible. In just a few minutes, Subai's strength has slowly caught up with him. Although it is still not comparable to him, but the lawbreaker believes that it is not long before Subai has a strength comparable to his. Boom. It was another punch to bang. This time, Subai only backed up about 10 steps, while the lawbreaker backed up 5 or 6 steps. Horrible. This time, it was Subai who exclaimed in his heart. He was talking about the horror of his Huxia blood. He is not the world from which the soul travels, but the world from which the body travels. To be reasonable, at the beginning Subai also thought that in the world of Dragon Ball, his outspoken blood was at best an earthling. But with the astonishing growth, Subai discovered that his Huaxia bloodline broke through a kind of shackles, and the growth also has unlimited abilities.
Regarding his Huxia bloodline, Subai thought it was normal after careful consideration. After all, worlds of different dimensions such as Dragon Ball exist, who knows if the myths before Daxia really existed. BJDH. Boom. While Subai was thinking about it, the lawbreaker came to him again. Boom. It was another punch and bang. Subai only took 3 steps back this time, and the lawbreaker also took 3 steps back. Evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the faces of the gods in the auditorium outside the stadium were shocked. Time and space gods of destruction Subai. What a man this is. In just a few minutes of fighting, his growth has reached an unimaginable level. If things go on like this, the lawbreakers will definitely lose. Advertisement. All the Shendu in the auditorium began to discuss in low voices. Boom. In the field, there was another explosion and roar. I saw Subai grasping the lawbreaker's fist, and his strength was completely equal to that of the lawbreaker. Ding. Just 3 seconds after Subai held the lawbreaker's fist, a notification sound from the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Divine grade copy ability launch. Can copy the law of force of the 18th universe gods of destruction lawbreaker, whether to copy. Subai was stunned for a moment, and then a look of astonishment flashed across his face, and then turned into a look of surprise. Copy. This is not the biggest key, the key is that the level of the law of power controlled by Subai seems to be, deeper than him. While the lawbreaker was shocked, he was even more puzzled. The moment Subai threw out this punch, there was only a slight sound from the space, and it turned out that a big hole was broken. Therefore, lawbreakers naturally don't have the idea that Suri only comprehends the law of force. In other words, this guy has been hiding the fact that he has mastered the 2 laws. How could he forget this one? He has the ability to copy divine grade. But it's weird, why would he be exposed now? Nani. Law of force. Immediately, Subai used the divine grade copy ability to copy the lawbreaker's law of force. Subai wanted to test how terrifying his power was when he used the law of force, so he immediately shook off the fist of the lawbreaker, then raised his hand and punched it out. Although he has mastered the law of force not long ago, he has been immersed in it for tens of thousands of years. Laugh. What a powerful feeling. Boom. Feeling Subai's punch carrying the law of force at this moment, the lawbreaker's face suddenly showed horror. As for the law of strength, Subai had just comprehended it. Naturally, the lawbreaker would not have such fantasies. After all, it is impossible for someone to surpass him just after comprehending it. After completely accepting the law of force, Subai's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. 144. The battle that was forced to be suspended, the realm of nothingness collapsed. Seeking subscription. Boom. When the lawbreaker was shocked and thinking, Subai's fist had already arrived. With a punch carrying the law of force, the lawbreaker naturally dare not resist it head-on, and Subai's understanding of the law of force is a little deeper than his. Immediately, the lawbreaker dodged to the side. But Subai's fist seemed to lock onto the spellbreaker. Wherever the latter dodged, Subai's fist would turn there. Boom. In desperation, the lawbreaker could only use the law of force to punch Subai. Rumble. Scoff. In an instant, as the fists of the two collided, the entire Wujerji shook, and the surrounding space shattered and opened. Seeing this scene, the audience turned pale with astonishment. The battle between these two is simply not too scary. The surrounding space was broken, revealing a pitch-black space of another dimension. If one were to fall into it unfortunately, one would never be able to return for the rest of his life. If the battle between Mr. Zeno, Mr. Subai, and Mr. Lawbreaker continues, I am afraid that the entire realm of nothingness will become nothingness. In the 7th Universe Auditorium, the old Supreme Kai suddenly spoke. Hearing what the old Supreme Kai said, Zeno put down the food in his hand, glanced at him, then looked towards the ring in the arena, frowned and said, but, the battle between Subai and the Lawbreaker is getting more and more serious. The more exciting it is. As soon as Zeno said this, the old Supreme Kai's face changed, and he immediately shut up. To be honest, he also said such a sentence by accident just now, and now thinking about it, he was also afraid for a while. If Zeno is upset because of his words, then he is finished. Fine. Fortunately, Master Zeno didn't care too much, otherwise, this would be the unimaginable consequences for him. Boom. Boom. The impact sound was continuously transmitted from the arena to the entire Wujerji. At this moment, the entire No realm trembled more and more seriously with the fierce confrontation between Subai and the Lawbreaker. Even, the surrounding space in each universe auditorium was affected, and there appeared spider-like lines. Vados. Advertisement. In the 6th Universe Auditorium, Champa looked at the black hole that was only 10 meters away from him, with a look of horror on his face. Don't look at him standing tall and surrounded by gods of destruction. But, who knows what will happen if they enter this different dimension? Whether it is a human or a god, the deepest fear in the heart is absolutely the unknown. Vados immediately raised the angel staff, the streamer flickered, and a light film enveloped the 6th Universe Auditorium in it. Call. Seeing this layer of light film, Champa breathed a sigh of relief. Like what happened in the 6th Universe Auditorium, each Universe Auditorium is in progress. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate the broken space. Boom, boom. The sound of impact came again. Obviously it was an extremely exciting peak duel, but at this moment, the Shendu in the auditorium of each universe lost the mood to appreciate it. Drink, drink. On the ring, Sububai and the lawbreaker shouted at the same time, using the law of force to punch out violently. The battle is over. When the fists of the two were about to hit each other, Grand Priest suddenly appeared, easily clenched their fists, and stopped the collision between the two. Grand Priest. His full blow was so easily blocked by the Grand Priest, which made Subai's pupils tighten for a while, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. His strength has already reached this level, yet he still looks so powerless in front of the Grand Priest. Then, how powerful is this man? Yes. The spellbreaker stopped and saluted the Grand Priest respectfully. Subai, your strength is very good. Grand Priest looked at Subai, who stopped, and said with a smile, the last blow just now, I am afraid that all the Shendu will fall into the space of another dimension, so stop you. Understandable. Subai glanced around, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. Good guy. All black holes. He knows that the surrounding black holes are different dimensional spaces. Advertisement. Note, the extra dimensional space in the Dragon Ball world is not a different dimension, but a separate space in the Dragon Ball world. There is nothing in it, just like a pool of stagnant water. If you are trapped inside, you are really trapped inside and cannot escape. TT. Of course, Subai's advanced version of instant transmission in the final stage is not restricted by this, but, he is not afraid. That does not mean that the gods are not afraid. This time the game is considered a draw. The voice of Grand Priest rang in the ears of everyone in the field. I am also very sorry that I did not see the birth of the victorious party, but there is no way. The realm of nothingness is about to collapse. Once the blow just came out, the gods will fall into another dimension in space. This is not a good thing. So, the game is interrupted, and the outcome is a tie. Clap. As the Grand Priest's voice fell, the entire unbounded realm resounded with thunderous applause. This battle was indeed wonderful, but apart from being wonderful, it also gave the gods an unforgettable memory. 0. All of this is derived from the power of Subai, gods of destruction in this new era. Grand Priest. The lawbreaker suddenly opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and after glancing at Subai, a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm definitely not Subai's match for the last punch. So, this battle, I lost. Oh, Grand Priest frowned when he heard the words of the lawbreaker. The 18th Universe Gods of Destruction Lawbreaker, Sea Lord Gods of Destruction. The lawbreaker faced Subai, straightened his waist, and then bowed deeply to him, directly acknowledging Subai's identity. Wow. With the approval of the lawbreaker, there was a burst of noise in the entire Wujieji. 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Beerus, Sea Lord Gods of Destruction. At this time, Beerus slowly stood up in the 7th Universe Auditorium, and bowed deeply to Subai on the ring. His voice also resounded throughout Wujieji. The 13th Universe Gods of Destruction Borui. The 6th Universe Gods of Destruction Champa. 17th Universe Gods of Destruction Mei. Under the approval of many Universe Gods of Destruction, the realm of nothingness slowly began to collapse. The great gods of destruction. Subai heard the names of the gods addressing him, and for a while there was a little unknown look on his face. 145. Lazuli. Sister Luna, be careful. Seeking subscription. A week has passed since Subai became gods of destruction. On this day, in the western capital of the 7th universe, Subai was lying comfortably on a beach chair in the backyard of his home, basking in the sun. Unexpectedly, after copying the law of the lawbreaker's law of strength, I surpassed his comprehension in one fell swoop. This is something I never thought of. Subai thought about it. His current basic combat power is still 14.2 on the panel, but, if after using the power of the law of force, his test can reach a terrifying combat power of 15.2 force value. I am indeed very strong now, but, I can only do small things at the level of destroying the divine grade and angel grade. Not to mention facing the Grand Priest, even the 2 Zeno guards, my strength is not enough. Subai took a deep breath, and then slowly got up from the beach chair. He needed to spend a lot of time to start practicing. Husband. 293. Just when Subai was about to enter the partner training room, Lazuli's voice suddenly sounded. Subai stepped back, then looked aside, and saw a woman wearing Angel's costume next to Lazuli, who was Angel Luna from the 15th universe. Husband, this lady is Angel Luna from the 15th universe, she said she wants to visit you. Lazuli smiled and waved and said something, then trotted to Subai's side, and then said in a low voice, this Miss Luna is really beautiful, I have never seen a woman with such a noble temperament like her. You're not bad either. Subai reached out and scratched Lazuli's nose, and praised. What he said was not flattery, but that Lazuli and Luna were indeed on par in appearance, and even better than Luna in some respects. As for a certain aspect he mentioned, Subai glanced at Luna's figure, and then quickly retracted his gaze. See my lord gods of destruction. Luna smiled and nodded in greeting. What do you want from me? Putting his thoughts away, Subai looked at Luna in surprise, and said, and, you came to the 7th universe alone. Master Buzz didn't want to leave, so, I could only sneak in while he fell asleep. Luna pouted her lips, and then a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her dark and shiny eyes looked as bright as jewels, so beautiful that people couldn't help but be addicted to them. Subai cleared his throat, quickly regained his composure, and said, "So, what are you doing here?" "Want to eat you." Luna opened her mouth, but after she only said 3 words, Laslie's eyes were fixed, and she looked at the angel with great vigilance. In order to declare her sovereignty, she hastily hooked Subai's arm. Advertisement. Subai was speechless for a while. It was obvious that Luna hadn't finished speaking. But, the more sensitive Laslie appears, the more she cares. Gourmet cooking. Speaking of food, Luna's eyes lit up immediately. She took a step forward, and said excitedly, "Most of the food last time was eaten by Zeno, and there was very little left for me. During this time, I so miss the taste of food you cook." While talking, Luna couldn't help sticking out her tongue and touching her lips. That expression, this movement, is absolutely captivating enough. The most important thing is that Luna's appearance belongs to that kind of extremely pure, but making this kind of action at this moment gave Subai a feeling. Pure desire. Yes, this word appeared in Subai's mind instantly, pure desire. Call. Hearing Luna's words, Laslie breathed a sigh of relief. With a proud look on his face, he raised his head and said, "That's for sure, the food my husband cooks is definitely the best in the entire planet and even the entire universe." "Miss Laslie, let me correct you." Luna became serious, and said in a deep voice, "I think the delicacies made by Lord Subai have already become the delicacies in the universe." "Is that an exaggeration?" A look of shock appeared on Laslie's face. "Yes, that's an exaggeration." Luna nodded approvingly. "Good taste." Laslie immediately let go of Subai's arm, and then came to Luna's side, hooked her arm without any notice, and then took Luna out of the backyard of the home. Seeing this scene, Subai was slightly taken aback, and then a smile appeared on his face. The important point of getting closer between women is to have a common topic. Obviously, Luna praised her husband, and Laslie had a great affection for this woman. Regarding this, Subai thought about it for a while, but he still didn't go directly into the training room for the companion robot. Advertisement. Luna, an angel, came from afar, so she has no reason to let others ignore her. An hour later, Subai Huxia restaurant, the table is full of fragrant Huxia delicacies. "Oh my god." Luna looked at the delicious food on the table, her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "It's so delicious. This is sweet and sour pork, this is donko pork, this is braised pork ribs, this is fish in sour soup." At the same time, Laslie acted as a food commentator and introduced the dishes on the table for Luna. Among them, this spicy chicken dish is my favorite dish. "But Sister Luna, you should be careful, it will be very dangerous. Spicy." Luna. He really wants to tell Laslie, this angel named Luna is much older than their age. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched involuntarily. Laslie smiled slightly, and then began to introduce the delicacies on the table to Luna. Cough cough cough. I think. Cough cough cough. Luna is pretty good, Brother Mo thinks. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Seeing Luna listening carefully, Subai on the side opened his mouth, feeling that the relationship between the three of them was actually a bit warm. After hearing Laslie's introduction, Luna immediately picked up the spicy chicken at 5.8 and began to taste it. As soon as she took a bite, she sucked in a breath of cold air, and then exhaled vigorously. "It doesn't matter." Luna immediately took the juice and drank it. Her face showed a comfortable look, then she looked at Laslie and thanked. "Thank you, Sister Laslie." Good guy. Crucially, Subai glanced at Luna, the angel, and there was no dissatisfaction on her face. Obviously, she didn't dislike Laslie's younger sister at all. Hiss. Seeing that Luna's fair face was flushed in vain at this moment, Laslie couldn't help laughing, and then handed over a glass of juice. "Ha ha ha. Gulu gulu. Why? So sisters match up." Younger sister. Hearing this address, Subai was stunned. What happened to these two women when he was preparing the food? 146. Luna. Myers, this is your idol Subai. Seeking subscription. It took about an hour for the meal to end this gourmet feast. Seeing Luna lying on the sofa in the living room hugging her stomach regardless of her image, Subai couldn't help shaking her head and smiling. "Master Subai, may I come here to eat more often in the future?" Cough cough. "Do you often come to play with Sister Laslie?" Seemingly feeling Subai's gaze, Luna said it out of the way, but after a few words, she immediately changed her mouth. Subai was speechless for a while. Okay. Subai didn't open his mouth to agree, but Laslie on the other side agreed, only to hear her smile, and said, "I will also have a little bit of the Huxia food that Subai makes, although it is not as good as him. Eat, but, the taste is not bad." Married to Subai for so many years, although Laslie is a small workaholic, his cooking skills are also very good. Not to mention Subai's culinary skills of 7 or 8 points, there must be 5 points of cooking skills. Thank you Sister Laslie. Luna didn't pay too much attention to calling this kind of thing. In her opinion, the name is just a name, and it doesn't mean anything. If calling her sister can make her enjoy this kind of food every day, she would rather call her sister Laslie every day. No problem, no problem. Laslie laughed, looking very happy to see her. After all, this is the high-ranking angel, and now she has become her younger sister. It is definitely a matter of face to say it. But, how did she know that the current status of Subai is much more noble than that of Angel? After all, in a sense, Subai's great priesthood of gods of destruction has the qualifications to govern the gods of destruction of 18 universes. It is the same principle as the angel who governs the 18 universes of the Grand Priest, that is to say, the current Subai is an existence equal to the Grand Priest in terms of status. Suddenly, Subai frowned. Similarly, Luna on the other side also raised her eyebrows suddenly, as if she had sensed something like Subai. Lazuli, I'm going out for a while. Immediately, Subai pointed his middle finger between his eyebrows, and disappeared in the presence of the king of the Exodus family in an instant. This guy. Lazuli was speechless for a while, looking at Luna who was getting up slowly on the sofa, just about to speak, but Luna smiled slightly. Sister Lazuli, I also have something to do, I will visit you some other day. While talking, Luna nodded slightly to Lazuli, and then disappeared into the living room of Subai's home. Advertisement. Sister Luna, I'm waiting for you to come again. For Luna, Lazuli yelled with a smile. Although she didn't know if she heard it, in her opinion, it was enough to express her heart. At this moment, Satan City. Subai appeared above Satan's manor. He looked down at a small universe spaceship below. At this moment, novice Angel Myers, who was hiding his identity, was ordering his subordinates to carry the sleeping Majin Buu onto the small universe spaceship. Hey, you kidnappers, return Mr. Buu to me quickly. It's really disgusting, do you know who I am? Satan's roar sounded from below, and it could be felt that he really liked Buu very much and regarded him as his true friend. Subai looked, and saw that Satan took out a pistol, looked at Myers helplessly and angrily, and said coldly, don't force me, if I kill you, I will only be self-defense. Mr. Satan, as I said just now, we are. Whoosh. Myers was also helpless for a while, he sighed, and was about to continue to say something. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Son Goku and Vegeta appeared beside Satan at the same time. Goku, Vegeta, you are finally here, this guy is a big bad guy, he wants to take my Mr. Buu. Seeing Son Goku coming, Satan hurriedly said to Son Goku as if he had found the backbone. Who are you? Son Goku frowned and stared at Myers. Vegeta, Goku, are you? Seeing Son Goku and Vegeta, Myers suddenly froze, and then his face showed a little surprise, and then he glanced around, but there was no third figure, which made him sigh inwardly. 2. With that lord whose name is resounding throughout the 18 universes, I am afraid that this time the incident can be completed very easily. It's a pity. Myers couldn't help sighing. Goku, you must save Mr. Buu. Satan spoke again, his face full of pleading. No problem, just leave this guy to me. Son Goku grinned, he couldn't feel the strength of Myers at all, so he didn't have any serious thoughts on treating him. He stepped forward casually, and arrived in front of Myers in an instant. Advertisement. Just when Son Goku felt that he could subdue Myers easily, the latter turned sideways and easily dodged Son Goku's attack. Instead, he took out a small pistol and hit Son Goku on the back of the neck. Well, Son Goku was hit by the small pistol, his face suddenly showed confusion, and then he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and he passed out directly on the ground. Seeing Son Goku fell to the ground, Vegeta frowned. At this moment, Myers' figure flickered again, and he came behind Vegeta, and also fired a 983 shot. Neither Son Goku nor Vegeta is a match for this guy, so, can he be? Luna looked at Myers with a smile, and waved to him. Sister Luna. Myers apologized sheepishly. Who is this? Nani. Sorry, Mr. Vegeta, please sleep for a while too. Myers, this is your idol, Lord Gods of Destruction Subai. Hearing Luna's introduction, Melton immediately put away the pistol, then straightened his waist, bowed deeply to Subai, then raised his body, and looked at Subai with an incomparably fiery gaze. Excitedly said, Myers, see Subai. Luna smiled and introduced Subai. At this time, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and two figures appeared in the open space. Long time no see, Myers. You. Seeing that both Son Goku and Vegeta had fainted, Satan on the side suddenly showed a look of horror. Call out, Myers asked. Seeing Luna, Myers immediately showed surprise on his face, but soon, he set his solemn eyes on Subai. 147. Little Fan Myers, the Mara chapter is officially open. Seeking subscription. Oh, Myers, you actually know of my existence. Facing Myers' fanatical gaze, Subai was a little bit overwhelmed, but he was still quite surprised that he knew of his existence. Certainly. Hearing Subai's words, Myers puffed out his chest immediately, and said excitedly, I've heard a lot about you, but the only pity is that I couldn't witness those battles with my own eyes. As he spoke, Myers looked a little lonely. For him, not being able to see Subai fight is his biggest regret. It doesn't matter, there are plenty of opportunities for this kind of thing. Subai smiled slightly, and still found it a little funny that he had a little fanboy out of nowhere. And, this is Myers, Whis' younger brother, a novice angel. By the way, do you want to follow me to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol? Myers suddenly remembered his business, so he couldn't help but hastily asked. Subai blinked. To be honest, he really couldn't say no to this enthusiastic little fanboy. If you have something to do, I won't bother you. Seeing Subai's hesitant expression, Myers said immediately. It's okay, it just happens to be a little boring, so it's okay to go with you. Subai thought for a while, and finally agreed. If he remembers correctly, the period when Myers came to Earth was the beginning of the chapter of the Dragon Ball Super manga mola. For this length, Subai has always maintained a mood of anticipation. Therefore, in his previous life, he only knew about this length, but the manga didn't read much. Because, after watching the manga in advance, he didn't want to feel any gap in his heart when he saw the animation version again. But unfortunately, by the time he crossed over, the plot animation after the Dragon Ball Superpower conference still hadn't been released. Fortunately, I have traveled to this world, and I can participate in this chapter by myself. Subai thought to himself. Thank you, Master Subai. Advertisement. Melston jumped up and down a few times excitedly, then felt that he was a little rude, and immediately bowed to Subai to express his apology and thanks. Mr. Subai, Mr. Boo, he. At this time, Satan whispered a word. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Boo. Subai smiled slightly to appease Satan. Regarding Subai's words, although Satan has some doubts, he can only choose to believe at this moment. Let's go. Myers immediately raised his hand and ordered his men to start. Pick up these two gentlemen to the spaceship universe, and follow us back to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol team. Although he successfully invited Subai to go with him, Myers never thought that he really had to ask this adult to help. For his idol, he is willing to insist on it. And you? Subai squinted at Luna, who was on the side. I'll go back to the 15th universe first, lest Lord Buzz suddenly wake up from his nap and find that I sneaked out, and he will definitely be scolded at that time. Luna stuck out her tongue playfully, then waved to Myers with a smile, and said, Myers, I really envy you that you can stay with Master Subai. Ah, Myers was a little puzzled. Nothing. Luna shook her head, then tapped lightly on the ground with the angel staff in her hand, only to see that her body was covered with a layer of gorgeous light, soaring into the sky and disappearing from everyone's sight. A few hours later, in the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. Goku, it's time to wake up. On the edge of a bed, Jacques leaned forward and softly called Son Goku twice on the bed. Seeing that Son Goku didn't respond, he couldn't help being speechless for a while, and then complained to Myers beside him, you must have struck too hard. This. Myers scratched his head embarrassingly, and said, after all, I've heard you say that these two are very powerful. So, I accidentally shot 2 more shots. Advertisement. While Jake and Myers were communicating, Son Goku woke up slowly on the bed. At the same time, Vegeta on the other side of the ground also faintly woke up. When he found himself lying on the ground and Son Goku was lying on the bed, his face immediately became gloomy. Jack, give me a reason why Kakarot can lie on the bed, but I can only lie on the cold ground. Vegeta just woke up. The first thing he cared about was not where he was, but immediately scolded Jake for his unequal treatment. Vegeta, I can't help it. There's only one bed. Myers bowed deeply to Son Goku and Vegeta, then raised his body and said, I heard Jake mention the two, so I was afraid of any conflict, so I could only use the tranquilizer gun to knock them out. While asking, Vegeta looked at Subai from time to time, and he felt a little strange that this guy appeared here. Who's that guy? Son Goku put his eyes on Mel's next to Su Zhao's Bai again, and frowned. Okay, by the way, Jake, where are we? Hey, Subai, why are you here? Subai, when did you get involved with these guys from the Galactic Patrol? Son Goku slowly got up from the bed, and after standing on the ground and jumping twice, he asked a question. Suddenly, he noticed Subai, who was standing on the side talking with Myers, and was suddenly surprised. Hey, that's Super Elite Myers, why did you kidnap Majin Buu? Exactly. Seeing Vegeta with a gloomy face, Jake shrank his neck in fear and said something in a low voice. Please subscribe. Hi, Mr. Goku, I'm sorry for your rudeness. Jacques introduced. Vegeta frowned, and asked a little indifferently. Just when the last moment was about to be said, Jacques dared not speak anymore when he heard Vegeta sneer. He's Myers, a member of the Super Elite of the Galactic Patrol. This is Galactic Patrol headquarters. Jacques patted his chest, and said proudly, that is to say, this is my Jacques' territory now, you have to give me regulations when you come here. 148. Lord Subai is an existence above all gods of destruction. Seeking subscription. Due to our negligence, some vicious prisoners have escaped from the galaxy prison. Myers said in a deep voice. So, in order to capture that prisoner again, we need the power of Lord Supreme Kai. Big Supreme Kai. Vegeta and Son Goku were stunned. What does that have to do with Majin Buu? Lord Supreme Kai is sleeping inside Buu. Myers continued. Memels, right. Son Goku immediately approached Myers, and said excitedly, by the way, how strong is this prisoner? Very powerful. Myers was very serious, and said in a deep voice, 10 million years ago, if the Supreme Kai hadn't sealed Mara's magic power, I'm afraid the entire universe would have been eaten by him. Mola. 10 million years ago. Eat the universe. Son Goku was shocked when he heard Myers' words. That's right. This Mara lives by eating energy planets with life, and uses this to increase his own strength. An angry expression appeared on Myers' face. Although this guy has been sealed with magic power 137 by Supreme Kai, the seal is slowly loosening as time goes by, so we can't put him to death. Quote. What does the big Supreme Kai sleeping inside Buu mean? Vegeta frowned. 5 million years after sealing Mara, Majin Buu absorbed Lord Supreme Kai. So. Myers sighed. Now, we can only wake up Lord Supreme Kai from Buu's body. Or in other words, get Lord Supreme Kai out of Buu's body. But, it's a pity that Majin Buu couldn't wake up no matter what, which made it difficult for Myers and others. How about, let us help you catch that prisoner named Mo Luo back. Son Goku suddenly made a suggestion. Ah, Vegeta sneered when he heard Son Goku's suggestion. However, he did not refuse. Because, he is also very interested in that guy named Mo Luo. Now there are no invaders on the Earth, and there are no enemies in the universe that can fight with people anymore, so he is still very interested in this Mara. Advertisement. If BJCG is like this, thank you Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Myers was overjoyed, although he did have this idea, but if Son Goku took the initiative to say it, the meaning would naturally be much different. Subai, how's it going? Do you want to catch that guy who can eat planets together? Son Goku jumped up and down twice, as if he was moving his body. Master Subai, can we go together? Myers also looked at Subai expectantly. It is true that he is a novice angel, but now that he is in a state of hiding himself, it is naturally impossible for him to expose himself. Moreover, Mo Luo's strength is indeed terrifying, and Myers still cannot use Angel's full power, which forms a check and balance. Master Subai, hearing Myers' address, Son Goku was slightly taken aback. That's right, don't you know, Master Subai is now the great gods of destruction. Myers looked at Son Goku strangely, surprised that he didn't know the identity of Master Subai. Nani? Big gods of destruction. Shock appeared on Son Goku's face, and then he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and asked doubtfully, by the way, what is the big gods of destruction? Fall. Seeing this contrast from Son Goku, Myers and Jake on one side almost fell to the ground. Myers cleared his throat and said, gods of destruction, you should know. I know that the gods of destruction in the 7th universe is Lord Beerus, and the gods of destruction in the auditorium of the 6th universe is Lord Champa. And Subai, I remember he is the novice gods of destruction, right? Son Goku replied. Hee. Myers laughed softly. Mr. Goku, that was just the past. The current Master Subai is the great gods of destruction, the great Supreme Kai is generally above Supreme Kai, but the great gods of destruction is above all gods of destruction above destruction. Nani. Hearing Myers' explanation, Vegeta's face suddenly showed horror. Unexpectedly, Subai, your current status is already above Master Beerus. If this is the case, don't I have to call you Master Subai? Son Goku stared. Ha ha ha, advertisement. Subai laughed and waved his hands casually. I don't care much about these names. Why is Beerus's relationship with him still the same as before even though he became the great gods of destruction? It is because Subai is an extremely casual person in front of familiar people, and he doesn't care about these names. Just like Luna, she doesn't call her sister at all when a weak human like Pinlatuli calls her sister. This guy. Vegeta took a deep look at Subai, then gritted his teeth. Master Subai. At this time, Jockey suddenly came over. He looked at Subai, with a look of embarrassment, and said, I remember when you said that you would support me when the 6th universe and the 7th universe were fighting. Bar. Jake puffed up his chest, but after saying this, he immediately regretted it. It would be absolutely no problem to capture some small fugitives from the Milky Way with his strength. Subai grinned. As the super elite of the Galactic Patrol, Jacques, I don't think you will back down. Jake thought for a while, finally gritted his teeth, and stood up and said, this time, I, Jockey, is obliged to arrest the fugitive Mo Luo. After all, the Earth is the area under my jurisdiction, and Goku and Vegeta both live on the Earth. I have to take good care of them. Jack laughed sheepishly. Subai laughed lightly. Hearing this, Subai squinted at him, with a smile on his lips, and said, Jack, what are you trying to do? Just, I think I can definitely govern a few more areas with my ability. Hearing Subai's words, Jockey suddenly panicked. Follow people of Son Goku's level to catch high-level fugitives. Isn't that courting death? This kid, still thinking of going through the back door. It's such a happy decision. With Goku and Vegeta, and even Master Subai, maybe. I can really do nothing and just get credit for it. Okay, this time to capture Mo Luo, you follow. As long as you behave well, wouldn't it be easy to govern several areas? 149. The existence of sequential levels, invitation from the Grand Priest. Seeking subscription. Get ready to go. Son Goku clapped his hands with anticipation and excitement, looked at Subai, and said, recently, my practice is also very hard, this time I will let you see the results of my practice. Can. Subai nodded. At this moment, Whis' voice suddenly sounded next to his ear. Little Subai, Grand Priest has something to tell you. Hearing the voice transmission of Whis, Subai was slightly taken aback, and then sent back in surprise. Grand Priest, what can you tell me? I don't know, now the Grand Priest has arrived in the Gods of Destruction world. Whis, voice continued. I see. After Subai said this, he cut off the connection, he looked at Son Goku with a regretful face, and said, it seems that I can't go with you this time, to catch Mo Luo.
What's wrong? Son Goku looked puzzled. Grand Priest has something to talk to me. After Sububai said this, he greeted Myers with a look of pity, and then teleported away from the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol. Call out. In the next second, Bai's figure appeared in the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction realm. This delicacy is called Kung Pao chicken, and according to little Sububai, it is one of his best dishes. As soon as he arrived, Sububai heard Whis introducing his cuisine to Grand Priest, and praised him fiercely. It is said to be one of his best dishes, but in my opinion, well, little Sububai does every dish as his specialty. It seems that your food has been good in recent years. Grand Priest smiled lightly, and then took 2 mouthfuls of Kung Pao chicken. His face immediately showed admiration. He nodded, glanced at Sububai who was walking slowly, and said, Sububai, your cooking skills, it can be called the #1 in the universe. He himself is not a person who loves food, but after eating Subai's food, he can't help but want to eat more. Even when the Battle of Gods was held, he was attracted just by smelling the smell, but due to important matters, he was not able to taste Subai's cooking skills. Now, he has tasted it, and feels that his trip was worthwhile. Grand Priest is awesome. Advertisement. Sububai smiled modestly. After taking a few more bites, Grand Priest invited Sububai to sit down, and then said, This time, the 7th universe is looking for you, because Master Zeno wants to eat the delicious food you made, but recently he is patrolling various universes, so no time for the 7th universe. So, I would like to ask, can I store more delicacies in your place? As for whether it is fresh or not, Sububai doesn't have to worry about it. With their means of existence, it is natural that the food is always in the state of being fresh from the pan, and the color, fragrance and taste are absolutely complete. Other than that, Sububai was slightly surprised. He glanced at Whis. He remembered that he had given Whis a small gourmet restaurant. The food inside was enough for him and Beerus to eat for several years. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be finished by now, right? Seeing Sububai looking at him, Whis winked at him immediately. In this regard, Sububai opened his mouth and realized instantly. For such a small matter, just let Whis send it over, then Grand Priest needs to come over in person. So, this is obviously an excuse specially made by Grand Priest to give him some advice. In this regard, Sububai slapped himself on the forehead and said, I have plenty of food, and I must manage enough. Even if it is not enough, you can contact Whis after eating. Although his current status is comparable to that of a Grand Priest, his strength is not equal, not to mention the Grand Priest, even facing 2 Zeno guards, he is no match. Thank you. Grand Priest thanked him politely, and then continued to eat Kung Pao chicken. He ate a little slowly, and it took as long as 10 minutes to eat just one delicacy. However, neither Sububai nor Whis was impatient at all. Another 5 minutes passed, only a da sound was heard. Grand Priest put down the chopsticks in his hand, took the paper towel handed over by Whis and wiped his mouth gracefully, looked at Sububai with a smile, and said, What is your current status? The strength is already considered the existence of the 3rd sequence. The 3rd sequence. Sububai was stunned when he heard this word that he had never heard before. Yes. Grand Priest explained. The level of gods of destruction is mostly the existence of the 4th order, and like the level of angel, that is the existence of the 3rd order. Asterisk. Then. What about you, Grand Priest? What sequence do you exist in? Sububai opened his mouth, and couldn't help guessing curiously. 2nd, or 1st, I think, you should be the existence of the 1st sequence? Advertisement, no. Grand Priest shook his head with a smile, his eyes showed emotion. If the gap between gods of destruction and angel is the same, the gap between the 3rd sequence and the 2nd sequence is similar to the gap between the sky and the earth. Therefore, more don't talk about the existence of the 2nd sequence and the 1st sequence. So there is an existence in the entire universe that is much stronger than you, the Grand Priest? A look of surprise appeared on Subai's face. As far as he knew, Grand Priest's strength ranked among the top 5 in the entire universe. He didn't know the exact ranking. 18. He definitely has a place in the top 3. Even, it's either 2nd or 3rd, and now, listening to what Grand Priest said, it seems that there are many people who are stronger than him. #B. Where are those horrors? There are people beyond people, and there is heaven beyond the sky. Outside the universe, there are also outside the universe. Grand Priest pointed and smiled. Subai's pupils constricted. What does Grand Priest mean? Are there any other dimension worlds connected with the Dragon Ball world? Parallel universe. Grand Priest saw Sububai with a puzzled face, smiled slightly, and said, In the entire universe, there are not only our 18 universes. Besides, there are many parallel universes. Is it like this? When Sububai heard this was the case, he was suddenly taken aback. Just like the future spacetime world of the main spacetime world, that world also has the existence of Zeno. It's a bit outrageous to talk about these topics, let's go back to the topic of life. Grand Priest waved his hand and said with a smile, Do you want to follow me to the big angel planet to practice for a while? 150. Reject the Grand Priest, and come to another parallel world in the main spacetime world, seeking subscription. Follow Grand Priest to the big angel planet to practice with him? When Sububai heard what Grand Priest said, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Grand Priest would propose to let him practice with him. Sububai originally wanted to agree immediately, but after thinking about it for a while, he shook his head. My path is different from Grand Priest's. If I practice with you, I'm afraid I can only reach your level in the end. This is indeed the case. Those who really have dreams want to go out of their own way. Hearing Subai's words, Whis' eyes widened. Little Subai. Turned down Grand Priest's offer. Little Subai, you. Immediately, Whis spoke, but before he could finish speaking, Grand Priest applauded and applauded. Not bad. This, 380, idea is very good. To be honest, Yin Shenyi was shocked by Subai's remarks. As Subai said, following him to practice all the time will definitely only reach the level of the Grand Priest in the end, and it will not become Subai's own path, the level that he can reach in the future. Subai scratched his head and smiled. To be honest, what he said just now was just nonsense. For him, there is no difficulty at all in improving his strength. First, as long as he is willing to practice hard, he can still grow at an unimaginable speed. Second, he believes that the hidden spree every year will give him more surprises. In Subai's view, relying on the system to become stronger is not shameful, it can save effort. Why waste more time on practice? Many people may disagree with Subai's concept, but will he care?
In this case, anyone who can enjoy the convenience will be willing to enjoy the convenience.
Just like a friend Subai knew in the previous life always said, who doesn't want to be a rich second generation who just eats and waits to die? Perhaps, some people really don't want to, but it's only a small number of people. However, when you are a minority, you have made him poor enough, and then tell him that you are actually a rich second generation, you see if he still wants to. Advertisement. In that case, I'm going back. Grand Priest smiled slightly, a divine light flickered a bit, and he disappeared into the gods of destruction realm. Subai, it's really you who turned down the Grand Priest. After Grand Priest left, Beerus's figure flickered and appeared in front of the two of them. Then he looked at Subai and immediately gave a thumbs up. Subai glanced at him, shook his head and said with a smile. Every person who controls the law is different from another person who controls the law. The road is different, and the way is naturally different. Of course, if Grand Priest invited him to discuss the power of the law, it would definitely be fine, but Grand Priest didn't invite him, so he didn't have to take the initiative to bring it up. Amazing, Beerus said sourly, and then sat on the stone bench beside him and started to take out delicious food and eat. Now he has no idea about surpassing Subai. This guy is a pervert, not to mention surpassing him, even catching up with him is extremely difficult. By the way, Goku and Vegeta have disappeared recently. Where did they go? Beerus was eating, and suddenly asked a question. Help Myers catch a fugitive, Subai said. Fugitive? Beerus froze for a moment. Moluo, do you know him? Subai asked. Mola? Hearing this name, Beerus couldn't help curling his lips, shook his head and said, I don't know, who knows such a small character? Hearing Beerus's tone, Subai really didn't know if he recognized him. After all, Mara still had a sense of existence 10 million years ago. Of course, no matter how there is a sense of existence, I am afraid that in front of a god at the level of Beerus, I am afraid that he will not have any power to fight back. Next, Subai stayed in the gods of destruction world for a while before leaving. Advertisement originally, he wanted to go directly to find Son Goku and others, but after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. He believes that Son Goku and Vegeta can definitely defeat this magic prison. Back home on Earth, Subai also directly entered the training room for the companion robot. Subai looked at the portal that can be sent to different timelines or parallel worlds, and couldn't help thinking. He has been to the future time and space, and he has also been to the Dragon Belt time and space. Will it exist in the past time and space? Also, or, what about another parallel universe time and space? Thinking of this, Subai's eyes couldn't help flickering, then he pushed open the portal and stepped in. Suddenly, a familiar breath came into Subai's senses, causing a look of surprise on his face. Call out. This is a dead star, there is no fluctuation of life at all. The next second, when Subai reappeared, he had already arrived at the distance of gods of destruction of the 7th universe. It's strange. This should not be the future time-space world, nor the Dragon Belt time-space world, let alone 4.3 maybe the past time-space world. So, this is what Grand Priest said before, another parallel universe. After spinning around for a while, his eyes went dark. Subai opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, his brows were furrowed tightly. Barren. Subai spread out the induction, and after a while, he saw through the essence of the planet he was on at the moment. It's kind of interesting. This time-space world doesn't seem to be the Dragon Belt time-space world I'm familiar with, nor is it the future time-space world I'm familiar with. So, could it be the past time-space world? Subai's desire to explore this world gradually became stronger. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. There is a 7th universe in this world, and there is a realm of gods of destruction. Subai showed a very interested look on his face, and then pointed his index finger on the center of his eyebrows. He was performing depth sensing, and wanted to check whether there was the breath of the earth or a familiar person. He also looked at the man, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Huh. So, this is really another parallel universe, or in other words, another parallel world. Lonely. Subai whispered softly, his face full of surprise. Subai's aura was perfectly hidden. He stood in the sky of gods of destruction in the 7th universe, looked down, and saw Whis, Son Goku, Vegeta and others looking at a man in surprise. He even sensed the breath of Whis, Beerus, Son Goku and others. 151. My name is Sububai, and I am the gods of destruction of time and space and the great gods of destruction, seeking subscription. The prison star is a terrible place to imprison the most vicious prisoners in the universe. When Sububai in the sky was shocked, Fu below spoke, if you don't hurry over there, Trunks will be in danger. Call out. After saying this, Fu's figure flickered and disappeared directly into the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe. Cut. This guy, Trunks, is in trouble again. Kakarot, let's go. After Fu left, Vegeta frowned suddenly. Okay, Son Goku nodded and smiled. That guy named Fu, you can't trust him too much. At this time, Whis spoke from the side. For sure, this guy appeared out of nowhere, and his aura is also very strange, so naturally we can't believe him. Shin on the side said in a deep voice. At this time, Whis suddenly focused his eyes, looked up at the sky, and when he saw Sububai, his pupils suddenly constricted. Swish swish swish. Following Whis' strange expression, everyone also looked up at the sky, and when they saw another mysterious man appearing, they were stunned again. Who are you? Whis looked at Sububai in the sky solemnly, and asked in a deep voice. The pressure this man gave him is too strong. You must know that at Angel's level, there is no other person who can give him this kind of oppressive force except his sister Vados when he is angry. But at the same time, Whis inexplicably felt that this man was kind, as if he knew him, which made him feel a little strange. After all, he can guarantee that he has never seen this man before, and this man feels too strange to him, and is there such a powerful man in the 7th universe? It shouldn't be. By the way, why does this man give me a somewhat familiar feeling? At this time, Son Goku whispered something. Huh? You too? Vegeta was slightly taken aback. 19, Nani? Y'all feel that way? Beerus was also taken aback. Similarly, he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Sububai, as if he had known him before. Call out. The voice of Sububai in the sky flickered a little, and then appeared on the ground in an instant. Hi everyone. Sububai smiled slightly. He was not surprised that everyone was familiar with him. Because, in the final analysis, no matter which world Beerus or Whis they're in, they are all characters, and it is very normal to have this kind of familiarity. Who are you? Son Goku looked at Sububai in surprise. My name is Sububai, a person from another time and space. Sububai didn't shy away from this question at all, and smiled. A person from time and space. Hearing this sentence, Whis stared at Sububai with a frown, and said in a deep voice. That is to say, our familiarity with you comes from us in another time and space? Should. Yes. 27 Sububai smiled lightly. It's a felony for you to travel through time and space without permission. Beerus looked at Sububai calmly and said indifferently. I am the space-time gods of destruction. Sububai smiled slightly. It's also a big gods of destruction, no one can condemn me except Zeno. There is another even more arrogant sentence that Sububai didn't say out of his mouth, even Zeno, there is nothing he can do about him. Because, the current Sububai, even Zeno cannot clear him. In other words, today's Sububai is absolutely rampant in all the Dragon Ball worlds. Space-time gods of destruction. Beerus was stunned when he heard the name of the priesthood, and surprised Whis beside him. Whis, do you have this priesthood? Never heard of this priesthood. Advertisement. Whis shook his head. However, this is called the great gods of destruction mentioned by Sububai, but I have heard of it. Beerus stared, and then said in shock. Isn't the great gods of destruction in existence above the 12 universe gods of destruction? Nani. Hearing Beerus's words, Shin's face showed horror, and he glanced at Sububai in disbelief. In this world, there is such an existence? You are the great gods of destruction, meaning the existence of the gods of destruction beyond the 12 universes? Son Goku was surprised on the side, and soon his face showed excitement. Since the end of the power conference, his hands were very itchy, and now he is very eager to fight against a powerful existence. No. Sububai smiled and shook his head. I am the gods of destruction beyond the 18 universes. What? Gods of destruction beyond 18 universes? Hearing Subai's words, Beerus's pupils constricted again, and he lost his voice. What do you mean? Do you mean that the 6 universes that were cleared by Master Zeno in your space-time world have all recovered? Yes. Sububai nodded. Hiss. Hearing Subai's response, Beerus sucked in a breath of air. He understands how powerful the gods of destruction of those universes are. You know, even if he is as powerful as him, he is just a rookie in front of the gods of destruction of the 13th universe. Isn't Master Lawbreaker your opponent? Whis stared at Sububai deeply and said in a deep voice. Sububai nodded lightly. I do not believe. Beerus stepped out with a questioning look on his face. Seeing Beerus like this, Sububai shrugged his shoulders. Beerus didn't believe it. There was nothing he could do. Master Beerus, since this Lord Gods of Destruction is very powerful, how about letting me test his strength? Son Goku stood up excitedly. Hearing Son Goku's words, Beerus thought for a moment and nodded. Since this Sububai said that he is stronger than the man who breaks the law, then, let's see how strong this guy is. You? Sububai shook his head. Goku, I didn't come this time to fight you, but came to this time and space unintentionally. So much nonsense. Vegeta snorted coldly and rushed towards Sububai. Ding. Sububai just indifferently set his eyes on Vegeta who was rushing towards him, an array of light shone in his eyes. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta flew upside down. Huh? blowing Vegeta away with just his eyesight. This man is indeed extremely powerful. Son Goku's eyes were fixed, and the most important thing was that Sububai didn't show any aura, which made him somewhat puzzled about his strength. This guy. Vegeta, who flew upside down, stabilized his body, and looked at Sububai with a frown. His face was full of shock. Although Sububai didn't show the slightest bit of aura, he understood how powerful this guy was just based on the terrifying eyesight just now. Your strength is pretty good, however, just now was just my normal appearance. Since you are from a parallel time and space world, then naturally you know the transformation form of Super Saiyan God Blue. Vegeta let out a cold snort, bursting out of breath and transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue. Super Saiyan God's transformation. Sububai laughed lightly. He wanted Vegeta in this world to see what is the real transformation form of Super Saiyan God. Boom. Immediately, Sububai burst out a little breath, and then flashes of incomparably holy white light rose up all over his body instantly. He is a Japanese at the moment when Subai's super race god form appeared. The pupils of Beerus on one side constricted suddenly, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Master Beerus, what's wrong? Although Whis was a little surprised by Subai's transformation, it was only a little surprised after all, and it was far from making him change color. This guy named Sububai seems to be the Super Saiyan god of my dreams. Advertisement. Beerus looked at Sububai in shock and exclaimed. At this moment, Subai's figure overlapped with that of the Super Saiyan god in his dream, without any difference at all. Nani? He is the Super Saiyan god of your dreams, Lord Beerus? Hearing what Beerus said, Whis was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Sububai, only to see that he slapped Vegeta flying in super blue form, and the latter had no ability to fight back at all. This guy named Sububai is actually a Saiyan. No, since he is from our parallel time and space world, then our world should have him. Why? Why never heard of such a powerful Saiyan? Shin asked curiously on the side. Have no idea. Whis was also stumped by Shin's question, not to mention him, even Grand Priest might not be able to give a perfect explanation. Whis. At this time, Beerus took a step forward excitedly, and he softly called Whis' name. Yes. Whis immediately understood when he heard Beerus's extremely excited voice, and immediately used Angel's power to build an energy barrier. As long as the power did not exceed his power, then no energy aftermath would leak out. Boom. In the field, Vegeta was blown away for the second time. This time he couldn't hold on anymore, because Sububai was not interested in wasting time with this pestering guy, so he increased his strength a little. He knocked him out directly. Taking a step sideways, Sububai looked at Beerus, and saw a burst of purple destructive energy arrogance rising from this guy, which made him sigh and shook his head, with a wry smile on his lips. To be honest, he really didn't come to this parallel time and space to fight. Moreover, the current him is really no longer interested in fighting against existences at the level of Beerus, because it is boring. No, rather than saying it was too boring, it would be better to say that he has no interest in fighting Beerus at all. After all, the two have fought many times in the main time and space world, and there is no suspense about the outcome. Sububai, right? You should be the Super Saiyan god in my dream. Let me see if your strength is really beyond the gods of destruction of the 18 universes as you said bar. Call out. When Beerus said these words, he disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived in front of Sububai. Facing Beerus's 593 attack, Sububai, who had already lost his normal state, raised his hand, and then slapped it lightly. Boom. Beerus's punch carrying destructive energy was directly caught by Sububai, and then he twisted slightly. With a grabbing hand, he directly took Beerus down. In just a split second, he was taken down by this guy Sububai, and he was powerless to fight back, which made Beerus look confused. Boom. Sububai raised his hand and punched Beerus away, then he gathered his breath and said lightly, "It's not important to fight with me, Trunks is still in prison." Hearing Subai's words, Son Goku regained his senses. Here, this is the fairy bean, feed it to Vegeta. Sububai said lightly. He has read the article Super Dragon Ball Heroes Prison Hustle Star. After all, for a true Dragon Ball fan, it is impossible to let go of any plot animation where you can see the new life. However, the combat power setting in this space-time world is a bit interesting. After all, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue are 55. Subai's eyes flickered, and there was a little surprise on his face. Even, in terms of battery life, Super Saiyan Blue selection does not last longer than Super Saiyan 4. So, in a sense, the transformation form of Super Saiyan 4 is actually more suitable for the transformation of some Saiyans. In terms of energy, Sububai has felt that the energy of Super Saiyan is still greater than that of Super Saiyan 4. Here, Vegeta woke up slowly. He glanced at Sububai with a gloomy face, and then reluctantly left the gods of destruction world together with Son Goku and Xiao Wu.
Sububai originally wanted to follow and leave, but at this moment, Whis yelled at him to stop him.
Master Sububai, please stay behind. Sububai, my lord. To be called Whis, to be honest, Sububai is really not used to it. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Whis, this is the first time I've known you for more than 20 years, and I've heard you call me an adult." Although this Whis is not the Whis he is familiar with, he is still Whis. Therefore, Whis called him an adult, which really made him feel a little weird. We've known each other for over 20 years. Whis' eyes flickered for a moment, and he suddenly became curious about how Subai got along with himself in another world. Thinking of this, Whis had a look of expectation in his eyes, and said, I suddenly want to visit your world, may I ask Master Subai to take me there? R. 152. Beerus. Let me in another world taste what real food is. Oh, hearing Whis' words, Subai couldn't help showing a little surprise on his face. Why did this guy suddenly want to go to his world to have a look? Is it okay, Master Subai? Whis looked at Subai eagerly. It's okay, but, can you really leave the gods of destruction world? After Subai was speechless for a while, he nodded and agreed. Isn't it okay to go secretly? Whis hummed. Hearing this, Subai was speechless, and Beerus on the other side was also speechless for a while, is this completely ignoring him? Just kidding, I believe Master Beerus must also really want to see himself in another world, so he will definitely follow me to your world with you. Whis smiled. Nonsense, I don't want to see my other self. Beerus snorted coldly. What kind of chemical reaction will the two Beerus meet? Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but his eyes flickered for a while, and then a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Okay, do you want Beerus to come with me to meet you in another world? Subai looked at Beerus with a smile and said, I. Beerus thought about it, with a little emotion on his face. To be honest, he really wanted to see what he was like in another parallel time and space world. Would he be stronger than him? Thinking of this, Beerus hesitated and nodded slightly. Okay, if that's the case, let's go. Put your hands on my shoulders. Subai is far less interested in the events that happened on the prison planet than seeing Beerus and Whis meeting Beerus and Whis in the main spacetime world. Etc., etc. Beerus suddenly said, I'm going to prepare something, Whis, come with me. Hearing what Beerus said, Whis was slightly taken aback, but followed Beerus towards the Palace of Gods of Destruction. After a while, the two returned, and Subai looked at Beerus with a mysterious smile on his face in surprise, and couldn't help but wonder what this guy was up to. Advertisement Beerus and Whis came to Subai's side, and put their arms on Subai's shoulders. Call out. Subai's three figures flickered for a moment, and disappeared directly into the Gods of Destruction world. The main spacetime world. 7th universe, Gods of Destruction realm. At this moment, Subai, Beerus and Whis from another time and space appeared in the Gods of Destruction realm of the main time and space world. Huh? Backquote. When the three of Subai appeared, Beerus, who was just about to take a nap in the Gods of Destruction world, frowned suddenly. Oh, Whis frowned, and his figure disappeared into the Palace of Gods of Destruction. The next second, he and Beerus in pajamas arrived at the location of Subai and the other three. Nani? Huh? When Beerus and Whis of the main spacetime world saw themselves beside Subai, one showed surprise on their faces, and the other showed surprise. Hello, me in another world. When Whis from the Super Dragon Ball Hero Time Space world saw Whis from the main time space world, he immediately smiled and waved his hand to say hello. It seems that little Subai has brought back me in another parallel time and space. Whis of the main space-time world chuckled. At this time, the two Beerus stared at each other, and then stretched out their hands to hold each other's cheeks. After a while, they both jumped away. Snort. The two put their hands on their chests and snorted coldly at the same time. No matter their expressions or gestures, they were exactly the same. Hey, another me in a parallel time and space, do you have any delicacies here? Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world asked, and it seemed that he came prepared. You must also have the Earth here, so you know, what I am asking is there any food other than the Earth? Oh, have you discovered food outside the Earth? When Beerus of the main space-time world heard this, his eyes lit up. That's for sure. Advertisement Chow Longzhen's Beerus raised his head and said lightly, Whis. Exist. The two Whis responded at the same time, but after the answer, the Whis of the main space-time world suddenly smiled wryly and scratched his head. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Subai couldn't bear it any longer, and burst out laughing. This is too much fun. Let me in another world see food, Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world said lightly. Yes. Whis from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world smiled and nodded, and then tapped the ground with the angel staff, and saw a stone table appear out of thin air, and a series of unknown food appeared on the stone table. Beerus of the main spacetime world turned his head to look, then took a few steps closer to the stone table, leaned down and smelled the food on the table, and the corners of his mouth twitched. To be reasonable, he thinks the fragrance is like this, but this is not a delicacy on Earth, which surprised him a bit. In the universe, there are actually delicacies that he doesn't know about? How about it, it's very fragrant. Believe me, after a few bites, you will fall in love with this series of delicacies as much as I do. Beerus in the Super Dragon Ball Hero world is full of confidence, and no one can better understand what his own taste is. Let me try. Beerus of the main space-time world grabbed it with his hand, and then picked up one of the delicacies and put it in his mouth. A light flashed in his eyes, and he said in surprise, What kind of meat is this? A kind of meat called longshu, very delicious. Beerus of the Super Dragon Ball Hero, Jiao world smiled and introduced. The meat is indeed delicious, but the cooking method is much worse. Beerus in the main spacetime world swallowed the meat in his mouth, then shook his head, and said to Whis beside him, Whis, let me in another world taste what is called real food. Yes. Whis of the main time and space world smiled slightly, and slowly put the delicious food left by Sububai on the stone table. The moment Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world came out with several plates of Huxia delicacies, his eyes widened in vain. The scent is even more tangy. Once again, Huxia cuisine has conquered Beerus in another time and space only by virtue of smell. 153. Nani? She is the angel of the 15th universe? Seeking subscription? Hey. Me in another time and space world, what did Whis take out? Beerus from the Ultra Dragon Ball Hero world is startled, really shocked. He thought he had found the most delicious food besides the Earth, but now it seems that he in this space-time world is the real discoverer. He can assure that, in terms of aroma alone, this delicacy is enough to beat the world's delicacy by countless streets. This is named Washa cuisine by Sububai. Actually, it is his delicacy. Beerus of the main time and space world said lightly, "This kid is my royal chef." The Queen's chef? Didn't he say that he is the gods of destruction of time and space, and the great gods of destruction? How? This existence is your Queen's chef? Beerus in the Super Dragon Ball Hero world was shocked again. This time, he was completely taken aback. In his opinion, this kind of existence is his chef in this space-time world. Then, his own identity in this space-time world is it higher? It turns out. Am I so stupid? Beerus in the Super Dragon Ball Hero world couldn't help thinking more in his heart. Ahem. Whis, who was in charge of the world of time and space, coughed twice, and said at this moment, "Master Beerus from another time and space." Lil Subai 120 was also Master Beerus's royal chef back then. At first, Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world immediately grinned when he heard this word. He looked at Beerus and said with a snort, "So that's it, let me tell you. You be asterisk 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 D. No, you are me, I am you. To say that you are wrong is to say that I am wrong in disguise?" Ha ha. Both Whis and Subai couldn't help laughing out loud. It was so much fun, it was so much fun. Subai couldn't stop laughing in his heart. He felt that it was a very wise choice to bring Whis and Beerus from the superhero spacetime world of Dragon Ball to the main spacetime world this time, which provided him with too many laughing points. "Stop talking." Beerus of the main time and space world sneered. "Try this Huxia delicacy well. After eating this time, I won't have the chance to taste it again in the future." Hearing this, Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world rolled his eyes immediately, and then said with a smile, "You are me, I am you. You must have had enough of this Huxia food, or change the world." Hearing this, Subai opened his mouth wide open. This Beerus who surpassed the world of Dragon Ball heroes must be a bit too courageous. "You cannot." Beerus of the main time and space world said lightly, "Your strength is still ahead of mine. Now I can beat you with one hand." Advertisement. This is indeed the case. The current Beerus can easily defeat the previous Beerus, not to mention one hand, even with one finger. Hearing the words of Beerus in the main space-time world, Beerus in the Super Dragon Ball Hero world frowned immediately, then looked up and down at himself in this space-time world, and said, "You have practiced?" "That's right." Beerus of the main time and space world said lightly. "So, now you understand that exchanging worlds is an impossible thing? You actually know how to practice?" The focus of Beerus in the Super Dragon Ball Hero world is actually practicing in this space-time world. "Don't practice and wait to be beaten." Beerus of the main space-time world smiled coldly. "Master Beerus, what you are saying is as if you are not being beaten after practicing cultivation." Whis of the main space-time world whispered, "Shut up." The face of Beerus in the main space-time world turned gloomy in an instant. It's okay for him to lose face in front of other people, but this is to lose face in front of himself. It's really a shame. He knows his character well enough to laugh and mock himself. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Beerus, who was in the Dragon Ball Hero world, burst into laughter. "BJBF, Beerus, you are so miserable. If you think about it like this, I still don't want to exchange worlds with you. This world has changed a lot. He is still the strongest gods of destruction in his own space-time world. When he comes to this time-space world, there are really too many things that can beat him." Beerus in the main space-time world just sneered. "Wait for you. Wait, why doesn't Subai exist in your world?" "There should be. Maybe he didn't meet Lord Beerus from another world." Beerus of the main time and space world thought for a while, and replied uncertainly. Hearing this, Subai just smiled slightly. No matter which time and space world it is impossible to have his existence. Only he himself understands that only he and his woman are truly unique people. Advertisement otherwise, even if he is a time traveler like him, this kind of existence must also be unique. However, it was naturally impossible for Subai to say such words. Call out. At this moment, a piercing sound sounded, and then a figure appeared. When the owner of this figure appeared, it seemed that because of the two Beerus and the two Whis, he couldn't help but make a surprised sound. The person who came was Angel Luna from the 15th universe. She looked at the two Beerus and the two Whis, with a look of shock on her face. Angel, Beerus and Whis from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world looked at Luna and frowned. Is she a novice angel? No, her breath is a complete angel. Whis from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world said in surprise. By the way, which universe's angel are you? 15th universe. Luna frowned slightly, looked at Whis who is Super Dragon Ball Hero world and said something lightly. Nani? Are you the angel of the 15th universe? Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world was startled immediately, and said in amazement. That's not right. The angel of the 15th universe is not what you look like at all. What? Another unique existence appeared, which surprised Sububai too. He looked at Luna and saw the panic on Angel's face for a second, which made him frown tightly. He didn't think that Luna would be his woman, but Luna is a time traveler. That's right. Moreover, the time when this woman traveled to the Dragon Ball world was much earlier than him. This woman definitely knows that I am also a time traveler. The eyes of Sububai and Luna suddenly met. The latter looked a little unnatural. Obviously, she guessed what Sububai was thinking at the moment. 154. Conversation with Luna, who is from the era 1,000 years after Sububai. But Luna is indeed an angel. Beerus of the main space-time world was slightly taken aback, feeling a little strange. Hundreds of millions of years ago, Luna existed, and she was also the angel of this space-time world. There is no reason why the angel of the 15th universe in another world is not Luna. No. I can guarantee that the angel of the 15th universe in our world is definitely not her. Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world frowned, shook his head and said, I know this is Angel. I just said that she looks different from the angel of my 15th universe in this time and space. Okay, there's no need to be too entangled with this issue. Sububai stepped forward. He has no ill feeling toward Luna, and Luna seems to have a very good attitude towards him. Both of them are time travelers, but there is also a feeling of seeing fellow villagers. Seeing Sububai change the topic, Luna glanced at him, with a slight smile of 660 on her face. To be honest, she is indeed a time traveler, and she traveled to the world of Dragon Ball hundreds of millions of years ago. Compared to Subai's luck, Luna was much more miserable. Not long after becoming an angel, the gods of destruction of the 15th universe was wiped out by Zeno, and she also fell into a deep sleep. The most important thing is that Luna doesn't have a system, she just relies on her angel status to grow. In a sense, Luna is a time traveler, but not at the same time, because she is not familiar with the plot of the Dragon Ball anime. Her guess about Sububai, if it wasn't for the Huxia dishes he made, then it would be absolutely impossible for Luna to know that Sububai is also the same person as her. This is also the reason why Luna has been actively looking for Sububai, because in her opinion, although she is the daughter of the Grand Priest, compared with Sububai, Sububai is actually more able to become a relative with whom she has a common discourse. Yes, there is no need to dwell on such unnecessary questions at all. Whis from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world smiled slightly. He set his sights on Sububai. His face was full of curiosity. Speaking of which, Mr. Suyu, your strength really surpassed the gods of destruction broken in the 18th universe. A lawman? Slightly better, Sububai said very calmly. It's amazing. Whis from Super Dragon Ball Hero world couldn't help but admire. His time-space lawbreaker is also very powerful, reaching the angel level, but unfortunately, was eliminated by the master. Otherwise, in hundreds of millions of years, it will definitely be able to further improve its strength. Next, everyone started to eat. About an hour passed, and Sububai and Luna arrived at his manor in the Gods of Destruction world and sat down. Speaking of advertisement, say. The two sat down in the small pavilion in the backyard and spoke at the same time. You should say it first. You should say first. After speaking at the same time, the two looked at each other and said a word at the same time. Then, both of them couldn't help laughing, and the restraint after getting each other's identity disappeared in an instant. Lady first. Sububai smiled and said, so, you should talk first. Okay. Luna also smiled, took a deep breath, looked at Sububai and said, by the way, when did you time travel? 20 years ago. Sububai replied. I mean, when did you cross over to this world from our hometown? Luna shook her head. Oh, 2020. Sububai replied that when talking about 2020, his face showed a little weird look. To be fair, speaking of this year in the world of Dragon Ball, it is true that there is something so weird. 2020. When Luna heard Subai's words, a look of shock appeared on her face. What's wrong? Sububai looked at Luna in surprise, and asked, what year did you travel through? Luna just looked at Sububai, speechless for a while. How? Sububai frowned. I am in 3020, that is to say. The era I am in is 10,000 years after your era. Luna opened her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Advertisement, what? Sububai was also shocked. Luna lived in a time that was 1,000 years away from his time. What will the world be like in 1,000 years? After Sububai was shocked for a while, he suddenly became interested. Terrible. Luna took a deep breath, with a look of nostalgia on her face. It was a new era where ferocious beasts were rampant, landed people invaded, and the talents of warriors were awakened around the world. Hearing Luna's words, Sububai couldn't help opening his mouth. His face showed a little stunned. The earth after 1,000 years turned into that? When I traveled to this world, my hometown was still in a period of turmoil, and the strength of human fighters was far inferior to that of beasts and burrowers. I don't know what's going on now, hey. I want to go back and see, but I can't find my way back. The look of interest on Subai's face, the era of the global awakening of warrior talents, beasts, real estate people, miscellaneous, isn't 2.3 very interesting? There is always a chance to go back to Earth. I am really interested in the era you are in. Why? Just as a person from a low-level world comes to a high-level world, his starting point will be different, and his growth ability will also be different from when he was in his original world. After all, her level is already different. Worlds, full of wonders. Let's talk about it. This kind of thing is not 100% possible. Should not be a big problem. Sububai grinned. The latitude is different. Even if the world of Dragon Ball is larger than that of Luna's era, the world of the time is much larger. With the arrival of high levels, the strength may be limited. Sububai thought about it for a while, and according to the template he read on the internet, in that turbulent era, there will definitely be a protagonist of destiny appearing, and then rising in chaos. It is indeed quite normal for Sububai to have this idea. Based on your and my current level, if we return to Earth, we'll probably stand on top of Earth immediately. I'm only returning to meet my sister. Luna is not interested in fighting at all, and to put it another way, she has no feeling for the human beings of her time at all. If they perish, they will perish, and it has nothing to do with her. Go back to Earth. After all, nothing is impossible, because in a sense, he, Sububai, is the #1 protagonist in this real world of Dragon Ball. Luna sighed. Luna showed a little sentimental look on her face. She is not an orphan on Earth like Sububai. She also has a younger sister who is studying at the Warrior Academy. Subai's eyes flickered for a moment, and now he suddenly had an idea, that maybe the Earth where Luna is, maybe it may also be a parallel world of the Earth where he is. 155. A promise made by Sububai to Luna. Mara actually came to Earth? Sububai. Luna suddenly called Subai's name. What's wrong? Sububai looked at Luna strangely. You can bring Beerus and Whis from another space-time world to this world, so you should also be able to bring me back to Earth? Luna suddenly became excited. She suddenly got up from the stool, looked at Sububai excitedly, and asked. I have no idea. Sububai shook his head. The world of Dragon Ball and the Earth are not in the same dimension, so he can't find the world of the Earth at all. You must have a way. Luna doesn't believe Subai's words. She thinks this man has a solution. I can't help it. Sububai spread his hands, showing a look of helplessness on his face. Sububai. Please. How about? Luna suddenly approached Sububai, and the distance of 19 between them was shortened in vain. Sububai could smell the woman's breath, making his heart beat faster. To be reasonable, Luna's face is definitely in his aesthetics. If Lazuli seems to be the representative of the perfect Western woman, then Luna is the perfect representative of the Eastern woman. Although Luna's demeanor is a bit cold, when facing him, she has a gentle and pleasant feeling. Sububai smiled bitterly. Aren't you embarrassing me? To be honest, I really want to go back to the Earth, but I really can't go back. At least, now I can't go back. Can't go back now. Hearing Subai's words, Luna's eyes lit up immediately, and she said excitedly. It's okay, I've been waiting for so many years. I don't care about waiting a few more years. It's better to have hope than to have no hope. Okay, if I can go back to Earth, I will definitely take you back. Advertisement. Sububai agreed, and this was his promise to Luna. Half a month passed quickly, and on this day, in the backyard of Subai's home in the western capital of the Earth, his eyes suddenly flickered, because he sensed a breath entering the Earth. This breath is very weird, and also very powerful. Moreover, there are several auras that he is very familiar with, which are Son Goku and others. Could it be? Mara has come to Earth? Sububai frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, Mara seemed to be fighting Son Goku and others in Namek at first. Now, it's here on Earth. Call out. Immediately, Subai's figure flickered for a moment, and then disappeared into the backyard of his home. When he appeared in the next second, he had already arrived above an island in the northern part of the Earth. Below, a strong man with goat horns is facing Son Goku and others. Sububai immediately recognized the man with the goat's horn. It was Mara. This form of Mara is not his own form, but the Mara after absorbing and devouring Sabenzli, and his strength is very powerful. He didn't know much about the plot of Moluo, but he knew a lot about Moluo. In a sense, Moluo is also a gourmet. Moluo regards life energy as food. Moreover, under conditions, he will only absorb in a small and slow way, so that he can slowly taste the life energy. It has to be said that this is indeed a very perverted approach. Moreover, Moluo has the ability to instantly absorb opponents on a large scale, but this is a wolf for him, and he cannot taste life energy well. So, basically, if things are under control, Mara doesn't use massive hyperabsorption, but when necessary, Mara uses superabsorption directly to quickly weaken the opponent. From this point of view, this guy can indeed be called a perverted gourmet. Thinking of this, Sububai couldn't help thinking of an anime he watched in his previous life, that is Tokyo Ghoul. There is also a gourmet ghoul in it, which is somewhat similar to Mara. Mara. You can't escape. Let's get caught. When Sububai was thinking about it, Son Goku's voice came from below. The life energy of you guys is really strong enough. I felt a little bit at a loss for a while. Advertisement below, Moluo's voice sounded. He kept looking at Son Goku and the others, and finally fixed his eyes on Myers. Especially compared to a bunch of other people's life energy, this guy's life energy is completely equal to the sum of the life energy of all people. Call out. Subai's figure flickered and appeared below. Sububai, Master Sububai. Seeing Sububai, Son Goku and Myers immediately shouted in surprise. Sububai? Who is this? Here comes another existence with extremely strong life energy. Please subscribe. There are quite a lot of plots in this book. Recently, the author has some physical problems. I am sorry to say that, so the update is a little slower. Sorry to everyone. Bang bang bang. On the other hand, Vegeta took the first step and transformed into a super blue form on the way to Mara. Seeing that Vegeta made a move first, Son Goku immediately let out a dissatisfied cry, and then immediately followed and killed Moluo. Now it seems that this Earth is the best place, and it has bred so many guys with huge life energy. Boom. So, these can only be my snacks. When the time comes, 460 will be like eating this planet. My strength will definitely be unimaginable. Vegeta. You be asterisk 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 D. You are a bit too hateful? Hearing Subai's question, Myers was slightly taken aback, not understanding why the Lord would suddenly ask this question. Call out, soon. The three of them fought against each other, and Jake on one side had already hid. In such a big scene, he was afraid that he would disappear if he was not careful. Myers, let me ask you a question, Moluo thought secretly. At this time, Subai looked at Myers beside him and said, will Angel really break the law of neutrality and disappear? When Subai appeared, Moluo instantly set his eyes on him with a little excitement on his face. Son Goku suddenly burst into breath and transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue. 156. Mara. Destruction energy? You're the gods of destruction? Seeking subscription? Master Subai, just as you said, once Angel breaks the principle of neutrality and uses all his strength to make a move, he will indeed disappear from the world. Although Myers was a little surprised by Subai's question, he answered it truthfully. Your practice is not easy, so don't make a move. To be honest, Myers is a pretty good guy. Subai doesn't want Myers to disappear into the world. Although the Grand Priest later revived Myers, he also became a common person, knowing how many years of practice is ruined in one go. Hearing Subai's words, Myers was slightly taken aback, and then said in surprise, you mean Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta combined are not the opponent of this guy Moro, Chen? Unless they fusion, Subai chuckled. Otherwise, there is absolutely no hope of victory. Although Son Goku will once again enter the Ultra Instinct realm in the battle with Mara, his physical strength is limited, and he will still be defeated by Mara in the end. Is this Mara so powerful? Myers was startled. He thought Son Goku and Vegeta would be enough to subdue Moluo, but now it seems that there is really no possibility. Boom. While the two were talking, there was a sudden crashing sound in the arena. Vegeta was blown away by Moluo's punch, and then retreated back to his normal state and fell from the sky to the ground. Seeing that he couldn't get up, he should be in a coma past. Vegeta. Son Goku let out a roar. Take care of yourself, Son Goku. When Son Goku was worried about Vegeta, Mara attacked quietly, raised his hand and punched Son Goku in the abdomen. But to Moluo's surprise, Son Goku didn't fly upside down, but resisted Moluo's punch forcefully. Hey. Son Goku gritted his teeth tightly, laughed twice, and then exploded suddenly. A brilliant blue light erupted from his body. Kamehameha wave, Son Goku roared, and with just one hand, he unleashed a super wave attack, directly blasting Moluo away. Call out. Son Goku took advantage of the victory and pursued, flew up and began to beat Moluo violently. Drink, advertisement rumble. The field was filled with Son Goku's roar and fierce blows. Mr. Goku is really powerful. Seeing this scene, Myers showed surprise on his face. Myers, haven't you noticed? At this time, Jake came slowly, frowning tightly, and he said, Goku's attack did not cause substantial damage to Moluo at all. So, that Moluo guy deliberately caused this situation, because he wants to drain Goku's stamina. Myers froze for a moment, then looked towards the field, and found that, as expected, Son Goku's aura gradually became unstable. Even the speed of each of his attacks was much slower than before, and he hesitated even more. Obviously, Son Goku's physical strength has begun to be greatly consumed. Boom. At this time, there was a loud noise in the arena and Moluo, who had been passively beaten, started to fight back, sending Son Goku flying with a punch. Rumble. After Son Goku was blown away, Moluo released a series of powerful energy bombs one after another, bombing Son Goku's landing point into a mess. It's over. Moluo turned his attention to Subai and the others. Son Goku and Vegeta are just a side dish to him, and even if he eats them, he is far from satisfied. Subai. Myers. This is his real main course. Especially Subai. Moluo looked at him so jealously that he wished to immediately start absorbing Suyu's life energy. Seeing Moluo's greedy eyes staring at him, Subai shook his head and laughed. He didn't make trouble with this guy, but this guy wanted to make trouble for him. Call out. Moluo moved suddenly, and he arrived in front of Subai in an instant. At the same time, his body swelled a lot, and the aura on his body became extremely eerie. I run. Kale looked at Moluo in front of him with a terrified expression, and immediately fled away, leaving such a big scene to these fierce men. He, a member of the small patrol team, couldn't participate at all. Myers, what are you in a daze for? Run, advertisement. Jake, who had already run to the side, suddenly turned his head and saw Myers, who seemed to have been frightened. His face couldn't help but change again. After thinking for a while, he hurriedly turned around, and just as he took a step, he saw Subai raised his hand and slapped Moluo away. Nani? Moluo, who was easily slapped and flew away by Subai, showed a look of shock on his face. Why is this man so fast? Call out. Subai moved. He really arrived in front of Moluo in an instant, reached out and grabbed Moluo, and directly lifted Moluo up. Moluo panicked, he really panicked. At first, he thought that Sububai was just a slightly powerful existence, but now it seems that this man is so powerful that there is no limit. Me what? Call. No. Oh, Moluo, who had just got up from the ground, suddenly saw the destructive energy ball emerging from Subai's palm, and his face suddenly showed horror. Of Lee's. Hearing that Moluo knew the destructive energy, Subai couldn't help but twitch his brows, and said in surprise. You know the destructive energy? Well, do you know Beerus? Master Beerus. Subai shook his head. Beerus would not talk too much nonsense with this guy who offended him. I'm afraid it would be too much to destroy directly. Master Subai is not Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, but he is the great gods of destruction, Subai, who is above Lord Beerus. Moluo was startled, then looked Subai up and down, shook his head and said, although I haven't seen Gods of Destruction Beerus, I've heard of it. You shouldn't be Gods of Destruction Beerus? I'm not Beerus. Subai threw Moluo aside casually, and slowly raised his hand. A purple energy ball appeared in his palm, which was the destruction energy ball. Subai laughed. Don't you want to absorb me? Please subscribe, thank you everyone. Myers' cold voice sounded from one side. Destruction energy? You're the gods of destruction? Moluo hastily waved his hand in denial. Boom. Hearing Subai's denial, Moluo breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement 157. In the Angel Conference, Subai has the power of an angel? Seeking subscription? Nani? Hearing Myers' words, Moluo was startled. Looking at Subai in disbelief, this man is an existence above gods of destruction Beerus? You are such an existence, you shouldn't care about these trivial matters. Moluo was flustered, and said, you are high above, and it is also a small matter in the Milky Way to you. You shouldn't take action against me, right? He wanted to kidnap Subai on the basis of morality. After all, for someone like Gods of Destruction Beerus, he was completely a small character. Not to mention, Subai is still an existence above Gods of Destruction Beerus. Ah. Hearing Moluo's words, Subai couldn't help but sneer, and he pushed out the destructive energy ball in his palm. Laugh. Nothingness. In an instant, when the destructive energy ball touched Moluo, the latter turned into nothingness, obviously being directly destroyed. It's over? Seeing that Moluo was destroyed by Subai so easily, Melton was stunned. Master Subai deserves to be Master Subai. Jake also came quietly at this time, his face was full of surprise. Solved 763. Well, it's time for me to leave. Subai yawned. According to his thinking, Mara should not be killed directly, because he wanted Son Goku and others to hone themselves. After all, it is hard for Mara to be like this opponents, which is of great help to their growth. But there is no way, Moluo has thoughts about him, so he will definitely not be able to let this guy survive. Furthermore, if Son Goku is allowed to continue fighting against Moluo, Myers will make a move at that time, and once Myers makes a move, he will disappear. So, at the same time, in order to keep Myers from disappearing into the world, Subai thought about it and decided on minimum. Thank you Master Subai for your action. Myers immediately bowed and saluted. Call out. Subai's figure flickered for a moment before disappearing in place. The next second, when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the world of Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Huh? Subai, how did you come back? Advertisement. As soon as Subai arrived in the Beerus Palace in the Gods of Destruction world, Beerus, who was drinking a drink, immediately looked at him and said in surprise. I'm speechless, Master Beerus, what you said, isn't the world of Gods of Destruction also my home? Subai sat across from Beerus, and then looked around, surprised. Whis? Why didn't you see Whis? Whis he's packing up, and he's ready to go to Angel Day. Beerus said lightly. Huh? Angel Conference? Subai was slightly taken aback, he had never heard of such a thing as the Angel Conference. Yes, it's said to be the first session. Listening to Whis, it seems to be discussing something. Beerus said lightly. Explore something? Subai's eyes flickered involuntarily. At this moment, Whis slowly came out from the side, his eyes lit up when he saw Subai, and he said, Little Subai, it just so happens that you were here. I was just about to inform you to come to Gods of Destruction. Where is the world? Shall I go with you to that Angel Conference? Subai said in surprise. Oh, looks like Master Beerus has already told you. Whis smiled slightly, and said, It is said to discuss something, but it is actually a common gathering. Okay, Whis, you were talking about something with me, but you were talking about a common meeting with this guy Subai. Beerus was jealous on the sidelines. Hearing Beerus's complaint, Whis chuckled suddenly. Let's go, little Subai. Whis turned to look at Subai and said. Good. Subai nodded, and approached Whis. The two waved to Beerus, and then disappeared into a shining stream of light. A few hours later, the big angel is on the planet. Subai and Whis arrived at the gate of the palace, and together with them was Angel Vados from the 6th universe. When he saw the two, Vados smiled and waved his hand and said hello. Whis, Subai, long time no see. It's been a long time since I saw you. Advertisement. Whis said with a smile, then turned his head and glanced in another direction outside the palace. Several angels from Baojo arrived at the same time. Lord Gods of Destruction. These angels all greeted Subai 9 with a slight nod. Subai also nodded slightly, which was regarded as a greeting in return. Soon, everyone entered the palace together. Swish swish swish. As Subai led the way into the palace, everyone turned their attention to him. The purpose of this angel conference is very simple, that is to let you report what happened in each universe recently. Grand Priest glanced at it and said indifferently, "By the way, let me see how your angels are doing." His eyes suddenly fell on Subai, and he was not surprised at his arrival. After all, he has reached the level of Subai, and he is indeed qualified to participate in any meeting. Subai fell asleep for a while, feeling like he was in class in a previous life. Regarding this, Subai was a little surprised but not too surprised. After all, this woman is also a time traveler, so it is impossible to lose the face of a time traveler, no. Master Gods of Destruction actually possesses the power of an angel? What's going on? How did Subai have so much angel power? But it's okay, within an hour, all the reports were completed. Boom. Surprised. Soon, the angels of the 18 universes plus Subai were all seated, and then began to talk about what happened in each universe. Vados, Whis is one of the best. Ask for a subscription. The only thing is, Subai is curious about whether Luna has a system. The moment Subai's angel power exploded, the audience was shocked. In other words, this woman is much stronger than Vados. Then, starting from the first universe, the angels of all the universes burst into breath, and the powerful power of angels all rose up. Nani? Subai then set his sights on Angel Luna of the 15th universe, and he found that this woman's angel power was much more powerful than that of Vados. In this regard, Subai finally regained some energy. He discovered that the angel powers possessed by most of the universe's angels are similar. Just when Subai was thinking about it, as the angel power of all the angels in the 18 universes exploded, Subai also rose up with angel power one after another. 158. The 23rd year's hidden spree rewards are delivered, subscription required. Seeing the angel power exploding from Subai's body, even Grand Priest couldn't help but twitch his brows, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. In fact, let alone everyone present was surprised, even Subai himself was a little surprised. He knows himself, the power of angel is only at a superficial level, and he has never practiced the power of angel. Therefore, logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many angel powers bursting out. Did it resonate? Luna spoke suddenly, her beautiful eyes stared at the angel power exploding around Subai, and a little surprise appeared on her face. Resonance? The resonance of the power of the angel, so that the power of the angel in Subai's body produced an explosive growth? I seem to have heard of this, but this is really the first time I have seen this kind of situation. After hearing Luna's words, all the angels couldn't help expressing their opinions. A few seconds later, I saw that the angel power on Subai's body slowly dissipated, and then completely returned to calm. Host. Subai. Basic Combat Power Standard, Angel Combat Power, 14.2. Skills. Advanced version of Instant Transmission, Flash Time Skill, 2 seconds, Divine Grade Copying Ability, Second Stage Ultra Instinct, Perfect Ultra Instinct, Permanent Weakening Attribute Effect, 100 times Kaioken, Reverse Time for 3 minutes, The Power of Destruction, The Power of Time and Space, The Law of Clearing, 50%, The Slightly Rich Power of Angel, The Ability of Creation, The Law of Force, 30%. Items. Shendu 999 Plus, Washa Gourmet House, Training House for Sparring Robots. Immediately, Subai took a look at his character attribute panel, and then focused on his slightly strong angel power. His face could not help showing a look of astonishment. Good guy. If he remembered correctly, the system's previous evaluation of his angel power was only superficial, but now it has become slightly richer. That is to say, in the future, he might really be able to completely control the power of angel, and then possess the third bloodline, angel bloodline. The most important thing is that Subai is not from the angel family, and after possessing the perfect angel power, he may become a mutant angel bloodline. After all, he was acquired, not born with angel blood. Advertisement, it's kind of fun to think about. Subai suddenly grinned. Quiet. Grand Priest's voice sounded, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Subai. You really surprised me. Grand Priest's eyes were on Subai, his face was full of amazement. As an existence of his level, it is impossible to tell how far Subai has progressed in controlling angel's power. Don't underestimate Subai's angel power, it is really controlled by a common person, that is definitely Son Goku who can easily beat the Super Blue form, at least it is infinitely close to Beerus who had a combat power index of 10 points before. To be honest, I didn't expect such a blessing. Subai glanced at Grand Priest, couldn't help scratching the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. I don't know what kind of radiance the angel's power will shine in your hands. Subai. I'm looking forward to it. Grand Priest looked at Subai with admiration. If Subai hadn't rejected him once before, he would have understood Subai's intentions. Otherwise, he would definitely accept Subai directly in front of 18 universe angels. Be your own apprentice. Hearing Grand Priest's words, Subai just smiled slightly. To be honest, angel's power is the foundation of strength for the angel family, but it is not too important to him. To be honest, it can only be a good means for him. After all, with his current strength and identity, he will not be in any danger in the entire Dragon Ball world. If there is any danger, or a very powerful enemy, then I am afraid it is the rebellion of the Grand Priest. Ask for flowers. According to various information, Sububai believes that the Grand Priest will never rebel, and the so-called conspiracy theory does not exist in the world of Dragon Ball. So, at this moment, Sububai is already considered an existence at the top of the pyramid of the entire Dragon Ball universe. Advertisement next. Sububai listened to many angels discussing the growth method of angels' power and gained a lot of experience, but he didn't have the leisure to grow it. The first is trouble, and the second is naturally that he thinks the system will give him what he wants. Time passed slowly, and nearly a year passed just like that. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hiding all his strength for 23 years, and getting a hidden gift package, the third stage of Ultra Instinct prototype. It's scary to think about it. How scary is that? Please subscribe. Please subscribe. 4. Seeing this introduction, Sububai showed a look of shock on his face. Phase 3 Ultra Instinct prototype. Let me see what the third phase of the Ultra Instinct prototype has. What? On this day, Sububai was basking in the sun in the backyard of his home in Shidu, when suddenly a voice from the system sounded in his mind. In this way, he can create Ultra Instinct people on a large scale? Sububai immediately checked the introduction of the prototype of the third stage Ultra Instinct. A look of astonishment appeared on Subai's face. The Ultra Instinct in the first stage can increase people's strength too much. In this way, if one day he wants to form some legion. To be reasonable, the sudden emergence of the third stage of the prototype Ultra Instinct really surprised Sububai. Then you can easily form an Ultra Instinct army. Hearing the sound of the system, Sububai was stunned. The third stage Ultra Instinct prototype, the final stage of Ultra Instinct, which can empower people with the first stage Ultra Instinct. It's terrible. 159. Invasion of Jaiko and West King Kai Layla, seeking subscription. Go to the Dragon Ball Time-Space World to have a look. If nothing else happens, the Dragon Ball Time-Space World should have entered the AF era. Subai's eyes flickered. The transformation of Super Saiyan 5 is indeed very handsome. He wanted to see this transformation form with his own eyes. He recalled the plot of Dragon Ball AF, which probably happened 5 years after the follow-up plot of Dragon Ball, when Son Goku's third son Jaiko, created by West King Kai stealing Goku's blood gene, and West King Kai invaded the Earth matter. Jaiko's strength, in the comics, does have a feeling of invincibility on the Earth, and Son Gohan and other warriors can't hold their heads up at all. Call out. Subai's figure flickered and disappeared into the backyard of his home. The next second, when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the Dragon Ball space-time world. Wrong. 167. After Subai sensed it for a while, there is no Son Goku's breath on the Earth, so. The current Dragon Ball world should not be called Dragon Ball world, it should be called Dragon Ball AF. As for why there is no breath of Goku on the Earth, Subai guesses that it may be the same as the original novel of the same person, with Shenron leaving the Earth, going to the Dragon King God realm to practice. Son Goku, who has reached the Dragon King God realm, cannot be forced out, so this is why he has not appeared since the Earth was invaded by Jaiko and West King Kai. Immediately, Subai sensed again, and then teleported directly to Guishan Island. This place can basically be said to be the base camp where Dragon Ball warriors are concentrated. Oh. Subai just came to the sky above Guishan Island, looked down and found that the island below has been razed to the ground, and there is no island. Good guy. Subai's eyes flickered for a moment, and he looked around, and found that the surrounding sea area had turned into land. It was obvious that a very fierce battle had taken place here. Rumble. Advertisement. Just when Subai was sighing, at this moment, there was a deafening explosion sound from a distance, which immediately attracted Subai's attention. Call out. Immediately, Subai teleported away, directly rowing to the place where the explosion roared just now. He looked over the explosion zone, and saw a man and a woman facing the island below, and the sea area was constantly being bombarded with energy bombs. Ha ha ha. It's so comfortable. Destroying the Earth is really a pleasure. Mother, didn't you say that these Saiyans on the Earth are very powerful? It made me a little worried, but now, it seems that they are one by one. You look so weak in front of me? After bombarding wildly for more than 10 seconds, the face of the man in the sky was full of arrogance. He stopped his hands slowly, then burst out laughing, and asked the woman beside him a word. You underestimate your own strength. They are indeed powerful in my opinion, but they are facing you, and you are many times stronger than them. The woman also laughed. The man and woman are Jaiko and his mother, West King Kai Layla. Suddenly their eyes shifted to the other side and saw a man looking at them curiously. Who is this guy? Jaiko focused his eyes. Obviously, he felt a very strong oppressive force on Subai, and this oppressive force made his forehead unbearably sweaty. Seeing Subai, West King Kai Layla frowned slightly. She tried her best to search for the memory of this man in her mind, but after searching for a long time, she couldn't find any memory about Subai, so she shook her head and said, Son, I have never seen this guy, the guy the first don't remember, he must be just a nobody. From West King Kai Layla's point of view, if this is a very powerful guy, she will definitely notice her, and she has no impression of Subai. It's because she ignores those who are not strong, so she didn't think this man who appeared suddenly would be a powerful person. Mother. This is a very powerful person. Your intelligence, there is a mistake. Jaiko narrowed his eyes slowly, and his face became even more solemn. He looked at the expressionless Subai and his heart was agitated. He had never felt such inexplicable pressure. He felt that he would attack with all his strength, probably not this man's opponent. Nani? West King Kai Layla stared at her son Jaiko's voice, her face showed disbelief, and then said in shock. Son, did you make a mistake? This man, I can assure you I don't have any impression. People like Vegeta, I am very impressed. And if this guy is strong, then he will definitely be listed as a candidate by me. Advertisement. The candidate she mentioned is not difficult to understand, it must be Jaiko's father. The existence of Jaiko was born by combining the blood and genes of the gods in the Saiyan clan. His growth potential is definitely more terrifying than Son Goku. Even, in a sense, why Jaiko is so powerful, it is obvious that he is a Super Saiyan god. But this Super Saiyan god is not the Super Saiyan god of the main space-time world. Mother, don't doubt my eyesight. I am already very strong now. There are very few people who can make me feel strong. This man has given me inexplicable pressure, so there's no doubting his strength. Jaiko spoke solemnly. He was also very surprised by Subai's strength, because he also knew how strong people on Earth are. After getting to know him, he only knows how powerful his cheap daddy Son Goku is, and he doesn't like Vegeta at all. As for Subai, even though he saw it for the first time today, it made him understand that maybe the information he knew was not comprehensive. Hearing her son's words, West King Kai Layla gritted her teeth tightly. She understood that her precious son could not deceive herself. 1.3. In addition, she also knows her son's strength very well, so she still chooses to believe her son's judgment. Son. What to do then? This man, are you his opponent? To be honest, West King Kai Layla was a little flustered. If this man is an old friend of Son Goku and others, then their invasion this time will be remembered and even hated by this man. Have no idea. Jaiko shook his head. The two had never really collided, so it was difficult for him to tell the result. Certainly, Jaiko still felt that he was no match for Subai. Because, the pressure this man gave him was too strong. At least, from birth to now, he has never felt such a strong pressure. 160. Jaiko, who was misunderstood by his cleverness, is extremely ridiculous, seeking subscription. Have no idea. West King Kai Layla's face suddenly changed. In her eyes, her son is definitely the most powerful existence in the universe now. And at this moment, facing a strange man, he didn't even have the confidence to defeat him? Damn it. This man. If it was this man's gene that I stole back then, how powerful would my precious son be now? West King Kai Layla frowned tightly. She turned her head and fixed her eyes on Subai. At this moment, she was really distressed, wishing to steal some genes from Subai now, and recreate a new one. Son come. West King Kai Layla had never seen Subai before. She really had no choice, but now that she saw Subai, she naturally came up with an idea. Immediately, she took a step forward, looked at Subai with a flattering smile, and said, Sir, is there anything you want to tell my mother and son? Fine. Subai had no interest in this woman at all. He just glanced at her casually, and then set his sights on Jaiko behind her. 19 said flatly. You don't look like a reckless man. This guy. What to do? Jaiko. West King Kai Layla saw Subai ignoring her, which made her extremely upset, but she didn't know what to do. Sir, is Son Goku one of them? Jaiko looked at Subai, thought for a while, and asked. What do you say? Subai asked back. Mother, run away. This man's strength is definitely not something I can compete with. 11. When Jaiko heard Subai's rhetorical question, his face suddenly changed, and then a trace of fear gradually appeared on his face. He didn't want to die at all. He thought that he could become stronger and stronger, and finally become a real hero in this universe. The most powerful warrior. Run away. How to run away? West King Kai Layla was a little confused for a moment. Her strength is very weak. If she really escaped, wouldn't she be caught in an instant? In that case, then, Mother, you can stay here and die for me. Jaiko suddenly showed a gloomy expression on his face, grabbed West King Kai Layla and threw it directly towards Subai, and then the figure flickered for a moment, and disappeared directly on the spot. This is, instant transmission, Jaiko? Advertisement. West King Kai Layla's face was full of horror. Her precious son actually used her as a shield? Seeing this scene, Subai couldn't help but sneer. The woman West King Kai Layla has this kind of personality, and Jaiko's actions are completely inherited from this woman's genes. Throwing out an energy bomb casually killed West King Kai Layla, and then similarly, his figure flickered for a moment and disappeared into the sky. Hoo-hoo. The pressure 8 that mysterious man gave me is too great. Fortunately, I have instant transmission, otherwise I would be dead. At this moment, Jaiko, who has already escaped from the Earth by using instant transmission, is panting heavily on a mountain on a planet. His face is full of a smile that survived the catastrophe. Wait. That mysterious man on Earth, see me practice hard, and then kill you to avenge my mother. Oh, are you sure you can do it? At this time, a joking voice came down from the sky. It's definitely possible. I have the powerful genes of the legendary character Son Goku in my body. Jaiko replied subconsciously. A second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Oops. Call out. Jaiko's face changed. He pointed his index finger between his eyebrows, and then used instant transmission to disappear on the top of the mountain. Ah, Subai sneered, and then his figure disappeared into the sky. Call out. When he reappeared, he followed Jaiko to another planet. Jaiko. Why are you so afraid of me? Subai always stood above Jaiko, looking at this guy with a condescending attitude. You be asterisk 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 D. Advertisement. Jaiko's face suddenly changed. This time he directly used instant transmission to reach a planet at the edge of the Milky Way. This guy was still able to catch up. Could it be? He directly locked my breath. As soon as this thought came out, Jaiko was sweating profusely, and at this moment he lost all desire to run away. This man has already locked his breath, so no matter how he escapes, he will be found in an instant, so running away is completely meaningless. If you want to kill me, sir, then please let me know. Jaiko knew that he couldn't escape, so after saying this, he closed his eyes and waited for death. On the surface, maybe Jaiko is waiting to die, but in fact, this is one of his routines, taking retreat as advance. Yes, he guessed that Subai didn't kill him right away, so maybe there is a need to use him, then. He was more open-minded, and he could avoid death if he didn't leave. Jaiko even thought about a possibility. That is, maybe he can take advantage of Subai's defenselessness and kill this man in a sneak attack. When Jaiko was thinking about it, Subai responded to him, I never thought you would want to die. If that's the case, then I'll satisfy you. Boom. Nani. A destructive energy ball struck, and Jaiko's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he opened his eyes in vain, and was about to flee immediately. This hateful guy didn't play his cards according to the routine at all. Ah. Seeing Jaiko who fled in a panic, Subai sneered. The little tricks in this guy's heart, careful thinking, can he see through? Boom. The destructive energy ball arrived in front of Jaiko, touched him with an unbelievable expression, and then saw this guy instantly disappear into nothingness, as if he had never appeared in this world. Speaking. The GT world has become the AF world, so is Son Goku still the GT Son Goku I know? Subai suddenly became a little curious, and couldn't help but start searching for Son Goku's aura. He wanted to see how this guy's current strength was, and whether he was satisfied with his ability to participate in the full-time and space-time martial arts conference he wanted to hold. 161. Subai's strength directly suppresses the evil Saiyan with a single slap, seeking subscription. Huh? Strange. Can't find Goku's breath. Subai searched for Son Goku's aura for a while, but he couldn't sense his aura, which made him stunned for a while. So, Goku has disappeared for the time being, and I'm afraid it will return to people's sight under a certain setting? Subai opened his mouth, a little stunned expression appeared on his face. If this is the case, what about his full-time and space-time martial arts conference? Super Saiyan 4 collides with Super Saiyan God Blue, can he just not see it? Etc. Subai's eyes lit up suddenly, because he thought of the Super Dragon Ball Hero space-time world. There are two Son Gokus in that world, one can transform into Super Saiyan God, and the other can transform into Super Saiyan 4. In a sense, those two Son Goku and Son Goku who can transform into Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, isn't it Son Goku and Vegeta in GT? Thinking of this, Subai pointed his middle finger between his eyebrows, and then disappeared into the Dragon Ball of time-space world. When he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived on the prison star in the Super Dragon Ball Hero time-space world. When Subai just arrived, he looked down from a high altitude and saw Son Goku and the others walking slowly, and when he looked again, he saw a guy following them. This guy was Frieza's big brother, La. Cooler must have understood that his own power is far less powerful than that of many people combined, so he joined forces with Son Goku and others for the time being. Just when Son Goku and the others hadn't walked for a while, they only felt a very evil aura coming, and this evil aura made everyone's faces show shock. What an evil breath. Sensing this breath, Son Goku frowned immediately, and at this moment, he heard a roar suddenly coming from the side. Then, everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a cloud of black energy flying to the top of a high mountain not far to the right. That seems to be a person. This guy's energy is too scary. The most important thing is, it's too evil. Son Goku frowned tightly and said in a deep voice. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta also stared intently at the mass of black-red energy flames on the top of the mountain. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a little sweat appeared on his head. It seemed that he attached great importance to this guy who appeared suddenly. Roar. Boom. Accompanied by roar, the man on the top of the mountain exploded, and then the black fireworks around him exploded towards the surroundings. Advertisement. This powerful aura instantly turned into energy blades, attacking Son Goku and the others at an extremely fast speed. Faced with these energy blades, Son Goku and others naturally dodged easily, but after they dodged, there were bursts of explosions and roars on the nearby ground, and black mushroom clouds rose one after another. This guy seems to be a Saiyan too. Trunks suddenly swallowed his saliva on the side, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he said uncertainly. Judging from his appearance and aura, there is no doubt that this guy is Saiyan. Vegeta frowned. That fool said that every powerful existence has a Dragon Ball on his body, so he definitely has a Dragon Ball on his body, so everyone, get ready. At this time, Son Goku's face was full of excitement. No matter which time and space Son Goku is in, he is always braver as he fights. He is never afraid of how powerful the enemy is. In his opinion, as long as the opponent is stronger, he will be able to continuously improve his own strength. Roar. Boom. When everyone was about to attack the evil Saiyan, the latter let out an angry roar, and instantly flew in front of everyone from a high point. Superior. Son Goku roared and transformed into the Super Saiyan God Blue. Boom! Immediately, Son Goku came out with a punch. Boom! The two fists met, but Son Goku flew upside down. What a terrifying power! The face of Son Goku who flew upside down changed, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then looked at the evil Saiyan standing in midair in disbelief. Kakarot, you are so weak! Vegeta let out a cold snort, burst out his breath, transformed into a dark blue form, and charged towards the evil Saiyan. Advertisement however, Vegeta, as powerful as Deep Blue, was no match for the evil Saiyan, who was blown away in no time. Vegeta, do you feel it? This guy's strength is really terrifying, we can't resist it at all, I feel that we need to combine. Son Goku issued a request to join forces. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta frowned and slowly got up from the ground. He glanced at the evil Saiyan, then at the space-time patrolman Son Goku and Vegeta who were watching the show, and his brows furrowed even tighter. It's too scary, isn't it? Even, at this moment, the evil Saiyan in the field exploded his breath again and rushed to the sky in an instant. As soon as he went to the sky, everyone immediately saw Sububai who was also in the sky. Space-time patrol officers Goku and Vegeta looked at Sububai in surprise. They're powerful people themselves, so they can also feel the oppressive force of Sububai, who is also extremely powerful. Sububai frowned slightly, then raised his hand and slapped it, only to see a phantom of a golden dragon emerge, directly photographed the evil Saiyan from the height of 8, and welded it deep into the ground. Boom! It's noisy, surprised. He felt that he was really humiliated in front of another Kakarot and himself. This mysterious man. The strength is too terrifying. At this time, the evil Saiyan on one side of the sky let out a roar. It's the man who appeared in the Gods of Destruction world that is stronger than Lord Beerus. Seeing that Subai's strength is so terrifying, everyone in 8 was shocked, especially the space-time patrolman Son Goku and Vegeta. The two looked at each other, and they could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Who is that man? The strength of this man. Son Goku looked surprised when he saw Subai, Demo Jiao, but he didn't expect that Subai had found the location of this prison star. 162. Subai. Who are you to threaten me? Seeking subscription. The most shocked person is probably Fu, who was watching the crowd fighting in a monitoring room in the prison Huxia. When he saw the evil Saiyan being directly suppressed by Subai's slap, he jumped off the stool when he got up. Ben's expression of excitement turned into a look of shock in vain. Who is this guy? Fujun was so shocked that he couldn't be more shocked. He knew the strength of the evil Saiyan. Although it is not his strongest form yet, it is still not something people like Son Goku can compete with. And what about Subai? With a slap, the evil Saiyan was directly suppressed, causing him to lose the ability to fight instantly. This guy is ruining my good deeds. Fu's face darkened in an instant, and he gritted his teeth while staring at Subai and the surveillance. At this time, Subai in the monitoring suddenly turned his head to look over. At this moment, the two seemed to be looking at each other through the surveillance camera, which made Fu froze in place again. He knows I exist? Fu opened his mouth wide, a look of shock appeared on his face. His monitoring is very secretive, it was discovered by this guy? How to deal with this evil Saiyan? On Subai's side, Son Goku and the others frowned. The evil Saiyan has already been knocked out by Subai's slap, and it seems that he won't be able to wake up in a short time. This made it difficult for Son Goku and the others. After all, that fellow, Fu, wanted them to collect Dragon Balls from each strong man, but they had no idea where the Dragon Ball was on each strong man. Kill it. Don't stay in this world and become a big disaster. Time and Space Patrol Officer Vegeta said indifferently. At this time, Son Goku, the Space-Time Patrol Officer, came to Subai, frowned and said, "Who is your excellency?" "My name is Subai." Subai looked at the man who looked exactly like Son Goku, and said with a smile, "You belong to the Space-Time Patrol team, right?" "That's right." Son Goku, a Time Space Patrol officer, was a little surprised that Subai knew about the Time Space Patrol team. He nodded and said, "I seem to have never heard of such a powerful existence called Su-808. Advertisement. You don't need too many powerful existences that you haven't heard of." Subai said lightly. "Don't talk about my time and space, even in your time and space, there are countless powerful existences." Hearing Subai's words, the Space-Time Patrol officers Son Goku and Vegeta fixed their gazes, and then locked their suspicious eyes on him, and said in unison, "What do you mean by that? Could it be? You are not people from this time and space?" "Of course not." Subai laughed, then raised his right hand, a destructive energy ball appeared in the palm, and said lightly, "You can call me Subai, you can also call me Space-Time Gods of Destruction, and you can even call me Big Gods of Destruction." Big Gods of Destruction? Space-Time Patrol officers Son Goku and Vegeta were startled, then looked at each other, and said in unison in surprise, "I can guess what the priesthood of the Gods of Destruction is, but what is the priesthood of the Big Gods of Destruction?" "You can be understood as Gods of Destruction above all Gods of Destruction." Subai explained impatiently. Hiss. As soon as Subai's explanation came out, there was a gasp of air in the audience. Good guy. The Gods of Destruction above all Gods of Destruction. How honorable is this identity? See my Lord Gods of Destruction. Immediately, the Space-Time Patrol officers Son Goku and Vegeta bowed to Subai abruptly. Although Subai is not an existence in their time and space, he can be the gods of gods in other time and space. Destruction's big gods of destruction is not an idle person. What's more, even if Sububai has no identity, the slap he just showed to kill the evil Saiyan is enough to win the respect of everyone present. Master gods of destruction, can I ask you to help us? BJEA, this prison star, how did he get out? At this time, Trunks spoke. Sububai squinted at him, yawned, seemed a little tired, waved his hands lazily, and said, "It's enough to have enough energy to break the shackles of being deceived." Hearing Subai's words, everyone couldn't help but looked up, only to notice that there were some cracks in the sky. In other words, Wei Neng, the prison star, is man-made? Fa. Advertisement in the blink of an eye, everyone thought of a character, and that was Fu. It must be that fellow Fu, Trunks gritted his teeth. What is his purpose? Son Goku and the others were very puzzled, not knowing what this guy's real purpose was. My purpose. Facing Trunks' attack, Fu just waved his hand, and a gas bomb was thrown out, directly blasting him away. Don't toast and refuse to eat fine wine. I tell you Sububai, don't think that you have the ability to compete with me after suppressing the evil Saiyan. Boom. In an instant, after hearing Fu's voice, everyone turned their attention to him. Suddenly, Fu appeared in the sky, and his voice sounded. Fa. Trunks. Hearing Fu's words, everyone was shocked, especially Son Goku. He looked at Fu in disbelief. This guy wanted to create a new universe. He was even more daring than that guy Zamasu. Please subscribe, not interested in. Hearing Fu's words, Sububai shrugged his eyelids a little, and then said lightly. It's just an artificial human being synthesized from the genes of the demon man Mira and the demon god Tova. What kind of thing is this? How dare you threaten me? Seeing that Trunks was blown away by Fu so easily, everyone's expressions couldn't help but change. Fu looked at Sububai excitedly, and while talking, he licked his lips, stared deeply at Sububai again, and continued. Sububai. Why don't you join me? Believe me, we can create the most perfect new universe. Swish swish swish. My interest in you is suddenly gone now. Your name is Sububai, right? My interest in you is really big now? Subai's refusal made Fu's face darken instantly. I see. You want to die on this prison planet. Sububai said lightly. When Trunks saw this guy, he immediately killed him with the Excalibur. 163. Fu's hatred comes from Luna's heartbeat, seeking subscription. Cyborg. Hearing Subai's words, the audience was shocked. They all set their eyes on Fu in the sky, with surprised expressions on their faces. It turned out to be an artificial human? You? Fu was also shocked when he heard Subai's words. This guy actually knew his details? What me? Subai's figure flickered for a moment, and instantly appeared in front of Liao Fu. Boom. He raised his hand and slapped it down. Boom. Rumble. Just like he slapped the evil Saiyan before, at this moment, Fu was also slapped by Sububai, and fell deeply into the ground. What the hell are you? Sububai landed on the ground, squatted down, bent down and looked at this guy indifferently. He had a very bad impression of this guy, at least when he saw the chapter of Super Dragon Ball Heroes. He saw this guy's first appearance time felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's because Y looks a bit like Son Gohan. After all, in Subai's opinion, it really upset him that such an upright person like Gohan bumped into a sinister villain like Fu. Hateful. Fu's face changed, and he tried hard to get up from the ground, but Sububai couldn't get him up, so he stepped on his head with one foot, and continued. I really think I can do whatever I want with a little strength. His strength is that he is also a piece of trash in front of the common gods of destruction, and he still wants to pretend to be in front of me. Fu's strength is not as strong as Beerus's, at most it is only close to the level of gods of destruction, and even if he explodes all his strength, he may step into the level of gods of destruction. 18. In the face of the gods of destruction with many means, what does Fu mean? After all, the gods of destruction level is the top combat power of all universes, and a small Fu may be able to show off his might in front of Son Goku and others. But, no matter in gods of destruction or in front of him, he was definitely a little reptile, and if he wanted to trample him to death, Fu didn't have any resistance at all. I'm not interested in killing you. How could a dragon care about the yelling of an ant? I just want you to remember that a reptile should have 10 humble attitudes when facing a dragon. Boom. Advertisement. After Subai's words fell, he raised his hand and blasted out a blast of energy, which directly dripped the blood of Fu Bo, and his flesh and blood blossomed. Boom. After the bombing was over, Sububai lifted Fu up from the ground, and then threw him 8 high into the air. When he fell, he raised his leg and kicked him flying. Is this solved? Everyone was shocked by this. They don't even know how powerful Fu's strength is. But, they really understood Subai's strength. This man really deserves to be in existence above gods of destruction. Sububai. 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 On the other hand, he was kicked by Sububai and fell to the ground at this moment. When he got up from the ground, his face was full of coldness. I don't know how long it has been, but this is the first time he has felt this kind of humiliation. Sububai. This guy Sububai brought it all to him. It seems that the plan needs to be advanced. Fu gritted his teeth for a while. He wished to torture Sububai to death on the spot. But, he doesn't have that strength, and this is the most hateful thing about him. Sububai didn't have time to pay attention to what tricks Fuhui would make in the future. He told Son Goku and Vegeta from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world about his plans for the all-time martial arts conference, and left after getting their consent. Ultra Dragon Ball Hero Time and Space World. Of course, before leaving, Sububai also went to the Gods of Destruction world in the 7th universe, and left some delicacies for Beerus and Whis. Half a month passed quickly, and on this day, the world of main time and space, the 7th universe of Earth, was in the western capital. Call out. A figure quietly appeared in the backyard of Subai's home in Shidu. Huh? Why are you here again, woman? Sububai, who was basking in the sun, frowned slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. An extremely beautiful woman's face appeared in front of him. It was Angel Luna from the 15th universe. Hey, how can you be so unwelcoming? Anyway, we are fellow villagers. Luna pouted. She looked a little cute. She slowly sat down on the edge of Subai's beach chair, glanced at the drink on the small table on the side. Her eyes lit up immediately, and then picked up a drink and drank it stand up. Ask for flowers, advertisement, please, that's my drink. Sububai was speechless for a while. This woman was so clingy to him these days. Except for not sleeping at Subai's house every day, the rest of the time basically follows Sububai. Sububai also understood what she meant, that is, she wanted to return to the earth as soon as possible. Sububai has nothing to do about this matter. After all, he has no way to return to earth. This is not the first time I drink it. By the way, how did you get these Huxia delicacies and various Huxia drinks? The drink in Luna's hand is Coca-Cola. You still know Kiki? Luna's eyes flickered brightly, as if she was thinking about something. This woman. Embarrassedly snorted, a ray of light exploded from Luna's body, and she ran away in a hurry. Sububai yawned, then hugged the back of his head and continued to close his eyes. He has been feeling a little inexplicably tired recently and always wants to sleep, which made him feel a little strange. Zero. I'll give you some when you like it, Luna responded subconsciously, and then met Subai's playful eyes. Her beautiful face flushed instantly. At this time, Sububai suddenly opened his eyes, stared at Luna who was thinking, and asked a question. Luna smiled. Luna frowned, took another 2 sips of Coke, and then set her eyes on Sububai, seeing that he seemed to have fallen asleep, which made her poke her head down to take a good look at Subai's appearance. Please subscribe, you are all handsome guys, long time. Sububai shook his head and laughed, then continued to close his eyes and began to rest. Sububai was surprised. After 1,000 years, Coke has not collapsed, or is there no better drink to replace it? Handsome. This guy. Looks quite handsome, and, it seems to be of Washa veins. Handsome. Hey, you haven't answered my question yet? Of course I do. This Coca-Cola is one of the common people's favorite drinks. 164. Encountering turbulence in time and space, this is the era of chaos, seeking subscription. After waking up again, several hours had passed. Sububai comfortably got up from the beach chair, and after stretching, he suddenly frowned. It wasn't that he felt any breath, but that he found that the law of force he possessed had increased a lot. Huh? And this operation? Sububai was surprised, and at the same time he also found that his state of being very tired recently has suddenly disappeared. That is to say, next time this happens again, can he become stronger after a night of sleep? In this regard, because of Bai Shin, he straightened up for a while. With the middle finger of his index finger pointing at the center of his eyebrows, Subai's figure flickered. This time he was going to go to the future time and space to see. He has been struggling with a question, that is, whether there is Zeno in the future time and space, and whether there is Grand Priest. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Super, the Zeno of the future time and space came to the time and space of Son Goku, but the Grand Priest did not come. Logically speaking, this really shouldn't be. 247. After all, the 2 Zeno guards came, and it was impossible for the priest not to follow. Therefore, Sububai wanted to go to the future space-time world to see if there is really a Grand Priest. Call out. Immediately, Subai's figure flickered and disappeared in place. After a whirlwind, Sububai opened his eyes. The purpose of entering is not the familiar future space-time world, but a turbulent flow. Yes, in the turbulent flow, there is chaos. Oops, encountered space-time turbulence. Subai's face changed, and he tapped his forehead with his index finger and middle finger, wanting to leave this space-time turbulence, but what he didn't expect was that instant transmission couldn't let him leave this space-time turbulence at all. Boom. After a while, Sububai landed on the ground and looked around. It was gray and there was no light at all. Where is this? Dragon Ball world. Can there be such a strange place? Or, this is the Dragon Ball world who doesn't know how many years ago. Sububai was startled, and started to walk around. Soon, he came before a huge stone egg, and his brows were wrinkled again. Advertisement. I saw chaotic airflows floating around the huge stone egg, and Sububai saw these chaotic airflows constantly washing the surface of the stone egg itself, as if they were baptizing the stone egg. Why is there a strange feeling? Sububai opened his mouth, and then a thought inexplicably popped up in his mind. This. Not Dragon Ball world. Wait, in this world, why is it that when I read the novels of Hongwangliu in my previous life, I introduced Hongwang in the chaotic era? Sububai glanced around and saw streams of chaotic air currents floating, coupled with the huge stone egg in front of him. This made his eyes widen suddenly. Good guy. Could this huge stone egg be the unborn Pangu? Thinking of this, Subai's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. Could it be that now he is in a period when Pangu was not born and the future is chaotic? After being dazed in place for a while, Subai put his eyes on the huge stone egg in front of him again, and then slowly stretched out his hand to touch the surface of the stone egg. Boom! As Subai's hand touched the surface of the stone egg shook slightly, as if it was greeting him. Hello, Pangu, Subai greeted tentatively. Boom! As Subai's voice fell, the stone egg shook again. Regarding this, Subai couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face, as if, really Panji you? To be reasonable, the most important thing in this world is the origin. The origins of the 3000 Chaos Demon Gods are the existence of deaozation, and among them, the origin of Panji Yu is even more terrifying. And what about Subai at this moment? That existed before Pangu, so. The 12 great witches of the later generations of the witch clan in front of Subai are definitely descendants of disciples and grandchildren. Chaos doesn't remember the years, and Subai doesn't know how long it has passed. On this day, Subai woke up from sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Subai woke up this time because he sensed that the great god Pangu was about to be born, and once he created the world, this prehistoric world would appear. A world with a big pattern, and it will also be the present world. Advertisement Subai doesn't even need to think about it, the prehistoric world after this will naturally be much more exciting. However, big crisis and big cause and effect and all kinds of disputes will appear. Of course, at the same time, there will naturally be various great opportunities. For Subai, he doesn't need to have a lot of chances, because he checked his constitution before he knew how long ago. Innate Chaos Demon God. Don't think that the bloodline of the Subai Dragon Ball world is completely different from the constitution of the world in the prehistoric and chaotic period. Subai can still use the power of Angel, can still transform into Super Saiyan God, can still use the law of elimination. The difference is that the name of his constitution has just changed, and his footsteps can be called the best in the entire prehistoric world. While the 3000 demon gods were still looking for the location of their avenue, the giant egg in front of Subai kept shaking again, and it looked like it was about to explode, which made his expression change, and he flew away in a hurry. I've thought about this space for a long time, and I still write about the prehistoric world. I wrote a chapter about the chat group yesterday, but I deleted it. I finally decided to write about the prehistoric. After all, I can write about the law of force. Don't worry, there is no lost gun. Because it will return to the prehistoric length of the Dragon Ball world in the future, which is a point that makes the protagonist stronger. He didn't know how long he had been waiting in this chaotic time, and he didn't even know what level his strength was, but to be honest, he felt that he should be pretty strong. Subai stopped thinking about it, and flew towards the giant egg that gave birth to Pangu. Who is disrupting our practice? Shocking roars came from the chaos, and the owner of each sound was a terrifying existence. At this moment, Subai stared. The giant egg was shaking constantly, and the chaotic innate energy around it was constantly impacting on the giant egg, as if he sensed that Pangu was about to be born, thus giving him more can be average. At the same time, the power of law controlled by Pangu is the law of force. But at this time, in the pitch-black chaos, the innate energy of chaos rioted one after another, which made the 3000 demon gods who were born before Pangu wake up from their deep sleep in vain. This law is one of the most powerful laws in the prehistoric world. After dodging, Subai stared and looked again, only to see purple air currents floating and rolling over the sky where the giant egg was just now. He counted them, no more, no less, exactly 50. I saw that this giant egg was countless times bigger than when he saw it for the first time. Immediately, they unanimously began to look for their own avenues. This is because the 3000 demon gods in the chaos are too terrifying to absorb the innate energy of chaos from Pangu and the giant egg, so these demon gods cannot continue to practice with the innate energy of chaos. Soon, Subai came in front of the giant egg that gave birth to Pangu. At the same time, the innate chi of chaos in this chaos is no longer as gentle and easy to absorb as it was before. It also makes them instinctively feel a crisis. That is, the crisis that the innate chi of chaos may soon disappear. The prehistoric ranks are Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Tai True Immortal, Xuanxian, 9 Mysterious Heaven Immortals, Golden Immortals, Deluo Jinxian, Quasi-Saints, and Saints. Most importantly, Subai has the law of strength, 165, 50 primordial purple chi, can go back and forth between the Dragon Ball and the prehistoric world, seeking subscription. In fact, if there are some discerning people from later generations here, they will definitely recognize that these are streaks of primordial purple energy, which represent the foundation of enlightenment, and no one will be tempted. The primordial purple energy is transformed from the origin of chaos, it contains the law of the Great Way, and there are many mysteries and mysteries in it. No matter who is a living being, it can prove the primordial chaos Tao fruit, so that it is immeasurable and indestructible, and it is completely free in the world. Just one swipe can make the souls without any Taoism and practice have unlimited lifespan and have an immortal body. Given time, they may not be unable to practice successfully, so this primordial purple chi is also called the foundation of the Tao. But now, above the sky where the dome was located before, there are as many as 50. Such a scene can be called extremely terrifying. Then the purple airflow. Seems to be the primordial purple air in Legendary, right? Although Subai had some guesses in his heart, he was still not sure. He slowly raised his head and stared at the streams of purple air that were still slowly floating in the air. His eyes were shining with 3 points of excitement and 7 points of suspicion, he secretly said in his heart. Thinking of this, Subai's eyes lit up in vain. So, can he get the primordial purple kai in his pocket? As soon as this idea came out, Subai's heart suddenly became hot. 19 things to know. This is primordial purple chi. The incomparable sacred thing that makes saints in later generations. If he takes it down, wouldn't it be easy to become saints? Pooh. Thinking about it, Subai poohed suddenly. How can he prove the Tao with external force? He has the law of force. Even if he proves the Tao in the prehistoric world, he must prove the Tao with force. But think about it, this primordial purple energy seems useless to him, but if he accepts disciples or something in the future. If he, one of his disciples, gave primordial purple energy, and there were 50 saints under him, wouldn't he instantly become the greatest force in this prehistoric world? Thinking of this, Subai was completely moved. Mine, these are mine. Practice and practice, do not fight or fight, how can you continue to practice? So, immediately Subai flew up, reached out and grabbed the primordial purple air in the sky. Don't be too greedy, Huang Pangu is about to be born. Subai understood this truth. He grabbed a streak of primordial purple energy, just when he wanted to put it into his system package space. At this time, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the giant egg under him suddenly shook, and the eggshell on the plane of the giant egg slowly exploded some gaps. This is a sign that Pangu is about to be born. Advertisement, oops. Pangu is about to be born. Subai looked at the streaks of primordial purple air, his face showed a decisive look, he gritted his teeth, and rushed over. Not greedy? It's no wonder I'm not greedy, die? Absolutely can't die. 1, 2, 3 215 strands of primordial purple chi were collected by Subai, not because he didn't want to collect all the primordial purple chi, but because the giant egg under him was about to explode completely. Subai said not to panic, that is a lie, and that he will never die, that is also a lie. Farewell. Subai laughed out loud, and then slipped away. 15 primordial purple chi, let him make a lot of money. Rumble. At this moment, when Subai dodged a very long distance, the giant egg exploded suddenly, and streaks of golden light burst out. Immediately afterwards, a titan with a sky-opening giant axe in his hand, a chaotic green lotus on his feet, a jade plate of good fortune on his head, and a height of at least 10 million feet appeared in the chaos. This titan is exactly Pangu. My name, Pangu, I want to open up the world. A voice appeared and floated in the entire chaos. Pangu here has just been born. When the 3,000 demon gods in the chaos heard the sound and sensed his breath, all the demon gods changed color and moved. We must stop this Pangu from opening the sky. The only way to stop him is to kill him. When the heavens and the earth are created, then there will be no chaos. How will the 3 chaos innate demon god who lives and grows by relying on chaos survive then, let alone how to continue to practice? Therefore, they felt that only by killing Pangu and preventing Pangu from creating the world, would they have a chance to survive. The 3,000 chaotic innate demon gods correspond to the 3,000 avenues in the world, each of which is born with extraordinary aptitude, and has cultivated an unknown number of yuangwi in the chaos, and each demon god's natal supernatural power is an extremely terrifying existence. It is imperative to kill Pangu. Advertisement already having an idea in his heart, all the chaotic innate demon Shendu gathered in the chaos and made concerted efforts to prevent Pangu from opening the sky. But at this time, in a chaotic space far away, Subai sensed it, shook his head and laughed. He knew that the innate demon god who was the backbone of chaos was simply committing a fatal death. Only a few of the 3,000 chaotic innate demon gods survived under Pangu's hands. For the big scene that is about to happen, Subai doesn't want to participate at all, let alone watch anything. He believes that his future must have unlimited potential and extraordinary achievements. Now, although he doesn't know how his own strength exists in the prehistoric world, in such a big scene, he feels that he is undoubtedly not an ant-like character. If he participates forcefully or something, what awaits him must be death. Practice hard, and strive to have the ability to protect yourself after Pangu's body is transformed into a prehistoric world. From this point of view, the time ratios of the 2 worlds are completely different. At that time, he, who knows many opportunities, will be able to rise easily when he arrives in the early days of prehistoric times. Practice does not know the flow of time, and it is more than a few thousand years to wake up again. Shenhun Golden Body Ju. A total of 9 turns, but it's also strange. Logically speaking, I have been hiding my own strength for I don't know how many years, so I don't know how many years I don't have the hidden gift package. Subai's index finger pointed at the center of his eyebrows, and a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Produced by the system, it is indeed a high-quality product. This technique is practiced at the same time with the soul and the body, and if the body is not perfect, the body can be sanctified and the Tao can be proved with strength. And the primordial spirit can practice to the sage realm, and one thought will be eternal, and the heavens will perish, and he will not die. Could it be? Wait, I'll see if I can go back to the Dragon Ball world. What he practiced was spiritual soul golden body art, which came from the system. Subai's eyes tightened for a while. Could it be a hidden gift package given according to the time flow of the Dragon Ball world? Ask for a subscription. Try to write new ideas for everyone. You should be able to see the current length. The Great Desolate World is just an upgraded copy of Subai. Thinking of this, Sububai couldn't help opening his mouth a little bit. It is no longer the prehistoric world of the prehistoric and chaotic period, but he can sense the world of the main time and space. Sububai frowned slightly, reasoning, why did he give him a hidden gift package after staying in the prehistoric world for so many years? Chaos does not remember the time. When Sububai wakes up from the cultivation again, it is already unknown how many yuanwas have passed. Sububai always felt that his strength was nothing in the prehistoric world, so he stopped thinking about it immediately. Pangu let him kill the 3,000 chaos innate demon gods. Anyway, he just waited for this great god to open up the world. 166. Did Luna become the angel of the 7th universe by searching for treasures? Seeking subscription? It's really comfortable. The time flow in the world of Dragon Ball doesn't seem to have reached a year, at most. Just 1 or 2 months. Not even. Sububai returned to the main space-time world in the blink of an eye, and finally checked the time, a week. He didn't know how many yuanwi he had stayed in the prehistoric world, but only a week had passed in the main time and space world of Dragon Ball. After packing up some things in the world of Dragon Ball, Sububai came to the prehistoric world alone. Now the prehistoric world is a new world, and there are so many good things that it is unimaginable. Of course, there are many good things, and the prehistoric world must be full of dangers. He thinks that his current background is not too deep, but he is not a soft-legged shrimp. No longer thinking about it, Sububai scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he is in the chaos. This is a cave he opened in the chaos. He walked out of the cave slowly, and he glanced around again. There was no light in the chaos, and he couldn't see his fingers, but he could still see the surrounding environment clearly. It's just that it's a pity for him that there is no trace of the innate energy of chaos in today's chaos. Sububai started to walk in the chaos. He is the great demon god of innate chaos. Although he doesn't know what level of strength he is in, this chaos is equivalent to his hometown. Naturally, it would be wrong if it didn't exist. Adapted. The current period has entered the early days of the prehistoric era. Subai's eyes flickered, and he whispered something. Then, Sububai showed a smile of great anticipation on his face, and raised his hand to brush his whole body, only to see that his clothes changed suddenly. A blue robe gave him an indescribably ethereal aura. Call out. After changing his clothes, Subai's figure flickered and disappeared into the chaos. When he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived at the great desolate continent. Today's era is in the early days of the prehistoric era. It is conceivable that in every new world, absolutely sacred things can be seen everywhere. Now, at a glance, there are too many sacred things on the ground, on the mountains, and even a small grass by the roadside may be a sacred thing. In this regard, how could Sububai miss these things? Wherever he went, not a single blade of grass grew, and he searched them all into the system package space. In his opinion, he must search for good things that can be looted. After all, even if it is useless to Sububai, the things he looted are sacred things. Even if he doesn't need it in the future, if he wants to train his subordinates, then the subordinates will be useful to a certain extent. This is a newborn prehistoric world, so Sububai is not in a hurry, because there are not many creatures with the intelligence to compete with him for these many sacred things. Advertisement therefore, Sububai searched for the treasures of heaven and earth very slowly and carefully. The prehistoric world does not remember the years. Just like that, Sububai doesn't know how long it has passed. He has already searched almost everything he can. During this time, Sububai was not without danger. To be honest, Sububai was panicked when he first encountered a beast of the celestial level. After all, this prehistoric world can be regarded as the top world among thousands of worlds. The strength of a celestial level ferocious beast must be incredible. 802. At the moment Sububai used the law of exertion, the beast at the immortal level was blasted into a puddle of flesh in an instant. Regarding this, Sububai was a little confused at the time. He didn't expect that his strength was pretty good. He even secretly guessed his true strength in his heart, saying, "You must also have the strength of Xuanxian level, right?" Stop thinking. Sububai took a look at the things in the package space of his own system, and saw that there were many Hushan Lingbao in the package space. Even the innate spirit treasure, he also has several. For example, the 2 innate spiritual treasures, the 5 elements flag and the Chankan Ding, were born in his hands. Don't get me wrong that the 2 innate spirit treasures in his hands were born independently after Pangu created the world, but Sububai appeared in the hidden gift package given by the system not knowing how long ago. So, in this world, there are 2 innate spirit treasures, the 5 elements flag, and 2 innate spirit treasures, Chankunshi. In addition, various miraculous medicines are lying in the space wrapped by the Sububai system, and there are many powerful magic circles in it. You can find a place to practice quietly and wait for the story of the prehistoric era to start. At the same time, you can also return to the world of Dragon Ball and quietly wait for the story of the prehistoric era to open. Sububai thought for a while, and finally chose the latter. His figure flickered, and he returned directly to the Dragon Ball main spacetime world. At this moment, the 7th universe is in the western capital of Earth. Subai's home, he returned to the backyard, little Sububai. As soon as he returned to the main spacetime world, the voice of Whis rang in his ears. Advertisement. Sububai frowned slightly. I need you to come to the gods of destruction world? Whis' voice continued to sound. Good. Sububai nodded in response, and then his figure flickered for a moment, and in the next second he arrived in the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe. Whis said. Master Sububai, Luna muttered softly. Did Luna become the angel of the 7th universe? What a damn coincidence. He looked at Luna, glared at the woman, and said, "Do your part, you are not the angel of the 7th universe." Sububai waved his hand, looked at Whis, and said in surprise, "What's going on?" Then, "Actually, I can also become the angel of the 7th universe. Please subscribe." Sububai was stunned for a moment. Hearing Buzz's complaint, the corner of Subai's mouth couldn't help twitching. When Sububai arrived in the Gods of Destruction world, he glanced around and finally set his sights on Angel Su Na and Gods of Destruction Buzz from the 15th universe. Buzz said speechlessly, "There is no angel who keeps running towards other universes. If I am in a deep sleep, I don't really care, but I also need angels' help at ordinary times. Ah, what else can I do?" Hearing this, Sububai was taken aback for a moment, then turned his attention to Luna, and said rather strangely, "What do you want to come to the 7th universe every now and then for?" Ahem. The reason is that Luna came to the 7th universe every now and then, which made Buzz very dissatisfied. Seeing Sububai, Buzz immediately greeted him. Luna said something in a low voice, and refuted Subai's words. 167. The prehistoric beasts are vulnerable, Luna's confession, seeking subscription. Hearing Luna's words, the corners of Subai's mouth couldn't help twitching. Guys, is this what you can be as the angel of the 7th universe? Naturally, Sububai would not believe this. Even if the Grand Priest is your father, there is no way to do it. Every angel is fixed for every universe, and it is impossible to say that it can be changed. Okay, if you want to eat delicious food, I will often visit you in the 15th universe and give you delicious food. Sububai thought for a while, and said, "There is also my promise to you, if I can fulfill it one day, I will definitely find you as soon as possible." Ah! When Luna heard Subai's words, she short-circuited her head for a short time, then glared at Sububai, hummed and left directly. Everyone was stunned by Luna's departure. Looks like Luna. Buzz took a deep look at Sububai, then shook his head with a wry smile. Sububai scratched the back of his head and sighed in his heart. He could feel that Luna seemed to be a little moved by him. To be honest, he doesn't reject this kind of affection, because he also has some affection for Luna. But the current relationship between the two is not suitable for clarification. It will take some time to ferment, otherwise it will feel a little bit worse. And, as an angel, Luna, how can she fall in love with 440? In case the 15th universe in the future is wiped out again, what will she do? After returning from the world of Gods of Destruction, Sububai went directly to the prehistoric world, and he needed to further improve his strength. At this moment, in the prehistoric world, almost 1,000,000 years have passed since Pangu opened up the world in a blink of an eye, and creatures slowly appeared in this world. The current prehistoric world is much more lively than when Sububai entered the prehistoric world for the first time, searching for many sacred objects. Weak creatures can be seen everywhere, and powerful creatures can be seen everywhere. Although there are disputes between these creatures, at least they have added a lot of vitality to this prehistoric world that was not very lively. Sububai directly spans tens of thousands of miles in one step. He doesn't know how strong his own strength is in the prehistoric world, but in fact, it is not difficult to see from the fact that he spans tens of thousands of miles in one step. His strength is definitely very strong. All kinds of fierce beasts were rampant in the prehistoric world of this period, which made it very difficult for many newly born creatures to survive. Advertisement: don't think that most of the fierce beasts in the prehistoric BJCI world are beasts without intelligence, but to be honest, these beasts are the first batch of fierce beasts born after the opening of the sky. Even if they have no intelligence, that is also a unique natal supernatural power, so the strength of each fierce beast is absolutely terrifying. It can even be said that if these ferocious beasts have spiritual wisdom in advance, then maybe they can become the protagonists of this era, or even exaggerate. Then the future generations will not be the struggle for hegemony between the Dragon and Phoenix Kylin clans, let alone the two clans of Liches Up. The current era seems to be meaningless. Sububai scanned the surroundings, and finally shook his head. At a glance, there was no ferocious beast that dared to meet his eyes, and they could feel his strength. Regarding this, Yin Bai was a little disappointed. In fact, he wanted to compare his combat power with that of the prehistoric world. But now it seems that there should be no way, because there is no so-called standard combat power in the prehistoric world for him to test. It seems that the time I have arrived is not a good time. Sububai frowned slightly, and muttered softly, "Boom. Roar." Just as Sububai was thinking, a ferocious beast roared. Call out. In an instant, I saw a huge ferocious beast pounce towards Sububai. Oh, someone dared to die. Sububai came back to his senses, his brows were raised involuntarily, and then he raised his hand and punched out directly from the air. Pooh! In the prehistoric world, what Sububai used was the law of force. Under the use of the law of force, his powerful fist squeezed the space, directly crushing the beast. Let's go back to the world of main time and space first. Sububai glanced around and saw many ferocious beasts shivering and crawling on the ground, then their figures flickered for a moment, and the next second they returned to the main spacetime world. As soon as he returned to the main spacetime world, Subai's eyes widened a little. Because Luna appeared in front of him. Sububai. Luna called out to him, "Here I am, advertisement." Sububai rubbed his nose, felt Luna's fiery gaze, and couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt, which made him not know what to say for a while. I would like to propose to my father to be transferred to the 7th universe. Luna pouted. Your proposal, I'm afraid the Grand Priest won't agree? Subai looked at Luna and said, I will beg him, also, if you beg, he will definitely give you face. Luna hurriedly said, I find that I want to see you more and more these days, so, I want to see you every day. This, for Luna's sudden confession, there's a lot of money. Fe. Would you be so proactive? But, Luna is angel though. But not quite a real angel either, because, in her previous life, she also came from the same place as Subai. Although the times are different, her personality must be extremely active. Subai. Luna moved closer to Subai, and the distance between the two became very close, almost nose to nose, and the breathing between the two could be felt. Subai got into trouble, fell in love with Angel. To be honest, he really hasn't tried it, is it okay? Luna started acting coquettishly, holding Subai's hand and acting coquettishly. For this, Subai couldn't help taking a deep breath, finally gritted his teeth, and whispered, I'll ask when the time comes. If it doesn't work, I can often visit you in the 15th universe. To be reasonable, Yin Bai thinks it is unrealistic to dispatch Luna to the 7th universe. Etc. Subai suddenly had a bright light in his eyes, and he thought of a very interesting setting, that is, although he is the great gods of destruction, he is also the gods of destruction of time and space. Let Luna dispatch become Subai's angel proposal, perhaps it is possible? 168. Whis asked for advice, a shocking conjecture was born, I'm back, please subscribe. Thinking of this, Subai showed a little emotion on his face. Reasonably speaking, with his current status, it is unreasonable for Grand Priest not to sell his face. After all, in a sense, his priesthood of gods of destruction is equal to that of Grand Priest. Luna, I have an idea, immediately. Subai looked at Luna, and the woman stopped acting coquettishly, looked at Subai with her big beautiful eyes, and said, What do you think? I apply to the Grand Priest to dispatch you as my angel. Subai's eyes flickered, and he said, I think, this proposal should be good? Hearing Subai's words, Luna opened her mouth, then her face became a little stiff, she shook her head and said, Subai, your idea is indeed very good. But the problem is that the angel of the 15th universe who will replace me. I think Myers is pretty good. Subai looked at Luna with a serious face, and continued. Myers will definitely become a regular in the future, so once he becomes a regular, he can replace you as the angel of the 15th universe. And you, too, will become my exclusive angel. It seems like a good idea. When Luna heard Subai's words, her face suddenly showed excitement, and then she applauded. Subai, your idea is too perfect. That must be dripped, Subai chuckled. In this case, the only thing left is for Myers to become a regular angel, so he can ask Myers to replace Luna, and Luna will become Subai's exclusive angel. In the following time, the love between Yinbai and Luna fully unfolded. However, the relationship between the two has not been officially disclosed, only Subai, Lazuli and Luna know about it. As for how Lazuli viewed Luna and Subai, he must have been a little surprised at the beginning, but after the surprise, it became clear for a while. After all, a woman's intuition is very accurate. Luna, an angel, comes to the 7th universe from time to time, and the key point is that she often comes to find her husband, so there must be something on her mind. Moreover, Lazuli quite likes the angel Luna, so he didn't reject this relationship. On this day, Subai was on a date with Luna on a certain planet in the 7th universe, when suddenly, the biography of Whis rang in his ears. Little Subai, I have something to ask you, oh? Hearing Whis' voice transmission, Subai couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows, and then said in surprise. Things that you don't even know, are you sure I can solve your problem? It's about time and space. Advertisement. The sound transmission of Whis continued. Good. Subai nodded, and after a reply, the connection between the two was cut off. What's up? Luna held Subai's arm, leaned her head gently on his shoulder, and asked softly. That's right. Whis said that if you have any questions about time and space, please ask me. Subai nodded. Good. Luna is not the kind of clingy woman either. Knowing that Subai has business to do, she doesn't intend to bother him anymore. Next, the two chatted with each other for a while, and Subai came directly to the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe by himself. Little Subai. As soon as Subai arrived, Whis immediately came to him excitedly. What about time and space? Subai looked at the excited Whis in a strange way and asked. Didn't there be Beerus-sama and another me from another time and space last time? Whis said. Since this is the case, I'm thinking, will there be me and Beerus in another time and space? Naturally there is. When Subai heard such a simple question, he immediately replied with a smile. Since this is the case, when all Master Beerus and I gather in one time and space, will that time and space be unable to bear it and directly collapse? The Whis language is not surprising, and he said such a sentence directly. Hearing this sentence, Subai focused his eyes, and then asked in surprise. Could it be that something happened after you met yourself in another time and space last time? Yes. Whis took a deep breath, and then with a serious look on his face, he said, I found that my memory gradually began to overlap with my own memory in another time and space. Advertisement, Nani. Subai was stunned when he heard Whis' words. How could it be possible? I don't know why, but recently my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, Beerus walked slowly, with a serious expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, My memory and me in another time and space have gradually begun to overlap. Hearing Beerus's words, Sububai fell into a state of speechlessness for a while. He looked at Whis and Beerus, his eyes gradually narrowed. In this way, is it not easy to start the full-time and space-time martial arts conference? Because, if the full-time and space-time martial arts conference is opened, I am afraid that the same person in the weaker time and space will be absorbed. Of course, Sububai didn't know for sure whether the weak side was absorbed by the strong space-time. After all, he hadn't gone to the Super Dragon Ball Hero space-time to see. Thinking of this, Sububai said, I think I need to go to another time and space to have a look. If you in another time and space disappear for no reason, or their strength regresses, then I'm afraid just as it's what I thought. 0. How? Beerus and Whis said in unison, assimilation. Sububai said in a deep voice. Assimilation? Beerus froze for a moment. Little Sububai, you mean the weak side will be assimilated by the strong side? Whis understood something, said in a deep voice. Yes. Sububai nodded and said, the weaker party will be assimilated inexplicably when they see themselves as the stronger party. After all, it is impossible to meet across time and space. There have been no such cases in the past, because there is no such case. The event happened. I see, Beerus completely understood, and immediately frowned. Looking like this, I still can't meet myself in another time and space. What if I meet someone stronger than myself? Then. I will be assimilated fall, I will be me by then, but not me anymore. Beerus's understanding is already very thorough. Sububai took a deep look at him, shook his head and said with a smile. I think, you should be the strongest Beerus in all time and space. 169. The idea of the full-time and space-time martial arts conference is shattered. Subai's sigh, seeking subscription. Oh, hearing Subai's words, Beerus was slightly surprised, and said, so, have you seen the other me in all time and space? No. Sububai shook his head and continued, because I don't exist in other time and space, so I think you should understand. Hearing Subai's words, Beerus stared at him, and his face showed a bit of horror. What do you mean? Could it be that you have assimilated yourself in all time and space? Hearing what Beerus said, Sububai was speechless for a while. Good guy, this guy really dares to think. Shaking his head, Sububai smiled and said, if you understand it that way, I think it's okay. This explanation, 457, is honestly quite good. At least, for Sububai, Beerus's explanation is pretty good. After all, the world can't understand what independence means. Looking at it this way, it's no wonder that your strength is so terrifying. Beerus couldn't help but take a deep look at Sububai when he heard Subai's words. To be honest, this is the only explanation that is the best. After all, there is no reason for Subai's growth rate to be so terrifying. Seeing Beerus's expression, Sububai shook his head and smiled. Since everyone thinks so, then let's think so. After all, this kind of thing is not easy to explain. Next, Sububai stayed in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe for a short while before leaving. In his opinion, his next goal is very clear. That is to find out whether the strength of Beerus or Whis in another time and space has declined, or whether people have completely disappeared. Call out. In a short time, the Super Dragon Ball heroes in the space-time world. 7th universe, Gods of Destruction realm. Subai's figure appeared in it. Advertisement swish swish swish. When Sububai appeared, suddenly all eyes turned to him. Sububai glanced at it and couldn't help but twitch his brows. Beerus of Ultra Dragon Ball Hero World is there, Whis is there, Son Goku and Vegeta are also there. Sububai sensed Beerus, his eyes narrowed slightly, good guy. The strength of Beerus in this time and space has really regressed a lot, and he with purple skin looks very pale. Immediately, Sububai glanced at Whis again, and when he found that he was not affected much, he couldn't help but twitch his brows slightly. From this point of view, Angel will not be affected too much, and the existence of Beerus will be more affected. Sububai, why did you come here suddenly? Seeing Subai's arrival, Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero time and space world frowned slightly, and then flew up to him, looked him up and down, and said, say, why do I feel that my strength is slowly declining? You can no longer go to my time and space, otherwise, I'm afraid you will completely disappear in this world. Sububai said lightly, what he said is definitely not alarmist talk, but a fact. Assimilation has already happened, so if Beerus goes to the main space-time world next time, he will completely disappear in the world soon, as if Beerus, Gods of Destruction, never appeared. Even, what's more frightening is that there is a possibility that everyone in the Super Dragon Ball Hero world will forget the existence of Beerus in this time and space. Nani? What do you mean? Is it because I have traveled to your time and space world? Hearing Subai's words, the pupils of Beerus, who is Super Dragon Ball Hero time and space world, constricted for a while, a horrified look appeared on his face. He never thought that the time and space going to Sububai would have such a great impact on him. That's right, I'm sure Whis has affected you a bit too? Sububai put his eyes on Whis who was on the side. At this moment, Whis's face was full of seriousness, and his eyes were also a little thoughtful. Whis? Beerus from the Super Dragon Ball Hero world immediately turned his eyes to Whis who was on the side, frowned and shouted. Advertisement, Master Beerus, what Master Sububai said is correct. Whis concentrated nod. Hiss. Hearing Whis' acknowledgement, Beerus couldn't help but gasped. With a look of horror on his face, he hurriedly looked at Sububai and said, If this is the case, will my strength continue to decline? If the decline has stopped, then your strength will definitely not continue to decline. But if your strength has been declining and your memory starts to lose. Sububai was also frowning at the moment, and he didn't fully say the follow-up words, but everyone present could understand the meaning. For now, the decline has stopped, but my spirits have been sluggish lately. Beerus took a deep breath, finally shook his head with a wry smile, and continued. In this case, it seems that we have to wait for a while. I just have a headache. Sububai raised his hand and patted his forehead. He did have some headaches. Because if this is the case, his idea of holding a full-time and space-time martial arts conference will be shattered, and he will not be able to see what kind of scene the Son Goku Vegeta of each time space world fights together. There shouldn't be any big problems in the future. I will come to your time and space from time to time to check your status. Sububai thought about it for a while and then said. In this case, I would like to trouble Master Sububai to take care of you on 4.5. Whis of Super Dragon Ball Hero Time and Space World bowed deeply to Sububai. It's okay. Sububai waved his hand, glanced at Vegeta's and Son Goku on the side, nodded and smiled, and disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. Call out. After the next second, when Sububai reappeared, he had already returned to the main space-time world. Husband, as soon as Sububai appeared at the home of the western capital of Earth in the 7th universe, a happy voice rang out. Sububai looked back and saw that it was Luna. He couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, Luna. You went back to the 15th universe, didn't you? I have something important to tell you. Luna's face was full of excitement, and she quickly walked up to Sububai, holding his arm tightly. 170. The hope of going back, Luna and the Earth Luna joyfully pulled Sububai and teleported all the way to a void in the universe. The place was empty, but Luna was very excited, making Sububai confused. Luna, what is it that makes you so happy? Sububai wondered. Look, Sububai, it's home, it's hometown. Luna held Subai's arm with one hand, pointed at the void in front of her with the other and said. Home? Sububai didn't understand it for a while, but he quickly realized it. Could it be? Sububai felt it carefully, and his face showed joy. That's right, that familiar breath is the earth. It is the breath of home, the Luna said. This earth is not the earth where Son Goku lives, where demons and ghosts emerge in endlessly. It was the earth before Sububai traveled, the common earth. Although the breath is a little different from the memory, Sububai is still sure. That's where the self comes in. Sububai was also 19 excited. How is it? Is it good news? I'm not happy, it's a pity that I don't have enough strength to go there. Sububai, can you do anything? Luna smiled and credited Sububai. Haha, that's great news, thank you, Luna. Sububai hugged Luna and twirled around a few times, very happy. Luna was hugged like this, and Subai's breath came, and she couldn't help but blush. Why did the breath of the earth suddenly appear? No matter, let's try to see if we can open the channel first. Although Sububai was a little puzzled as to why the tunnel suddenly appeared, he didn't think too much about it. He condenses his strength, and gathers the law of force he possesses, the power of gods of destruction, into his fists. Here is the atmosphere of the Earth, which means that the space of the Earth universe is very close to the Dragon Ball universe. As long as the barrier between the spaces can be smashed, it is very possible to open up the channel between the two universes. Open your way home. With the power wrapped around the fist beating like lightning, Subai's heart jumped involuntarily. Advertisement alone as a stranger in a foreign land, Sububai travels to the world of Dragon Ball, although he possesses great power and a very high status. But this is not his hometown after all. Make a fist, facing the void, slowly blast out. Click. The void shattered like glass. A void passage appeared in front of the two of them. Sububai. You are so strong, Luna exclaimed happily. She tried everything but couldn't open the passage, but Sububai came over and all it took was a punch. Sububai smiled at Luna, took her a step, and stepped into the void passage. Time and space flowed, and the eyes of the two were blurred. A beautiful blue planet has appeared, right in the void. Earth. At the same time, both of them felt a huge bondage. You can't say bondage either. Sububai felt that he was actually releasing all his power. But once the power is released, a little aftermath of body energy may shatter the space. Completely shatter the Earth in front of us together with the solar system. So does Luna. The space here is really too fragile. Like fragile Daxia. So Sububai and Luna carefully restrained their strength, and the two of them teleported to the Earth. Inhale. Exhale. The two took a breath of the air of their hometown at the same time. All were relaxed. Sububai couldn't help sighing that he didn't think he was a particularly emotional person, but his homesickness still couldn't be suppressed. Sister, Luna impatiently pulled Sububai and ran towards a private house. She is going to find her sister. Advertisement. Sububai had no choice but to let Luna drag her around. He has already seen that the era here is not 2020. It is 1,000 years later, B020, where Luna is. Although it has been hundreds of millions of years since Luna traveled to the Dragon Ball universe, the time here has not changed much. It is normal for the two universes to have different time flow rates. On the streets here, there are physically tyrannical warriors everywhere. Although it's not as good as Saiyan, who is so dynamic. But it is much stronger than the common people in Subai's previous life. Sububai also discovered that there are a large number of caves underground, which are connected to another world. There are some strange races in the catacombs, probably the so-called catacombs. Sububai looked left and right all the way, watching with great interest. At this time, Luna had already pulled Sububai to a private house, teleported into it. And this new Luna is rapidly weakening. The flag of this small streamer wrapped the dying mortal Luna, saving her life. Not good. This is not Luna's original hometown, but a parallel universe. This mortal Luna is Angel Luna's counterpart from another world. Sububai breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few seconds, he was dying and dying. It's like another Luna, but this Luna is weak, just immortal, and the power of Angel Luna is very different. Luna was about to blurt it out, but froze suddenly. This girl looks exactly like Luna. He immediately shook his hand and waved a small banner, which was the spirit treasure that Sububai brought from the primordial universe. But opposite Lu Shi, there was another girl. It turned out that there were two girls in the room, and one of them was about 70% like Luna, but younger, and she must be her sister Lucy. Mortal Luna is too weak to be absorbed by Angel Luna. Sister, Sububai couldn't help thinking, what about himself, is there another Sububai? But in the Earth universe, Luna has a counterpart from another world. Sububai was well informed and immediately realized what was going on. This is the home of Luna's previous life. He was also a little surprised. In the Dragon Ball universe, Bai and Luna are unique. 171 Searching for relatives turned into acknowledging ancestors? Subai's concerns are not without reason, although the current Earth is 3020. But for Sububai, who has mastered the power of time, it is not difficult to travel back 1,000 years. Sububai also really wants to travel back to the 21st century and come back to that familiar era. Meet friends and relive memories, but it would be embarrassing to travel back 1,000 years and find another Sububai. Sububai also doesn't know how to get along with his other self. He doesn't have such a strong mentality as Zeno, and he can make friends with another self as if nothing had happened. And judging from what happened to Luna and Beerus, this meeting across time and space is very dangerous for the weak. The weaker the more dangerous. In fact, if it weren't for Angel Sus restraint of Li Huang. It only takes a moment, and the mortal Luna will be sucked in ********, and the dead can't die anymore. Although absorbing another self will make him stronger, but this kind of harmful thing will also harm another self. Sububai thought he couldn't do it, but now, a small flag thrown by Sububai wrapped the mortal Luna and saved her life. This small flag is a spiritual treasure. The 5 elements belong to wood, and the wood is responsible for the growth of all things, representing vitality, so it can save the life of the mortal Luna. This little flag is just an acquired spiritual treasure. It can be regarded as an imitation of the 5 elements flag. If it is a genuine 5-element flag, it is estimated that the earth will be crushed as soon as it is taken out. Who are you? Why are you in our house? The mortal Luna and her younger sister Lucy realized that there were 2 more people in the room, and said vigilantly at the same time. And the change of life and death of mortal Luna just now was so fast that neither of them noticed. Such things as Lingbao Shaoqi can't be seen with the naked eye. Instead, Lu Shi saw Luna, a mortal across from her, turn pale for a moment, and then suddenly recovered, thinking that she was dazzled. Advertisement. Hearing this question, Sububai and Angel Luna were speechless for a moment. They didn't know how to explain it. Said that we are from another time and space? It's no wonder it's not considered crazy. Where did the little thief come from? Trespassing on the house, right? Give me a punch. Seeing that Sububai and the others didn't answer, Lu's character was a little frizzy, and he jumped over and punched him. This punch was powerful and heavy, but Lu's strength was not weak. According to the classification of this world, Lu Shi is also a martial artist. He has reached the 3rd rank at a young age, so he can be regarded as a genius. Lucy no. The mortal Luna hastily stretched out her hand to pull, but how could she have time? It's broken. Lucy is going to cause trouble again. Don't hurt anyone. Luna was worried, but her worries are unnecessary. Lu Shi jumped over, punched Angel Luna in front of her, and immediately froze in half. Like a fly in amber, it can't move, only its eyeballs are rumbling around. Angel Luna released a little power casually and locked Lucy in place. The gap is too big. How is it possible? Two seniors, please don't hurt Lucy. The mortal Luna opened her mouth wide in shock, but rushed over, stopped in front of Lu Shi, opened her hands to protect her sister, and looked at Sububai area nervously. Being able to freeze a 3rd-rank warrior in the air without moving his hands and feet, in the eyes of mortal Luna, this is undoubtedly an extremely strong man, maybe a 9th-rank master in Legendary. The 9th-rank masters in Legendary are all old monsters who have cultivated to rejuvenate, moody. She couldn't help being nervous. But mortal Luna's imagination is still too poor. Sububai and the others are more than 9th-grade grandmasters? Okay, don't worry, we won't hurt you, Sububai said softly, pulling away the mortal Luna who stood in front of Lucy. The mortal Luna feels Subai's warm breath, and suddenly relaxes, feeling that Sububai is very kind and trustworthy. Advertisement. When mortal Luna saw Subai's face, she felt a little throbbing in her heart. Really, still so frizzy? Angel Luna stepped forward, gently stroking Lucy's cheek, with a tone of reproach and joy. At the same time, he also let go of the shackles on Lucy. I'm sorry, big sister, I shouldn't have shot indiscriminately, but who are you? Do you know me? Lu Shi looked down at the toe of the shoe, behaved, asked, completely unable to see the power and prestige of the punch just now. What parallel time and space, the same body from another world, is still too outrageous for mortals, it sounds like a liar. Ancestors. Cough cough, no. That's right, we are the ancestors of you two little girls. Lucy stared at Angel Luna's face for a while and suddenly realized. Subai nodded slowly, guessing the truth based on Zhao Li's as Lu Shi. Subai couldn't stand being stared at by the mortal Luna and couldn't help but interjected. Subai didn't expect that when he came to find relatives, he became an ancestor instead. Could it be the ancestors of my family, who retreated to the 9th rank, rejuvenated, and came to the world to send photos to the younger generation? You look so similar to Sister Luna, could it be? Sister Luna. We have a backer. We have two ancestors here, let's see who dares to bully us. Subai was also choked by Lucis out-of-the-box thinking, but took advantage of the situation and admitted it. And Angel Luna's gentle breath also made her feel very kind. To be honest, Angel Luna's face is a little more mature than that of mortal Luna, and her attire is different. With a mysterious and noble atmosphere, it is reasonable to say that she is a rejuvenated master ancestor. Ahem. Look carefully at her face, don't you feel a little familiar? She is not a fool either. Angel Luna is so tyrannical, she naturally has to learn to be more obedient. Lucy obviously had a cheerful personality, and seemed to be missing a string in his head, so he immediately jumped up for joy. Familiar. Oh, I see. Hearing this question, Angel Luna, immersed in warmth, was speechless, not knowing how to explain it. Advertisement 172 Subai Liubao, Luna's love, bullying. Who dares to bully my descendants? My ancestor, I will teach them a lesson for you. Subai patted his chest and said, now that I have recognized my relatives, I naturally have to take care of things. Although Subai understands that these two people have nothing to do with him, they're just parallel time and space. But meeting is fate, so I am going to give them some benefits. Old ancestor, you don't know that we are being bullied at the Warrior Academy. We don't have a parental family, but we have good aptitude to cultivate quickly. The second generation of martial arts from those families all dislike our sisters and often bully us because of their numbers. HMPH. Now we have two such handsome, beautiful and powerful patriarchs. I'm so envious of them, isn't that right? Old ancestor, can you help us beat them? Okay. Lucy is a familiar character. When he heard Subai's words, he immediately jumped up and shook Subai's arm, flattering and acting coquettishly. Subai was so dazzled by her photograph, but remembering that Angel Luna was still watching, he immediately woke up and gently pushed Lu Shi away. Well, 117, you are children fighting. The ancestor is a person of status, how can you bully children? Subai put on a show. Lu Zai's face immediately collapsed, his little face was wrinkled and pitiful. But, patriarch, I can give you the strength to take revenge on your own. After finishing speaking, Subai patted the top of Lu Zai's head with one hand, and the huge vitality leaked out a little bit, and entered Lu Zai's body. Immediately, Lu Zai's whole body was suspended, and his power became stronger endlessly. 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. Advertisement. Subai didn't stop until Lu Shi reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. The pinnacle of the 9th rank is the limit of Lucis' current constitution. At the same time, Subai also left a large group of sealed power in Lu Zai's body, which will be unlocked slowly after Lu Shi practices constitution in the future. Lucy floated in midair and fell slowly. She is now able to float and fly with her own strength, and a 9th rank warrior can already fly into the sky and escape from the ground. Lu Shi looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling the surging power in his body. His expression was like sleepwalking. Okay, I also left some things with your sister, you can learn by yourself. We are leaving, see you again. Subai looked at Lucy and said with a smile, then took Angel Luna a teleport and left here. Subai gave Lucy the power of the 9th rank, and what was left to the mortal Luna was naturally the small flag. Subai has secretly used means to bind Shaoqi to the soul of mortal Luna and become her natal treasure. That little flag is just a common spirit treasure, it's nothing to Subai, he has many such things. But after all, this is a spirit treasure from the prehistoric world. For mortal Luna, this is a great opportunity, as long as she comprehends a little bit of mystery. What is a 9th rank warrior? It is not uncommon to practice to become an immortal, cross the tribulation and ascend to the ascension. After Subai left, Lucy stared blankly at the void. I thought it was two people who were taken advantage of, but I didn't expect it to be the real ancestor. Lucy seems to be reckless and frizzy, but in fact he has some shrewdness. How could she be so affectionate to two strangers unsuspectingly as soon as they met? Lucy was just worried that the reckless punch at the beginning would anger the two strong men. Advertisement, so he pretended to be naive, insisted on a relationship, flattered him, and dispelled the possible anger between Subai and Subai. After all, as a weak person, in the face of an unpredictable strong person, even a fool can only learn to be smarter. If possible, such is a good flattery. Lu Shi would also like to ask for some favors by the way. It's just that Lucy didn't expect that the benefit was so great that it almost knocked her out. Sister. Look, I'm rank 9. I can fly. That's the real ancestor. Otherwise, how could it be so good to us? Lucy held the hand of the mortal Luna and said excitedly. But Luna was in a trance. Subai's face was still shaking in front of her eyes. It seems that he has seen the person who has been looking for thousands of times in reincarnation. That feeling cannot be described in words. Sister, what benefits did that ancestor leave for you? You can't see it, sister, your strength hasn't increased a bit, don't worry about it, if the ancestor said yes, there will be. Haha, Lu Shi. I'm also a 9th rank master now, sister, I want to trample down all those who have bullied us, and let the whole world know our name. Lucy was in high spirits, and seemed to see a bright future in front of his eyes. Sister, what's the matter with you? Why don't you look very happy? Don't worry, that ancestor must have left you something good. Lucy was excited for a while, seeing Luna's face was strange, so she asked. It's okay, I'm happy, of course I'm happy, I'm just thinking, can I see the 2 ancestors again? After all, they have helped so much, and we haven't thanked them properly yet. Luna faltered, her face was a little red. After all, how could it be possible to express love to the ancestor, to the younger sister? At the same time, a small green flag appeared in her hand, full of aura and emitting invisible fluctuations. It was the spiritual treasure. After becoming a birth treasure, although Luna is still a mortal body with naked eyes, she can already see and use this thing. 173 The solution to assimilation, come to the prehistoric world again. Wow, what a babe. It looks amazing. Lucy was immediately attracted, and didn't pay attention to Luna's abnormality. The burrow dwellers in this world are in trouble. In the void of the universe, in front of the space-time channel, Sububai pulled Angel Luna, looked at the earth behind him, and said with a smile. That's right, with the spiritual treasure left by Sububai and the sealed energy zone in Lucis' body. These 2 sisters will definitely be invincible in the future, and they can easily kill through the crypt. Sububai is mourning for the burrowers. At this time, Sububai and Sububai are about to leave this universe. Because Angel Luna's assimilation effect on mortal Luna is getting stronger, Lingbao Shaoqi can hardly suppress it. This assimilation, the suppression of the weak by the strong, is absolute. Even because of Shaoqi's protection, the mortal Luna would not be completely absorbed and died. But it will also be assimilated into memory and gradually become the clone of Angel Luna. Also equal to death. Even Sububai has discovered that the mortal Luna is not looking at him right. Obviously, it is the memory that starts to assimilate. Mortal Luna inherited part of her feelings for Sububai from Angel Luna. If Sububai doesn't run away, as assimilation deepens, Sububai will have another wife. Back in the Dragon Ball universe, Angel Luna is feeling a bit down. Sububai has explained to her the knowledge of parallel time and space and assimilation. Although I saw my sister, it was exactly the same as in memory. But Angel Luna knew that it was just a replica in a parallel space, a phantom. My real sister, I don't know in which time and space. Luna, don't worry, since we have successfully come to the real estate Earth universe, it will be a matter of time before we return to your home Earth. Advertisement. Just use the universe just now as a springboard to search for parallel time and space, and you can always find the universe in your hometown. Just like we mastered the universe from the Dragon Ball, because of the Dragon Ball's 2nd time and space, and the 3rd time and space. Sububai saw Luna's thoughts and comforted her. Sububai can travel through several parallel universes in Dragon Ball, and naturally he can also travel in parallel universes on Earth. Really? Sububai. Thank you. Let's go. When Luna heard this, she immediately became hopeful, and pulled Sububai to set off. Wait, there are still some questions, Sububai said helplessly. It turned out that just after discovering that the Catacomb Earth universe was not his hometown, Sububai began to use the space-time ability to search for parallel universes. If you don't search, you don't know. If you search, you will be shocked. There are only 2 parallel universes in Dragon Ball, which were created because Trunks used the time machine to travel through time. But the parallel universes of the Catacomb Earth universe are so densely packed that they cannot be counted. I really don't know how it came about. Trying to find a home in so many parallel universes is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. So Sububai decided to go back to the Dragon Ball universe first, for a long-term plan. In fact, it is not impossible to find a needle in a haystack, just look for parallel universes one by one. But this creates another problem, that is, Guo-Na's absorption of the same body from another world just happened. This kind of absorption and assimilation, Sububai can only suppress, but there is no solution. Moreover, Sububai is also worried that when traveling through the endless parallel universe, he will also encounter his own counterpart from another world. If you search the past recklessly like this, every time you pass through a universe, Sububai will have an extra wife or an extra clone. Who can stand it? And isn't it harmful? If they are all suppressed with Lingbao, and every universe loses a Lingbao, no matter how rich Sububai is, he can't afford it. Ask for flowers, advertisement. So Sububai had to think of a way to block this kind of absorption and assimilation, so that he could set out to find his hometown. Hearing this situation, Luna was discouraged again. Sububai, can you really figure out a way? I don't want to assimilate others, but I want to find my sister. Luna looked at Sububai pitifully with watery eyes. At a time like this, how can you say no? Sububai immediately made a guarantee that he would definitely come up with a solution. Prehistoric universe. Sububai appeared next to a big mountain out of thin air. That's right, Subai's solution lies in the primordial universe. The prehistoric world is infinitely vast. 3,000 avenues, 100,000 small avenues, infinite magical powers, spells, and treasures. There is always one thing that can solve Subai's problems. When Sububai came to the prehistoric universe, he landed on an endless mountain. He saw giant trees like the sky, and waterfalls hanging upside down like a river of stars. It was a beautiful sight. However, in the scenery, there is a bloody evil spirit faintly, and it seems that there are fighting and killing. As soon as Sububai came here, the primordial spirit of the great demon god of innate chaos circulated and sensed with the Tao. After a little calculation, he immediately knew many things. It turns out that at this time, it has been a long time since Sububai arrived last time. The Dragon Ball universe runs slower than the primordial universe. The time of the Catacomb Earth universe is slower than that of the Dragon Ball universe. Sububai stayed in the Catacomb Earth universe for a while, and it has been a few years since he returned to the Dragon Ball universe. And back to the prehistoric world, the time gap is even more outrageous. At this time, 7 assists have passed since the beginning of the world. A star calamity is about 6.4 billion years, and now it has been more than 40 billion years since the creation of the world. Looking at the scenery in front of him, all kinds of birds and beasts, Sububai suddenly felt the vicissitudes of life. 174 The fierce beast actually recognizes Sububai as the ancestor? The first 3 kalpas before the creation of heaven and earth were stable periods. The heaven and earth had just been opened up, and Pan-Gu was incarnated into all things. At this time, apart from the ferocious beasts left behind by the chaos innate demon god, there were basically no living creatures in the world. After the end of the third calamity, the heaven and earth stabilized, and the first batch of innate creatures began to be born, which were the heaven and earth innate gods and demons. These innate gods and demons of heaven and earth are conceived by heaven and earth, which is different from the innate demon gods of chaos bred by chaos. For example, the famous ancestor Hongjun, the demon master Kunpeng, the demon Luohu and so on. These tyrannical existences are all above the profound immortal level when they were born. The top-ranked ones are even directly quasi-sage cultivation bases. With a little practice and some opportunities, 537, can be sanctified immediately and transcend the world. However, these gods and demons need to be bred for 3-star kalpas, that is, the 6th measurement kalpa is over, before they can transform into form, have a body, and be able to move around. After the 6th calamity, the chaotic airflow between the heaven and the earth basically disappeared, and evolved into innate aura. These innate auras are extremely pure and thick, and they have bred countless creatures, all races of the prehistoric and wild, all of which were conceived and appeared at this time. Even a plant of grass or a small insect, nourished by such pure and thick innate spiritual energy, will soon give birth to spiritual consciousness and cultivate into a monster. In the legendary of later generations, this is the best practice era and the best practice environment. All living beings are breathing to their heart's content the incomparable innate aura of precious for future generations, striving to cultivate. Everything is full of hope, everything is so beautiful. All things are free. Sububai came to such an era. But not everything is so beautiful, such as the bloody murderous look that Sububai saw. A massacre is happening. Old ancestor, seeing that our ancestors and seniors were born from the same origin, please save our lives. A woman, covered in blood, stumbled towards Bai. The woman came to Sububai, knelt down with a plop, and kowtowed repeatedly. Sububai found that the woman spoke a language that he had never heard before, but he could fully understand it. Advertisement. He realized in his heart that this is the innate divine language, and he doesn't need to learn it, as long as he can sense the Tao, he can use it. You call me patriarch? Who are you and why do you know me? Sububai took a look at this woman. She was a Xuanxian, she was very strange, she didn't know her at all. He was a little strange, so he also asked in the innate divine language. Old ancestor, the little girl's name is Pheasant Xie, she is a ferocious beast in the form of a beast, and she was born after the death of 3,000 chaos demon gods. You are the great demon god of innate chaos. You existed before the creation of the world. Naturally, you don't know the little girl, but in the memory of the little girl's inheritance, there is the figure of your ancestor. This woman, Pheasant Xie, turned out to be a ferocious beast with intelligence turned into a human form. And she also inherited the memory of the chaos demon god, recognized Sububai, and regarded him as the ancestor. With Pheasant's explanation, Sububai finally understood the reason. It turns out that after the 6th calamity, thousands of races were bred and born. These races are all loved by the aura of heaven and earth, and they are the masters of heaven and earth in this era. And these fierce beasts are the resentment and evil spirit left behind by the death of 3,000 chaos demon gods before the creation of the world. These ferocious beasts are originally full of evil spirits. Without wisdom, they can only fight fiercely. But after the innate spiritual energy was produced, they were nourished by this spiritual energy, and gradually developed wisdom, and began to learn to cultivate. Because the great god Pangu created the world and had great merits, Pangu's body image was also loved by Taoists. Therefore, once the creatures in the prehistoric world have achieved success in cultivation, they will transform into Pangu's appearance, which can help in cultivation. The appearance of Pangu is also the human form in Subai's cognition, but at this time, there is no Nuwa who made people out of clay, so it is said that Pangu is transformed. So these ferocious beasts also learned to transform into human form, and they cultivated much faster, and their wisdom became stronger. They can suppress the evil spirit in their bodies, and they no longer fight indiscriminately. They thought they could live a good life like this, join the prehistoric races, and maybe become saints and ancestors in the future. Then came the disaster. Because these ferocious beasts were not conceived by the heavens and the earth, but from the 3,000 chaos demon gods before the creation of the heavens and the earth. The 3,000 chaos demon gods sound impressive, but they are actually sacrifices to open up the world. Opening up the world is like changing dynasties. As for the change of dynasty, the remnants of the previous dynasty must be wiped out. Advertisement: these fierce beasts belong to the remnants of the previous dynasty. The avenue cannot accommodate them, because only when they are all dead can the creation of heaven and earth be considered complete. Of course, being able to survive is their ability. Dao Dao will not personally deal with these beasts. The source of the disaster is that those prehistoric creatures discovered and killed these beasts. Merit is indeed a good thing. He heard that he wanted to try killing beasts to earn merit. It turns out that I haven't been born for a long time, and the world has already become like this. What is merit? The benefits are endless. For example, Pengu opened up the world, which is an incomparable great merit. It's no wonder that the prehistoric peoples are sharpening their knives against the beasts. Merit can be said to be one of the most precious things in the prehistoric world. Sububai nodded after listening. Even killing beasts can even be counted as the cause of the great merit of creating the world. However, apart from Panji, few people can do the work of creating the world. Enough, even can be sanctified directly. Da Luo is at ease, eternal and not worn. You need to run the heavenly secrets and follow the Tao in order to gain merit. It is very difficult to obtain 3.0 merits. Merits and virtues can assist cultivation, impact realms, condense luck, offer sacrifices to magic weapons, and resist killing and calamity. It can be called the prehistoric hard currency, hungry. But now, killing beasts can gain merit. Among all the prehistoric peoples, who is not greedy? 175 Qingshu Demon Fox has the law and skill but has no way. Fizi Xie implores the ancestors to save our clan. We only want to live, and we are willing to be slaves of the ancestors, and we will go through fire and water at our orders, and we will die. Pheasant Xie kowtowed again and begged. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Subai shook his head, throwing out bad thoughts. Just kidding, he is not so lowly yet. For the sake of mere merit, he will kill. Since these ferocious beasts have opened their wisdom and turned into human forms, they are no different from humans. It's not an ignorant beast. Subai naturally wouldn't kill it casually. As for saving or not, Subai is still hesitating. To be honest, Subai is still a little uncertain about his own strength. I don't know what level it is in the prehistoric world. It's embarrassing if you can't carry 19 such a big pot on your body. While hesitating, another person came, but it was a large group, and they were all women. Subai took a closer look and couldn't help but let out a little gasp. I saw upturned tails, pointed ears, beautiful faces and graceful curves. But it's a bunch of fox demons, and these fox demons are holding some women in their hands. The breath of these captured women is similar to that of the pheasant. Presumably it was also in the form of a ferocious beast, a fellow of the pheasant evil, who was caught by these fox demons. Old ancestor, those are all my fellow clansmen. They were caught by these coquettish foxes. Not only did they want to kill them, but they also brought them back to raise them. They were traded and circulated as goods. It was really an insult. Pheasant Xie stood up and glared at those fox demons. Could these be the Qingshu foxes among the prehistoric peoples? Sure enough, they're very beautiful. Advertisement: looking at these beautiful fox demons, Subai couldn't help feeling a little agitated in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. Listening to Pheasant's explanation, he frowned. It's nothing more than killing during a battle. It's too much to slaughter intelligent creatures as goods, isn't it? Subai was a little displeased. He originally thought that the killing of ferocious beasts by the prehistoric peoples was a battle between the two sides, each relying on their own abilities. If they couldn't beat them, it would be fine if they died. Unexpectedly, they didn't kill them even if they were defeated, but seized them and sold them as goods. For example, you lack the merits to break through the realm, and I lack the magic weapon to increase the combat power. I let you kill the beast in my hand, and you give me the magic weapon. In this way, you have gained merit, and I have obtained a magic weapon. In this way, it really becomes a hard currency. However, this method is really too bad. Fierce beasts are not ignorant chickens, ducks and beasts, but intelligent creatures that can think and have emotions. Such insults are not done by righteous people. Little girl Tushanmei, I have seen seniors. Ferocious beasts are a great disaster in the world. Killing them will bring great merit, and we are doing justice for the heavens. Why did seniors say that? A fox demon lightly opened the lotus steps, stepped out from the crowd, bowed to Subai, and said softly. Tushanmei, the peak cultivation base of Xuanxian, is the leader of this group of fox monsters, leading them to hunt down the fierce beast tribe of Pheasant. The tribe of Pheasant Xie is all women, and Pheasant Xie is the leader. Now most of the fierce beasts of the pheasant tribe have been captured. As long as the pheasant is caught again, it will be considered complete. Unexpectedly, Subai popped up halfway. Tushanmei saw that Subai's aura was unclear, and he couldn't see Subai's cultivation level at all. Advertisement: just think that Subai is some kind of hidden senior expert, not daring to neglect at all. When hunting fierce beasts, the danger does not necessarily come from the resistance of fierce beasts, and it is normal to encounter gangsters and eat gangsters. Tushanmei was worried about Subai's strength, so she slaughtered her group of foxes, snatched the beasts and ran away. She has a delicate and gentle face, a soft figure, and her voice is like thin strands of hair plucking in Subai's ears, and a faint fragrance hits her. Oh, I like the handsome gentleman like Senior, with fluttering white clothes. It's a kind of innate supernatural power, not immune to it with a strong will. And after all, this kind of temptation is not direct action. Even if it is found out, the other party will generally not turn their backs. They are also using their charm to test Subai's forehead. But now, Sububai is not in that mood. Sububai couldn't help sighing. Their charm is not ordinary charm. So go forward and say a few soft words to see what Subai's attitude is. This method, Demon Fox Dog, stunt. Not happy. The cultivation base is not enough, and it can't bear it at all. This Senior, is he fascinated by this ferocious woman? I wait for the Qingchu Fox clan to be beautiful and loved by the prehistoric people. Why don't you think more about it, Senior? However, Sububai was not moved at all. Instead, his eyes were cold. Under normal circumstances, Sububai might really be a bit overwhelmed. In fact, he is unwilling to resist, and he will definitely communicate with these fox-eared girls in depth. This is the innate charm of Qingchu Demon Fox that has been displayed. Among those fox demons, seeing that Sububai didn't respond, they made a lot of noise, winking at Sububai and teasing him in various ways. Hey, it is true that there are laws and skills but no way, only merit but no morality. That's right, the world was just opened, the emperor has not yet been born, and the Tao Te Ching has not been handed down. Isn't it just that there is no morality? After all, it's just a few winks, it's too shameless to turn your face over such a trivial matter. 176 Is the identity of the Chaos Demon God so easy to use? These fox demons, doing what Sububai called insane, trafficking human beings, actually had a face full of righteousness. He even claimed to be a walker for the sky, and they really think so, because their concept is like this: following the Tao is doing the way for the sky. I don't think there's anything wrong with this behavior. As for morality, what is it? These fox demons have never heard of this word. Hearing Subai's exclamation, those fox demons looked at each other. They knew every word of Sububai, but they couldn't understand the strings together. But they felt an inexplicable mystery in Subai's words. It seems that Sububai revealed some great secret, but unfortunately he couldn't understand it. Senior's words are too profound, can you speak more clearly? Tu Shanmei couldn't help but said. What Sububai said is that the Taisheng Laojun passed down 5,000 words of morality, so that in addition to merit and virtue, there is also morality in the world. This is a major matter related to saints, and it is a true secret of heaven and earth. In this universe, this event has not happened yet, but just like Pangu opened up the world, the morality of heaven and the transmission of morality will inevitably happen in the future. If you can figure out this secret in advance, you will be able to take the lead in the future and gain great benefits. If you can get the Tao Te Ching in advance from Sububai, it will be against the sky, and you may have a chance to become a saint. After all, the Tao Te Tianjin has not yet been born, and the future may not be doomed. Those demon foxes are ignorant. Only Tu Shanmei's cultivation base is higher, and she has a faint grasp of the secret, and she is very excited, knowing that she has encountered a peerless opportunity. But soon Sububai poured a basin of cold water on it, extinguishing Tu Shanmei's fiery heart. I just said that I am also a great disaster. Do you want to do justice to me? Advertisement, Sububai said with a cold tone. Then, Sububai suddenly released the chaotic and fierce aura that he was born with. This breath was born from heaven and earth, and it is extremely noble. As long as it is a prehistoric creature with a little vision, it will not be mistaken. Because of the system, Sububai is used to hiding his aura and strength, but now, he no longer hides it. The breath soared into the sky, and suddenly, flying sand and rolling stones, the situation changed color. Tu Shan's charming face paled, and she couldn't maintain her elegance and charm any longer. She stepped back a few steps, and even sat down on the ground without standing still. The beautiful tail doesn't even notice when it's dirty. Chaos innate demon god. Tu Shanmei said these words tremblingly, without any strength anymore. She had heard from the elders of the Fox clan in Qingchu that when the great god Panji Yu created the world, 3,000 chaos demon gods besieged him. As a result, these demon gods were completely killed by Panji Yu, and only a few escaped, and it was unknown where they were hiding. These chaos demon gods are all the ancestors of fierce beasts. When the prehistoric people usually hunted and killed fierce beasts, they sometimes joked. What kind of merit would it be if you met a chaos demon god and killed him? But they were just joking. How tyrannical should a congenital god and demon be able to escape from Panji Yu? If it happens, it will be death. Tu Shanmei also made such a joke with the sisters in the clan. It was just a daydream, just a joke. The prehistoric world is boundless. There are billions of trillions of creatures, and there are only a few chaos demon gods. Tu Shanmei never expected that she would be so unlucky to meet someone. As for the little foxes behind you, Tu Shanmei, they had already huddled together, and were already crying in fright, and they didn't dare to cry out. Advertisement Chaos innate demon god, for them, is a character in the myth legendary. It is said that each of them has infinite supernatural powers, and is moody, violent and brutal. When these fox demons were young, Chaos innate demon god was often used by their elders to frighten them into nightmares. Whenever they are disobedient, the head of the fox clan will say, "Let the chaos god eat you first." Sububai didn't know what level his strength was in the prehistoric world. But Tu Shanmei is the leader after all, stronger than those little foxes. She tried her best to calm down, knelt down and saluted Sububai. He let out his breath. It was Xian who wanted to fight these demon foxes. Sububai even planned to run back to the Dragon Ball universe in case he couldn't beat him. Senior was born from heaven and earth, and his status is incomparably noble. How dare the junior say anything to the senior to act for the heavens? The junior is ignorant. He offended the senior, and captured the descendants of the same clan of the senior. He really deserves death. It can be said that it has the effect of stopping children's night crying, which is their childhood shadow. As a result, his ultra instinct was ready and he was about to make a move. Sububai didn't even practice the first level of the spiritual soul golden body art that the system gave to Sububai, and he didn't know what level it corresponded to the prehistoric state. They behaved right away. Now childhood shadows come true. So Sububai saw Tu Shanmei as a mysterious fairy, and he didn't like their trafficking people, so he wanted to try her hand. We are willing to serve our seniors as servants and concubines in order to forgive our sins, and only ask our seniors to forgive us and save our lives. I asked the system, but didn't even reply. Sububai is speechless. Qian Nuo's. So the identity of Chaos Demon God is so easy to use. Unexpectedly, Tu Shanmei knelt down without saying a word. Tu Shanmei pleaded tremblingly. 6 Al 177 Accepting disciples, establishing sects, establishing sects. Seeing Tu Shanmei begging softly, with a mournful voice, Ji Xie became angry immediately, and she also knelt down quickly. These coquettish foxes have ulterior motives, and they are not of my race. Old ancestor, don't believe their rhetoric. If you want to recruit slaves, our pheasant tribe is enough. It turned out to be fighting for the qualification to be a slave. Sububai was speechless again. A familiar word before time travel flashed in his mind. Involve. No way, this can also be rolled, Sububai complained. However, it can also be seen how chaotic and cruel the prehistoric times are at this time. The weak are precarious, and the strong will kill and plunder at will. Old ancestor, what role are you talking about? Pheasant Xie asked puzzledly. Oh, it's okay, you all get up. Sububai came back and waved his hand. Pheasant, since your ancestors are of the same origin as mine, you will be exempted from slavery. I can accept you as 627 registered disciples. As for you little foxes, you can avoid death and life, so just be my servants and do some things like sweeping and serving tea. It's okay to be concubines. My ancestor didn't do that lowly. In a few words, Sububai pronounced their fate. Sububai also found out now that since his identity as the great chaos demon god is so easy to use, then it is better to recruit disciples and establish a side. Otherwise, when the catastrophe comes in the future, how can I become the chess player and play chess with many saints in the Tao of Heaven? Since these ferocious beasts consider Sububai to be the ancestor and have been persecuted deeply, they are the best disciples. Hearing Subai's words, Tu Shanmei and Jixi stood up and stood beside Sububai with their heads bowed. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Tu Shanmei was fortunate to have saved her life, and was not slaughtered and eaten by a single disagreement. At the same time, she was also surprised that BJFG, Chaos Great Demon God, was not as vicious as in Legendary. Moreover, Tu Shanmei secretly raised her head to glance at Sububai, and then immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her pure white tail was wagging. Old ancestor. No, the master is really pretty. If Sububai knew what Tu Shanmei was thinking, she would definitely tell her that what you have is called Stockholm's disease. It's a disease and it can be cured. Pheasant Xie was fortunate that Sububai was willing to take care of these ferocious beasts and did not abandon them. Finally, someone was willing to take them in. Pheasant Xie and Tu Shanmei looked at each other, seeing disdain in each other's eyes at the same time, and then turned their faces away at the same time. Although they wanted to fight immediately, but in front of Sububai, they didn't dare to mess around, and they didn't even dare to talk nonsense. Instead, they all turned around to help their clansmen up, stood in line, and obediently followed behind Sububai. Looking from a distance, Sububai is dressed in white, with a group of neat beauties on the left and right behind him. But Sububai didn't look behind, but turned around. Sububai thinks that this mountain has beautiful scenery and is full of aura. It is suitable for establishing a sect. Anyway, the famous mountain with its own name and surname has long been occupied, and Sububai didn't bother to run around looking for it, so he opened his house on the spot. And although this place is far inferior to famous mountains such as Shoyang Mountain, Zumi Mountain, and Kunwu Mountain. But Sububai figured it out, and it was really a predestined relationship to write about himself here. Because Sububai discovered that this is where the chaos was when he first came to this world. When Sububai first came here, the world was still in chaos. And the chaos where Sububai settled down at that time, after the creation of heaven and earth, became the land under Subai's feet. Sububai calculated carefully, and found that when he returned to the Great Desolation last time, this is also the place where he appeared. Advertisement. It's just that there are 7-star calamities between the two times. The sea has changed, the ocean has become high, and Suri didn't recognize it for a while. Sububai was a little surprised. Here, is it possible that it is equivalent to my teleportation point, birth point, spring water? Then I have to protect it? Name taboo number. This stunned Sububai, those great gods, each with a name that shook the sky, and they were all praised. And it was decided to use all kinds of spells and treasures to form a large formation to protect this place tightly, so that no enemies can come in. However, the door has different opinions on this mountain. My name is Sububai. As for the mountain gate, isn't this here? I decided to establish a mountain gate here and establish a sect. What do you think? Pheasant Xie, Tu Shanmei and the others silently memorized Subai's name, but they didn't have any reaction to this name. Subai said to the pheasant evil Tu Shanmei and the others. Forget it, if you don't want to change your name, don't change your surname. Subai is also thinking about whether he should take one too, such as the Lord of Time and Space. Old ancestor, I don't know where our mountain gate is, and please forgive me. The disciples don't know the name of the ancestor. After following Subai around for a long time, Ji Xie finally couldn't help asking. Here, forgive me, Patriarch Su. Although there is plenty of spiritual energy here, there are no spiritual veins, minerals, or ground fires underground. It is really not good to start a sect here. Subai thought. Although she didn't want to refute Subai, since Subai asked, she didn't dare to lie against her conscience and could only tell the truth. Subai has strengthened his determination to establish a sect here. Pheasant Xie thought about it and said, just kidding, this is the birth point, it is the spring water, if it is not well protected, and the spring is guarded and abused, you will cry without tears. 178 Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation. That's right, in order to establish a sect, in addition to abundant aura, there must also be resources. For example, the Dragon Chi of Zulong Mountain, the Red Copper of Shouyang Mountain, the Kunwu Shenmu of Kunwu Mountain and so on. They are all good babies who practice treasures. Only with resources, disciples, and descendants of ethnic groups can we continue to practice and improve. However, the place Subai chose was poor and empty. If he established a sect here, he could only eat the wind and drink the dew and drink the northwest wind. No need to say much, your vision is too short-sighted, I have deep meaning. Subai waved his hands. Yes. Patriarch. Pheasant Xie bowed his head, saying that everything the ancestor said was right. If Subai's guess is correct, although this place is unremarkable, it has the same resource that is unique in the whole prehistoric world. Are you afraid of the Dragon Ball in my backyard? Subai complained secretly, but it seems that the Dragon Ball is nothing in the prehistoric world. But Subai knew that the matter was not that simple. Since it is decided to establish a sect, it should not be too late. Subai flew into the sky and flew to the top of the highest mountain in the center. Then with a wave of his hand, clattering, a bunch of spirit treasures flew out. These spiritual treasures are arranged into a large formation centered on two congenital spiritual treasures, the 5-element flag and the Chankan tripod. It is called the Chankan 5 Elements Array. This large formation spread out in an instant, covering the area in Fang Yuan's memory. Chankan, that is, heaven and earth, is also yin and yang. Yin and yang cooperate with the 5 elements, that is, the 5 elements of yin and yang are all-encompassing. Advertisement. Once this large formation is established, basically no one can attack in the flood at this time. Because at this time in the prehistoric times, no saint was born, and the highest state was only quasi-sage. Only when Hongjun fits the Tao of Heaven, becomes a sage of the Tao of Heaven, and divides the holy position in Fenbaoyan, will the general pattern of the prehistoric world be settled. Unfortunately, I don't know how to form Zhou Tian Xing Do, nor do I know how to form the 12 capitals, nor do I know how to kill immortal swords. Lianji Moshan formation. I don't know any of the top 10 formations in the prehistoric world. Meeting. Subai looked at the Chankan 5 elements formation in front of him, feeling a little dissatisfied. Those he mentioned are all famous and peerless formations, and they are not the same as Subai's Chankan 5 elements formation that can only protect a mere range of hundreds of millions of miles. However, Subai's method shocked Ji Xie, Tu Shanmei and the others greatly. They are mere profound immortals, how have they seen such a miraculous formation? According to Subai's understanding, the immortals in this prehistoric world at this time are divided into 5 levels. Celestial Immortal, Profound Immortal, True Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Deluo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Sage. Each level can also be divided into early, middle and late stages, 3, 6, 9, etc. At the same level, it may be strong enough to be challenged by a higher level or weak enough to be challenged by a higher level. As for the saint on the top, it is already impossible to figure it out. Not something common creatures can hope for. As for other human beings, earth immortals, ghosts and gods. That would have to wait for the human race, the earth fairy world, the god list, the 6 reincarnations of the underworld, etc., to come out, but now there is no such thing. At this time, the great formation of the universe and 5 elements arranged by Subai is a formation of the quasi-sage Da Luo Jingxian level. This formation made Ji Xie, Tu Shanmei and the others kneel down on the ground with just a touch of coercion. As for the 10 great formations that Subai talked to himself, it made them feel like listening to heaven. The ancestor has boundless supernatural powers and boundless mana. They said in unison. There is no doubt about Subai's supernatural powers. Originally, they got along for a while, and thought that Subai seemed to be quite easy to talk to. Advertisement. There is no airs, no moodiness, tyranny and bloodthirsty. Ask for flowers, except for releasing coercion once, he didn't show any supernatural powers. They all doubt whether legendary is fake, but now, they couldn't help sighing in their hearts, the ancestor is the ancestor after all. All the girls said in unison. For example, the central Wuji Xingwang flag is in the hands of Yuan Shi Tianjun, and the southern Lidi flame flag is in the hands of Taisheng Laojun. Hey, the 5-square 5-element flag is said to be able to form a 5-element array in legendary, enough to trap 5 saints. It's much stronger than my copycat. 2 top-level innate spirit treasures, only a quasi-sacred formation, Sububai was laughed at by himself. Ahem. I'm testing your cultivation is not good enough, you can't even stand the coercion of mere formations. Never got together. Sububai relied on the system to get together the 5-element flag, but unfortunately he didn't know the formation and couldn't make it out. Don't keep kneeling, get up, I don't like this. It's just that Sububai relied on the power of the Lingbao itself and used his superficial knowledge of formations to forcibly construct it. As a modern person, I don't like this habit of kneeling at all times. Seeing them kneeling on the ground, Sububai said helplessly. 0 at this time, the so-called Shankan 5 elements formation, although it also has strange power. Sububai groped to control the formation, put away the coercion, and the girls stood up, but their legs were still a little weak. This 5-element flag said by Sububai was given by the system as a gift package. Old ancestor Su. You have to accept your supernatural powers, our legs are weak and we can't stand up. Originally, in Subai's memories of the prehistoric world, the heaven, earth, 5 directions and 5 elements flags were in the hands of the guest sage Yin. It is said that the 5-element formation that can trap 5 saints is only legendary, and no one has ever seen it. 179 3,000 pieces of Lingbao, Subai's great handwriting, 3 in 1. Forget it, the quasi-sage formation method is enough for the time being, let's hide our strengths and bide our time, and we may not be able to get the arrangement method of the 5 elements formation in the future. Sububai made a plan. You must know that although the saints in the prehistoric world have not yet been born, the strongest ones are quasi-sages. But the same quasi-sage, the difference in combat power is also huge. Weaker quasi-sages may not even be able to beat Tai Jinxian. And those top quasi-sages, such as the current demon ancestor Luo Hu, Dao ancestor Hongjun, and Yangmei Daxian Linlian. 1 by 1 is noble, and the magic weapon is powerful. Ordinary saints are probably not their opponents. If Sububai got into trouble with these people, his half-baked universe and 5-element formation might not be able to protect him. But Sububai isn't particularly worried, because for a while, Sububai couldn't mess with those big shots. Those bigwigs are busy preaching, so they don't have time to talk to Sububai. Even if he got offended in the future, Sububai still has a big gift bag from the system to claim. According to Subai's calculation, at the current time flow rate of the prehistoric world, a star tribulation, the Dragon Ball world has passed for a year. The rewards of this system are issued once a day according to the time of the Dragon Ball world. In other words, Sububai will be able to receive a reward once for every star calamity in Hongwang. After traveling through several universes, Sububai discovered that this reward can only be received in the corresponding world to receive the reward of that world. For example, if Sububai spends a year in the Dragon Ball world, what he can get is Saiyan blood, gods of destruction power and so on. When you come to the prehistoric world and spend a calamity, what you can receive is the Soul Golden Body Ju, the 5 elements flag, and the Chang'an Ding. In fact, in the Catacomb Earth universe, the time in that world was extremely slow. Sububai only stayed for a while, and 7 years passed in the Dragon Ball world. So I also got 7 big gift bags. But those 7 gift packs are all rubbish things like martial artist training, 9th rank clearance, and so on, which are completely useless to Sububai. Now, only advanced universe like Primordial World, the rewards of the system can make Subai's heart beat. Although one amount of calamity can only be claimed once, it is not unacceptable based on the prehistoric time scale. Of course, Sububai can also go to the world of Dragon Ball for 364 days, and in the last 10 days, 580, travel back to the wild to receive the gift package. But if this is the case, 6.4 billion years have passed in the prehistoric world, and the situation does not know what will happen. Maybe all the disciples of the sect are dead, and the mountain gate is also leveled. The time span is too large to grasp at all, so Sububai decided to spend most of his time in the prehistoric world. After thinking it over in his mind, Sububai manipulated mana to create a fairy puppet warrior, began cutting trees and quarrying stones, and building palaces and pavilions. Since the sect was established, it is definitely not enough to have a mountain protection formation alone, and there must be a place to live. So with Subai's tactic, countless warriors of the 5 elements ran around, building large-scale construction, palaces rose from the ground, and mountain peaks were hollowed out to build caves. These wrestlers are all hundreds of feet tall, and they can also become bigger or smaller. Each of them has infinite strength and wisdom, which is just suitable for these rough jobs. This is also Subai's first trial spell. In the Divine Soul Golden Body Art, in addition to improving the cultivation base, it also recorded a lot of knowledge about spells, formations, and weapon refining. They are all weird and wonderful. Spells are really convenient, cultivating immortals feels really good. Sububai is very satisfied. In the world of Dragon Ball, everyone basically fights each other or throws waves, and occasionally uses some superpowers. There are no such convenient spells, Whis Shenron except. This construction will not be completed in a short time. Sububai stood on a platform cut out from the top of the mountain, watching the girls under him doing nothing, so he decided to arrange some tasks for them. Pheasant Evil. Yes, Patriarch, what are your orders? Pheasant Shay was staring at those 5 elements fighters in a daze, thinking about how many he would fight. Hearing Subai's call, he quickly responded cleverly and respectfully. Since you have joined my sect, you are my disciples. However, you haven't done any merit, and now you are only registered disciples. You need to make contributions before you can be accepted as outer disciples. Now I have a task for you. You have been slaughtered and plundered in the form of ferocious beasts. I read that I was born in the same chaos as your ancestors. I decided to open the sect to protect you and other ferocious beasts. You should act separately and go to various places in the prehistoric region to find the surviving beast tribes and bring them here, so that you can record a credit and become an outer disciple. Sububai said to Huxia and her tribe. Her small tribe, now numbering only 3,000, was captured by 2 Shanmei's hundreds of fox demons before. Now they are all released, and they are all accepted as registered disciples by Sububai, obediently listening to Subai's lectures. The disciple takes orders, the girls said loudly. But each of them didn't move, but looked at Sububai eagerly with a bitter face. Old ancestor Su, our strength is low, and we may be caught halfway through the wilderness. Moreover, some fierce beast tribes are rebellious, so they may not be willing to come over, and we cannot subdue them. Pheasant Xie looked at Subai and complained, it's easy. With one move by Subai, the universe and the 5 elements fluctuated, and a bunch of treasures fell out, forming a treasure mountain in front of the girls. These treasures, such as knives, guns, swords and halberds, mirrors, tripods and pearl bells, are dazzling. All of them are full of precious light. Moreover, on each treasure, there are 5 small flags and the imprint of a small tripod rotating slowly, adding to the magic. This is 3,000 pieces of Huxian Lingbao, powerful, and it has the imprint of the great formation of the universe and 5 elements on it. It can borrow the power of the great formation from a distance of billions of trillions of miles, and exert a power comparable to that of the common Tai Golden Immortal. It is even enough for the Deluo Golden Immortal support 1 or 2 tricks. 11. These treasures will be borrowed from you temporarily to defend yourself against demons. Pheasant Xie and her little sisters were stunned, their eyes were full of stars. 3,000 pieces are all spirit treasures, advertisement. They have never seen a few of the common magic weapons, and the ones they usually use are claws, feathers and other materials that have fallen off from the body, plus the treasures of heaven and earth collected in the prehistoric wilderness, sacrificed randomly, and make do with it. I have never seen such a big handwriting. 182 Shanmei, watch the door. With these treasures for self-defense, I think ordinary enemies can't do anything to you, and experts who are stronger than the common Tai Golden Immortal will not come to embarrass you juniors. However, you can rely on treasures to be tyrannical, act recklessly, and provoke the enemy. This mission is mainly low-key, and you will come back immediately after completing the mission, you know? If you do well in this mission and can be promoted to outer sect disciples, it doesn't matter if these things are given to you. Okay, let's go. Subai waved his hand and said no more. Pheasant Xie and the others lined up, picking treasures one by one, and then lined up down the mountain dizzy, flying away in all directions. At the foot of the mountain, the pheasant rolled over and turned into a big karoba bird, like a phoenix or a chicken, which is exactly the original shape of her family. They are all wearing black yuya, but they are all made of feathers. This black bird wears a crown of flames on its head, which is exactly the crown of phoenix flames chosen by Pheasant Xie. At this moment, she was very excited, and she touched the flame corolla on her head with her wings, feeling the surging force within it. In the pheasant evil sense, the power in this corolla is many times stronger than her own. He looked at the magic weapon of the lupine fan he had used before, and saw that it was pitch black and had pitifully weak power. Pheasant Xie immediately wanted to throw the trash away. As long as you complete the task well, you can be harvested as an outer disciple. Although Pheasant Xie didn't know what the outer sect disciple meant, he was definitely better than the unnamed disciple concubine. Then you can get a reward and truly own this incredible flame flower crown spirit treasure. Who still uses garbage? However, Pheasant hesitated again and again, but in the end he was not willing to throw away the magic weapon of the lupine, and kept it as a precious and important thing. In case the task goes wrong, you still have to rely on this old man. Poor and scared. Pheasant Xie didn't think about any crooked thoughts, such as running away after taking the magic weapon. Since Subai dared to hand over the magic weapon to them, he was not afraid of them running away. The imprint of the great formation of the universe and the 5 elements on the magic weapon is not a decoration. Pheasant Xie fiddled with the flame corolla for a while, uttered a crisp birdsong, and aimed in one direction. With the power of Lingbao corolla, he teleported across an unknown number of billions of memories. She remembered that there was a tribe of ferocious beasts far away in that direction. The prehistoric world is almost infinitely vast. You must know that a small solar system in the Earth universe has a diameter of trillions of miles. The entire Earth universe is billions of times larger than the solar system. And the prehistoric world does not know how much bigger than the Earth universe. In the prehistoric universe, you can't teleport over a long distance, and you can't run very far just by flying, so you can't play at all. Of course, there are basically teleportation arrays erected wherever there are living footprints in Hongwang. However, the teleportation team lined up to pay, and transferred one by one. How can there be any refreshment to teleport at will with the power of Lingbao? For a moment, the sky was filled with cheerful and melodious birdsong, and 3,000 pheasants went their separate ways, heading towards the prehistoric places. Compared with the vast prehistoric world, Subai's Dongfu Mountain Gate is just like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. These bird girls. Tu Shanmei saw that Ji Xie and the others had reaped great benefits. Her jealous eyes were about to burst into flames, and her tail wagged wildly. That is a spiritual treasure that is rare in the world. Although it is only an acquired spirit treasure, it is not as rare as an innate spirit treasure. It is estimated that there are millions of Huxian Lingbao in the whole prehistoric period. But how many creatures, how many monsters and beasts are there in the whole prehistoric world? That depends on how many stars there are in the sky, how many drops of water there are in the sea, and how many grains of sand there are in the desert. These millions of spirit treasures are like a drop of water falling into the sea, not even a splash can be seen. Only the true cores, geniuses, and elites of various races can be bestowed by Lingbao. Tu Shanmei is only a common demon fox in Qingqiu, so she is not qualified to touch this kind of thing. The one she usually uses is actually not much better than Pheasant Xie. The magic weapon she uses is a long white whip. It was made by using the hair shed off her tail, together with all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures collected, carefully weaving in sacrificial 10 yuan wei, which is regarded as the magic weapon of entering the stream. It is usually regarded as a treasure, and it is not easy to take it out and use it. The entire prehistoric world, most of the creatures, use this kind of thing. And Sububai had just accepted a group of registered disciples, and he didn't even remember the faces, so he spilled 3,000 spirit treasures. Tu Shanmei's thoughts are the same as Ji Xia's now, she just wants to throw away her garbage magic weapon. In fact, later generations say that the prehistoric resources are unparalleled, and there are natural materials and earthly treasures everywhere. But no matter how rich it is, it can't stand the fact that there are too many creatures at this time, and it is not enough at all. On the contrary, in the future and future generations, although the congenital aura is thin, many treasures of heaven and earth are exhausted, and it is difficult for future generations to practice, but after several catastrophes, the entire great desolate continent was shattered, and more than 90% of the living died. Because there are far fewer creatures, spirit treasures are not so rare to future generations, maybe even a little demon can come up with a spirit treasure. Tu Shan charm. Exist, Tu Shan's charming heart is coming. Is there any task to do? Can you also get Lingbao? Tu Shanmei's heart was beating wildly. The power of role models is infinite, under the stimulation of Lingbao. Even if Sububai accepts her as a concubine now, she will. Thinking of this, Tu Shanmei blushed and cursed herself for being shameless. But obviously, she was thinking too much. Sububai looked at these vixens and shook his head. Advertisement, go. Take your group of sisters, and go to the gate of the mountain to see the gate. Sububai ordered. 181 The Big Adventure of Pheasant Evil. What? Hurry up and remember. Yes, master. Subai's order was absolute. Tu Shanmei and the others could only come to the mountain gate aggrieved, stood in 2 rows, and watched the gate. It is said to look at the gate, but in fact there is no gate. This is just the mountain gate in the plan. According to Subai's vision, after the project is completed, 99,000-foot gate towers will be built along the wide road, with a majestic style. The distinguished guests walked along the road and walked through the gates one by one. The maids greeted them, the wrestlers scattered flowers, and the heavenly maids played music. It was called a row of noodles. But now, the project is still in the early stage of planning, not to mention the gatehouse. Even the road has not been built, there are only rubbles on the ground. But the welcome maid is now there. Tu Shanmei led a group of her little sisters and stood among the rocks like pillars. From time to time, I have to hide from the big feet of the 5-element fighters, and I have nothing to love for a while. But looking from a distance, it is a beautiful scene, which is quite seductive. Well, these foxes let them serve tea and water, do laundry and fold quilts. I guess they are not as good as 5-element wrestlers. Sure enough, the promising job of receptionist at the front desk is suitable for them. Sububai looked at this beautiful landscape and was very satisfied. As for how Yu Tushan charmed them, Sububai didn't care. From Subai's point of view, they are just a bunch of criminals who traffic people, and this punishment is nothing at all. Since these vixens are slaves, of course they have to be treated differently from disciples. Disciples can get spirit treasures, but these vixens can only guard the gate. Of course, Sububai wasn't that ruthless either. These foxes behave well in the future, and if they make meritorious service, they can be promoted to disciples. Can be promoted from a slave to an outer disciple through meritorious service. However, behind the outer disciples, there are also inner disciples, intruder disciples, true disciples, holy sons, saints. Vice-teaching elders, great elders. Sububai has many tricks. But at this time, the naive pheasant, completely unaware of what was waiting for her, was still happily teleporting all the way. After teleporting for a full year, finally, the pheasant transformed into a human form, descended into a light, and came to a valley. She's in place. It looks like a common valley here, but it is actually a hiding place for a tribe of beasts. The ferocious beasts are now afraid of being hunted, and they all hide with things like formations and supernatural powers, so they don't show up easily. Pheasant Xie played out the formula according to the code in his memory. This kind of code, as well as the locations of settlements of some ethnic groups, are only known to the leaders of the various ferocious beast groups. These ferocious beast tribes have a large population, and they dare not gather all the tribes together. Although the beasts are more powerful, they are easy to be targeted by the strong. Now the ethnic group is used as a unit and scattered throughout the great desolate continent, so it is much safer. However, although they are scattered, there are still necessary contact methods. So there is a code. The leaders of various ethnic groups are not necessarily the strongest, but they must be the most determined. These leaders will guard the secret of this code to the death and will never reveal it. The light in the valley fluctuated. A woman with a beautiful animal skin walked out. Who? The woman looked at the pheasant vigilantly. I am Jixi, the leader of the pheasant bird tribe. I have something important to see your leader. Pheasant Xie emits the aura that belongs to the leader of the fierce beast. This aura is produced by the trust of the whole clan, and it cannot be faked. So the pheasant evil easily obtained permission to enter the valley. The ferocious beast of this tribe is named Baoyu, and it looks like a purple spotted leopard. It's not like the pheasant family has only females, but both sexes. The animal skin girl 1.2 was walking in the valley with pheasant, and all the leopards looked at pheasant with wary eyes. There are also some little leopards, who can't even transform themselves, and hide in the dark like little beasts, looking at the pheasant with fear in their eyes. Pheasant Xie felt a little bitter in his heart. All these behaviors of Baoyu were all because he was afraid of being hunted. It's nonsense. You must have been deceived. There are only a handful of such great demon gods, and they all hide tightly. The entire Great Luo Jinxian is looking for them, and they want to kill them to gain great merit and breakthrough ideas. What? A chaos demon god was born and wants to protect us. I think I'm also in the shape of a beast. Let you in. Didn't you come here specially to kill me? Bao Yan didn't wait for Jixi to finish and immediately interrupted. In this situation, if you don't hide well, but come out with great fanfare, and want to protect me and other monsters, isn't a courting death? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old little beast? Bao Yan didn't listen to the explanation at all, and when he gave an order, the whole valley immediately became busy. No, Master Sububai is very gentle. He is a true demon god. He has mercy on us. Pheasant Xie quickly explained. Several Xuanxian-level leopard ghost beasts surrounded the pheasant evil. Their claws popped out, and their swords were on the verge of breaking out. As the name suggests, leopard has a fiery temper. When he heard Ji Xia's words, he immediately flew into a rage, smashed the stone table with his paw, and uttered angrily. The leader of the Baoyu tribe is named Baoyan, and he is a male leopard. But now it's all right. Patriarch Subai is willing to protect us. No need to worry anymore. Pheasant Xie thought happily. The chaos demon gods are all cruel and violent. How can they be so kind? Pheasant Xie struggled to explain. Bao Li, Bao Mo, take your men and arrest this nonsense guy for me. Also, inform all your fellow clansmen to prepare to migrate. This lunatic may have defected to the enemy, and now this place is no longer safe. It was the same with Pheasant Xie and the others. They were like frightened birds all the time, living in fear every day. Pheasant Xie let out a long breath, expressing his depression. Brother Leopard, it's true. That adult is an existence that can survive the catastrophe of the creation of the world, and there is his breath in the inheritance memory. 182. The power of Lingbao, the leader of the pheasant evil. Let's capture it without a fight. The leopard force, the leopard, and the two beasts led a group of men to surround the pheasant and said coldly. As for Bao Yan, he was busy presiding over the great migration, and he didn't even look at Ji Xie. It's unreasonable. Pheasant Xie was a little annoyed by their rude attitude. Crash. The sound like opening a gate to release red came from the pheasant. It was the flame corolla on her head, which suddenly released a large amount of blazing red flames. This flame is like a stream of water, and even makes a loud sound of water. Like a world-destroying flood, it submerged the entire valley in an instant. It is obviously a flame, but it has the form of water and fire complement each other. Stop. What are you doing? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Bao Yan roared angrily. However, he was wrapped in flames, but he didn't feel a little bit of heat, and he wasn't injured. Instead, he couldn't move as if he had fallen into a swamp. This is the flame of the Phoenix Flame Crown. It can be cold or hot, hard or soft, big or small, and the combination of water and fire has infinite uses. It can defend itself, attack the enemy, trap the enemy, burn the space and teleport, and even cover up the camouflage breath. After covering it with a layer of flames, no one, except Da Luo Jinxian, would be able to see that the pheasant is a fierce beast. There are tens of thousands of leopards in the entire valley, and all of them were subdued by Huang Yangguan in an instant. This is the power of Lingbao. Jixi felt that he couldn't make sense with Bao Yan and the others, so he finally made up his mind to use Lingbao to subdue them all and bring them back to Subai. The flame shrunk, and Bao Yan and the others trapped in it also shrunk like rice grains, and were about to be taken into the space of the Phoenix Flame Crown. At the same time, Pheasant Xie broke through the hidden forbidden method in the valley, and then prepared to launch a teleport. However, Pheasant Xie was taken aback when he saw the scene outside. It turned out that the outside of the valley was surrounded by a group of monsters. There are more than 100,000 in number, and their strength is generally stronger than that of the Leopard Yu clan. Haha, the beast tribe is hidden here. Our spider wolf family has already discovered it through clues. This time, we will gather our combat power and wipe them all out. It must be exchanged for a lot of resources. We sent it. A ferocious beast of a tribe, how much merit does that get? Huh? Why did they open the forbidden law by themselves? Could it be that they found us, prepared to do it? Why is there only one female beast? Damn it, we were late and let them run away. Catch this female ferocious beast and torture it severely. You must find out the whereabouts of the ferocious beast tribe. Shoot. But be careful, this beast is only at the Xuanxian level, don't kill it. These monsters surrounding the valley had discovered the traces of the Baoyu tribe long ago, and quietly gathered their combat power, preparing to wipe out the Baoyu tribe. But he didn't expect to run into Jixi, who came to make trouble, and packed up the entire Baoyu tribe in advance. Pheasant Xie didn't use the spirit treasure to cover up her breath, and these monsters recognized her as a ferocious beast at a glance. These monsters saw that there was only Jixi and a fierce beast in the valley. They thought that the Baoyu clan had run away, and there was only Jixi left.
In fact, the space magic weapon of common, even if the beasts hide in it, the aura is difficult to hide, and it can be seen by wise people.
This is how the valley was discovered. But Pheasant Xie took the Leopard Yu clan into the Lingbao Corolla, so it is impossible to tell. That's why these monsters are in a hurry. More than 100,000 spells struck at the pheasant at the same time. Among them, there are more than 3,000 spells at the level of Xuanxian, and there are several spells at the level of true immortals.
It can be seen that among the more than 100,000 spider-wolf monsters, there are at least more than 3,000 Xuanjians, and it is no wonder that several true immortals have the confidence to hunt and kill the Baoyu clan.
However, these spells are basically bound and banned spells, not killing attacks.
Because these monsters want to stay alive. These spells are shaped like spider webs, and they are the innate spells of spider-wolf monsters. As soon as this kind of magic came out, it enveloped in all directions, and there were extremely tough mana spider threads everywhere, sticking around everything.
Even the space is blocked, and the teleportation cannot be teleported. What's more, casting more than 100,000 spells together is even more powerful. Layers of spider silk instantly wrapped Pheasant Xie into a cocoon 10 miles in size. If I had known that everyone would make a move, I wouldn't have made a move. It's a waste of mana. Being attacked by more than 100,000 skywolf spiderwebs is also an honor for the first 19 beasts. Bring it back, and torture it carefully. After those monsters made their moves, they realized that everyone had made their moves at the same time, and now there is a 10-mile-long cocoon. It's also a bit of a headache to make them, not knowing how to take them apart. Now it seems that the pheasant is already a fish on the chopping board, surrounded by more than 100,000 spider wolves, ready to be slaughtered. In the center of the cocoon, Ya showed a disdainful expression on his feet. Do the 5 elements, the burning phoenix explodes.
Pheasant Xie drank it, and the spider silk cocoon, which was almost indestructible, instantly burned red hot, and then exploded. The terrifying flames instantly swept across Fang Yuan for hundreds of millions of miles, turning all the mountains, rocks and land in it into a molten hell, vaporized and refined into nothingness. Under this explosion, more than 100,000 spider wolves and monsters surrounding the cocoon were caught off guard and were directly smelted into fly ash. What kind of immortals, mysterious immortals, and true immortals are treated equally, and they have no resistance? The smoke and dust dissipated, Pheasant Xie had disappeared, and she had teleported away. Only a piece of scorched earth remained. The power of Lingbao is really tyrannical. During the rapid teleportation, Pheasant Xie recalled the terrifying power of the Phoenix Flame Crown just now, and his heart beat endlessly. This is the first time she has used Lingbao to attack. I thought that the various legendaries of Lingbao were exaggerated, but now I find that there is no exaggeration at all, and even a little conservative. There is no need to store power, it explodes instantly, covers a range of hundreds of millions of miles, and kills more than 100,000 enemies. Pheasant Xie couldn't believe it when he thought about it. Moreover, Pheasant Xie felt that because he was not proficient, he actually only used a small part of the power of the Phoenix Flame Crown. And because of the lack of control, most of the power released was wasted. Is this the real prehistoric high-level power? And Patriarch Su threw out 3,000 of his spirit treasures at once, just like throwing trash. How strong is Patriarch Su? 183 Prehistoric Economic Crisis? Luo Hu's Conspiracy. In fact, the experience of Pheasant Evil is not bad. After all, Pheasant Xie is the leader, and the Baoyu clan gave her some face at first and invited her in to talk. As for the other members of the Pheasant Evil tribe, they usually start fighting directly after arriving at the destination. After all, only the leader of the tribe is qualified to know the secret code, hiding place and other information of the beast tribe. But Pheasant Xie told all the pheasants in his tribe this information. These common pheasant birds came to other beast tribes to give a signal. Those ferocious beasts went out to sea. It was not a tribal leader, how could they know the password? Is it betrayal? Then they fought. Of course, those pheasant bird spirit treasures are in hand, so they won't suffer any disadvantages. But Pheasant Xie didn't know this, she teleported towards the next destination. In the plan, she has 10 tribes of fierce beasts to go. The Baoyu tribe, a small tribe with only tens of thousands, is hard to choose and practice. The next thing she went to was a million-level ferocious beast tribe. As for Bao Yan in the Phoenix Flame Crown, they were cursing endlessly. Pheasant pretended not to hear it. More than 100 years passed, and one destination after another was swept away by evil spirits. Some messages legendary, gradually spread in the prehistoric continent. A mysterious force appeared on the legendary prehistoric with thousands of members. This force is extremely rich, and each member has a spirit treasure to protect him. Relying on the spirit treasure, this force looted tens of thousands of beast tribes. Members of this faction are said to be extremely murderous.
When meeting fellows who happened to hunt and kill ferocious beasts together, they all went out of their way to kill them, leaving almost no survivors. What is even more mysterious is that none of the ferocious beasts captured by this force have ever appeared in the market. Therefore, many cultivators, mythical beasts, and monsters speculate whether this force wants to hoard beasts and monopolize the market, to control prices? The prehistoric world has been developed for tens of billions of years, and there are countless creatures, so there will naturally be an economy and a market. But because of the current stage, the innate vitality, the treasures of heaven and earth are rotten on the street. So spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit iron, etc. are worthless at all. As for some specialty treasures, Shoshan red copper and Wadong Shenmu. They are all controlled by the big family, circulated internally, and basically released transactions. Therefore, the hardest currency on the market is the fierce beast that can increase merit by killing it. But now Subai's operation is a typical example of disrupting the market and causing panic among the people. As a result, the more than 100 yuan will come down, and the price of the prehistoric beast has increased by more than 10 times. Subai, who practiced behind closed doors, didn't know that he was about to bring Hongwang out of economic crisis. Check. Check hard. Look for the beasts who are good at calculating the secrets of heaven to calculate, and you must find out who is hoarding the beasts in secret, and kill him if you find it. Among the 10,000 races, the investigation against Subai and the others is underway, and they have already invited the 3 great beast races. A crisis against Subai is brewing, it's time to go back. Pheasant Xie looked at the billions of beasts in the Phoenix Flame Crown, smiled slightly, and embarked on the journey back. However, there are too many rumors in Hongwang now, I'd better be careful not to expose Patriarch Su's existence, so as not to cause trouble for him. Be careful teleporting all the way. Finally, Pheasant Xie returned to the place where he started. Old Ancestor. Now a force has appeared in the prehistoric world, hunting and killing ferocious beasts, and people in the market are panicking. In the magic palace of Mount Sumeru in the west, let Zhu Luoho listen to the report of the situation from his subordinates. On the 12th rank of the Black Lotus, the demon ancestor of the closed-eyed god of the underworld slightly opened his eyes, and his murderous aura leaked a little. A subordinate of the Taiyi Golden Immortal who was close to him was directly wiped out by this murderous aura. Advertisement. But as Luo Hu closed his eyes, the magic general under the Taiyi Golden Immortal appeared again. The demon general looked terrified, knowing that he had already died once. My murderous aura is already a little out of control. I urgently need a killing that will spread across the prehistoric world. Only with his blood and resentment can I perfect the way of killing and step into a new realm. Rahu said to himself. Above all the prehistoric races today are the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon races. These 3 races are uniquely blessed and suitable for my refining method. Mysterious forces. Let me make some calculations. Rahu twitched his fingers and began to deduce the matter between Zia and Subai. Luo Hu is a top expert in calculations, and after some calculations, he will get the result very quickly. All kinds of information flashed in front of his eyes, and soon Luo Hu locked on the blurred figure of Subai. But at the most critical moment, it suddenly fell short. Great demon god of innate chaos? Extraterritorial heavenly demon? Luo Hu did the calculations for a long time, but he didn't dare to go any further after he calculated such a thing. He was cautious, fearing that he would provoke the enemy for no reason. Forget it. The heavenly demons from the outer territory are people of the same path as this seat. Pass the order down and spread rumors to me in the wilderness, saying that the Qilin, the Phoenix, and the Dragon clan are secretly hunting and killing ferocious beasts in an attempt to monopolize the market. Remember, each version of the rumors must be different, so that the 3 tribes are suspicious of each other and suspect that the other party did it. No. Do you know? Luo Hu ordered to his men. Yes, demon ancestor? One by one, the demon soldiers and the generals wandered around the prehistoric region, spreading rumors one by one. This is Rahu's plan. If he wants to prove the way by killing and become a saint, he must have enough murderous aura. Kill all the prehistoric creatures in 7s and 80s, and he will be almost done. In today's prehistoric times, the 3 strongest races are Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon. If Luo Hu wanted to kill, he absolutely couldn't avoid these 3 tribes. However, whether it is Zulong, Yuanfeng, or Kizu, their strength is almost not inferior to Luo Hu. So he had no choice but to play tricks and provoke the relationship between the 3 clans, and it would be better to have a great war. These 3 clans are powerful and have countless families under their command. If they fight, they will definitely sweep the prehistoric world. When the time comes, people will die, and he, Luo Hu, will be the biggest winner. In fact, it was Luo Hu's conspiracy to use ferocious beasts as merit currency in the first place. The first great massacre in the creation of the world was the massacre of ferocious beasts led by the Luo monkey. This killing and catastrophe directly killed all the ferocious beasts that were all over the prehistoric area, almost extinct. Under the nourishment of this powerful killing resentment, Luo Hu was promoted from a common saint to the level where he can rival a common saint. Now that the beasts were almost dead, he set his sights on the 3 great beast groups. 184 Divine Soul Golden Body Art, break through the Quasi-Sage. Luo Hu's plan slowly unfolded, and it was just the beginning to pin the matter of hunting and hoarding the beasts on the heads of the 3 clans. Luo Hu still has a bunch of plans, which can slowly provoke clan relations. Soon, a new message appeared on Hongwang. The recent panic-stricken, murderer economic crisis is behind the scenes of the three great groups of mythical beasts. Some said it was done by the Dragon Clan, some said it was done by the Kale Clan, and some said it was done by the Phoenix Clan. Originally, Wanzu wanted to find the three great beasts to figure out who was behind the scenes, but they suddenly heard that the three masters were behind the scenes. So none of them went. Those of the three clans who took a scapegoat for no reason were all a little annoyed. In fact, the three clans were transformed from the body of Pangu after his death, with noble heels and feet, and they were born with a part of the great merit of Pangu's creation of the world. All of them are very proud. So the three clans actually don't do such things as hunting common beasts, they don't look down on them at all. As merit currency, fierce beasts are actually circulated among all races. The three clans have always been indifferent and non-participating. As a result, the scapegoat still fell from the sky. So the three clans are now a little suspicious. Is it the opposite group of mythical beasts, preparing to cause trouble, planting blame, wanting to take the opportunity to attack the opponent and dominate the prehistoric world? The three great beast races are all disobedient to anyone, and they all want to unify the prehistoric peoples. To unify the prehistoric world is not only a matter of face, but also related to luck. If they can unify the prehistoric world, the huge luck will be enough to push the leader of the clan into a saint.
This is a real benefit, and they cannot help being indifferent. However, the masters of the three great beast races calculated the secrets, but they failed to calculate any results. If Luohu, a conspiratorial master, hadn't had some means of concealing the secret, he would have been caught and beaten long ago. Between the three great beast groups, the shadow of doubt was planted in this way. Sububai didn't know at all that he would be in a catastrophe because of the prehistoric economic crisis caused by gathering ferocious beasts. But Luohu, the demon ancestor who is anxious and righteous, conceals the secret for him very loyally, and then pins the blame on the heads of the three clans. A crisis disappears invisible. Of course, even if Sububai knew about it, he would not be able to communicate with Luohu, the big devil. Because he is not as strong as Luohu now. Luohu is the kind of quasi-sage who can rival a saint and is a top quasi-sage who can break through at any time. The current Sububai is absolutely no match for Luohu, he is still stuck in the first level of the Divine Soul Golden Body art. The Divine Soul Golden Body Ju is extremely difficult to practice. Sububai retreated for more than 100 sessions, but was still stuck at the last step. But now, it is about to break through. Spiritual Golden Body, 9 turns of promise. The first turn, break it for me. Kung Fu works. The powers that Sububai got in the Dragon Ball world, such as the power of time and space, the power of gods of destruction, the blood of Saiyan, Ultra Instinct. And the spells, mana, and formations he practiced in the prehistoric world. All hidden away. These forces did not disappear, but condensed into a melting pot, a core. I don't know what's inside. Finally, with Subai's angry shout, the core finally broke, and the tyrannical power pervaded the whole body. This is the breakthrough in the first turn. Sububai stood up in surprise, feeling the power in his body. All those original abilities are still there, and they can still be used, and they have become stronger and more obedient. As for Sububai, the realm that had always been vague was finally clear now. Quasi-holy. Sububai breaks through the first turn, and he has reached the quasi-sage. At the same time, Sububai also figured out why he couldn't figure out what state he was in before. Because before, even though Sububai practiced immortality, the main body of his power was still the Dragon Ball system, which came from another world and could not be calculated with the prehistoric system. The first turn of the Divine Soul Golden Body art is to melt these mixed forces into one furnace and turn them into qualitative changes. After the qualitative change, Sububai logically broke through the realm and became a quasi-sage. The first turn is the quasi-sage. There are still 8 turns in the future. Are there so many realms that can be promoted? Sububai was a little puzzled. But I am too lazy to entangle, but immersed in the joy of breaking through the realm. Another surprise is that after Subai's breakthrough, Yuenshin is sharp. Only then did I realize that I actually had huge merits and virtues in me. If it weren't for this huge merit, Sububai wouldn't be able to break through so smoothly and become a quasi-sage. Where did I get the merit? Let me figure it out. Sububai is also strange. I didn't do anything important in this world, so where did I get any merit? As for rescuing fierce beasts, the merits of this kind of failure are almost the same, so there is no reason to increase merits. However, with Subai's calculations, he gradually approached the truth. It's actually a meritorious deed, Sububai said with a complicated tone. It turned out that Sububai calculated and discovered that his huge merits actually came from the words of Pangu in the chaos. It was that sound that awakened Pangu who was sleeping in the giant egg. This is what happened later. I didn't expect it to be counted as a merit. Could it be that Pangu wouldn't have opened the sky if I didn't have such a loud voice? So, I'm not a remnant of the previous dynasty, but a hero who founded the country.
Sububai feels that the world is really wonderful. Teacher, Pheasant and the others are back. At this time, Tu Shanmei's voice came from outside the quiet room where Sububai was practicing. Over the years, Sububai has taught Tu Shanmei, a brood of little foxes, to obey him. They were also accepted as registered disciples, and let them change their name to Zhongzhao, not Patriarch. Because Sububai always felt that the ancestor called himself old. Sububai got up and opened the dusty door. When the newborn sun shone in, Subai seemed to emit golden light all over his body, like a godman descended into the world. 185 Subai's power, Execution Heaven Palace, Teacher, you. Welcome to the headmaster's exit. Captured by Subai's aura, Tu Shanmei took a few steps back, then lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Subai. From Tu Shanmei's point of view, Subai's aura is even more unpredictable, like an avenue, suffocating. Subai nodded to Tu Shanmei, and restrained his breath. He had just broken through, and his breath leaped out, which shocked Tu Shanmei a bit. After all, this little fox has short-sightedness, where has he seen the demeanor of a quasi-sage strong man? Now Subai has restrained his aura and returned to the ordinary, looking more common. Advertisement no way, occupational disease, with such a system, Subai got used to hiding his strength. Subai came to the quiet room. Construction work here is complete. There are many halls and towers, row upon row, stretching Fang Yuan billions of miles. No matter how many beasts the pheasants brought with them, they would not be able to live there. There is a large hall in the center, and there are 2 words written on the plaque, Send. That's right, this place is called Zushin Palace. Subai originally wanted to give this place a domineering name. After much deliberation, I decided on this. Subai feels that there is Zuxian sword formation anyway, so it seems that it is not a big deal to come to Zushin Cave Mansion. Anyway, no one here cares about him. In front of the Palace of Execution of Heaven, on the square of Fang Yuan 100,000 miles away, 3,000 pheasants lined up neatly. Teacher, fortunately, we have not disgraceful, we have completed the task, please review. Pheasant, bring back 10 tribes of beasts, a total of 360 million. Pheasant, bring back 10 tribes of fierce beasts, a total of 203 million. 3,000 pheasants were full of spirits and reported loudly. Over the years, relying on their spirit treasures, they have been conquering all over the world, and they are majestic, which can be regarded as quite addictive. Now that the task has been successfully completed, everyone is beaming. And for Subai who changed their destiny, they all respect from the bottom of their hearts. With the completion of their report, Subai also calculated that the tribe of beasts brought here totaled 23,000. Add up to 546.7 billion beasts. Some small tribes, such as the pheasant bird and the leopard, with only a few tens of thousands left, are all small tribes that are about to become extinct. There are also some big tribes, the number of fierce beasts is even hundreds of millions. Under the power of Lingbao, these tribes were all captured. More than 540 billion fierce beasts, it looks like a lot. But compared with the unknown number of billions of trillions of creatures in the entire prehistoric world, it is still too small. Negligible. It can be said that years of hunting and trading have almost wiped out the beasts. But from this point of view, even if Subai didn't do this, the economic crisis in the prehistoric market would come soon. After all, wild currencies, wild beasts, are almost extinct, and the market built on them will naturally collapse. Very well, let them all out, Subai ordered to the 3,000 pheasants. As a result, 3,000 spiritual treasures emitted their brilliance at the same time, and the transformed ferocious beasts like rice grains splashed out and piled up on the Tianju square. Ah, it was released. That birdwoman dared to capture my tribe, I'm going to fight her. What kind of chaos demon god wants to protect us and other beasts? It's just nonsense. I'm afraid it's a beast market here. They want to slaughter us for business. Hundreds of billions of ferocious beasts were released in this Tianju square at once, and the Bayou square, which was originally ethereal, became 100 million times busier than the vegetable market. Some of these ferocious beasts believed the pheasants' words and followed them on their own initiative. But most of them were captured by force. They don't believe that the chaos demon god protects the beasts at all, they only think that the Nanyao tribe has defected to some force. Now they were released, not only shouting and cursing, but also attacking. However, those who were suppressed by the 3,000 pheasants with Lingbao, the spells could not fly 10 feet away. But they still attacked unrelentingly, and some even wanted to explode themselves to create opportunities for other ferocious beasts. That in the tragic and passionate scene, Subai couldn't laugh or cry. Subai also understood that their behavior was justifiable. After all, it has been hunted and killed for a few times, from all over the prehistoric to now there are only so few left. No matter what, these ferocious beasts couldn't just believe that someone would protect them. Naturally, these self-destructions also failed. Just kidding, let these fierce beasts who are no taller than the peak of the real immortal succeed in self-destructing in front of her, and Sabeth doesn't have to mess around. Seeing this noisy scene, Subai frowned 820 times, a little annoyed. Shut up. Subai suddenly released all his breath. The coercion of the quasi-sage, as well as the evil spirit of the chaos demon god, were unreservedly released. Ah! Pressed by this aura, those noisy and ferocious beasts screamed in unison, and knelt down on the ground one by one, trembling. Only then did they find Subai standing in front of the Palace of Punishment. In just an instant, memories from the inheritance of the chaos demon god flooded into my mind. These ferocious beasts immediately recognized that the one in front of them was the chaos demon god in the inheritance memory, the demon god that existed before the creation of the world. Demon god patriarch, spare me, these ferocious beasts screamed. 186 Two major tasks, practice and have children. My name is Subai, and I am the chaos demon god, born from the same origin as your ancestors. Why do I want your lives? I asked the pheasant bird tribe to bring you here for the sake of your ancestors. I saw that you were hunted and slaughtered, so I built this Tianju palace to protect you. Junior, what's the matter? Some of you don't want to? Sububai glanced across the square. Wherever he went, the beast felt a palpitation, quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly. Don't dare. We dare not be unwilling. Please forgive our sins, please forgive us. Those ferocious beasts couldn't say anything superfluous, they could only beg for mercy. Okay then, stand up, don't make a fuss, and stand in line for me. Also, I don't like to kneel, so don't just kneel at will in the future, understand? Sububai snapped. Yes. Understood. With Subai's order, these ferocious beasts got up obediently, stood up neatly, and consciously lined up in a square formation. Seeing Sububai was also amazed. The identity of this great demon god is simply a powerful weapon against these ferocious beasts. Looking at the magnificent square formation in front of him, Sububai began to introduce the various rules of Zushan Palace. What are the ranks of servants, registered disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and intruder disciples, and so on. Some also have some family rules and precepts, such as not killing each other. In more than 100 Yuanhui, Sububai had already thought clearly about how this power operates. Those ferocious beasts obediently obeyed, and after the initial fight, they gradually came to their senses. Although this great demon god has a lot of rules, it seems that he really wants to build up power and protect these fierce beasts. A feeling of being bullied for countless years and finally finding a backer filled their hearts. One by one couldn't help but burst into tears. Thank you, Headmaster Su. We will definitely serve the headmaster to the death and never betray. These fierce beasts couldn't help but knelt down and said loudly. Okay, you are not allowed to kneel in the future, you know, don't make an example. In this way, Sububai clearly arranged these ferocious beasts. The originally empty Zushan palace suddenly became lively. It was no longer just Sububai and a litter of little foxes. The Heavenly Execution Palace has a distance of 100 million li, which is more than enough to accommodate these 500 billion fierce beasts. Sububai knew that he was in the prehistoric world and completely had his own power. Although this force is still a little weak, hidden in the corner of the prehistoric, no one knows. But in the future, it will definitely become a great teaching of Megatron. The ferocious beasts lived in the Heavenly Execution Palace, and experienced freedom for the first time, no longer worrying about being hunted down. However, the newly added ferocious beasts are still at the level of servants, and they need to make contributions before they can be upgraded to outer disciples. Soon, Sububai passed down 2 tasks. As long as he completes them, he will get credit and be promoted to disciple. These 2 tasks are cultivation and giving birth to children. In cultivation, Sububai felt that the cultivation level of these ferocious beasts was too low, and the highest was only a true immortal, so they were useless at all. It is also very simple to have children, but Sububai felt that more than 500 billion was too little, and they had to have more children so that the beasts would prosper, and then there would be more talents. As long as the cultivation level is raised by 1 level, or a child is born, you can get credit points and be promoted to disciple. However, Subai's 2 missions were released, but the response was mediocre. Sububai was wondering when the pheasant came here. Disgusted, it is extremely difficult to cultivate, basically to a certain level, without any chance, you can no longer make progress. Now that the problem of survival has been solved and she can think about other things, she realizes that the group of ferocious beasts seems destined to perish. Because of being spurned by Tao, it is difficult for fierce beasts to cultivate and give birth. If this continues, even if no one hunts them down, they are destined to be eliminated. Teacher, there is something wrong with your 2 tasks. Returning to the head teacher, the first task is to cultivate and improve the realm. First beasts, it is almost impossible to improve the realm. We are the remnants of chaos, and we are the remnants of the Tao. Only those ethnic groups that are spread all over the prehistoric, billions of trillions of ethnic groups, and strong geniuses emerge in endlessly, are eligible to be called prehistoric ethnic groups. Oh, what's the problem? She didn't feel that the precariousness in the past belonged to the stage of survival. As for the second mission, it's the same. Being spurned by the heavens, giving birth is extremely difficult. Many tribes have not had a newborn for many years. Sububai thought, this is a bit troublesome. If you can't have children, you can't cultivate, aren't they a bunch of trash? Sububai wondered. Pheasant Xie replied with a worried look on his face. Now Pheasant and their tribe, 3,000 pheasants, have all been promoted to outer sect disciples, and have been rewarded with spirit treasures. They are the leaders among the 500 million beasts. There are countless prehistoric races, and every moment, races are born and races are exterminated. However, Pheasant Xie, who was supposed to be high-spirited, had an embarrassing look on his face. Obviously, ferocious beasts do not belong to this category. 187 Subai's Zhenpai Gongfa 187 Subai's Zhenpai Gongfa. Sububai unleashed his spiritual sense to investigate, and sure enough, all the ferocious beasts seemed to be doing nothing. Occasionally, some people practice hard, but give up quickly. There is no way to improve the cultivation base, and it is useless to practice. The child cannot be born. That's not okay, I have to think of a calendar. Sububai said to himself. Originally, this kind of thing could not be solved by ordinary people. However, Sububai is now a quasi-sage, and his understanding of Tao is much higher than before. In the past, he was just a rookie in cultivating immortals, and he could only practice step by step in terms of exercises and so on. He didn't know what Tao was at all. But now, Sububai has been able to sense the avenue in the dark, comprehend the mystery, and even create his own exercises. Those who can comprehend the Tao are the best in the whole prehistoric world. The avenue embraces everything, and the answers to all questions can be found in the avenue. Being able to comprehend the Tao is qualified to change many things. Sububai circulated his soul, comprehended the Tao, and after a little calculation, endless knowledge and information flooded into his mind. Now Sububai began to use his soul silently to calculate the solution to the two major problems of the beast. This calculation is a yuan way, and finally one day, Sububai had a flash of inspiration and ended the calculation. It turns out that it is difficult for ferocious beasts to cultivate, because their cultivation relies on chaotic airflow, but now the chaotic airflow has been transformed into innate aura. There is no vitality needed for cultivation, so it is difficult for them to improve. The difficulty in reproduction is due to the suppression of the Tao of Heaven. As the Tao of Heaven is bred and perfected, this suppression will become stronger and stronger. In the end, the ferocious beasts completely lost their ability to reproduce and became extinct. Sububai has figured out the reason why fierce beasts cannot cultivate and reproduce. Understand the reason, and the rest will be easy to handle. The solution: I can create a technique for the beasts, which can rely on my own blood to reverse the innate vitality into a chaotic airflow. As for the ability to reproduce, I can refine the great formation of the universe and the five elements to shield the oppressive power of the prehistoric and heavenly ways. Just do it, and soon Sububai began to calculate the sound. From time to time, a few fierce beasts were called to do experiments. Relying on the calculation ability of the quasi-sage and referring to the magic technique of the divine soul golden body Jew, a new technique was quickly created. There are two sets in total, namely, Chaos Golden Body Beast Art, and Chaos Divine Soul Beast Art. These two sets of exercises are Subai's dismantling of the first layer of the Divine Soul Golden Body Art, and then adding and modifying it, tailor-made for the beasts. One set is for cultivating the physical body, and the daily set is for cultivating the soul. All of them can reverse the innate vitality into chaotic airflow, which can be used for ferocious beast cultivation. It is divided into 9 ranks. Any set, after 9 ranks, you can cultivate to the quasi-sage level. If the two sets are cultivated together, it will be possible to cultivate to the peak of quasi-sage. As for why it needs to be disassembled, because when Sububai did experiments, he discovered that it is too difficult for these fierce beasts to practice together with the body and soul. As a last resort, Sububai could only take it apart. Listen, disciples and servants, today I sensed the Tao and created 2 exercises, which can reverse the innate vitality and turn it into a chaotic airflow. With this exercise, you can continue to practice and improve. This exercise is divided into 9 levels and 9 turns, the highest, and can be cultivated to the quasi-sage. If the two disciplines are combined, it can even be cultivated to the peak of the quasi-sage. I will give you the first layer of this exercise. If you can practice successfully, you can be listed as a registered disciple. Get the follow-up inheritance of the exercise. And as long as the first level is completed, you can cooperate with the new universe and 5 elements formation, suppress the beast's aura on your body, and travel in the prehistoric wilderness. If a servant cannot become a disciple, then he will never be able to step out of the Tianju palace. And the servants have to be the servants of the disciples, and let them order them. You have to work hard and don't slack off. I hope you can all get rid of your servant status. Subai's loud voice spread throughout Zushan Palace. At the same time, 2 exercises were poured into everyone's minds. Although it is only the first level of the 2 exercises, it is the first level of quasi-sage level exercises after all. Every word in it expounds the truth of the Tao. All the ferocious beasts were fascinated by it, and they sincerely worshipped Sububai who gave them such skills. Well, with the Zhenpai exercises, it feels like the sect has become formal. Now, they should work hard to cultivate, right? Sububai only taught the first level, and stipulated that only those who have mastered the first level can become disciples, and servants can never step out of Zushan Palace. It is to motivate these ferocious beasts and let them practice hard. Sububai founded a sect, but not for charity. What's the use of raising a bunch of trash? Only with success in cultivation can these ferocious beasts help themselves in the future catastrophe and come in handy. However, 99% of the ferocious beasts have chosen to cultivate their bodies, and only 1% of them have chosen their souls, and less than 1/1000th of the fellow practitioners of the 2 sects. Sububai shook his head and didn't bother to care. He still has things to do. That is to refine the great formation of the universe and the 5 elements. This big formation was made by Sububai indiscriminately when he didn't break through the quasi-sage. Although it can exert the power of a quasi-sage, in the eyes of a truly strong person, such as the demon ancestor Luohu, it is absolutely full of mistakes and leaks, and it can be easily broken. From the point of view of Sububai now, it is also a bit unbearable to look directly at. It's really horrible. How did I refine such a piece of rubbish back then? The 5-party and 5-element flags are united, but they are innate treasures. Although I don't have a way to unite them, it's still a bit too much to refine them like this. Sububai shook his head. 188 Refining the great formation of the universe and the 5 elements, shocking the Tao of Heaven. Although the treasure is good, it depends on who will use it. The former Sububai couldn't exert the true power of the treasure in his hand at all. Just like the sky opening axe can open up the sky and open up the earth, is it possible that just anyone who gets it can do Pangu's work? How can it be? It still depends on your own ability. If one's own strength is not good enough, it is useless to reach the top treasure. But now, Sububai breaks through the quasi-sage, and he is the top quasi-sage who uses the golden body of the soul to break through. He has the qualification to exert the power of the treasure in his hand. In fact, this is also because the power contained in the Shanshan Lingbao, or even the Shanshan Supreme Treasure, is too strong, and the strength is not enough, so it can only be leveraged a little. Like acquired common spirit treasures, such as those given to Pheasant by Sububai, they contain very little power, and Pheasant can use them immediately after getting them. Sububai faced the 5-element flag and the Chankan tripod. It is necessary to refine the great formation of the universe and the 5 elements to block the suppression of the heavenly Tao within the scope of the heavenly execution palace. These 2 treasures, including the 5-element flag, are formed from 5 lotus leaves of the green lotus of creation. The Chankan Ding is transformed from a lotus pod. The 5 elements flag and the Chankan Ding all come from one body. According to the understanding he gained from the Dao, Sububai tried to return to the origin and refine the embryonic form of the creation Qinglian. Utilize the power of the rudimentary form of the creation green lotus to shield the prehistoric way of heaven. Although Sububai didn't know the method of combining the 5 elements and flags to form the 5 elements formation. But he didn't need the 5 elements to be one at all at this time. The 5 lotus leaves of the creation green lotus were originally separated. Moreover, he saw Pan Gu open up the world with his own eyes, and he also saw the complete creation Qinglian with his own eyes. This kind of experience, except for a few chaos demon gods who escaped from Pangu, is impossible for any other living beings to have. That's why Sububai can do this kind of unnatural thing. The 5-element flag is distributed in 5 directions, and the Chankan tripod is in the center. Sububai arranged the magic weapon according to the creation green lotus in his memory, and then activated the magic power, and hit it with the formula of infinite treasure refining. The divine soul golden body art is all-encompassing, and naturally there's the art of refining treasures. Coupled with Subai's perception of Tao, it can be created by itself. So now Sububai can also call himself a treasure refining master. 1 yuan meeting has passed, and 10 yuan meetings have passed. A phantom of Qinglian is looming, and Subai's treasure refining has entered the most critical moment. However, this phantom is still unstable. Sububai felt that as soon as the spell in his hand stops, it will collapse immediately. What happened? Sububai stopped the tactic and watched Qinglian's phantom disappear immediately. He thought hard. There is no reason. According to calculations, this will definitely condense the phantom of the green lotus of creation. This is the insight I got from the Tao. Is it possible that the Tao will be able to deceive people? Advertisement reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sage can communicate with the Tao to a certain extent and directly obtain knowledge from it. Therefore, each of the pinnacle quasi-sages knows the past and the present, and there are more of them than one. Only such strong people are qualified to pursue the holy throne. However, the knowledge obtained from Tao is not easy to use, which is something Sububai never expected. Sububai has a feeling of being cheated. These days, the ruthless and selfless Tao has learned to deceive people? Is there any reason? Sububai complained for a while, and soon calmed down. He understood that the Tao cannot deceive people. So something must be wrong. I thought of it, so it is. Doubts were quickly resolved. Sububai thought that his 5-party 5-element flag, the Chankan Ding, was not produced locally in this prehistoric world. It's a gift package from the system. That is to say, they do not belong to this world and are outsiders. So, it's our own world that is rejecting this foreign creation green lotus, so that's why we can't condense successfully. Sububai guessed the truth. Once you understand the reason, the solution is simple. If that's the case, then don't practice in this world. Sububai remembered that Zushan Palace was his teleportation point, and there is a passage leading to the Dragon Ball universe. So you won't be rejected. Sububai opened the passage, took the 5-element flag and the Chankan tripod, and stepped into it. But he is not going to make treasures in the Dragon Ball world, but stays at the entrance of the passage. Use this channel to shield and repel. Sure enough, there is no rejection in making treasures in the passage. Seeing the phantom of Qinglian forming in front of her at once, Sububai was very satisfied. Then he lightly pinched his hands, and saw that the phantom of the green lotus spread out countless threads, spreading towards the entire plagiarism palace. Yin-yang and 5 elements are all suppressed. In this piece of heaven and earth, the master has changed, and it is no longer the way of heaven. In the prehistoric world, there is an infinitely high place in the sky and an infinitely deep place underground, in this extremely high and extremely low magical position. A gestating vast consciousness sensed an inexplicable threat and woke up early. This consciousness is called the way of heaven. In the prehistoric world, there is a great way, and there is also a way of heaven. Tao is the gestator of everything. Chaos airflow, chaos demon god, Pan-Gu, the prehistoric world, and countless creatures are all conceived by Tao. The Tao includes the Tao of heaven, but the Tao of heaven does not include the Tao. The way of heaven can be said to be the consciousness of the prehistoric world itself, the consciousness of the world. It can also be said to be the fate of the prehistoric world. It can even be said to be the spirit of creation Qinglian. The entire prehistoric world is governed by the Tao of heaven. But now the world has only been opened up for 7-star calamities, and the consciousness of the way of heaven is still in the process of gestation, and has not fully awakened. Therefore, the fate at this time is not yet clear, and the holy position has not yet been determined. Unlike later generations, the laws of heaven are strict. Under the net of rules, even a sage can't control his own destiny, he has to be robbed, and even his disciples can't protect him. But because of Subai's operation, the heavenly Tao that was being conceived unexpectedly woke up ahead of schedule. Because of the way of heaven, a threat was sensed in Subai's Tianju realm. Tiandao sensed that a small hole had been broken in the originally perfect prehistoric world. Moreover, the opening was blocked by a foreign object and could not be closed. In fact, the heavenly Tao sensed this opening, which is the passage through which Subai traveled, but it didn't care. Because as the way of heaven is conceived and perfected, the control will become stronger and stronger. The opening itself has been shrinking and healing. When the way of heaven is conceived and perfected, all loopholes will be filled. The entire Great Desolation was completely consummated and became a big prison. No outsiders can come in, and no native creatures can get out. But now, this loophole seems to be irreparable. 189 The Tao of Heaven awakens, and the Great Tribulation begins. The filaments emitted by Qinglian Phantom, like a net, permeated the entire Punishment Palace. Wrap the space of Fang Yuan billion li and the entire Tiangong Palace into a big cocoon. Then these filaments merge into the space and disappear completely, and the space is still that space. But Subai felt that the inexplicable pressure that permeated the entire space suddenly disappeared. The whole body is relaxed. The pressure from heaven is gone, it's really refreshing. Now, those ferocious beasts should be able to breed normally, right? Subai said to himself. Immediately, the news was transmitted to all the ferocious beasts, telling them to stop their cultivation and give birth to their children quickly. Tu Shanmei is very depressed now. Subai passed down the 2 exercises, and she couldn't practice any of them. Because she is not a fierce beast, but a demon fox. These 2 exercises reverse the innate vitality and convert it into chaotic airflow, which can only be practiced based on the constitution of the bloodline of the beast. She is a Qingchu fox demon, so she can't play this trick at all. And even if she successfully reversed her innate vitality, she would not be able to absorb the chaotic airflow. Even though she has 2 supreme skills that can be cultivated to the pinnacle of quasi-sages, she can only stare blankly. Looking at more than a dozen yuan wei, those ferocious beasts are cultivating in full swing, and those who break through the realm are springing up like mushrooms after rain. Tu Shanmei couldn't be more jealous, and even though those ferocious beasts did not speak harshly to these fox demons, Tu Shanmei sensed the disdain and hatred in their eyes. As more and more ferocious beasts break through the realm, Tu Shanmei's hundreds of demon foxes have completely become the bottom of the heaven punishment realm. Tu Shanmei was in a hurry, and her demon fox subordinates were also in a hurry. She decided to go to Subai to ask what the arrangement was. Although these fox demons were captured as captives at the beginning, since they have been accepted as disciples now, they should be treated equally. Not all ferocious beasts have kung fu practice, let them stare blankly. The teacher is kind, so he should solve it for us, right? Tu Shanmei thought to herself. But just as Tu Shanmei walked out of the quiet room for cultivation, the sky and the earth shook suddenly, countless black threads pierced through everything, and then faded and disappeared. And Subai's notice also passed into her mind. Blocking the Tao of Heaven, how can the Dongjiao do such a thing? Tu Shanmei was extremely horrified, she had never heard of such a method. At the same time, she felt some inexplicable changes in her body, and she was pleasantly surprised to find that she was able to practice those 2 exercises. Thank you, Headmaster, for your generous gift. Tu Shanmei bowed in the direction of the main hall of Zushan Palace, and then happily went back to practice. And those ferocious beasts were even more excited and immediately started to make children. Subai inadvertently glanced at it with his consciousness. The scale was too big, and his face turned red when he saw it. I didn't expect that Qinglian's phantom became 10%, which is quite a small breakthrough. Tu Shanmei and the other fox demons have experienced this epic making, which is equivalent to possessing the constitution of a beast, and they can practice my 2 skills. However, in this way, they have also become the targets of hunting, and they can no longer part with the heavenly execution palace. I can only accompany me all the way to the dark. I thought I would have a chance to send them back to Qingchu. Subai thought to himself. From a higher perspective, the entire prehistoric world is like an oval egg. The sky is round and the place is infinitely vast, suspended in the endless chaotic air current. Originally, this chaotic egg was perfect and flawless, forming a cycle of its own. But now, Fang Yuanyila, where the entire heavenly execution palace is located, seems to be bitten off, and a small gap appears. The bitten off piece is also in the shape of a round sky, a large oval egg, but it is much smaller than Hongwang, like a miniature Hongwang. This miniature version of the Great Desolation is just embedded in the gap, neither blending in nor leaving, just stuck there. This little prehistoric place is the space where Zushan Palace is located. Advertisement, and it can be seen that although the small Hongwang of Zushan Palace is relatively small and insignificant compared to Hongwang, but it is slowly devouring the prehistoric space, slowly skyrocketing. Even a new Shaoshan Dao will be slowly bred, Shaoshan Dao controlled by Subai. It's like a parasite, lying on a titan to absorb nutrients and keep growing. Finally replaced it. This made the heavenly Dao consciousness very unhappy. The picture just now is the picture seen by Tiandao. Otherwise, even a saint would not have such a perspective. The consciousness of the way of heaven is very vast. Theoretically speaking, he can feel every plant, every tree, every soil, every stone, and all living beings in the whole prehistoric region. Because it senses such a huge amount of information all the time, its way of thinking is completely different from that of common creatures. The way of heaven cannot be speculated by the emotions of common people. But now Tiandao is really upset. Very upset, because Sububai is eating his flesh and drinking his blood. At the same time, Tiandao was also very puzzled. How could such a thing happen? In fact, only Sububai can do this kind of thing. Creatures from the prehistoric world, even if they are really like Sububai, have assembled the 5-party and 5-element flags, the Changkunding. Even if all the fragments of the creation chrysanthemum were collected, the creation chrysanthemum was truly restored. It is also impossible to pose any threat to the Tao of Heaven, like Sububai who has separated a large piece from the prehistoric. Because Tiandao is originally the spirit of creation Qinglian, and creation Qinglian is his body. Once all the creation green lotuses are gathered, the heavenly Tao, which originally only has consciousness but no body, may have an avatar directly and be able to run around in the wild. It was Sububai, a freak, who actually possessed another fragment of the creation Qinglian. It's embarrassing that this thing is not under the control of heaven. However, although the Tao of Heaven can't control Subai's creation Qinglian, it can reject it. But by chance, Sububai has a channel from another world that can shield the repulsion of the unknown. Then, tragedy happened. The catastrophe must be launched in advance, and then the Holy Throne will be distributed to solve this hidden danger. Heaven thought. 190 The First Tribulation of Dragon and Phoenix, the truth of the Great Tribulation. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and the daily meeting passed. The newly born Zushan Palace, no, it should be called Zushan Realm. The current Zushan Palace is already a small world parasitic in the prehistoric world. In the Heaven Punishment Realm, it was in full swing. Most of the original more than 500 billion fierce beasts have broken through the realm. Because of these ferocious beasts, I don't know how many Yuan will be trapped in the original realm. Although it is impossible to progress due to the lack of chaotic vitality, the various details of this realm can't be more familiar with the familiar. Now that I have obtained Subai's skills, how can I not improve by leaps and bounds after accumulating a lot? Moreover, the heaven-punishing realm experienced a small epic-making. These ferocious beasts were contaminated with the atmosphere, their essence was improved, and their cultivation became faster. Under this big breakthrough, the weakest of these beasts is also Xuanxian. As for true immortals, there are millions of them. Even the Taiyi Golden Immortal produced more than 1,000. The Taiyi Golden Immortal is already the first level of the leader of the prehistoric peoples. Basically, the appearance of the Taiyi Golden Immortal in the ethnic group is eligible to be included in the prehistoric myriad ethnic groups. And Subai's current Zushan realm has more than 1,000 Taiyi Golden Immortals. This is not a small force. In fact, there are countless ethnic groups in the wild, not just 10,000. But the ethnic groups without Taiyi Golden Immortals are not qualified to be mentioned and included in the 10,000 clans. For example, the Spider Wolf tribe that was completely wiped out by the Pheasant Evil belonged to the Spider Wolf tribe, which was a weak tribe without the Taiyi Golden Immortal. The nature of gold is immortal. Taiyi Jinxian is almost immortal, and is qualified to lead the group to glory and continue to grow and develop. Although at the level of the Celestial Immortal, there is basically no life limit. But it's not just a mere celestial being, who can live the same life as heaven and earth. Immortals are doomed. There are 3 disasters and 9 disasters, heaven and earth disasters. There is always one thing that can arrange for you. This kind of catastrophe involves the fate of heaven, and it is useless to be careful. Only when you reach the Taiyi Golden Immortal, who is powerful and can sense the secrets of the heavens, can you avoid disasters and take refuge. As long as you are careful, you can live a long time. There are such strong people in the ethnic group, who live long, can sense the secrets, seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, so that they can prosper. Wang Jiao Jiao. However, the current prehistoric people have never experienced any real killings, so they think that the Taiyi Golden Immortal can live forever. The real killing, not to mention the Taiyi Golden Immortal, even a quasi-sage, or even a saint, is in danger. Under the law of heaven, everyone is treated equally. The heaven-punishing realm is constantly improving its strength. But in the predicament of the outside world, in this 1,000 Yuanhui, the real killing has already begun. Later generations became Dragon and Phoenix First Robbery. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan, because of Luohu's secret instigation, and even the secret influence of the Tao of Heaven, have completely torn their skins and killed them all. The 3 clans are all strong clans with top quasi-sages, and they have a group of common clans with Taiyi Jinxian or primary quasi-sages. With the prehistoric as the battlefield, blood flowed like a river. I don't know how many ethnic groups, I don't know how many billions of trillions of creatures were involved in the battlefield, and they died silently. The terrifying murderous aura, death aura, and evil aura were collected by Luohu, who was peeping in the dark, to cultivate. The strength blows the general expansion. But Luohu shouldn't be complacent. In the eyes of Tian Dao, he is also a product that must die. Great catastrophe, killing catastrophe. It seems that these creatures took the initiative to fight, and no one forced them. But in fact, there is the influence of heaven in the dark. Because the law of heaven needs them to die. Although the Tao of Heaven owns the entire Hongwang, it is restricted by the Tao, and cannot directly control everything in the Hongwang, and cannot do whatever it wants. Among them, the most uncontrollable thing is the creature. Living beings absorb the aura of heaven and earth, embark on the path of cultivation, and live forever, which is against the sky. These cultivators can only ask for, and have nothing to feed back to Hongwang. And the most important thing is that the consciousness of these creatures cannot be controlled by heaven. Therefore, the vital chi substances absorbed by the living beings are out of the control of heaven. If things go on like this, less and less things are controlled by heaven, and more are controlled by living beings. On that day, Tao will be emptied and completely sunk. So in order to solve this problem, Tiandao came up with something like karma. Probably because you were practicing in my world, you have to pay back when you come out to hang out. You take a mouthful of vitality, eat a mouthful of food, and kill a living being, and you will be charged. The way of heaven can affect the consciousness and destiny of living beings to a certain extent. If a living being has too many accounts in karma, there will be catastrophe. It is the way of heaven that arranges for you to lose your head suddenly and die, or if you are unlucky and encounter some disaster. If all the living beings in the entire prehistoric world have too many debts, the Tao of Heaven will launch a catastrophe to cleanse all the living beings. Moreover, the lost consciousness of the creatures can also complement the heavenly Tao itself, making it more flexible in thinking and more powerful in controlling the prehistoric world. Living beings are like crops, harvested one by heaven. Harvest like this. One day, the Tao of Heaven will be able to completely control the entire prehistoric world. Then he is the strongest cultivator, and saints are also ants in front of him. The truth of work. But the person Tiandao most wanted to kill was actually Sububai. Because Sububai owns the heaven-killing realm, he can shield the influence of the heavenly Tao. The way of heaven can't control Sububai, and Subai's heaven-killing realm can't stop eating away at the prehistoric world. 1912 Shanmei's little thought, wants to be the headmaster's wife. The great war that has swept across the whole prehistoric region has already fought more than 100 Whis. Countless ethnic groups have been exterminated, and most of the prehistoric ethnic groups have disappeared. But the rest are the strong ones among the strong ones, with a large number of Tai golden immortals and even primary quasi-sages. There were fewer creatures participating in the battle, but the battle became more intense. On this day, Tu Shanmei was practicing, when suddenly her whole body was shaken and she broke through the realm. She became a real fairy, and a group of little foxes around her have also become Zan Xian. This group of fox demons looked at Tu Shanmei enviously and congratulated each other. According to the rules, she needs to go to the Chuan Gong Hall to get the next step of the exercise. And the status can also be improved to become an inner disciple. The current heaven punishing realm is already very complete. There are Chuangdong Hall, Wanbao Hall, Merit Hall, Medicine King Hall, Tianxing Hall, and so on. Manage many fierce beast brothers 047. Some of these disciples need to improve their realm and need to obtain further exercises. Some make mistakes and need to be punished. Some practice needs medicinal materials, natural materials and earth treasures, which need to be exchanged, and some lack merits and need to find an errand job to earn contributions. You can go to the corresponding hall to apply. Like before 1,000 yuan meeting, Subai still needs to do it himself to pass on a kung fu, which is impossible. With hundreds of billions of disciples, all the important things are taken care of by him. Subai was exhausted to death. However, in these halls, the key positions in power are all from ferocious beasts. There is nothing about Tu Shanmei and the group of fox monsters. Advertisement after all, there are too many ferocious beasts, and the strong are like clouds, and there are more than 1,000 Tai golden immortals. Tu Shanmei, a group of fox demons, doesn't even have a real fairy. There are only a few hundred fox demons, what's the matter? But today, Tu Shanmei finally broke through. Although he is not a Tai golden immortal, he is not bad as a true immortal. So Tu Shanmei is going to find Subai and ask for an errand. She considers herself to be one of the first group of veterans in the Tianju realm, and now that there are 1,000 members, she can hardly even see Subai, acting like a transparent person, and suspects that Subai is about to forget him. Well, you have to fight for everything yourself. I am the representative of Tushan Yaohu in the heaven-punishing realm, and I want to live up to myself and not embarrass Qingchu Yaohu. While cheering herself up, Tu Shanmei dressed herself up beautifully, the hair on her tail was combed very smoothly, and she was dressed in white clothes like snow. Teacher, disciple Tu Shanmei, report something. She came to the palace of punishment where Subai lived and called softly. Subai happened to be fine at this time. When he heard the call, he summoned Tu Shanmei. As soon as he entered the door, Subai's eyes lit up. He felt very pleasing to the eye, and felt that Shen Mei had become much more beautiful than before. The charm of the Qingchu demon fox is getting stronger and stronger with the improvement of cultivation base. Now that Tu Shanmei has broken through the realm, coupled with the well-dressed before coming here, she is naturally charming. Seeing Subai's eyes, BJAH, Tu Shanmei's expression is very cute, but her snow-white furry ears can't help shaking twice with pride. After Tu Shanmei found out that Subai is not as cruel as the Chaos Demon God in Legendary, she has developed a good impression of Subai after getting along with her for a long time. After all, Subai's strength is tyrannical, quasi-sage cultivation base, the master of religion, and the entire prehistoric can also walk sideways, absolute master of bricks and stones, the fifth. In addition, he has a gentle temper and a handsome face. Simply perfect. Advertisement for Chincho's female demon fox. It is not a shameful thing to be close to the strong, but it is strongly advocated. Tushan demon fox is famous for its charm and loyalty, otherwise those strong people would look down on them. Oh, fortunately, it is not too late. Why didn't he stalk and fight to become Subai's exhibition at the beginning? Of course, these fox girls will not change their chosen object, they are not frivolous and casual girls. Tu Shanmei thinks that both her cultivation and her charisma have improved a lot. It depends on Subai's mind whether she came here today to ask for an errand to be fake or to deliver the goods to her door. It is also because some female foxes get close to some other groups, and even the powerhouses of the three great beasts, and get a lot of benefits. In fact, Tu Shanmei has been regretting this 1,000 yuan meeting. Sububai circled Tu Shanmei a few times, looking up and down. If the fox master Qingchu knew that such a strong Sububai was missed by Tu Shanmei, he might die of anger. In that case, it might be Mrs. Zhangjiao now. Tu Shanmei's cheeks were flushed, and her heart was beating wildly. Subai heard Tu Shanmei's request and said casually. Disciple obeys the teacher's arrangement. Tu Shanmei lowered her head and whispered softly, her charm power fully activated. Even the Tushan demon fox can enter the list of the 10,000 strong clans in the prehistoric world. Oh, so you wanted to ask for a job. After all, you were the first to follow me and I'm also a nostalgic person. Tell me, what do you want to do? The ethnic disputes in the prehistoric world are very cruel. Since Tushan demon fox has the talent of charm, he doesn't have to be a fool. Advertisement 192. The welcome hall is established, and Hongjun arrives. Tu Shanmei is full of anticipation. Subai can say, why don't you come to be the head teacher's wife? Unfortunately, things backfired. I figured it out. You call your little foxes, I have an errand for you. Subai suddenly remembered one thing, and that was the matter of the long-lost welcome fairy. At the beginning, Subai planned the construction project and built 99 gatehouses. The plan was to arrange 2 beautiful welcoming fairies for each gatehouse. When a distinguished guest comes, the gate of the mountain will be opened wide, and 99 gate towers will come all the way, with wrestlers playing music and fairies spreading flowers. That is a magnificent sight. It's a pity that after the project was completed, no one came at all, and Subai's thoughts were all in vain. But now that I finally think about it, I plan to build a welcome hall, which is responsible for foreign etiquette and diplomacy. Because Subai had a feeling, the catastrophe had reached a fever pitch, and the powerful from all walks of life were about to end, and his heaven punishment realm might also be found. So make sure to prepare enough. What, headmaster, you want us to see the gate? Tu Shanmei said disappointedly. She remembered the years when she looked at the gate facing the gravel. What's the gate? It's the welcome hall, which represents the face of our heavenly execution realm. It's a very important job. I can only rest assured that this job is entrusted to you. Seeing that Tu Shanmei was not happy, Subai said foolishly. Is it really that important? Tu Shanmei wasn't sure. Of course it's important. Wizushan realm will surely shock the prehistoric world in the future. When some great Luo Jingxian or saint comes, you have to welcome it. Think about it, is this a normal job? If the welcome job is not done well, the whole thing will be lost. The face of the Tianju realm. Think about it, is it important? Such an important errand, only you who know etiquette and have a good image can do it. Subai said seriously. In fact, he secretly laughed in his heart. To put it bluntly, let Tu Shanmei and the others watch the gate. Understood. The head teacher entrusted us with such an important errand, and we will definitely handle such an important errand well. Absolutely live up to the trust of the head teacher. Under the brain of love, Tu Shanmei was praised by Subai, and immediately felt a little excited, and she patted her chest and agreed. Advertisement Tu Shanmei didn't calm down until she left the Palace of Execution of Heaven. What am I here for? Why did I accept the job of guarding the gate for no reason? Only then did Tu Shanmei react. Sister Mei, you were fooled by the head teacher. A small fox demon looked at Tu Shanmei sympathetically, tiptoed up and tried to touch the top of Tu Shanmei's head to comfort her. Go and go, don't talk about the head teacher behind his back. Although the head teacher is easygoing, we can know what is good or bad. Tu Shanmei put on a big sister look to save face. Although she did not become Mrs. Zhangjiao, but if you are in charge of a temple alone, it will be a long time. Elders are so powerful that they can sit on an equal footing with Tai Jingxian. Tu Shanmei's current status is Elder Yingban. Her status can be said to have reached the sky in one step. Subai really did not treat her badly. HMPH, Tu Shanmei, will never give up. Just wait, Mrs. Zhangjiao, I'm sure. Tu Shanmei swore to herself. As for the other founding elder who followed Subai, Pheasant, he was already an elder and was in charge of the first hall. The hall controlled by Pheasant Evil is called the Hall of Breeding. That's right, she's in charge of giving birth. All newborns are required to come to the breeding hall to register their household registration. Moreover, the Hall of Fertility also deals with issues such as infertility, matchmaking, and domestic violence. Every day and a group of busy men do not touch the ground. Now that 1,000 yuan will pass, the number of registered beasts has increased tenfold, to a total of 5 trillion. Although busy, Pheasant Xie felt very fulfilled, because she felt extremely satisfied watching the newborns being born and the group growing. After registering the last newborn of the day, Jixi ended his work today, feeling full of hope. Advertisement whenever they are free. Pheasant is extremely grateful to Subai, who gave their group their current life. Ask for flowers. As for why the pheasant is allowed to do this job, it is because the breeding method of the pheasant group is different. Pheasant birds are only females, and they don't need males to produce offspring. Because the pheasant was not born by parents, but on the tree. Subai doesn't know, is this person suddenly coming to the heaven punishment realm, is it an enemy or a friend? Pheasant Xie also saw Tu Shanmei, and couldn't help frowning, wondering what this guy was doing. Hatred is not so easy to forget, although you dare not fight each other, it is certain that you will not be seen. Taoist Hongjun, who taught the 7 sages under his sect in the future, finally fit the way of heaven and became a sage of the way of heaven, the well-deserved #1 in the prehistoric world. At this time, Subai's face was also a bit serious, because he recognized who was coming from outside the heaven-killing realm. Shan Mei, a group of monsters, has always looked at them disliked in the establishment of the boundary. Then Tu Shanmei received a notification from Subai. Welcome hall, come alive. Tu Shanmei wouldn't be idle to provoke Pheasant, she led her fox to an idle hall in front of the mountain gate, and decided to use this place as the site of the welcome hall. Pheasant Xie was also very satisfied with this job, so he continued to do so. They had just cleaned up the idle hall, so they thought they would just be idle and have nothing to do, just eat and wait to die. But it is still necessary to welcome, and we can't lose face, so Subai notified Tu Shanmei and others to prepare to welcome him. He thought to himself that since the pheasants and the others were so convenient to reproduce, they would save a lot of time compared to those who had to pair males and females. Anyway, they were idle, so he let them manage the breeding hall. The top quasi-sage Hongjun came to visit, and let the welcome hall welcome him. Back then, seeing the pheasant evil planting the ancestral tree and seeing a bunch of little pheasant birds growing on the ancestral tree, Yin Bai was also amazed. Is there any honored guest to welcome? Tu Shanmei led a group of little foxes past the breeding hall, glanced at Pheasant and snorted coldly. HMPH, silly bird woman, Mrs. Zhangjiao definitely doesn't have your share. 193 The historic meeting, Subai and Hongjun. Outside the Tianju realm, a Taoist stepped on auspicious clouds, with a cloud of merit and virtue on his head, wrapped in chaotic air, followed by 3,000 disciples, coming slowly. Ever since this Zushan realm was re-refined by Subai, on the surface, it has disappeared from the entire prehistoric world. Common powerhouses, even top-level quasi-sages, would not be able to find any traces of the heaven-punishing realm. But the Taoist who came here is not an ordinary person. He is the first congenital god and demon who conceived a transformation since the beginning of the world, and also the first saint to prove the Tao. He is Daozu Hongjun. If it weren't for the fact that Zushan realm was isolated from the prehistoric Tao of heaven, it would have been a long time ago to see the vision of heaven and earth that lasted for a Yuanhui when he proved Tao. Such a strong person can naturally find the location of the June 17th punishment realm. Open the mountain gate. Welcome the distinguished guests. Facing such a strong man, Subai also had to be cautious and ordered Tu Shanmei's welcome hall to prepare to welcome him. Following Subai's order, the punishing heaven realm, which was originally hidden in the void, suddenly appeared in front of Hongjun. Hongjun fixed his eyes and saw that the current Zushan realm, with a distance of tens of billions of miles, had expanded many times compared to the beginning. There are fairy mountain resorts floating in the air everywhere, and countless monks shuttle back and forth. 99 tall gate towers stretch for 90 million miles, leading directly to a grand hall in the center. There are 2 large characters written on the plaque at the entrance of the main hall. Heaven. What a breath, Hongjun couldn't help admiring. Snort. An angry shout echoed in Hongjun's consciousness. This was Tiandao's anger, and Tiandao knew it for the first time today, because Bai's cave was called such a name. Please stay calm. Hongjun sensed Tiandao's anger and quickly comforted him. According to the message from the heavenly Tao, this is the residence of the extraterrestrial demons, and they want to devour the demons of the wild. But it looks majestic, full of immortality, and there is no evil spirit at all? Advertisement instigated by Tiandao, Hongjun came to test Subai's reality. It's just that Subai's Zushan realm looks so good that Hongjun is born to like it when he sees it. All the disciples of the welcome hall of the heavenly execution realm, on behalf of Subai, are in charge of teaching, and welcome Patriarch Hongjun. At this time, Tu Shanmei came to greet her with a group of carefully selected fox demons dressed in solemn Taoist uniforms. Tu Shanmei's face was solemn, facing the ancestor Hongjun in legendary, she was under a lot of pressure. I didn't expect to run into this boss for the first time welcoming guests. Tu Shanmei groaned in her heart, but she didn't panic at all on her face. According to the etiquette ordered by Subai, he led Hongjun methodically, along the 99 gate towers, and stepped into the Tianju realm. So it turns out that Master Zushan is called Subai? Hongjun followed Tu Shanmei and stepped into the realm of killing heaven. As soon as he entered the heaven-punishing realm, Hongjun was shocked. It's such a rich chaotic vitality, it's almost like when the world was just opened. Along the way, wrestlers scattered flowers and celestial maidens played music. In the distance, the ferocious beasts practiced their own lives, and they were full of vitality. It made Hongjun even more amazed, it really is a blessed land of immortality. It doesn't feel like a place where demons live here, it's orderly, it seems more formal than my Zishao palace. Hongjun was puzzled, and at the same time he was rather lingering, wanting to watch it for a while. He is very interested in the various levels here, the division of outer disciples, inner disciples, elders, and hall masters. Because he is also a master in teaching his disciples, seeing the situation in the heaven punishment realm, he couldn't help but suffer from occupational diseases. However, Tiandao's anger came and urged Hongjun. Hongjun also knew that he couldn't judge good or bad just by looking at appearances, maybe the peace and tranquility here is just a demon in disguise. And Tiandao's emotions still need to be considered. Hongjun still respects the way of heaven. The so-called saint is a practitioner who has mastered a part of the laws of heaven. Advertisement: this part of the laws of the Tao of Heaven is actually the Tao of Heaven taking the initiative to open it to the people he chooses. Although the way of heaven is vast, it is also subject to many constraints. I don't even have a body that can move around, and I'm tied up in what I want to do. Therefore, he opened up part of the authority and distributed the holy position, that is, to choose a spokesperson to do things for him. After becoming a saint, even though he stands high above and overlooks all living beings, he will be immortal for 1,000 eons. But he was bound by the way of heaven, so there is a saying that the saint is actually a puppet of heaven. Tu Shanmei breathed a sigh of relief, and finally completed it successfully, and the rest is up to Subai's own 2.4. What is the ability to make the way of heaven feel like facing the enemy? Although it is exaggerated, it is not too far away. After a few polite words, the two entered the quiet room and sat down and talked face to face. Subai said, "But now, Hongjun has just been sanctified and the way of heaven has just awakened. Does Headmaster Su know why I came here? The relationship between the two is being explored, and there is no one who is the puppet of the other. Speaking of which, Taoist friends are born from the heavens and the earth, and they are considered my seniors. How dare I let my seniors greet them in person?" Hong Jun asked with great interest. He looked at Subai in front of him, who was nothing special, and he was only at the peak of the quasi-sage. After being urged, Hongjun stopped appreciating slowly, and quickened his pace, stepping into the palace of punishment. Hongjun obeyed the arrangements of the Tao of Heaven only out of awe and respect, not because he was controlled by the Tao of Heaven. "Fellow Taoist came from afar, but I have lost my way to welcome you, please forgive me." Tiandao can only urge Hongjun, but cannot order him. Hongjun said quickly, "Don't dare, how dare, Master Su taught the heaven punishment realm, it really opened my eyes." Then she also entered the hall of punishment and stood behind Subai. Rather, it is equivalent to a collaborator. 194 Hongjun came to send a holy throne. From what I've seen, did fellow Taoist Hongjun come to thank me? As soon as Subai opened his mouth, his words were astonishing. At this moment in the quiet room, Hongjun and Subai sat face to face on the futon, and a large group of disciples stood behind them. Hongjun's disciples are basically Taiyi Jingxian, but Zunsheng's disciples do have them, but they didn't bring them. After all, it's just a visit, and if you bring a bunch of quasi-sages, it's easy for Subai to suspect that they're coming to attack and gang up. And behind Subai are the elites of Zushan realm, and they are basically Taiyi golden immortals. At least in terms of momentum, the two sides are almost the same. At most, Hongjun's realm is higher, and his disciples are more Taiyi Jingxian. Why did Zhang Jiaosu say this? I have never met Taoist friend before, so why should I thank you? Hongjun frowned. The 3,000 disciples behind him also looked disdainful, thinking that Subai, the head teacher, bluffed people with big words, and he was unreasonable. As Hongjun's disciples, they are also very arrogant, and they don't care about Subai, the quasi-sage master. The disciples behind Subai were very nervous, fearing that Subai would lose face. But they all have confidence in Subai, and they firmly believe that Subai must have something to say, not bullshit. Haha, fellow Taoist Hongjun, why bother to ask? Subai laughed. Fellow Taoist Hongjun can master the laws of heaven so quickly and be promoted to a saint. Is it not because I sacrificed the heaven-killing world and blocked the induction of heaven, so I woke him up in advance? Because I awakened the way of heaven in advance, so he is not strong enough. In order to deal with my enemy, I have to distribute the holy throne in advance. Fellow Taoist, this sage came so easily, I'm really gratified. In this way, shouldn't fellow Taoist Hongjun thank me? Subai cupped his hands and said to Hongjun. But Hongjun's face changed drastically. He never expected that Subai would say such a big event in such a grand manner as soon as they met. Is it okay to talk nonsense about this kind of thing? Tiandao is listening. Advertisement. Hongjun felt a little regretful, he shouldn't have brought 3,000 disciples with him for the sake of ostentation. This is related to the great secret of heaven. Once spread out, there will be endless troubles. Tiandao will not let go of those who know his weaknesses, maybe now Tiandao is planning to kill 3,000 disciples to silence them. Headmaster Su, please don't joke around. Hongjun was silent, and it took him a long time to utter a word. Then take it as a joke, then let me ask, what is the reason for coming here? Subai still smiled. The disciples on both sides listened in a cloud of mist, would block the way of heaven, awakened the way of heaven, and distributed the holy seats in advance. It sounds like bragging. What is the way of heaven? It is an existence stronger than a saint. Subai is nothing more than a quasi-sage and wants to threaten the Tao of Heaven? However, although the disciples could not understand Subai's words, it was obvious who had the upper hand from Hongjun and Subai's expressions. Is what Subai said true? Hongjun Sanchin's disciples also looked ugly, looking at Subai with eyes full of awe. In the eyes of these disciples, Hongjun is a supreme god-like figure, omniscient and omnipotent. Subai can gain the upper hand, who is so divine. And Subai's disciples looked at Subai with infinite admiration. Originally, they didn't have much feeling about shielding the heavenly Tao, they just thought it was so powerful and powerful. But how powerful and powerful they are, their realm is too low, and they have no concept at all. But now it is discovered that because of Subai's operation, a saint was indirectly born, which is very outrageous. These Zushin disciples, originally bent a little because of Hongjun's sage aura, now straightened up immediately. Each one is full of confidence. I came here this time only to represent the way of heaven, and to ask Headmaster Su one thing. Does Headmaster want to become a saint? Hongjun kept silent about what Subai said just now. Advertisement instead, ask a question. Ask Subai if he wants to be sanctified. Oh, do I say that if you want to be holy, you can be holy? Subai asked with great interest. Yes, and immediately. As long as Su Zhangjiao is willing to break this heaven-punishing realm and return this world to the prehistoric. Immediately you can be recognized by the Tao of Heaven and become a saint. This is the promise of the way of heaven, there is no joke. Hongjun said categorically. What he said was not a lie. As long as Subai is willing to destroy the heaven-punishing realm, then he can really become a saint. Because Tiandao 103 is special, it will never deceive people. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't do it. At least at this stage, Tiandao can't deceive people, at most it can conceal something. As soon as Hongjun's words came out, there was an uproar in the hall. Those disciples couldn't bear it any longer and started talking about it. Hongjun came here today to give away a holy throne. Hongjun's disciples no longer had any arrogance on their faces. Looking at Subai's eyes, full of envy and awe. A quasi-holy position. Although they are Tai golden immortals, the distance from the holy position is not a matter of distance, but simply impossible. They only dare to fantasize about what it would be like if they were sanctified when they were thinking wildly late at night. But now, with just a nod from Subai, they can immediately get what they dream of. In their view, facing such a temptation, Subai's choice is obvious. What is the Zushin realm with tens of billions of miles in Fangyuan? Can it be compared with the Holy Throne? It is a fool not to choose the holy place. 195 Subai's pursuit, primordial chaos Da Luo Jingxian. Subai's group of disciples raised their hearts again. I am afraid that Subai will choose the holy position. Because if the heaven-punishing realm is destroyed, then there will be no treasure land for this ferocious beast to reproduce normally. They are still unavoidable to be extinct. However, they soon discovered in despair that the destruction of the Heaven Zoo realm was doomed. Because if they were to choose, they would also choose the holy seat. Indestructible, eternal freedom, this temptation is too great. Moreover, Subai has already helped them a lot with the beasts, and he did everything he can. Subai and the fierce beast are only related, but they are not real ancestors. If Subai chooses the holy position, these fierce beasts have no objection, they can only silently bless. But under everyone's attention, Subai still shook his head slowly. Although it is slow, it is extremely firm. Why does Headmaster Su do this? Is there anything more important than proving the way? Hongjun was completely confused now, he didn't expect that even the holy throne couldn't seduce Subai. All the disciples also stared wide-eyed, they don't want the holy seat, are they really stupid? They quickly shook their heads again, how could such an existence be stupid if they could reach the pinnacle of quasi-sages? Fellow Taoist Hongjun, although the holy position is good, I don't want to give it to others. Sanctified by the laws of heaven, after all, subject to the laws of heaven, not what I want. I have made a great wish long ago, to prove the Tao with the law of the great way. The holy position is not what I want to be the primordial chaos Da Luo Jingxian. Although they are all beyond the realm of Da Luo Jingxian, the holy position is actually different from the holy position. Recognized by the Tao of heaven and mastering a part of the laws of the Tao of heaven, later generations are called saints, who are still human after all, bound by the Tao of heaven. And relying on one's own comprehension of the Tao, surpassing the realm of the Da Luo Jingxian, proving the Tao and becoming a saint. Advertisement there is a domineering title, that is Primordial Chaos Da Luo Jingxian. Primordial Chaos is one body, eternal and free, and immortal. It is the Da Luo Jingxian for Primordial Chaos. This is what Subai pursues. May I ask the great god Pan-Ji-Yu, how domineering is he who created the world, is he not stronger than a saint? When did Pan-Ji-Yu need any recognition from the Tao of heaven? Subai's words were like earth-shattering. Although he said it politely, everyone could hear it. Subai actually looked down on the holy position. If he didn't rely on the way of heaven to prove the way, he would be completely detached and free, and he would never be bound by the way of heaven. Especially when he still said that in front of Tiandao. And he not only said it, but also did it, the existence of punishing heaven realm is proof. What arrogance, what a great ambition. Everyone, including Hongjun, was too shocked to speak. Suddenly a loud voice, with unparalleled anger, seemed to sound from the bottom of everyone's heart. Evil Subai, I remember you. A thought popped up in everyone's hearts, and at this time the voice of heavenly Tao. Once aware of this fact, the awe of the way of heaven cannot be suppressed. Everyone couldn't help but knelt down and worshipped the loud voice. Wherever there is the way of heaven is respected. Except for two people, Hongjun and Subai. As a saint, Hong Jun can naturally resist the coercion of heaven. However, Subai, as a quasi-sage, although his expression changed, he resisted and did not kneel down. And not only did he not kneel, he also stood up. Okay, Heavenly Tao, since this is the case, let's each use his own ability. One day, I will make this heaven-punishing realm worthy of its name. Subai also said in a loud voice. Advertisement at the same time, he fully activated the Chenkin 5 elements formation. The power belonging to another creation Qinglian immediately offset the power of heaven. Moreover, Subai not only resisted the coercion, but forcefully urged him with mana, directly expelling Tiandao from Fangtiandi. The heavenly Dao was originally opened by Subai to the heaven-punishing realm on purpose and let in, to see what he had to say. Now that you've turned your face, you don't have to be polite, just expel him. In the wilderness, the way of heaven is respected, but in this small world of Zutian, it is Subai who has the final say. No matter how powerful the way of heaven comes, it will not work. There is such an existence as Subai, it's hard not to be proud. Okay, fellow Taoist Hong Jun, let's just leave it alone. The next time we meet, we may be enemies, after all, I am a demon. Subai stood proudly and said lightly, after all, following Subai is a fierce man who disdains the holy position and is not afraid of heaven. Hong Jun was also shocked in his heart. Since the beginning of the world, he was the first to transform into a form. He has been blessed by nature and has been going smoothly, proving the Tao as the ancestor, and the scenery is infinite. But these disciples breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The heaven-punishing realm will not be shattered. Tian Dao has been kicked out by Subai. Nuo Qian is good. Is there anything he dare not do? Fox? Tian Dao was expelled from the heaven punishment realm. Hong Jun can now speak freely. Headmaster Su, you are also a man of virtue. You are by no means a demon. I thought that the whole prehistoric world would have no more secrets from me. But at this moment, for the first time, he felt that his world view had been subverted. Hong Jun said hesitantly. Subai said with a smile. Get up, forgot what I said, heaven is not worth kneeling. And Hong Jun's disciples looked at Subai as if they had seen a ghost. Then, there is an irrepressible pride. The disciples who were kneeling on the ground behind him immediately got up and lowered their heads one by one, deeply ashamed of their behavior just now. 196 The heaven punishment realm is about to open. Fellow Taoist Hong Jun, you don't need to say too much, the Tao of heaven is still waiting for you outside. Let's go and say goodbye, take care of it. Also, a piece of advice, the way of heaven is not necessarily invincible, and saints are not the highest state. As Subai said, he manipulated the space and moved everyone directly to the entrance of heaven punishing realm. What does Headmaster Su mean? When Hong Jun heard this, his eyes lit up, and he was about to ask, but Subai manipulated the space and sent him directly out of the Tianju realm. However, Hong Jun had already obtained what he wanted, so he closed his eyes and remained silent for a while outside the heaven punishing realm, digesting what he had gained. Subai looked outside Zushan realm. Hong Jun saluted himself and then walked away, sighing in his heart. Let's go and say goodbye, and when we meet again, things are different. Under the influence of the Tao of Heaven, Hong Jun will preside over the encirclement and suppression of the demon lord Luo Hu, and later he will become a sage of the Tao of Heaven with no desires and ruthlessness. But Hong Jun, who fits the way of heaven, is he still the original Hong Jun? When Subai moved Hong Jun out of Zushan realm, he passed on to him some experience of 190 sacrificial creation Qinglian refining Shaoshendao belonging to Zhu Weiquan. I hope that Hong Jun can maintain more autonomy when he is in harmony with the Tao of Heaven in the future. After today, the gate of the Tianju realm will be opened, and any disciple can go to the Lingbao Hall, borrow and exchange the Lingbao for body protection with meritorious deeds, and travel to the prehistoric world. External creatures, if they are not malicious, can also be brought in for a tour. However, Honglong is in the midst of a catastrophe at this time. You must be cautious in your words and deeds, don't cause troubles, and keep everything safe. Do you understand? Subai looked at Honglong outside the exit, was silent for a while, and issued an order. In the past, the entire heaven-punishing realm had been in a state of blockade, and all the beasts could not leave their gates, and they practiced and gave birth to children. Advertisement in the past, Subai said that one can travel to the prehistoric world after becoming a disciple, and a servant cannot step out of the heaven-killing realm for a lifetime. But, BJFB, Subai later found out, who wants to travel to the prehistoric region? All these beasts want to stay in the heaven-killing realm for the rest of their lives and never go out. However, even if there is no shortage of resources and medicines in practice, it is not possible to break through blindly retreating as a dead house. You must travel around, observe the world, understand the Tao, and even fight the enemy to the death, and feel the difference between life and death. Although Subai's disciples have more than 1,000 Tai golden immortals, it's just that they have been stuck in the realm for too long before, and they have accumulated a lot of money. After breaking through now, there will be no successor. If you stay in the heaven punishment realm like this, then the 1,000 or so Tai golden immortals is the limit, and it is delusional to think of more, let alone stronger quasi-sages. But Subai was also helpless in the past. The oppression and damage these fierce beasts suffered in the past was too great, and they had a psychological shadow on Hongwang. And they do have huge hunting value, it is too dangerous to go out and travel. So Subai has been letting it go. However, after the meeting with Hong Jun, Subai felt that the time was ripe, so he issued an order to open the heaven-killing realm. After issuing the order, Sububai flicked his sleeves and teleported directly back to the quiet room of the Palace of Punishment. A group of disciples were left looking at each other in blank dismay. What should I do? The head teacher said that he would travel to the outside world, but the prehistoric world is so dangerous, is it really possible to go out? Yuanji, a disciple of the Tai Golden Immortal, hesitated. No, it's too dangerous. I think it's better to practice more and go out when you become stronger. Another Tai Jingxian disciple Man Chong said, advertisement. This fox is really hateful. We Tai Golden Immortals dare not go out for fear of being hunted. You are a true immortal, what nonsense are you talking about? There will be merit in the same way. These ferocious beasts didn't want to see Tu Shanmei, a monster, and even look down on her cultivation level. Now they are ridiculed by her, how can they bear it? Why are you so cowardly? You are still Tai Jingxian. Li Yao, another Tai Jingxian disciple, said angrily. But what she said is indeed right, and after today, the prestige of the head teacher in the heaven-punishing realm will inevitably spread throughout the prehistoric world. Why should we shrink back so much? Let this fox demon look down on me, and let the head teacher down. Tu Shanmei also mingled with these Tai Jingxian disciples, and when she heard them talking, she couldn't help but mocked. All the disciples nodded. Now as soon as she heard about Subai's arrangement, Tu Shanmei became impatient. By the way, you are a monster, you are not afraid of being hunted, no wonder you don't feel back pain when you stand and talk. She has been envious of naive and evil spirit treasures for a long time, but unfortunately, apart from releasing 3,000 spirit treasures at the beginning, Subai never had such a good thing afterwards. Tu Shanmei immediately refuted back. The Tai Jingxian disciple who refuted was speechless, then left with arrogance, and went straight to Lingbao Hall. As for the realm, that's right, my realm is indeed low, I'm just a true immortal. So I, a mere true immortal, dare to go out and travel, but don't you Tai Jingxians dare? A Tai Jingxian disciple said. HMPH, monster. I cultivated the skills taught by my master. I have long been bound to the Temple of Punishment, and I have been rejected by the great desolate heaven. I am no different from you beasts. Kaiji said thoughtfully. The head teacher said that you can borrow or exchange the spirit treasure body protection with meritorious deeds. I will go to the Lingbao Hall to borrow a spirit treasure. I think there is a spirit treasure body protection in the prestige of the head teacher. Who will return to the prehistoric world? Dare to hunt me. 197 The plan of the fierce beasts, the great rescue in the wild. These Tai Jingxian disciples discussed for a while, and decided to accompany each other, and first send some of them to explore the wilderness. If there is not too much danger here, come back and lead all Tai Jingxian disciples back to the prehistoric. As for those disciples of true immortals, even disciples of mysterious immortals, children of heavenly immortals. They were counting on Tai Jingxian to explore the way first, and they dared not go out. That is food delivery. Subai watched secretly, shaking his head slightly. These Tai Golden Immortals are absolutely high level among the prehistoric peoples, but their performance is not as good as that of Tu Shanmei, a true immortal fox demon. Intimidating, without the courage to go forward. If things go on like this for a long time, these fierce beasts will be useless. But Subai knew that this was only temporary. With the release of the heaven-punishing realm and the stimulation of internal and external exchanges, these disciples will change. There will be more and more people who break through the realm, and quasi-sages will appear one after another. If there are enough quasi-sages, there will be materials that can be made. Subai still has 15 primordial purple chi, enough to mass-produce holy bits. Hongjun distributed holy thrones in Fenbaoyan in the future, and established the pattern of the 6 saints. But Subai can do the same, and there are more saints who can do it. 15 saints, plus myself. Subai wants to see if he can compete with Tiandao. These disciples didn't know that Subai had already arranged their future paths. It just depends on whether they are up to date. At this time, those Tai Jingxian disciples had already discussed it. 3 strong men, Shir, Manchong, and Liao, took the lead and led 300 Tai Golden Immortals as the vanguard to explore the prehistoric lands. And they are not only exploring the way, but also have another thought, and they have another important purpose. This purpose is what they have been looking forward to for a long time. Tu Shanmei picked from a bunch of spirit treasures in the Lingbao Hall, looking at which ones she liked, but she was reluctant to part with any of them, wishing to take them all away. Damn it, I want all these spirit treasures, what should I do? Advertisement Tu Shanmei had a painful expression on her face. Subai stipulates that only one spirit treasure can be borrowed or exchanged. This is a kind of torture for the difficult choice. Tu Shanmei chose for half a year before choosing 2 pieces. 1 spirit treasure is borrowed, and 1 spirit treasure is exchanged directly. As the veteran of the heaven-punishing realm, she also performed well when welcoming Hongjun. There are still many meritorious deeds, so you can choose 2. With Lingbao in her body, Tu Shanmei was immediately full of confidence. At first, he still felt a little guilty when facing Tai Jingxian's disciple, but now it's all gone. Relying on 2 spirit treasures, the real immortal can hang up and beat the Tai Golden Immortal. Of course, the Tai Golden Immortal also has spirit treasures, so that's another story. However, she was not in a hurry to leave the heaven-punishing realm, but went to the breeding palace first to find her old friend Jixi. What are you doing here? The childish expression was indifferent. For the hatred that Tu Shanmei hunted and killed her tribe, Jixi will never let go. Don't look at me like that. What happened back then, in the prehistoric world? The jungle preyed on the weak. Tu Shanmei said casually that she didn't feel anything wrong with hunting the beasts back then. But seeing that Jixia's expression was not right, Tu Shanmei wisely stopped talking. Let's put it this way, do you want to rescue your fellow clansmen? If so, come with me to the Great Desolation? Tu Shanmei said to Jixi. What? Jixia's expression changed. That's right, after your ferocious beasts were captured, many of you were not killed, but kept in captivity, waiting to be traded. Why? If it is in time, there is still hope for rescue. Tu Shan charmed himself. Are you really that kind? Don't you want to take this opportunity to murder me? Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Jixi doubted. There is no good intention or bad intention. I am also a member of the Tianju realm now, and I have been cast aside by the heavenly Tao, because my family is the same. Tu Shanmei rolled her eyes and explained patiently. She really has no bad intentions, she just wants to ease the relationship with Jixi and the others. After all, if you want to be the head teacher's wife, it's not good to be hostile by all the disciples. This is the first step on her way to teach Mrs. For this step, she decided to sell the hometown of the Fox clan in Qingchu. Lead Jixi to sneak into Qingchu and rescue the ferocious beasts raised in captivity. 0. And Sububai also showed a power no less than that of the Saint Hongjun. Tu Shanmei said silently. Following Subai's order, the Tianju realm was opened. Jixi hesitated for a while, then agreed. Good. Although all the ferocious beasts are still a little timid and guilty, they all have a clear understanding in their hearts. As for the Taiyi Jingxin disciples like Yuanji, Manchong, and Dayao, they have the same plan. As for asking Ken Subai, Lord of Qingchu, you know this and you will definitely support me, right? After all, you worked very hard on the Zulong back then. They're also not that thick-skinned. In fact, they also thought of going to rescue the same race before. After all, if you want to accomplish this, it is tantamount to making enemies of all races. But in the past, the strength was insufficient, and because of it, it was tantamount to delivering goods to your door. But now, after such a long period of development, the strength of the beasts has increased by an unknown number of times. If in order to rescue the same people again, let Subai go to fight against the entire prehistoric people and kill them. They didn't go out to the heaven punishment realm to play in the mountains, but to rescue their fellow clansmen who had been slaughtered in captivity. Subai has helped them a lot. Rescue time to 0. 198 The Heaven Punishing Army, Megatron the Great Desolation. 300 Taiyi Golden Immortals, together with Tu Shanmei Jixi, entered the flood, just like a drop of water entered the sea. It shouldn't have made any waves. However, when they entered the Great Desolation, they did a few major things. First of all, Tu Shanmei led Jixi to sneak into Qingzhou's fierce beast warehouse, and ransacked it completely. Tens of billions of beasts were rescued in full. When Tu Shanmei returned to Qingzhou, her strength greatly improved to that of a true immortal. There are also 2 spirit treasures close by, and their combat power is close to the peak Taiyi Golden Immortal. Even the primary quasi-sage can pass 2 moves. In this chaotic world of prehistoric wars, this kind of high-end combat power is scarce in any ethnic group. Therefore, Tu Shanmei received great attention in the June 20th, among the Qingchu tribe, and even the Qingchu Fox Master personally received it. It's a pity that Qingchu Fox Master never expected that Tu Shanmei is a so-so kid. So tens of billions of beasts were lost. This is the wealth of Qingchu Yaohu's bottom of the box. Now the Great War is fierce, and the prehistoric and all races are in danger. Qingchu Fox Master originally wanted to use these ferocious beasts to hire masters from the 3 great beast races to come and protect them. In the end, he was harmed by Tu Shanmei, a 25-year-old boy. The Fox Master Qingchu was so distressed that he almost died on the spot. He vowed to catch the traitor and thief at any cost, and cut him to death. However, after Tu Shanmei's incident, the upright representative of Zhu Tianjie came to Qingchu and had a talk with Fox Lord. Then the Fox Master had no further objections. Afterwards, Tu Shanmei returned to Zushan realm to ask Subai for credit. Headmaster, how do you think I am doing this? Qingchu Fox Lord has shown signs of joining us in the Heaven Punishing Realm. This is a small step for our Heaven Punishing Realm to become the master of the prehistoric world. Tu Shanmei was eloquent. It's written all over your face, come and praise me. You have contributed a lot to this matter, and the Hall of Merit should be recorded. However, there is something wrong. Advertisement. Subai shook his head. Dare to ask what is wrong with the headmaster? Tu Shanmei was a little unconvinced. Why do you need to sneak into the rescue? Just hit the mountain gate directly, and the situation will crush it. There are so many spirit treasures in the Lingbao Hall, are they for viewing? Remember, there is no need to shrink back, and don't do more evil. This conversation spread quickly. The entire heaven-killing realm knew about Subai's attitude, and all praised the teacher's domineering attitude. Why do you need to be sneaky when you are directly crushed by the general trend? This is the attitude of a great teacher. As for the 300 Taiyi Golden Immortals, they conducted some investigations after entering the Great Desolation. Found some prehistoric groups with a large number of fierce beasts, and prepared to rescue them. But they don't have Tu Shanmei as the leading party, they can't sneak in, they can't rescue them, and they are at a loss. After hearing Subai's words, they suddenly realized. Go straight back to the Heaven Execution Realm and bring over 1,000 Tai Golden Immortals and millions of true immortals with you. He went to the Lingbao Hall and borrowed hundreds of thousands of Lingbao to form the Tianju army. It was mighty and killed the entire prehistoric area. They didn't talk nonsense, they found a group, and shouted to hand over the beast. If you don't agree, you will directly attack the ethnic group's resident. If you don't hand over the beast, you will destroy the family. In fact, with the hatred of these ferocious beasts, they originally wanted to exterminate the clan directly. But after all, Sububai ordered not to commit more crimes, so he did the courtesy first and then the soldiers. And they also know Subai's deep meaning, if they don't say anything, they will attack the extermination. Then those ethnic groups would easily choose to kill and destroy, even if they killed all the beasts in their hands, they would not be willing to hand them over. And once there is a choice, under the pressure of strength, it is easy to choose between money or life. That's right, it's crushing. These ferocious beasts have only discovered now that there are more than 1,000 societies developed in the heaven-punishing realm. Advertisement their strength is already very strong. Facing the prehistoric people who could not be provoked at all before, they are now directly crushed. Only when many prehistoric ethnic groups unite can they touch the fierce beasts. Most importantly, these fierce beasts have hundreds of thousands of spirit treasures in their hands. In other words, there are hundreds of thousands of Tai immortal battle records. Together, the quasi-sages can be blown away. Now there is basically no group in the entire prehistoric world that can compete with the beasts. Except for the 3 great beast groups, but among the 3 great beasts, Kale is almost wiped out. The dragon and the phoenix are fighting fiercely, and there is always the danger of genocide. How can we focus on the vicious Leuven? After the army of fierce beasts in the heaven-punishing realm refused to hand over the beasts, they wiped out several top 50 prehistoric groups in a row. The prehistoric world shakes, all races shake. As for Hongjun's disciples, there are also many legends about Zushan realm. The entire prehistoric world knew the prestige of Zushan realm and Subai's name. So the remaining ethnic groups began to cooperate obediently and released Ku Wan. There is no way, the 3 great beasts are too busy to take care of themselves, and they don't care about these 10,000 races. Then the first Iron 0.9 is courting death. When these 10,000 races handed over the ferocious beasts did not go back on their promises, and brutally retaliated against these 10,000 races. Instead, he went straight back to the heaven-punishing realm. Because of their prehistoric experience, they have discovered the cruelty of the prehistoric war. There is no need for revenge at all, let's talk about these 10,000 races surviving the war. But in Jade Heaven Realm, Sububai was too concerned about these matters and let those ferocious beasts do their own work. At this time, he held a small tripod in his hand. Chankin Tripod, innate spiritual treasure. It is transformed from the lotus pod of the creation green lotus. The function of this tripod is to turn acquired into innate. The hundreds of thousands of spiritual treasures in the Tianju army were refined from this cauldron. 199 Subai returns to the prehistoric world among the beast army in the heaven-punishing realm. There are hundreds of thousands of spirit treasures. With so many spiritual treasures, the world of Jade Heaven was famous, and at the same time, it also made many interested people puzzled. Where did the heaven-punishing realm get so many spirit treasures? The answer lies in the Chankin Ding. Originally, no matter how strong the mana and supernatural powers are, it is impossible to sacrifice the innate spirit treasure. Things like congenital spiritual treasures are conceived by heaven and earth. But in theory, the Chankin Ding can turn the acquired into the innate, sacrifice and refine the innate spiritual treasure. But Subai sacrificed more than 1,000 yuanhui, but did not sacrifice a single innate spirit treasure. On the contrary, Lingbao made hundreds of thousands in the day after tomorrow. The acquired spirit treasures in the Lingbao Hall are just scraps of Subai's congenital spirit treasures. Using it for those ferocious beast disciples is nothing more than waste utilization. What Subai really wanted to sacrifice was not these scraps. What he wanted to sacrifice was the fragment of the creation green lotus. That's right, Subai wants to make up for the incomplete Genesis chapter 19 Chinlian in his hand, and completely juxtapose the heaven-killing realm with the primordial world. This is a major event related to Subai's preaching. Ever since Subai opened up the heaven-killing realm, he has completely turned against the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Normal means of proving the Tao have no effect on him. And he is not willing to be a puppet of heaven. Therefore, Subai's method is to complete the creation Chinlian, so that Zushan realm has its own complete way of heaven. And Subai controls this way of heaven, not only can break through the quasi-sage, but also surpass the realm of the saint in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, things backfired. Subai sacrificed for so long, but he couldn't succeed in the end. I haven't seen anything I've touched before, so it's still a bit unreliable to try to sacrifice it out of thin air. Subai sighed, but had no choice but to stop, returning the Chankin Ding to its original place. Other fragments of the creation green lotus, such as the rhizome turned into a god-killing gun, the petals turned into 24 dingaizu, the largest 2 lotus leaves turned into hella books, etc. Advertisement Subai has only heard of these things, but has never seen or touched them. It is impossible to refine it out of thin air. It seems that we still have to go to the prehistoric world. Subai said to himself. In the prehistoric world today, the Tianju realm has become a resounding power. But for the prehistoric ethnic groups who were fighting, they are all opponents worthy of vigilance. However, the army of ferocious beasts did not kill wantonly after all, and joined the battle. So the red-eyed prehistoric group didn't particularly care. There is only one existence, and he always sees the heavenly punishment realm and the beasts as a thorn in his side. That is the way of heaven. No matter these ferocious beasts themselves or the spirit treasures they hold in their hands, they all exude an aura that is extremely annoying to the will of heaven. That was the breath of another creation, Green Lotus. And Sububai led these guys into the prehistoric world, running around. It is tantamount to the invasion of a large army, which greatly increases the sense of crisis in the prehistoric world. At this time, Sububai split into an avatar and entered the prehistoric world. The prehistoric world, long time no see. Sububai looked up at the sky and arrived at Hu. Suddenly, the originally sunny sky became dark clouds and lightning strikes. A bolt of lightning struck Subai's head impartially. Is Tiandao so restless? Sububai smashed the lightning with a wave of his hand. His avatar also has quasi-sage cultivation. Naturally, it is impossible to be killed by 10 electric shocks. But the lightning didn't stop at this one, but rained down, overwhelming Sububai. And at the beginning it was only common white thunder, and later it became purple thunder, black thunder, gold thunder. Stronger. Advertisement in the end, Sububai, the quasi-holy avatar, couldn't resist at last, and was chopped into ashes. The power of heaven's Tao is not bad now, it can already launch an attack directly and kill the quasi-sage. Sububai had expected a long time ago that when his aura appeared in the prehistoric world, he would inevitably be attacked by the Tao of heaven. Sububai didn't hide the aura of the avatar, just wanted to test the way of heaven. After all, the Tao of heaven is Subai's #1 enemy now. After this trial, Sububai knew what kind of strength Tiandao is now. The way of heaven is good at subtly influencing the mind and arranging fate. Therefore, the general heavenly Tao will not attack directly, but arranges silently, so that the existence that he doesn't like is looking for a dead end. Compared with its ability to influence the mind to arrange destiny, Tiandao's direct attack power is not strong. Sububai knows. Then the phantom of the Green Lotus created a ray of brilliance, shining on Sububai. So Tiandao directly hit Sububai with lightning, and with the development of the catastrophe, the way of heaven will become stronger and stronger. Even if the direct attack power is not strong, it is not something that a quasi-sacred avatar can touch. Sububai in the heaven-killing realm shook his body, and created another clone. The way of heaven affects the soul, and it is not easy to arrange fate. Now he can only kill the quasi-sage, but the future is not certain. It seems that if my body enters the prehistoric world, the heavenly Tao will try its best to kill me, so I'd better get a clone insurance. It can be seen that Tiandao's so-called direct attack power is not strong, and it is only relative. Immediately covered the breath. But like Sububai, who jumped out of the prehistoric world, the real, extraterritorial demon 067. The thunder of the prehistoric way of heaven can strike endlessly, and there can also be earth fire, gang wind and so on. And the power is not small, the clone of the quasi-sage was hacked to death. Even saints may be influenced by it unknowingly. If Sububai enters in his body, he will be killed sooner or later based on his quasi-sacred cultivation. 200 Exploring the immortal sword formation and seeing the Rahu demon ancestor. Sububai, the avatar, entered the prehistoric world, and because he covered his breath, he was not struck by lightning again. Heavenly Tao probably wants to kill my ferocious beast disciples directly, right? But I guess he also has restrictions. Sububai thought about it, and then harnessed the light to teleport all the way to Mount Sumeru in the extreme west. On Mount Sumeru, 4 colored sword lights shot up into the sky, forming a sword array, with a murderous aura soaring to the sky. It is the famous Xuxian sword formation. The demon ancestor Luohu set up the Xuxian sword formation here, waiting for the final battle. But the enemy he was waiting for hadn't come yet, but Sububai came instead. Sububai looked at the sword formation composed of 4-color sword chi, chuckled lightly, and stepped into the formation. Infinite sword energy crushed down. Someone broke into the battle, and Luohu, who was sitting on the lotus platform, immediately became alert. Randomly, he followed the link and saw the clone of Sububai in the formation. The god-killing spear trembled slightly, but it finally returned to calm. Luohu watched quietly, but did not make a move. What a good formation. Sububai walks in the formation. The 4 kinds of sword chi are endless, wanting to completely annihilate this clone. They even have to follow the connection of the avatar, and cut Subai's body in the heaven-killing realm. But connection is also relative. Xuxian sword formation needs to follow the avatar to kill Sububai, and Sububai can also follow the avatar to support the avatar. Subai's body sits in the Tianju realm, and each of the 5 elements flags has a projection, which is projected onto the clone along the connection. In an instant, 5 small flags appeared next to the avatar trapped in the Xuxian sword formation, spinning around the avatar continuously, forming a large shield. Advertisement: the destructive Zhu Xian sword energy hit the shield and immediately slid away, unable to pass through. 5-element body protection. Dao friendly means, I don't know why I came here. Watching Sububai step by step out of the Jade Immortal sword formation and come in front of him, Luohu slightly appreciated it. Small tricks, you can't be praised by a fellow Taoist. Sububai smiled indifferently. But next to Rahu, there are 1,000 demon generals, and there are also 4 demons, Wuxin, Wushang, and Lawless. All vibrations, because Subai came out of the immortal execution sword formation unscathed. The 4 swords of Jade Immortals have been sealed under Mount Sumeru since the creation of heaven and earth. The demon ancestor Luohu took advantage of the endless killing spirit of the prehistoric killing robbery to successfully break through the seal and obtain the first killing formation. Unexpectedly, Subai walked out with ease. How can we not let people move? But Subai knew that the current Zuxian sword formation was not presided over, it was just a dead thing that instinctively attacked. Although it still has the killing power to kill all quasi-sages, it is not invulnerable. Luohu also knew that the method used by Subai's avatar was only a small part of Subai's strength. The two used the sword array and the clone to fight a little bit, just to test each other. Otherwise, if Subai doesn't even have the strength to walk in front of Luohu, then there is no need to meet and listen to sus nonsense. When Luohu saw Subai walking out of the sword formation, he called Subai a fellow Taoist, acknowledging his strength. However, Subai was not in a hurry to answer Luohu's question, but took a look at the ancestor of the devil. Not as ferocious as imagined, demon ancestor Luohu looks like a young Taoist with red lips and white teeth. The face even has a baby face, which looks a little kind. Only the pair of scarlet demonic eyes, in which the endless killing spirit and determination that cannot be extinguished by countless calamities, show the essence of this demon ancestor. Advertisement. Just by looking at it, Subai felt that his physical strength had skyrocketed. I have learned a lot about the way of killing. As expected of a strong man who wants to prove primordial chaos with the way of killing, I have learned a lot from seeing you today. For Subai, who opened up the world of Zutian by himself. Being able to see Luohu, the incarnation of the Tao of Slaughter, is of great benefit to him in perfecting his heaven-punishing realm. Seeing that Subai didn't say anything about his visit, Luohu frowned slightly, a little impatiently. Just one syllable, a little impatience. All the magic generals, magic commanders, and Mo Luo present here felt icy cold, as if they were about to die in the next moment without a place to bury them. This is the avenue of cultivation and killing, and the calendar area of primordial chaos. Fellow Taoist, please be safe and don't be impatient. I came here today for one thing. I want to ask fellow Taoist Rahu about sword skills. The so-called, discussing, Li Wang's, teaching all the way to swordsmanship, is just a nice way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it was to challenge Luohu. Rahu's subordinates, the generals and commanders, immediately looked at Subai with incredulous eyes. Among them, there are not a few quasi-sages, and they are all strong. But even a little bit of Luohu's emotions couldn't bear it. Subai is just a quasi-sage avatar and wants to challenge Rahu. Why? Since Luohu used the Great Catastrophe to prove the primordial chaos, his majesty and strength have become more and more unfathomable. Let these demons deeply understand what it means to be an ant under a saint. Therefore, for Subai challenging Rahu as a quasi-sage, these demons only have 2 things in their eyes. Court death. 201 Heaven-punishing sword versus God-killing spear. Among the demon cult founded by Luohu, there's a strict hierarchy. Demon ancestor, demon Luo, demon commander, demon general, demon soldiers. Layers of control. The superior has absolute control over the subordinates. It is absolutely impossible for subordinates to commit crimes above. There is only one exception, and that is when subordinates are dissatisfied with their superiors, they can formally challenge them. In the magic way, strength is the most respected. Even a low-level magic soldier can challenge his superiors if he doesn't like it. If the challenge is successful, it will be able to ascend to the sky in one step and replace it, and no demon will refuse to accept it. But if it fails, there will be only one death in the end. If you dare to offend the superior, but you have no strength, then you can only use your life to appease the anger of the superior. Of course, this kind of challenge is not to pick whoever you want. Otherwise, if there are magical soldiers who can't think about it every 2 days to challenge Luohu, he will be annoyed to death. Suppose a demon soldier has great ambitions and really wants to challenge Luohu and take the position of the demon ancestor. Then you have to fight through the magic general, magic commander, and Mo Luo layer by layer to prove that you have 110 qualifications to challenge Luohu. But so far, no such fierce man has appeared. No demon race dared to look into Luohu's eyes, let alone challenge him. But today, Luohu finally ushered in a challenger. This is the master of the heaven-killing realm, the head teacher Subai? It doesn't look like that. But that's it? Would you like to break into the Zuxian sword formation? Or try to challenge the demon ancestor? Haha, this headmaster Su has courage, but to challenge the demon ancestor, he is still seeking his own death. These demons couldn't help but communicate through sound transmission. Naturally, Subai would not pay attention to these demons. He drew out a long sword from the void. Concentrate on. The blade of the sword is unremarkable, like a piece of wholesale garbage in a blacksmith's shop. Advertisement, however, on the body of the sword, there are 2 great inscriptions. Heaven. This is the only result obtained by Subai after he failed to refine the creation Green Lotus and produced hundreds of thousands of scrap products. Subai named it, Great Desolation Sword. I have a sword, please taste it. A sword light lit up, cutting through the dark devilish energy in the devil's palace. Without any time interval, it came to Luohu in an instant. All the demons were stunned by the light and couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their eyes. Only demon ancestor Luohu didn't make any moves. The god-killing spear was already in his hand. The next moment, the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear. The vibration that shakes the source spreads out. In the whole prehistoric world, all quasi-sacred existences all moved towards Mount Sumeru at the same time. And all the demons present temporarily lost consciousness. The light dissipated and Subai's avatar and sword disappeared without a trace. Was completely annihilated. As expected, this Master Su really doesn't know how to live or die. It's a pity that his heaven-punishing realm hasn't been prosperous for a long time, so he just died. When all the demons saw this scene, they all looked as expected. Shut up! Suddenly Luohu yelled angrily, and these demons dared not breathe out, trembling. Rahu closed his eyes and meditated. The collision between the god-killing spear and the heavenly punishing sword just now sent him a lot of information, which needs to be digested. Any creature in the wilderness, even if it is as strong as the demon ancestor Luohu, has BJDG limitations and is under the jurisdiction of heaven. Skynet is not missing, and Luohu can't change his destined destiny. However, Subai's sword brought information beyond the Tao of heaven, giving Luohu a glimmer of hope to get rid of the shackles. As expected of an extraterrestrial demon, I have accepted your love. Rahu said to himself. Advertisement inside the heaven-punishing realm, Subai's body trembled and turned into ashes. The entire Tianju realm suddenly rained blood and thunder broke out. All creatures felt palpitations and couldn't help but look up at the sky. Subai, as the master of Jade Heaven Realm, his death made the Jade Heaven Realm show signs of collapse. But this outlier is fleeting. The core of the Tianju realm, the creator Qinglian Void Shadow sect, came out with the aura of the sun. It became Subai. It's really convenient that Qinglian won't be destroyed but I won't die, but Luohu is really rude. As the owner of the phantom of the Qinglian, Subai will not die if the Qinglian is not destroyed. That's why Subai dared to appear in the prehistoric world as a clone, and even challenged Luohu. Subai recalled just now, when Honghuangzu Dngn and Killing God's Spear confronted each other. The terrifying murderous aura followed the connection and directly beheaded Subai's body in the Tianju realm. Dying doesn't feel good, but Subai has gotten what he wanted. The direct collision with the god-killing spear allowed him to personally experience its structure. Only this time of collision, based on the information obtained, Subai can refine the imitation of the god-killing spear, and further complete the creation Qinglian. With one move of his hand, the infinite chaotic airflow gathered, threw it into the Chang'an cauldron, and began to refine it. I hope that after this time, Luohu can get rid of his original fate. Subai said silently. Rahu's killings are monstrous, logically speaking, he is the enemy of all living beings. But Subai sees him as a kindred spirit, because Luohu did not want to accept the fate of heaven, and he did not want to follow the conventional method. Instead, they want to use the way of killing, bypassing the way of heaven, and proving primordial chaos. This kind of ambition is appreciated by Subai, so Subai gave Luohu a little help in the name of asking for advice. It is also to bury a helper for the future when there is a complete war with the prehistoric world. 202 Heaven offers a reward just as Subai was carrying out the plan to complete the creation of Qinglian. Time passed one by one. Many disciples in the heaven-punishing realm are in trouble. The so-called cultivation in the prehistoric world, in the final analysis, is to absorb the resources of the world and support oneself. At least that was the case before sanctification. This kind of resources, in addition to the aura of common, is a treasure of heaven and earth. It also involves the laws, rules, and innate aura at the bottom of the world. This kind of thing is not at all the common innate ability of meditation and respiration Reiki can be obtained. It is necessary to use a clear heart to feel the golden land, seize the good fortune of the heaven and the earth, and collect the spiritual light of the Tao. The problem with the heaven-punishing realm is that it is really too small. There is not much, if any, of this precious resource. After all, the Zushan realm is only parasitic on the prehistoric world, not a complete universe. Therefore, the strongest disciple that can be raised in the entire heaven-killing realm is only the Tai Golden Immortal. As for quasi-sages, except for Subai, the master of the world, others are impossible. That's why Subai opened the heaven-killing realm and let his disciples travel to the wilderness. The purpose is to let them understand and absorb the resources of the prehistoric world, so that they can break through. However, under the deliberate repulsion of the great desolate heavenly Tao, it is extremely difficult for the disciples of the punishing heaven realm to gain resources. Since the opening of Subai, more than 10,000 years have passed. Although the number of Tai Golden Immortals in Zushan realm has increased dozens of times, reaching tens of thousands, no quasi-sages have been born. Advertisement, and it is predictable that even if there is another 10,000 yuan meeting, it is impossible to give birth to a quasi-sage. The cultivation future of the disciples in the heaven-punishing realm has been stuck. Among the more than 10,000 yuanwi, the disciples of the heaven-punishing realm tried their best, but they were unable to break through the blockade. All of them were anxious. Many disciples want to find Subai and ask him for guidance. But Subai has been unable to retreat. What is the head teacher doing? Now that the prehistoric peoples have given birth to a large number of quasi-sages due to the war, we are standing still. If no quasi-sages are born, they may enter the heaven-killing realm to earn the merits of heaven. There are already more than a dozen powerful ethnic groups with quasi-sages watching, and I don't know how many there are in secret. Now that the teacher is retreating, no one can close the passage between the heaven-punishing realm and the Great Desolation. Once they are allowed to enter, it will be all over. Outside the main hall where Sububai retreated, a group of Tai Jinxian disciples were worried. Among them are Jixi, Tu Shanmei and the others. Obviously, they have also broken through the realm and become Tai Golden Immortals. Since Sububai announced his retreat before the 10,000 yuan meeting, there has been no news. And the disciples of the heaven-killing realm rely on the power of hundreds of thousands of spirit treasures, so as not to provoke the three great beast groups. In fact, it has been in prehistoric times for a period of time, and basically no one dares to mess with it. They even secretly exterminated many ethnic groups in order to avenge the hatred of hunting and killing ferocious beasts. However, as the prehistoric war intensified, coupled with Tiandao's intentional indulgence, there are more and more people who have broken the quasi-sage throughout the prehistoric era. Advertisement, however, many disciples in the heaven-killing realm discovered that no matter how hard they practiced, they could only reach the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, and then they could no longer make progress. Their army of spirit treasures gradually became difficult to use in front of more and more quasi-sages. In this case, the ferocious beasts were once again targeted by powerful groups who wanted to earn merit. Ask for flowers. The ferocious beasts could only retreat to the heaven-punishing realm, not daring to take a step outside. But in this way, it is impossible to travel in the prehistoric world, and it is even more impossible to give birth to quasi-sages. It's like slow suicide. Outside the entrance of the heaven punishment realm, more than a dozen groups of bulls, black birds, thundersnakes, and scorpions, etc., and dozens of quasi-sages are besieging the entrance, ready to kill them at any time. Today's prehistoric, under the deliberate indulgence of the Tao of Heaven, has reached the point where Tai Jinxian is not as good as a dog, and quasi-sages are walking all over the place. Because there are more high-end powerhouses, the battle becomes more and more intense. In order to protect themselves, these ethnic groups have an endless pursuit of strength, and they are all looking for ways to quickly produce strong people and improve the strength of the ethnic group. The easiest way to quickly increase strength is to accumulate merit, and use the power of merit to break through the realm. After becoming a quasi-sage, you can communicate with Tongtian and get some information. After communicating with these prehistoric quasi-sages, they discovered that the group of extraterritorial demons in the heavenly execution realm had already been offered a reward in the information of the Tao of Heaven. Killing any one of the heaven-punishing disciples, the merits obtained are enough for a creature to break through the Tai Golden Immortal. As for the disciples of the Tai Golden Immortal in the punishing heaven realm, the merit rewards are even more astonishing, and they can even allow the rewarded creatures to break through the bottleneck and gain a trace of quasi-sage power. If he could kill Sububai, it would be even more extraordinary. He would become a saint immediately and proclaim the primordial chaos. He might even be stronger than Hongjun Luohu. In order to destroy the heaven-punishing realm, Tiandao has spent a lot of money. With this kind of reward offered, the many powerful ethnic groups in Hongwang couldn't help but be tempted to join forces to launch the encirclement and suppression of Zushan realm. 203 Sububai goes out, the world is promoted, we'll wait for those groups to come over, and we'll work together to enter this realm. What are you waiting for? A mere group of ants from the Tai Golden Immortal, relying on the power of Lingbao, can they still resist us? Don't take it lightly. It is said that within the heaven-punishing realm, it can shield the prehistoric ways of heaven and suppress us. Therefore, we must gather at least 100 quasi-sages before we can enter this realm. That's right, this heaven-punishing realm does have some tricks. It is said that before the 10,000 yuan meeting, Sububai, the leader of the punishing heaven, had a fight with the demon ancestor Luohu on Mount Sumeru, and the world was shaken. What should we do if we go in and meet this person? What are you afraid of? We also have the blessings of heaven, so we are not afraid of suppression and shielding. And that Sububai didn't know that 310 challenged the demon ancestor Luohu, and then there was no news. He probably died. Let's discuss it. What should we do with so many merits? The score is better. Outside the Tianju realm, dozens of quasi-sages are discussing how to defeat Tianxi. From time to time, new quasi-sages join them. With more and more quasi-sages, their confidence is also growing. The eyes looking at the heaven-killing realm also changed from cautious and apprehensive at the beginning to undisguised greed. Don't wait. Those guys are so slow, we can get more points if we kill them first, and we don't deserve it if we are late. On this day, the quasi-sage of the barbaric bull tribe finally couldn't stand it anymore, the ancestors. The other quasi-sages were not far behind, and immediately bombarded the entrance of the punishing heaven realm with the infinite god channel. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The defenders at the entrance suddenly shouted. They fully mobilized the spirit treasures to form a formation to defend against external attacks. Ha ha ha, although these guys have a lot of spiritual treasures, they seem to be bluffing, but they are low level and can't exert their power at all. So many spirit treasures are also a great wealth. This heaven-punishing realm is really a great treasure. Originally, the disciples of the heaven-punishing realm brought an army of hundreds of thousands of spirit treasures to the entrance to form a defensive formation. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual treasures, the precious light soaring to the sky, the momentum looks extremely amazing. Advertisements of these quasi-sages didn't dare to make a move easily. But now as soon as the fight started, these quasi-sages immediately found out the truth. Although these disciples with Lingbao claim to be able to compete with the quasi-sage in 2 tricks. But it's just a primary quasi-sage who has just broken through. The more than 100 quasi-sages who came to participate in the siege were all seasoned and ruthless masters who had made breakthroughs in the Great War. It is not comparable to the young children who have just broken through. On the side of the heaven-punishing realm, although there are many spirit treasures and formations, these spirit treasures are too mixed and unsystematic. These mixed spirit treasure powers cannot be twisted together at all, and they even conflict with each other to offset each other. There is no way. These spirit treasures are the scrap products of Subai's refining innate spirit treasures, and they are just used for waste. It is not a complete set of magic weapons specially refined for large-scale wars. It can be integrated with formations and complement each other in power to achieve the effect that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The current situation is that these messy spirit treasures gather together and fight each other. It's just looking bluffing. As soon as they found out the true reality of Zhudian realm, these quasi-sages were immediately excited, and they threw out supernatural powers and spells without money, and the defenders retreated steadily. They won't be able to keep it. Increase your strength and defeat them in one go. The entrance of punishing heaven realm is a huge hole thousands of miles away. The defenders stand at the entrance and the defenders attack. Open black lens bracket. However, under the fierce offensive, these defenders are slowly retreating into the hollow. Once they retreat too much and let those quasi-sages attack and kill in the heaven-punishing realm, it will be over. Headmaster, what are you doing? If you don't make a move, the heaven-punishment realm will be finished. All the guarding disciples were struggling to resist, while praying to Subai in their hearts. Advertisement at this time, everyone heard 10 sword cries at the same time, regardless of whether they were inside or outside the world. In the Palace of Punishment, chaotic air permeated the air, and the Tao fire in the Chankin cauldron had been transformed 129,600 times. Chaos does not remember the years. Subai's refinement has passed more than 10,000 yuanhui. However, Subai has already grasped its structure after observing and analyzing the god-killing spear. It can be said that it is handy to re-refine the Tianju sword this time. Punishing Heaven Realm has changed from a blood-sucking mosquito to a meat-eating beast. The original Tianju sword is the result of Subai's experiment to complete the creation Green Lotus. An ordinary sword rose slowly from the Chankin cauldron. The entire space of the heaven-killing realm, as if it had taken a dose of great tonic, squirmed and expanded wildly, and changed 1,000 times in the blink of an eye. And the resources it needs for expansion are all grabbed from the prehistoric world. Subai picked up the new heaven-punishing sword and summoned the Chankin Ding and the 5 elements flag. Now finally came the critical moment. After all, the test product is a test product, and it can't compare with the real creation Green Lotus rhizome of the god-killing spear. Suddenly a sword sound spread throughout the heavenly execution realm. If the heaven-killing realm used to be just mosquitoes sucking blood for the prehistoric world, now it is already eating meat. And it is still expanding rapidly. So in the collision with the god-killing spear, it was completely annihilated. Another heaven-punishing sword. The 3 treasures merged into one, and suddenly the void vibrated. The refined Tianju Sword 5.3 is also flawless and can be used as the root of the creation Green Lotus. This is the promotion of the world. 204A sword that cuts the sky has blood 1. In the heaven-punishing realm, those disciples of the peak Tai Golden Immortals are struggling to resist the attack. But after all, their realm is insufficient, facing a big gap in realm, they are gradually unable to do what they want. However, with the sound of the Tianju sword, the world was promoted. They suddenly felt inside their bodies, as if some shackles had been broken. The originally stagnant supernatural power began to grow endlessly. Some disciples have already reached the threshold of quasi-sages. The other disciples have also benefited greatly, and they have been promoted one after another, their realm has been improved, and their supernatural powers have increased. Those quasi-sage powerhouses who besieged the heaven-killing realm suddenly felt that their counterattack was many times stronger. Caught off guard, he was directly blasted hundreds of millions of miles away. Several weaker quasi-sages were even killed directly. These 19 disciples were rejected by the prehistoric world, unable to gain insights from the prehistoric world and obtain resource promotion. But since Hong Huang Tian Dao didn't give it to him, Subai went to grab it. These disciples can't get resources, Subai doesn't care at all. How can a mere tens of thousands of Tai Jingxian disciples compare to the appetite of a world? The currently expanding heaven-killing realm instantly draws resources from the prehistoric world, hundreds of millions of times that of a Tai Golden Immortal. Most of these resources are digested by the world itself and used to enhance the essence. A little bit of leakage is enough for these disciples to benefit endlessly. It's the head teacher has made a move. Ah, my bottleneck is loose, this is the realm of quasi-sage. I never thought I would have the opportunity to touch this realm. Great, the head teacher has nothing to do, he's out. All the disciples were excited, and their strength increased greatly. The sense of crisis like the doomsday disappeared completely, and it was replaced by incomparable self-confidence. Because Subai made a move. Not good, what happened? Is this a trap for the heaven-punishing realm? Advertisement. Those quasi-sages who were blasted out for hundreds of millions of miles were shocked. Unexpectedly, the seemingly weak prey suddenly showed fangs and bit back. Just as these quasi-sages were wondering, a voice resounded through the world. I have a sword that can kill heaven. A seemingly ordinary iron sword protruded from the void, lightly slashed at the void, and then disappeared. Those quasi-sages were at a loss, not knowing what was going on. But they soon discovered something was wrong. The whole world was divided into two halves. So I'm already dead. The quasi-sages who were split into two pieces had one last thought in their minds. Then they can no longer think about anything. The huge power in these quasi-holy bodies could no longer be controlled, and burst out instantly, forming a huge fireball. It's like fireworks one by one, celebrating Subai's exit. But Subai's sword not only killed more than 100 quasi-sages. Killing the quasi-sage was just incidental, his sword was aimed at the way of heaven. I saw a big crack in the prehistoric blue sky, and the crack was pitch black. From this pitch black crack, a bright red liquid slowly flowed out. It looked like blood. This is the way of heaven was cut. Hidden in the dark, there are still several tyrannical people who are paying attention to this battle. They are the sacred ancestor of Yin and Yang, the sacred ancestor of Chang'an, immortal Yang Mei, demon god of ours. These existences are either the chaos demon god who survived before the creation of the world, or the innate god demon who transformed with Hongjun. Noble in birth, strong in strength, all of them are strong in the Sage series. However, these beings couldn't help but be startled when they saw Subai's heaven-severing sword. Advertisement: the way of heaven is everywhere and without a trace. Can't touch, can't attack, absolutely invincible. Many guys who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth keep saying that they want to defy the sky. In fact, they don't even know what the way of heaven is, and they can't even touch a hair of the way of heaven. The so-called heaven-defying person, Tiandao, doesn't bother with it at all. But Subai, today, cut Tiandao with his sword across the sky. This is truly against the sky, and it shocked these strong men greatly. How strong is this Subai? Heavenly demons from outside the territory are not bound by the way of heaven here, which is really enviable. These strong people talked about it. Subai, who cut out this sword, has already sealed the entrance of 393 Punishing Heaven Realm, cutting off the site of exploration. Today's Heaven Punishing Realm is already able to breed quasi-sages, and there is no need to keep it open at any time. However, it does not mean that the Heaven Punishing Realm is completely closed and self-sufficient from now on. Those disciples still need to travel to the wilderness. At this moment, from the perspective of the Tao of Heaven, the engulfment and expansion of the Heaven-killing realm follow certain trajectories. After a little calculation by Tiandao, he discovered that these trajectories were the footprints of those disciples from the Tianju realm who once lived in the prehistoric world. Tiandao immediately realized that he was cheated by Subai. At the beginning, Subai opened the Heaven-killing realm and sent all his disciples to travel in the wild. On the surface, the reason is to make these disciples feel golden and break through the realm. So Tiandao secretly rejected these disciples, so that they couldn't realize it, and they couldn't make an inch of it even if they were 10,000 yuan. But no one thought of it. In fact, Subai used these disciples to step on the spot in the prehistoric world. Use their footprints to mark the space of the prehistoric world. Prepare for the expansion and devouring of the Tianju realm. 205 Parallel Universe, Infinite Prehistoric. The entrance to Punishing Heaven realm is closed. However, the world did not quiet down, but was very lively. Ha ha ha. I have broken through to the quasi-sage. Me too. Te. One by one, the tyrannical breath rose to the sky. It is the aura that erupts when the quasi-sage breaks through. The Tianju realm is still expanding rapidly, and the resources plundered from the prehistoric world are continuously poured into the bodies of the disciples. With the support of such abundant resources, disciples who break through the realm are like mushrooms after rain. This big breakthrough lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did the expansion of Punishing Heaven realm slow down. At this time, the Heaven Punishing realm had swelled into a colossus with a diameter of trillions of billions of miles. Although compared with the entire Great Desolation, it is still small and pitiful. And after this big breakthrough, there are now more than 300 quasi-sages in the Heaven Punishing realm. More than 20 million Tai Golden Immortals. There are countless other true immortals and profound immortals. The strength of the entire Heaven-killing realm has increased by more than 1,000 times. Not to mention Su Yu, the head teacher, who cut the sky with a sword after leaving the customs, and his strength has improved a lot. At least it is also a saint series. The entire Heaven Punishing realm was filled with joy. The head teacher is really amazing. Have you seen that sword? Killing hundreds of quasi-sages with one sword, the heavens will bleed. Of course I saw it. I admire the head teacher so much. Punishing the Heaven realm, that's what it means. The Tao of Heaven rejects us, and the head teacher will lead us to kill Tao of Heaven. Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian. The shout of Zhu Tian resounded through the world. But different from these excited disciples, after Subai slashed out that sword, he silently retreated into the palace of Punishing Heaven. Advertisement: he has things to do and it's not time to celebrate. Subai looked at the phantom of the creation Xinglian spinning endlessly in front of him, and closed his eyes. The Divine Soul Golden Body art has broken through the second level, and the strength has become stronger again. It's time to try again. Subai said to himself. His figure suddenly faded and became transparent. If you have the great ability to master the power of time and space, you will find that the flow of time around Subai's body is fast and slow. Sububai seems to be jumping in time and space, and is about to leave this time and space. But in the end, Subai's body solidified again. Back to this time and space again. Hey, it still doesn't work. Sububai sighed. He was trying to use the time and space ability just now, to find the parallel universe of the prehistoric world. That's right, look for the parallel universe of the prehistoric world. According to Subai's conjecture, the Dragon Ball world has 3 parallel worlds, and the Catacomb Earth universe has countless parallel universes. The prehistoric world should have it too. In fact, the second set of fragments of the creation Green Lotus in Subai's hands proves the possibility of the existence of other prehistoric worlds. What's more, Sububai had heard the story of the prehistoric world before the Earth crossed. There are many versions of the prehistoric stories he heard. For example, in some stories, Pangu is Hongjun's apprentice, who was ordered to create the world. And in some stories, there is no such character as Hongjun at all. In some other stories, Hongwang's power level is extremely high, and any golden fairy can control infinitely diverse universes. The prehistoric place where Sububai is now is probably the most ordinary one. However, how did the original prehistoric story come down? Sububai didn't know, but it's definitely not the prehistoric one who just opened up the world not long ago. So Sububai first came to this new prehistoric world. I tried to use the power of time and space to find a parallel universe. It's just that the time Sorata in the prehistoric world was too strong. Subai's power of time and space can't penetrate the blockade at all, and find other prehistoric universes. Advertisement at that time, Sububai thought it was because of his lack of strength. But this time Sububai re-smelted the heaven-killing sword. The day when the sword was completed was also the time when the soul and golden body made a breakthrough. At the first level of divine soul golden body art, he was already at the peak of the Holy Spirit. Breaking through the second floor now, the strength can be imagined. Definitely saintly. Unfortunately, it still failed. The power of time and space blockade, with the power of the Saint series, is helpless. Although Sububai is a pity, it is not surprising. In the prehistoric world, Sububai is not the only one who possesses the power of time and space. For example, the time demon god among the 3,000 chaos gods and demons controls the way of time. If the saint has the strength, he can break through the time and space blockade of the prehistoric world and find the parallel universe. It is estimated that Hongjun has already done it. That is to go beyond the way of heaven. God, oh God, I don't have to be your enemy. If after surpassing the way of heaven, you still cannot break through the blockade and find the parallel time and space of the prehistoric world. This is also the reason why Sububai has been aiming at the Tao of Heaven, and even founded the heaven-killing realm. Then Sububai had no choice but to give up. Therefore, if Sububai wants to achieve his goal, he first needs to find a parallel universe in the prehistoric world. How is it possible to have a solution to the parallel universe problem? The way of heaven should be the strongest force in the prehistoric world. You must have the strongest power that surpasses the entire prehistoric world. However, if my guess is correct, I want to break through the time-space blockade and find the infinite parallel time-space of the prehistoric world. But Sububai soon found out. In fact, the purpose of Sububai coming to Hongwang is to find a solution to the problem of absorbing fusion when the same body from another world meets. So Sububai guessed that if he could surpass the way of heaven, Zhao Qianzhao can break through the blockade of time and space, and find the infinite parallel time and space of the prehistoric world. Of course, this is just theory. This prehistoric world can't even find a parallel universe. He thought that the infinite magical powers in the prehistoric world should have a solution to this problem. Except for the avenue in the dark. 206 The end of the demon ancestor Rahu. In fact, there is another reason why Sububai aimed at the prehistoric world. That is the way of heaven in the prehistoric world. It is really annoying. Every once in a while, a catastrophe will be launched. Let the whole prehistoric life suffer, in order to devour the spiritual wisdom of living beings and improve oneself. Treat hundreds of millions of living beings as food. This made Sububai very uncomfortable. Even if Subai's conditional transformation is not in order to find a parallel prehistoric world, he still has to add obstacles to the way of heaven. In the prehistoric world, because Tiandao was stimulated by Subai's threat, he let go of some restrictions, leading to the emergence of a large number of quasi-sages. These newborn quasi-sages will be tempted by the merits of heaven and become enemies with Subai's heaven Zushan realm. At the same time, after these quasi-sages died in the prehistoric war, the soul will belong to the way of heaven and will become his food. Help him to perfect himself. Because of the joining of these quasi-sages, the prehistoric war became more cruel. And Tiandao absorbed the nutrition of the Great War and matured rapidly. The way of heaven is different from any living being. He was born with a full 133 primordial powers, which can be said to be the strongest. It's a pity that he can't fully control such a powerful force. This is also the sorrow of heaven. The entire Great Desolation is like a big egg, pregnant with the creature of heavenly Tao. As long as the way of heaven is conceived and matured, it will break out of its shell and completely control the power of the entire prehistoric world. In his eyes, the so-called saints are nothing more than ants, who can be easily crushed to death. It is a pity that this kind of gestation may not end for billions of kalpas. Tiandao may never mature the day. Advertisement destined to be a tragedy. So in order to mature as soon as possible, Tiandao came up with a way. That is, every once in a while, the killing and robbery will be launched. Let countless living beings die and be absorbed by him. The wisdom and spirituality of countless creatures are absorbed by the way of heaven. It can accelerate, BJ, his maturity and further control the power of the prehistoric. The previous catastrophe of fierce beasts, this time the catastrophe of dragons and phoenixes. It was all because of this purpose that they were provoked by the secret influence of heaven on the living beings, of Luo Hu is just a chess piece for Tiandao to provoke the killing. But now, this pawn has gotten a little out of control. Because it is the same as heaven. The demon ancestor Luo Hu, who became enlightened by killing, also became stronger in the killing of the Great War. It's so strong that heaven can't control it. We can't wait any longer. If Rahu is not eliminated for a day, the Great War will not end. We must join forces to attack Mount Sumeru and eliminate this evil. In the Zishao Palace, Hongjunjung, Immortal Yangmei, Yin-Yang Sacred Ancestor, Shankan Sect Leader, etc. exist tyrannically, discussing to besiege the demon ancestor Luo Hu. The Great Desolate War has been fought for so long, and all ethnic groups can't stand it anymore. This is also the meaning of heaven. Luo Hu grew up so fast that heaven feared him. In time, there will be another Sububai. Moreover, too many creatures died in this battle, because Tao needs to digest it. The war needs to stop. So Rahu had to die. Time flies by. Another meeting. On Mount Sumeru, the base camp of the demons. Mozu Luohu, your end is here. Advertisement headed by Hongjun, Yangmei, Yin-Yang, and Shenkin. The four same-level powerhouses, leading more than 100,000 quasi-sages, are besieging the Zuxian sword formation. The four sages each attacked one side of the formation. Although it is known as the first killing formation, the Zuxian sword formation is also in danger. Inside the immortal execution sword formation, demon ancestor Luohu sits on top of the 12th ranked Black Lotus. The god-killing spear rested on his knees, motionless. Completely ignore the calls outside. Is this another prehistoric power? Heaven-killing power, it's amazing. It's a pity, I don't have enough time. On the tip of Black's god-killing spear, there is actually a little silvery white. That was the trace left when he collided with Subai's Tianju sword. Back then when Subai came to ask Luo Hu about a style of swordsmanship, it was actually an exchange. Luo Hu gave Subai information about the god-killing spear so that he could reforge the heaven-killing sword. And Subai gave Luo Hu a little bit of the spirit of Zhu Tianjin. Let Luo Hu see the power of another prehistoric universe. Rahu had great ambitions, he also wants to transcend the way of heaven. So he chose to kill and become enlightened, trying to bypass the way of heaven, and finally surpass the way of heaven. Get rid of this inherent bondage. In a sense, he is Subai's kindred spirit. It's a pity that he, who was born and raised in the prehistoric world, is doomed to fail to achieve his goal. After all, he himself is under the tolerance of heaven. How could it be possible to surpass the Tao of heaven? Unless he can have the opportunity to get another prehistoric power. Subai admired him, so he gave him such a chance. But it was too late after all. Before the great success was accomplished, the army brought by Hongjun had already arrived. There is no time. Luo Hu stood up, holding the god-killing spear in his hand, and stabbed the sky. 207 Rahu's backhand after all, demon ancestor Luo Hu is a tyrannical figure who kills and proves the Tao. How can an ordinary character get close to him? The quasi-sage is not enough to watch. But no matter how powerful Luo Hu is, this time facing the 100,000 quasi-sages and the four great sages, he will definitely not be able to escape from Mount Sumeru. Seeing that the Zuxian sword formation was in danger, Luo Hu did not change his face, but instead turned his gaze to the sky, where was the already closed Zushan realm. Using the information of my god-killing spear, you are already far stronger than me with a sword that cuts the sky. Today, I will use your original breath to kill a clear path. Luo Hu murmured to himself, and then slowly closed his eyes, all the terrifying murderous aura around him subsided. At the same time that Luo Hu closed his eyes, the four magic Luos who controlled the four swords of Jade Immortal, Wuxin, Wushang, Lawless, and Wushan, all felt the agitation and boiling of demon energy. Something's wrong. The demonic energy is rioting, I'm afraid it's something wrong with Master Luo Hu. Wushang said solemnly, with cold sweat dripping from his head, obviously, it is extremely difficult for the four magic Luos to be distracted and talk in the face of a saint rushing into the battle. Don't worry, with Master Luo Hu's strength, there is absolutely no possibility of accidents before the four great sages break in. Maybe there is some breakthrough. Wuxin was also swaying profusely, with a serious look on her face, but she didn't have the slightest fear. When the other two were about to agree with Wuxin's words, the demonic energy on the four of them erupted again. This time, there was a crisp sword sound, and the four swords of Zhu Xian blazed brightly. Amidst the roar, the four demons only felt that the pressure on their bodies was lightened, and the power of the Jade Immortal sword formation actually increased by 3 points again, and these were obviously from the increase in magic energy. This also shows one thing, that is, Luo Hu's strength is still growing. Inside the Immortal Execution sword formation, advertisement. The four saints Hongjun, Yangmei, Yin-Yang, and Shankan have already killed all the way to the position close to the eye of the formation, and they are only 100 meters away from the four major demons. Who would have thought that there would be a sudden eruption of terrifying demonic energy on Mount Sumeru? Then there was a sound of swords, and the endless killing spirit swept from the prehistoric, gathered towards the top of Mount Sumeru, and a portal appeared directly in front of the middle saint. This portal leads to the top of Mount Sumeru. Such a style, except for Luo Hu, no one in the prehistoric world has such a style. This. Do you want to learn from Sububai and cut the sky with a sword? Impossible? Hong Jun was the first to see Luo Hu's purpose, and with a cold snort in his heart, he stepped into the portal without the slightest hesitation and reached the top of Mount Sumeru. Since Luo Wei was arrogant and wanted to take advantage of the murderous aura of tens of millions of annual meetings in the prehistoric world to deal with the four sages and the Tao of Heaven together, Hong Jun was naturally willing to skip the Zuxian sword formation and directly confront Luo Sui. Rahu is too arrogant. Without the Zuxian sword formation as a foundation, it is a dream to kill us with the murderous aura of tens of thousands of years. Hong Jun had just arrived at the top of Mount Sumeru, and the next moment there was a familiar voice, whether it was the saint of Chenkin or someone else, and then the two saints Yang Mei and Yin Yang also came to the top of the mountain. As saints, everyone's vision is not low, and they came together at this time, determined to solve the big trouble of Luo Hu with one effort. There is nothing to be afraid of when the four saints join forces. Call. A slight breathing sound came, interrupting the conversation of the four saints. A black lotus descended slowly from midair, and Luo Hu was sitting cross-legged on it. Advertisement asked for flowers. At this time, he had already opened his eyes, and all the terrifying and murderous aura that swept across the wilderness had been fully captured by him. At this time, Luo Hu's whole body seemed calm, but it was the depression before the storm. Once it broke out, the storm would slant out. Just take out your whole cards, this sword, you can't catch it, and it can't catch it either. Luo Hu said without any expression. When he mentioned it, he didn't even lift his head. The four sages naturally knew that they were referring to the way of heaven. From the beginning to the end, they never underestimated Luo Hu. At this time, they would not hold back their hands when they heard the words, but Hong Jun took out the jade plate of good fortune and poured all his mana into it. The three sages Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qian Kun also took out their own talismans and poured them with mana to protect them. Seeing this, Luo Hu didn't say anything more, but just gave Hong Jun a cold look at the jade plate of good fortune, and then walked off from the 12th rank Mishilian. Afterwards, the 12th rank Mishilian turned into a gleam of light and escaped into the god-killing spear. Looking at Luo Hu's actions, although the four saints had already determined the outcome of this battle, they still couldn't help being shocked when they saw Luo Hu pouring power into the god-killing spear little by little. After all, this is the only innate killing treasure in the world. No one can shake its edge, it is a real magic weapon. Since you want to kill me, even if you know it will end like this, I will make you cut off another arm. If you live and kill like me, you will destroy the prehistoric world forever, Chong Yi. At the end, Luo Hu yelled loudly, and since his figure began to drift away, it turned into a ray of extreme blood, and escaped into Wei Shenchang Sea. Without the body of this demon ancestor, the terrifying murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire Mount Sumeru. 208 Rahu falls. The endless murderous aura erupted and then absorbed in the gun, which seemed to be a cycle. Seeing this, the expressions of the four saints changed drastically, and they tried to withdraw from Mount Sumeru. However, these have already been calculated by Luo Hu. When he closed his eyes, Mount Sumeru had become a dead place that only allowed to enter and not allowed to exit. With the Zuxian sword formation as the foundation, it became a small world of fusion between one party and the other. Without the order of the world Lord Luo Hu, even the four Hong Jun, who are also saints, can only be trapped in it. In desperation, the four sages had no choice but to muster all their energy to deal with the impending shot. However, after a while, there was still no movement from the god-killing spear. 093. The four saints opened their eyes again, and their spiritual thoughts covered the entire Mount Sumeru in an instant, and the faces of the four became gloomy at the same time. Under Luo Hu's arrangement, the Zuxian sword formation at this time became a real killing formation, and the terrifying murderous aura enveloping Mount Sumeru was naturally not to deal with the four saints. The existence of murderous intent was prepared to subvert the sanity of those 100,000 quasi-sages and make them kill each other. When the four saints Hong Jun reacted, only half of the 100,000 quasi-sages were left, and even the remaining half of the quasi-sages may not be able to survive. Don't forget, these quasi-sages are still in the Zuxian sword formation at this time. There is no doubt that the four saints were completely calculated by Luo Hu this time. For Luo Hu, their cognition still stays on the demon ancestor who proved his way by killing. Who would have thought that such a ruthless person would have such a scheming? Even if it is a fatal kill, it still brings such backlash. Before the four saints could react, the god-killing spear suddenly rioted at this moment, and the murderous aura all over the mountains and plains suddenly stagnated, and then gathered into the god-killing spear. Advertisement at this moment, the power of the innate killing treasure was undoubtedly revealed. Black's light completely enveloped the four saints, and then, the god-killing spear stabbed out without the slightest pause. Immediately afterwards, there was a light and shadow that penetrated the four fields and illuminated the prehistoric world. There was no stalemate. The moment this shot appeared, the great chaos supreme treasure and the three innate spiritual treasures were all defeated, and a tiny hole appeared in the middle of them. Then came the four saints. Even with the physical bodies of the four of Hongjun who had experienced countless kalpas, they couldn't stop the power of a single shot, and they were directly pierced through, leaving a transparent scar. But this shot is limited to this. Even if Luo Hu sacrifices himself, he can't really kill the four saints. Breaking the magic weapon defense of the four people and injuring their bodies caused the four of Hongjun to suffer backlash, making them unable to move for a short period of time. Of course, in addition to this, there is another point, that is, his main target is not these four saints, but the heavenly Tao that forced him to a dead end. After passing through the four sages, Luo Hu still had 3/4 of his sacrifice power left, but at this time he headed towards the prehistoric sky without reservation. However, Luo Hu also had his own thoughts, and even threw the god-killing spear into the heaven-punishing realm at the last moment, obviously to pull Sububai into the opposite of the Tao of Heaven. Within the heaven-punishment realm, even if the gun light has dissipated, the terrifying aura of killing still remains in it. It is the wound caused by the Tao of killing. It is more difficult to heal than Subai's sword. That is, the whole prehistoric land seemed to be torn apart, and the gun light actually forcibly ended the pitch-black sky. But this couldn't stop the dazzling gun light from continuing to shoot out, and at this moment, the eyes of all the immortals in the prehistoric world have all focused on this conspicuous killing god spear. Advertisement looking along the scarlet liquid, there is a crack in the sky where the spear pierced before. Although it is far inferior to Subai's sword, this spear is more powerful than Subai's. Because the connection with Hong 3.6 Huang has not been completely cut off, Sububai has also sensed the killing situation arranged by the heavenly Tao long ago, and there is nothing he can do about Luo Hu's situation at present. Just when Hong Huang was shocked, TNY was far more excited than Hong Huang. The vision of heaven and earth lasted for 3 breaths before it ended, and the pitch-black color was ended by the gun light. All the immortals had only one feeling at that time. At this moment, the vision disappeared, the spear light disappeared, and the god-killing spear disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. As the owner of the Tao of slaying, Luo Hu's sacrifice is naturally no small matter. The damage caused by this shot may have hurt the foundation of the way of heaven. The hour that was originally in full swing, turned into pitch black at this moment, as if the end was approaching. After rising to a certain height, the god-killing spear stopped slowly and could no longer move forward to share. Just when the immortals were about to withdraw their attention, Red's liquid dropped from the sky again. Who knew that Luo Hu would have such a strong heart? He suddenly chose to sacrifice the spear with his body, and went straight to the Tao. Sububai could only watch Luo Hu's struggle from the sidelines. Even for the quasi-sage, he couldn't see the surrounding scene at this moment, only gun light in the sky was visible, with a bloody color, moving forward indomitably. The pitch-black gun light continued to charge upwards with a tinge of blood. Suddenly, there was a terrifying scream in Hongwang, which caused a vision to appear in Hongwang. 209 Refining the god-killing spear. Now that Luo Hu is dead, even the Tao of Heaven can't ignore that unknown god-killing spear. Based on deliberate calculations, it will definitely be traced to the heaven-killing realm. Sububai also figured it out when he saw the god-killing spear. No matter what the purpose was, Luo Hu had already pulled him into the opposite side of the heaven, and there was only one way left in front of him. That is to take the god-killing spear and confront the heavenly Tao. This is Luo Hu's method. Even if he dies, it still brings troubles to both parties of the same level or even stronger. This demon ancestor is also a strange person, it's just a pity. Sububai shook his head, and after getting rid of distracting thoughts in his mind, he began to think about the following things. With a wave of his right hand, the god-killing gun flew into Subai's hand, and the remaining murderous aura erupted in an instant. The terrifying aura of the avenue directly disturbed the situation in the heaven-punishing realm, causing the sky to change, and black clouds and mist slowly emerged, and finally condensed into a long dragon. The black cloud dragon hissed and roared, and rushed straight to Sububai, engulfed by the 4 laws of earth, fire, water, and wind, as if he wanted to raise the heavenly execution hall to the ground. Good trick. Is this your way? Su accepts it. Just when many beast disciples in the heaven-punishing realm were worried, Sububai laughed out loud, flicked his sleeves, and a sword light appeared immediately. The cultivators in the heaven-punishing realm didn't expect the black dragon to be killed, but was swallowed by the sword light, and then escaped into Subai's sleeve robe. At this point, the god-killing spear also became quiet. There was no trace of aura left in the gun body, it was as pure as a newborn. Advertisement. These are the last pieces of information left by Luo Hu. Such a shot can only delay the practice of the 10,000 yuan society of the heavenly Tao. That's all, it's just recasting the god-killing spear, and there is enough time. Back in the Hall of Punishment, Sububai immediately closed the hall, took out the Chenkin cauldron, and started refining the god-killing spear. In terms of attack alone, the quality of the god-killing spear has reached the extreme. After all, it is the #1 innate killing treasure in the prehistoric world. These 10 points are unmatched by other magic weapons. However, when he came into contact with the god-killing spear, Sububai received a lot of information from it. It has to be said that although Luo Hu played a trick in dealing with the heavenly Tao, he had no understanding of the god-killing gun at all. Leave. Rahu himself pointed out all the advantages and disadvantages of the god-killing spear, and even recorded everything that happened when he swung the last shot with it. And these information can be preserved, all thanks to the 12th rank exterminating Black Lotus, which hid a trace of Luo Hu's soul. This breath of soul was regarded as Luo Hu's entrustment to Sububai. There are only two purposes for Sububai to recast the god-killing spear this time. First, to separate the 12th grade Mishi Hylian from the god-killing spear. The back and forth changes of a shape. After all, the Chuangshi Qinglian in Subai's hands is not 100% authentic, and many parts of it are just smelted imitations and substitutes. Compared with the various parts of the real Chuangshi Qinglian, it is natural that the effect of the genuine product is better. So once Sububai finishes recasting the god-killing spear, the strength of the heaven-killing realm will rise to a higher level. The recasting process was also lengthy. After all, this god-killing spear was sacrificed by Luohu's blood. If one were to extract the 12th rank world-mettering Black Lotus, one carelessness would damage the root of the god-killing spear. As an innate treasure of killing and cutting, the power of the god-killing spear lies in its self-contained origin, so we have to be extra careful. The so-called practice has no time, let alone such a complicated process as refining weapons. Advertisement in the blink of an eye, the time of thousands of dollars will pass. Inside the Palace of Execution of Heaven, rise. Sububai let out a low cry, waved his sleeve robe, and a stream of pure black sword energy flew out towards Chang'an Ding. Almost at the same time as he drank, a black shadow flew out of the Chang'an cauldron, and that pure black sword energy flew into the cauldron. Looking carefully, in the chaotic light in the Chang'an cauldron, a gun shadow was still blowing the dust, and the black sword energy was not able to stir up any waves in it, and was directly swallowed by the gun shadow. Looking at Subai's side again, a black lotus platform is emitting a dark purple light, floating slowly, 707. Undoubtedly, he successfully extracted the 12th grade world exterminating Black Lotus, but in exchange for avoiding the loss of the origin of the god-killing spear, Sububai could only put back the Tao of Slaughter that was previously hidden in the spear. With the completion of the Tao of Slaughter, in the chaotic light of the Chang'an cauldron, the shape of the god-killing spear finally began to change, turning into roots. The next step is to re-sacrifice. Sububai whispered and waved his big hand. 5 treasures gathered together, the Chang'an Ding, the 5 Elements banner, the Tianju sword, the 12-rank misering Black Lotus, and the god-killing spear inside the Chang'an Ding. The 5 treasures are 1, and 2 of them are the existence that came off from the creation chrysanthemum lotus, which makes the creation chrysanthemum lotus in Subai's hands more perfect. The void in the heaven-punishing realm vibrated again, and the violent roar spread throughout the heaven-punishing realm. This time the improvement was even more astonishing than the last time, and it had expanded by more than 10 times. These extra resources are naturally plundered from the prehistoric. 210 Heavenly Way, Wrath, fierce fighting this time. The expansion of the Heaven Zoo realm was completely out of the scope of small fights, just like 2 fierce beasts fighting. The Heaven Zoo realm ruthlessly tore a piece of flesh from Hong Huang's body. Also at the same time, the color of the prehistoric sky changed instantly, and the whole sky began to darken, with thunder and lightning, thick clouds rolling, and the energy of the whole world locked on the Tianju realm. This time, Subai really angered Hong Huang Tian Dao. Without the slightest hesitation, in the blink of an eye, 9 streaks of red lightning struck down, turning into a long dragon, tearing apart the seal of the heaven-punishing realm fiercely. Because Subai didn't completely seal off the heaven-killing realm, under the 9 red thunders, the entrance was easily torn open, and endless evil spirits poured into the heaven-killing realm. Under the thunder, all the prehistoric people heard a voice in their hearts. The prehistoric immortals, the people of the heavenly Tao, and the alien races in the Heaven Zoo world devour my origin and invade my avenue. From now on, all the immortals in the prehistoric world should do everything possible to crusade against the alien races. Take 100 heads of quasi-sages from different races, and reward 10 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. Take 100 heads of alien race Tai, and reward 10 pieces of acquired treasures. Hearing such a generous reward, the whole prehistoric world boiled instantly, especially those loose immortals who usually had no family and no sect gathered outside the heaven-punishing realm immediately. Although the rewards are generous, the immortals are not stupid enough to single-handedly go to the heaven-punishing realm to kill the enemy. Anyway, the Lord Subai of the punishing heaven realm is also a saint level who can cut down the Tao of heaven. It is better to form an army before rushing forward. It is better to go in groups than to kill the enemy alone. But at this time, those who are excited to form a team in the prehistoric are those below the quasi-sage level, and even many Da Luo Jingshans have not moved. They are all under the sage's sect, and they have received another news, that is, Tiandao will use the power of the prehistoric sect to construct a physical body, and personally lead them to attack the heaven-killing realm. Advertisement at that time, they will have more generous rewards, which are far beyond what some magic weapons can match. Within the heaven punishment realm, as early as when Tiandao broke through the entrance, Subai had already understood Tiandao's intention. There is no doubt that this time's bud break has shaken the foundation of Tiandao. Even if these are only 5% of Tiandao, it is enough to make Tiandao fearful. This time the prehistoric crusade was also expected by Subai, but Tiandao was too impatient after all. He had already forgotten the pain of the previous sword. For this breakthrough, Subai still had enough strength, at least he could cut out the previous 2 swords. The disciples of the Tianju realm listened to the order. From today on, I will no longer close the Tianju realm. The wild barbarians have offended me several times. If I don't kill me today, how can I rule the roost? A disciple of the quasi-sage realm, whoever encounters the great Luo Jingshan in the prehistoric realm, will be killed, and a disciple of the Deluo realm will be killed if he encounters the Tai Zhongshan. Starting today, we will officially start the war between the heaven and the prehistoric world. Sububai said slowly, and then took out the brand new heaven-punishing sword. There was another sword cry, and the bottlenecks of many disciples in the heaven-punishing realm began to loosen. At the same time, almost inexhaustible treasures of heaven and earth appeared in the heaven-punishing realm. After finishing these, Sububai took back the punishing heaven sword, returned to the punishing heaven hall, and sat down cross-legged. Not long after, a clone emerged from the main body, took out the god-killing spear, and slowly stepped out of the heaven-punishing hall, heading straight for the entrance of the heaven-punishing realm. This time the war seemed extremely dangerous, but it was actually an opportunity for Sububai. Advertisement: all the immortals in the prehistoric world have the imprint of the Tao of Heaven, and the Tao of Heaven's move is undoubtedly to use the power of the heaven-killing realm to start another catastrophe to recover from their injuries. Why didn't he take advantage of this opportunity to collect the imprints of the primordial way and intensify the plundering of the prehistoric source? Since the two are already at odds, Sububai doesn't intend to hold back anything. Judging from the performance of Chuangshi Qinglian in his hand, there must be a parallel world in the prehistoric world, so the existence of the first prehistoric world is irrelevant. However, in order to avoid being noticed by the Tao of Heaven, Subai's avatar this time only has the strength of the Da Luo Jingxian. According to observations, there will be no surprises in the 10th wave of this war, even the landlords behind. Coupled with the killing treasures such as holding a god-killing gun, it is like chopping melons and vegetables before the saint makes a move. When Sububai, the avatar, arrived, the entrance to the heaven punishment realm was already filled with blood. It's a pity that the realm is too low, and there are only thousands of Da Luo Jingxian sitting in the town, and there is no threat at all. The entrance to Zushan realm is also just the flesh and blood of Hongwangsan, okay, immortals. The quasi-sage disciples in the heaven punishment realm were quite particular, and they didn't make easy moves, but Sububai, who was Da Luo, couldn't control these things, and after rushing to the entrance, he directly rushed into the Sanxian enemy formation. In Subai's hands, a god-killing spear was like a long dragon, and it instantly picked up dozens of people in the formation, and the terrifying murderous aura erupted like a tidal wave, shattering the bodies of hundreds of scattered immortals nearby. The people on the prehistoric side naturally turned pale with panic, and after seeing Subai's strength, they didn't hold back anymore. Thousands of great Luo Jingxians shot at the same time, and their targets were all the god-killing guns. Facing the attack like a wave, Sububai didn't change his face. He swung his spear, murderous like a dragon, and headed straight for the 1000 Da Luo Jingxian. 211 Born Saint, punish heaven? Subai's spear took advantage of Luohu's essence, its terrifying murderous aura, and transformed into a long dragon into the battle, diffusing thousands of Luo Jingxian's attacks with a single swipe of its tail. But after all, this avatar only has the strength of Da Luo Jingxian, and it is impossible to fight endlessly. Under the confrontation between the two sides, no one can do anything about it. How can this not frighten the many Sanjins in the prehistoric world? At this time, seeing that Sububai was exhausted and the general situation was over, they made another attack one after another, intending to put him to death alone and grab the god-killing spear. Tianzu Tian disciple listens to the order, and protects me as the chief of the Tianzu world. Seeing that Subai's avatar was in danger, the quasi-sage in Zushan realm couldn't hold back his temper, and shouted loudly at this moment, which slowed down the attack of the great Luo Jingxian. Many great Luo Jingxians in the heaven-killing realm swarmed up, took the opportunity to interrupt the prehistoric offensive, and escorted Sububai back into the heaven-killing realm. Because many sects in the prehistoric 530 did not take any action, it was quite easy for the side in the Jade Heaven realm. In addition, Sububai held the innate killing treasure, and the prehistoric army was unexpectedly stuck in front of the entrance of the Jade Heaven realm. Without the intervention of big shots, Hongwang's grand plan to attack the Zushan realm became a joke, and the Sanjins also began to show up without any effort, and fought a tug-of-war with the Zuji realm. This stalemate means that hundreds of yuan will pass, and many Sanjins whose lifespan is approaching have already sat down in place. The new generation of the prehistoric generation replaced the old ones, and many famous juniors joined the battlefield. After the 500 yuan meeting, Zi Shaogong, Hongjun, Yangmei, Yin-Yang, and Shankan are sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall, occupying a corner respectively, corresponding to the 4 original laws of earth, fire, water, and wind. Advertisement. And in the middle of Zishao Palace, a figure full of purple was sitting cross-legged, with a pale golden light emitting from his whole body, but he couldn't see how he was dressed. Others don't know, but these 4 sages know that the figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of Zishao Palace is the incarnation of God's will, claiming to be the Son of Heaven. Just a face-to-face meeting, the 4 of them were shocked by the way of the Emperor, and finally chose to surrender. Since the war with the heaven-killing realm, the 5 of them have been in Zishao Palace. The 4 sages use the earth, fire, water, and wind as sources to build a large formation, and the Emperor provides primordial purple air to create a physical body for himself. According to calculations, today is the day when the Son of Heaven completes his physical body and leaves the customs to destroy the heavenly punishment realm. While Hongjun was still thinking, a vision suddenly appeared outside Zishao Palace, and a huge auspicious cloud of merit and virtue came from thousands of miles, approaching the top of Zishao Palace. Afterwards, the Zishao Palace shot out 10,000 rays of light, instantly expelling the exhaustion from the 4 sages, attuning the confusion of the 4 sages, and loosening the bottleneck of the 4 sages. The glow lasted for a whole stick of incense, and when the dazzling glow dissipated, an unexpected figure appeared in Zishao Palace. The first one to jump up was Saint Hongjun. They looked carefully, and saw the extra figure with sword eyebrows and star eyes, long hair loose, wearing a white robe, holding a long sword, and carrying a spear on his back. Isn't it Sububai, the master of the heaven-killing realm, or who? Don't panic, I'm not Sububai, but the son of heaven, but today I'm out to conquer the heavens. It's BJAB, God's will, not selfishness. Therefore, with this appearance, tell all beings, the barbarians outside the sky can also be educated. The emperor said slowly. The four sages only nodded when they heard the words, and said nothing more. After a long while, Zishao Palace was once again illuminated by golden light, but it was a crusade, the content of which was impassioned, and even the quasi-sages were filled with righteous indignation when they saw it. Advertisement. As soon as this proclamation came out, the prehistoric world was shaken, and many sects also spoke out one after another, but within half a stick of incense, the assembly of millions of immortal troops was completed. Compared with the last time, there is no doubt that this time is Hongwang's real strength, excluding the four guests of Zishaogong, Hongjun, Yangmiao, Yinyang, and Shenkin. There are also 7 disciples under Hongjun's seat: Taisheng Laojun, Yuanshi Tianjun, Tongtian Leader, Jian Taoist, Zunti Taoist, Nuwa Holy Venerable, and Pangu Holy Venerable. There are also Shouyang Mountain Sages, Maid Xuandu, Zishaogong Heoshan Shaodi. There are too many powerful people to enumerate. Zishaogong even declared to the outside world that a born sage was born, came to Zishaogong, got the will of heaven, entered the world of Zutian, and educated the demons outside the sky. Naturally, there is no need for any proof for this statement, because the vision of the Son of Heaven when he was incarnated that day has long been spread throughout the prehistoric world, and it can be said that everyone knows about it. At the same time, within the heaven punishment realm. What a joke! What a natural saint! He is clearly the incarnation of the Tao of Heaven. He has been dormant for so long, so he has gone to recast his body. It is impossible to quickly use this time to repair himself. Sububai sternly shouted, and after dismissing the disciples who came to inform the news, his eyes lit up coldly, and he directly entered the state of retreat. Not long after, in the Hall of Punishment, Sububai himself woke up from the state of cultivation, and within a breath, the avatar turned into a wisp of fresh air and dissipated, and the god-killing spear turned into a wisp of black smoke and escaped into nothingness. That is not the god-killing spear, but the killing avenue in the god-killing spear, and its power is only slightly inferior to the body of the god-killing spear. After the retreat of nearly 1,000 yuan meeting, Sububai collected a large number of imprints of the prehistoric, and if the heavenly Tao wanted to sanction the Tianju realm, it would have to ask him. Moreover, since Tiandao has a physical body, it is natural that he can no longer use the rules of Tiandao to drop divine thunder. 212 innate Tao body, shattered with a sword. There is no doubt that Tiandao is clearly using a strategy of delaying the army, trying to use this mortal body to delay the pace of the heaven-killing realms devouring the prehistoric world. But these are small tricks, and heavenly Tao will inevitably hide other trump cards. Thinking of this, Sububai didn't even bother to hide and argue with Tiandao. Since he wanted to fight, he had to have a good fight. After Sububai left the execution heaven hall, he walked straight to the entrance, and then walked out carelessly. The aura of a saint erupted unreservedly at this moment. The battlefield at the original entrance was instantly emptied, and under the aura of the avenue revealed, the auspicious clouds of prehistoric merits and virtues still manifested and descended on Subai's head. Seeing this scene, he was also completely relieved. Today's Hongwang has entered the mechanized management, and is bound by the rules of the way of heaven, not the will of the way of heaven. Then, naturally, there is no need to worry about the backhands in this aspect of Tiandao. After the aura erupted, Sububai simply sat up cross-legged at the entrance, and the 12th grade miserable black lotus also manifested at this moment, and the purple-black light overflowed automatically, protecting the master. Half a day later, the vision near the entrance of the heaven-killing realm reappeared, with golden lotuses all over the ground, towering 9 heavens, and creatures lying on the ground, as if they were the children of the prehistoric world, favored by the heaven and the earth. Only then did Sububai slowly open his eyes, looking at the place he came from. In front of him, a man with the same appearance as him was walking barefoot, with loose white robes, a long spear on his back, and a long sword in his hand. Ah! Seeing this, Sububai couldn't help but sneered, the aura on his body restrained, and he just looked at the person quietly. Here comes the solitary. Today I will give you a chance to hand over the relics of Rahu and withdraw from the prehistoric world. The Tianju realm can keep disciples below Tai. The emperor said slowly, but his tone was full of non-committal. Is this the physical body you have prepared so hard to prepare? Innate Tao body, born saint. I have to say, it is indeed a good plan, but you should never show up in my appearance. Advertisement, Sububai said slowly, but there was no excitement in his tone, and he was extremely calm. Yeah, try it and you'll know. The Son of Heaven couldn't bear it anymore at this time. His expression darkened instantly, the long sword in his hand stabbed out suddenly, and a majestic purple sword energy went straight towards Sububai. The me you know is still too far behind. Sububai let out a low cry, but his body didn't move. He saw the radiance of the 12th ranked miserable black lotus, which unexpectedly resisted the slashing attack of this sword energy. Get in the way. Seeing that a move was not completed, the Son of Heaven couldn't help cursing in a low voice. The purple energy all over his body restrained instantly, and he rushed straight towards Sububai. Seeing this, The Saints of Hongwang also set off and shot to kill Sububai one after another. However, everyone still underestimated the benefits that Jade Heaven Realm gained from the prehistoric world last time. With Subai's consent, several sage disciples were born in Jade Heaven Realm long ago. I have been hiding it and not reporting it, just for today. I want to catch Hongjun and others by surprise. Compared with the Saints of Hongjun, there are more saints in the Tianju realm, as many as 10 people, but they are all just promoted to the realm of saints. 10 people came down, just enough to stop these saints. Under the echo of the Heaven Punishing Realm, the Heaven Punishing Sword slashed out, and a dazzling sword light appeared, not cutting towards the palm print, but the blue sky above, and the terrifying force of destruction went straight to the sky, covering almost the entire sky second. This situation did not shake the Emperor's mind, but the attack became more severe. The prehistoric sages and the disciples of the Tianju realm didn't know the methods of these two, but they knew that the existing collision was just to collect information. Advertisement, however, the Heaven Punishing Sword in Subai's hands was not a vegetarian, and when the two clashed, it was difficult to tell the winner. Sure enough, after half a yuanli, the Emperor's moves changed again, and he no longer used the imitation gun to fight against Subai. After a stalemate for 3 breaths, Subai also had to get up, and the two retreated 10 miles each. Subai took out the Hongwang Zushan sword, and the Son of Heaven took off the spear from his back and held it in his hand. I saw that the purple energy in his whole body was restrained, and then he waved out a terrifying palm, carrying amazing oppressive force towards Subai to suppress it. Ask for flowers 0. 0 in battles involving the Dao level. In the end, they will rely on their background to determine the outcome with one move. The Tianzi and Subai held palms together, which was actually a competition for understanding of the Dao. A terrifying storm torrent erupted from the two of them, blowing them away thousands of miles away. The spear in the hands of the Son of Heaven is naturally an imitation of the god-killing spear, but it is no less inferior to the real one. After all, it is a creation of heaven, so how could it be worse? At this time, he had already rushed in front of Subai, and with a light palm, he shattered the barrier of the 12th rank Black Lotus, but Subai didn't care at all, and struck out with the same palm. After hitting this palm, the Son of Heaven lost his strength, sat down cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath. Subai groaned in his heart, and the Hongwang Zushan sword in his hand uttered a clear sword sound, which resonated even more in the entire Tianju realm. This purple air palm print is full of tyrannical aura, and it has all the power to destroy the law, and this palm has reached the peak of the heavenly saint level. What I'm waiting for is your palm. The two fought against each other again, and started the most top battle in the prehistoric world. 213 The quantitative calamity pushed in advance. This sudden sword of destruction was beyond everyone's expectations. Under the terrifying power of destruction, Hongjun, Yang Mei and other saints all chose to stop. At this time, the power of destruction is only targeting the high altitude, but if they insist on going their own way, I believe Subai will never be soft-hearted. Faced with the monstrous force of destruction, Chang Rushan's expression trembled, and he couldn't believe what happened before his eyes. In any case, Subai's sword had already been slashed out, and the Emperor was adjusting his breath at this time, so he couldn't stop it with his hands. While everyone's thoughts were changing, time passed in a blink of an eye, and the power of destruction completely exploded at this time. As expected by 270 Subai, this time the sky was cut open again. A long crack spanned almost half of the sky, and scarlet liquid also flowed out of it again. And at the moment when the crack appeared, the aura of the Son of Heaven also produced huge fluctuations. Although the realm did not change during the ups and downs, the previous attack disappeared immediately. Above the sky, the power of destruction has not completely dissipated. Under the power of Subai's sage, the remaining power of the law of destruction has been collected again, ready to go. Tisk tisk, it's really miserable, but I don't know how many swords you can bear. Subai spoke with a hint of sarcasm, but the aura on his body was concentrated again. With the previous sword of destruction as a foreshadowing, no one in the prehistoric world dares to underestimate this devil. Ordinary people like you naturally can't understand Gu's strength. Today I have underestimated you. Next time, I will ask you back with all my profits. The Son of Heaven snorted coldly, got up and was about to leave. Subai knew he couldn't stay, but he wanted to make a show and embarrass him. After all, the will of heaven dared to make a fuss about his appearance. How could Subai not get back some interest? Advertisement. After thinking about it, Subai raised his hand again, but this time it was replaced with the god-killing spear. The remaining destructive power on his body and the fusion of killing power in the god-killing spear pierced out again with a groundbreaking shot. Although it lost the momentum of the previous sword, this shot also changed the color of the prehistoric world, and thousands of golden immortals were terrified. Dare the devil! Seeing that Subai's spear came through the air and hit the back of the Emperor, how could Hongjun and other saints still watch? And they didn't care about entanglement with the disciples of the saints from the heaven-killing realm, and rushed over one by one. The Son of Heaven was also aware of the current crisis, and purple energy overflowed from his body again. This time, it was not for his own sake, but for the purpose of boosting Hongjun and the others. With the blessing of primordial purple energy, the 4 sages of Hongjun also greatly increased their confidence. At the same time, they sacrificed their natal magic weapon, and the jade plate of good fortune was in front of them, which directly turned into a huge transparent light mask, and firmly withstood Subai's shot. Seeing this, Subai had no intention of chasing after him, and swung the Heaven Zoo sword again. Bells rang from the Heaven Zoo realm. and the disciples from the Heaven Zoo realm retreated and returned to the world. After all the disciples withdrew, Sububai closed the entrance again without hesitation, leaving only a water mirror to observe the flood. Inside Zishao Palace, after the emperor came back, he didn't say anything more, and directly entered the state of retreat, but the 4 sages of Hongjun didn't dare to say anything. After all, they had seen the strength of the emperor now. In front of the sages of the Tao of Heaven, the 4 sages of Hongjun thought that they had no ability to resist at all. Even if the state of the emperor seemed to be very bad, it was definitely not something ordinary saints like them could take advantage of. Decades passed before the Son of Heaven withdrew from the retreat, and then withdrew the other 3 sages, leaving only Zhengjun in the Zishao Palace. I don't want to hide it from you, Subai's sword really cut off the time that Ji Yu himself spent on the 100 Yuan Club, plus the previous 2 times, his state has become extremely weak. Advertisement: now the physical body of the Heavenly Tao Saint is the peak strength that can be left behind, so the follow-up plan must be carried out in advance. From today onwards, you need to secretly support the Yaozu, and always pay attention to the movement on the Sun Star. The Emperor said slowly. Yangxing? Why is this? Hong Jun frowned when he heard the words. The existence of Yangxing was special to Hongwang. Countless people wanted to go to establish the orthodoxy, but none of them succeeded. There has been no movement since the tens of thousands of years. In Hongjun's view, the Emperor's words were naturally unnecessary. You just need to pay close attention to it. With Gu's strength, when will he miss the target? After all, the time for the fall of the demon ancestor Luohu is a little earlier, so the strength of the demon clan will be difficult to contain by then, and you have to work hard. The Emperor said slowly. I know, let's go down and do it. Hongjun was not sure about the Emperor's temper, and finally chose to compromise, and could only cope with the errand that the Emperor gave him, but he was a little confused about the reason. On the other side, within the Heaven Punishment Realm. Unlike Honghuang's strict formation, Jade Heaven Realm is already a sea of joy at this time, and every disciple is applauding Subai's strength. But in the Palace of Execution of Heaven, Subai still had a sad expression. Hongjun didn't know Tiandao's plan, but as a traverser, he had a clear calculation, and this battle was actually forced by helplessness. 214 Tongtian sanctified to put it simply, because of Subai, Tiandao had to kill Rahu in advance. And the existence of the demon ancestor Luohu itself is to induce a calamity, to provide the heavenly Tao with an illusory fate to continue to run. As early as when Subai came to the prehistoric world, he had already seen through the period that the prehistoric world is in now. It is clear that the calamity has not yet begun, and it is the weakest period of the prehistoric world. But now, before the first calamity comes, Hongwang Tiandao has already lost a chess piece. Longhan's calamity is bound to come early, which Subai can't stop. In the final analysis, his soul golden body art is only on the 2nd level, and he has not yet broken away from the saint level. If he does not break through for a day, he will not be able to confront the will of heaven who is a saint of heaven. And Longhan Star Tribulation 19 was prepared for the restoration of the Tao of Heaven. If it is not stopped, it will undoubtedly be letting the Tao of Heaven repair itself. Thinking of this, Subai felt even more headache. After calculating the cause and effect, it was tantamount to leaving the problem for himself. I can't control that much anymore. With the last shot, a clone was left in the prehistoric world. I don't know if it can stop Longhan from coming. Right now, the most important thing is to absorb the imprint of the Tao of Heaven. Let everything go according to fate. Even if it fails, this time the Dragon Han's calamity is nothing more than restoring its strength. If you want to break through again, you have to wait for the Lich War. Subai snorted coldly in his heart, full of disdain for Tiandao's means. As the master of one side of the world, there are too many means to improve oneself and maintain one's own life, and the method of creating quantity calamity to supplement one's own life with the help of the death of living beings is really the most low-level kind. But I have to admit that this is indeed the most efficient way. After thinking about it, Subai didn't hesitate anymore. He got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and started to practice without distraction. Advertisement in the Prehistoric. Not far from the entrance of Punishing Heaven Realm, wisps of black air circulated, gathered in the woods, and finally turned into a human form, which was Subo. The killing power of the previous spear stabbing was to hide the aura of the Avenue of Killing. At this time, it can be transformed into a clone again and continue to walk in the Prehistoric. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the Tao of Heaven, Subai's avatar is only half a step away from the realm of Deluo Jingxian, only slightly better than Taiyi Zhengshen. And the appearance of this avatar has also been changed, combined with Luohu's characteristics, slightly changed. The temperament is like a scholar. Just when Subai was controlling the avatar to move his body, there was a sudden vibration in the prehistoric world, and a terrifying robbery cloud quickly condensed into shape, as black as ink, tightly pressing on a dojo. Subai followed the movements and found that the Taoist temple was located on a small island called Jinju District. This is the dojo of the disciple of Hongjun Saint, the leader of Tongtian. Tongtian sanctified. How could it be so fast? Subai guessed the situation immediately after seeing the dojo clearly. This thunder disaster was obviously prepared for the sanctified people. As a sage, coupled with the blessing of the deity from the heaven-killing realm, Subai can naturally figure out some details of what happened in the prehistoric world with ease. Facing the sudden situation, he could only sit cross-legged on the spot, use the 12th rank world exterminating Black Lotus to isolate his energy, and then began to calculate in it. Subai could see it clearly. It was clearly the immortal execution sword formation. The demon ancestor Luovu fell, and the immortal execution sword formation he controlled was also taken by Hongjun and given to Tongtian. Tiandao didn't deliberately hide it, and some details were easily known by Sububai. Advertisement: this first wave of holy tribulation was just an announcement. A silver thunderlight as thick as an arm fell. But the leader of Tongtian didn't panic at all. It was wiped out with a wave of his sleeve robe. It was only after a while that Sububai stopped what he was doing and stopped counting. The only trouble is that this thunder disaster. In Subai's view, as the leader of Tongtian is an important part of the Longhand's calamity, the Tao of Heaven will certainly not sit idly by and let him overcome the calamity and become holy. I saw a formation around Tongtian, and all the immortals saw 4 beams of precious light emitting, which directly scattered the thunder. Just as he expected, Tongtian had been on the decline several times, but Lei Jia had weakened his power just in those few times. Except for Tiandao, no one else had that strength. This time, 9 bolts of thunder struck down, and the silver thunder light descended on Jinao Island with a sense of destruction, like 9 long dragons, about to land on top of Tongtian's head. In addition, Tongtian's talent is not weak at all, and he has reached Kunsheng for many years. With the help of this ray of primordial purple energy, becoming a saint is just a snap of the fingers. With the Huxian sword formation in hand, it is almost certain that the leader of Tongtian will survive the holy calamity, not to mention the possibility of the Tao of Heaven secretly protecting the Tao. With his eyesight, the influence of these tens of thousands of miles away is close to nothing, and he can easily see everything that happened on Jinao Island. In the final analysis, Tongtian's sanctification was also promoted by the way of heaven, and it was directly a generous reward of a ray of primordial purple energy. Subai didn't care too much at this time. Sitting cross-legged on top of the 12th-ranked miserable Black Lotus, he passed through the void and landed silently tens of thousands of miles away from Jinao Island. In this short moment, the thunder calamity has already begun to strike down. Then came the second thunderstorm, 215 breaking thunder tribulation, slashing evil thoughts. With the help of the Son of Heaven, or the will of heaven, Tongtian's thunder tribulation failed to make any waves in the end. Following the baptism of the last wave of thunder calamity, Tongtian let out a long roar, and his cultivation completely exploded, breaking through the last layer of confinement. A ray of light appeared from behind Tongtian, and then a soft golden light spread down, and auspicious clouds of merit and virtue descended from the sky, pouring into Tongtian's body. However, these are just the beginning. After the thunder calamity, to become a saint still needs to cut off one's own evil thoughts. Because the existence of the saint itself is not related to cause and effect, and he swims outside things, and the evil thoughts on his body also include many subjective emotions, which are a shackle that must be cut off. Naturally, Tongtian couldn't escape this exception, but he had just passed the thunder calamity, and his cultivation base had reached the realm of a saint, and there was a huge flow of information to comprehend. This link is very important for every saint, because it involves the breakthrough of the subsequent realm, so it is necessary to see through the cause and effect of these reincarnations. As time passed, the leader of Tongtian was still in meditation with his eyes closed, but the expression on his face became more and more ugly. Subai in the distance naturally also saw Tongtian's expression, and sighed secretly in his heart. This calamity was finally seen by him. As an extremely protective saint, how could Tongtian be willing to give up? It's absolutely necessary. I have to make a secret move to stop another demonic thought. The Dragon Han dynasty has already lost a demon ancestor Luohu, and it is inevitable that the power will be tilted. Just stop another one. Subai thought to himself. Just as he thought, because of Luohu's fall, the heavenly Tao will appear in the physical body of the Son of Heaven to make up for the gap in strength during the Dragon Han Shu tribulation. Advertisement: what Subai had to do was to stop another evil thought, which would further increase the strength of the two forces involved in the long Han Shu tribulation. As long as the strengths of both parties have not been exhausted together, and the heavenly Tao has taken advantage of them, the first robbery of the Dragon and Han dynasty will be a failure. While Subai was secretly observing, the leader of Tongtian finally woke up from the huge flow of information, but his expression was so gloomy that he was about to drip water. He didn't need anyone to remind him, he just sat down cross-legged, the cultivation base of his whole body gathered together, forming a shining short knife on the top of his head. This knife can only be seen in the realm of saints, and the breath can be vaguely felt above the Deluo Jinction. Under the attention of all the people in Hongwang, the short knife slashed down suddenly, and a thought as black as ink was cut out directly. However, the knife gathered by the leader of Tongtian did not dissipate. Ordinary saints are finished at this stage, or they have no spare energy to continue to maintain the existence of the dagger, but the leader of Tongtian crosses the tribulation so easily, and his cultivation base is still in good condition. Fool, why bother? The 5 evil thoughts began to transform into 5 completely different appearances, but each of them was extremely similar to the leader of Tongtian, and an inexplicable atmosphere spread over Jinao Island. In the midst of the prehistoric times, it instantly became the position where the 2 major sects competed for the limelight. As soon as the news came out, the limelight of Jinao Island was snatched away in an instant, and the scattered immortals in the prehistoric wilderness rushed to tell each other, rushing to teach and kill. Hearing the words of the leader of Tongtian, Subai's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the 5 evil corpses that the leader of Tongtian cut out. A primordial evil. Are you good, demon? Mozen Jidu. Alas. Advertisement aside came from Zishao Palace, but it was not Hongjun's voice at this time. Subai immediately guessed that the owner of the Sai could only be Yuanshi Tianjun. As for Yuan Shi Tianjun, he was a little helpless. Although he was the beneficiary of this conferred calamity, he was not the one who planned it. Seeing that the younger brother wanted to go astray, how could he stop it silently? Although the two had already opened their mouths, it was too late to stop Tongtian. The dagger above Tongtian's head reappeared, and he even forced it directly towards his own evil thoughts. Junior brother, don't embarrass yourself. With the flash of the knife, the evil thought had been cut into 5 parts, and then a breath of fresh air flew out of Tongtian's body and entered into the evil thought. Hongjun's voice was naturally due to his identity. He didn't know about the great plan of conferring the gods, but as Master Tongtian, he had to do some superficial work. At this moment, 2 voices sounded in the prehistoric world at the same time. The former came from Hongjun's mouth, and the latter was another saint in Zishao Palace, Yuan Shi Tianjun. The originally deserted Jinao Island was very lively for a while, and many scattered immortals came to the vicinity of Jinao Island. From today, I, Tongtian, established Jijiao, adhering to the purpose of teaching without discrimination. All immortals from the prehistoric world can enter my Jinao Island to practice. These 5 evil corpses will be my 5 disciples of Jijiao. The leader of Tongtian snorted coldly, then faced Hong Huang and said in a voice. The immortals of the Great Desolation were also extremely shocked at this time, especially many loose immortals with bad backgrounds, without any hesitation, rushed to Jinao Island desperately after receiving the news. However, in just one day, news came from Yushu Palace in Kunlun that Yuan Shi Tianjun personally accepted disciples and opened the door for educating and teaching. 216 The war between the 2 religions, the beginning of the tribulation. Even more discerning people can see that this teaching and elucidation must be endless, and now it seems to be calm, but in fact it is to accumulate strength and prepare for the future war. As soon as this guess came out, many big figures in the prehistoric ashram also expressed their agreement, but none of them made a clear statement, making it clear that they had to sit on the sidelines. Inside Zishao Palace, how are you preparing for the catastrophe? The Son of Heaven sat cross-legged on the main hall, with his eyes closed, and asked directly after feeling Hongjun's aura. My lord, now that the 2 major sects have been established, those who go to stop teaching are all nameless loose immortals. However, the teaching side is progressing smoothly, and many celebrities have joined them. After Hongjun came in, he bowed slightly to the emperor and said immediately. It's not enough. The evil thoughts cut off from Tongtian's body are attached to a magic weapon. Even if Luohu falls, it is still equal to the power of the 3 saints. Send Yang Mei over there to help 597 teach. The Son of Heaven said in a flat tone, as if he was making an insignificant decision. Yes. But there is one more thing. There is no news about the beasts. The 3 great beasts seem to have retreated, and Yinchong is looking for them. Hongjun said slowly. Oh? It seems that Luohu has fallen, and the 3 great beasts think they can escape from calamity and escape the world safely. It's ridiculous. Let's just spread the news, just say. The teaching opportunity invades the prehistoric. The emperor said slowly. Yes. Advertisement. Hongjun didn't say anything more, and after receiving the emperor's decree, he made arrangements honestly. On the other side, Jinao Island. Sububai also took advantage of the opportunity of intercepting the sect to recruit disciples, and because of his outstanding strength, he was favored by the leader of Tongtian, and he was directly accepted as a disciple of BJEG, and his status skyrocketed. This made many loose immortals more excited, and their practice on Jinao Island was also working harder day by day. After entering Jinao Island, although Sububai was closer to the 5 evil corpses of the leader of Tongtian, he was far away from the news of Hongwang. Because Tongtian has always done things like this, once a decision is made, he will be quite disregarded, and no matter what changes will happen in it. However, just because the leader of Tongtian doesn't care about things, it doesn't mean that the 5 evil corpses he incarnates don't care, especially the Demon King. As a primordial demon, regarding the fall of Rahu, he only felt that things hurt him. How could he be careless about the fall of a character who was both an opponent and a friend? No, recently I got some news about the teachings. After Tongtian was sanctified, he didn't pay much attention to these evil corpses. He had to pass the news to Subai and let him report to the leader of Tongtian. Inside the Dongfu of the leader of Tongtian. Bai Su, why are you looking for a teacher? The leader of Tongtian said to Subai that this white millet was a pseudonym that Subai had prepared for himself. After receiving Jadu's order, he quickly came to the cave of the leader of Tongtian. Reporting to Master, the disciple has something important to report. There is a big news about the teaching, saying that the great immortal Yang Mei has joined, adding another saint's combat power. It is also rumored that the Tianju realm mainly invaded on a large scale by taking advantage of the 2 religions. What a joke! As a teacher, how can you disdain such a thing as a dog? Humph! The purpose of accusing the teaching of such crimes is to force the 3 great beasts to come out of the mountain and destroy my prestige of intercepting the teaching. Subai pretended to be cautious and said with a look of panic. Advertisement at that time, it was inevitable to fight again, but it fulfilled the way of heaven, making him go through a calamity and recover most of his strength. Then, there is no doubt that the emperor will definitely show up in the future. In addition to throwing the blame on Subai, he must also erase the gap in strength between intercepting education and elucidating education. The leader of Tongtian snorted coldly and said angrily. Thinking back and forth, this seems to be an unsolvable situation. Subai's face immediately turned ugly. Everyone in Hongwang said that this matter has the meaning of the master, colluding with the devils from outside the territory, and wants to destroy Hongwang's immortal roots. After exiting the Tongtian leader's cave, Sububai was not in a hurry to go to Mozen Jadu's place, but began to think by himself. Tiandao's calculations can be described as flawless. Directly put him in an unsolvable chess game, and either admit defeat, or just watch the game go to a disadvantage. Master Tongtian finished speaking in a cold voice, then waved his sleeves to signal Sububai to back down, and then continued to enter the state of cultivation. Then, how should I deal with myself? This is what Jidu asked you to ask, right? Just tell them that as a teacher, you will never compromise, and I will never be afraid of elaborating on the teaching if you stop teaching. As for other gossip, the clearer cleans himself up. Sububai continued to ask, this is also Mozen Jadu's meaning, that is, he wants the leader of Tongtian to make a statement, at least not to lose face in order to save face. This strategy is really ingenious to the extreme. If he hadn't sneaked into the prehistoric world, he would have to carry a big pot for the prehistoric heaven invisibly. This matter is unbearable no matter what, but at this time, the cultivation base of his clone is not enough, unless he opens the entrance to the heaven punishing realm again. He can also understand the news released by Chanjiao. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would be so persecuted by Chanjiao about the three great beasts. 217 Ancestral Dragon coming out of the mountain. Just when Sububai was thinking hard, he didn't notice the arrival of Mozen Jidu at all. Hey, boy, I just asked you to pass on a message, so you won't be so worried? Jidu teased. Brother, hearing this, Sububai immediately stood up respectfully and saluted Jidu, then continued speaking. No, I have already come out of the master's cave. The master means to let nature take its course, but no matter what, he will never back down from teaching. These are the original words of the master. Sububai said honestly. It's enough, and you don't have to worry. No matter how eloquent the teachings are, all the immortals are not fools. At that time, there may be unexpected changes that we didn't expect. After he finished speaking, he left without looking back. Sububai had no choice but to return to his cave on Jinao Island. Since he personally dived into the prehistoric region, the only advantage he had was that he could continue to absorb the original imprint from the heaven and the earth. With these, it is possible to continuously provide information for the heaven-punishing realm to improve itself, and to hunt for the origin of the primordial way of heaven. Under the East Daxia Sea, a huge black shadow was coiled in the jagged trench of the East Daxia Sea, quietly confronting a figure. Senior Zulong really don't think about it. The heaven-punishing realm is such a devil. I, Hong Luong, can't do anything about it, and it just so happens that the star calamity is approaching, so I really have no choice but to do it. Advertisement, the figure said lightly. The black shadow was just a breath, and the East Daxia Sea was like a storm coming, and it dissipated in an instant, without affecting that figure at all. It's up to the deity to decide whether to go or not. In the prehistoric world, you are not old enough to stand in front of the deity. I also imagine that the deity will talk to you. Zi Shaogong. Tell Hongjun to see me before we talk. The black shadow snorted coldly and flicked its tail. The figure couldn't keep calm any longer. It flew out of the sea after using its supernatural powers, and went straight back to Zishao Palace. Under the East Daxia Sea, there was a burst of chaotic light flickering. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a fierce look appeared above the East Daxia Sea wearing an aquamarine Taoist robe. And the black shadow under the East Daxia Sea has disappeared. This man is Zulong, one of the three great beasts, and he is the most powerful. The figure from Zishao Palace is Hongjun's registered disciple, Taoist receptionist. Obviously, the task of negotiating with the three great beasts was also assigned by Hongjun to several disciples under his seat, in order to get rid of this high-weight three. As the candidate with the most violent temper and the most hatred among the three great beasts, Zulong couldn't help it long after listening to the words of the leading Taoist. After the Taoist guide left, he put away his original form and went straight to the distance. Afterwards, because the master of the heaven-punishing realm retreated, the Zulong king had no choice but to leave a warning in the heaven-punishing realm, and left in the air, returning to the East Daxia Sea. Sububai slandered in the cave. Yuan Feng said without hesitation in front of all living beings. Advertisement. The ancestral Dragon King is putting on airs and seems to be suppressing the demons outside the territory, but his attitude towards the sect is ambiguous. The demons outside the territory are demons, so isn't the corpse that the leader of Tongtian chopped off a demon? It has to be said that Sububai, who was already a little disheartened about stopping the Dragon Han catastrophe, once again rekindled hope. If both the Zulong side can join the interception camp, wouldn't it mean that the other two great beasts would also be able to join the camp? Possible. Obviously, Chanjiao's wanton spread of rumors offended Zulong. On the other hand, coupled with Chanjiao's or Zi Shaogong's private wooing, this made Zulong's attitude change drastically. The original purpose of the two was to prevent the heavenly Tao from descending into a calamity, and with the disturbance before the existence of the heaven-punishing realm, the two parties could be considered to have reached a cooperation. On the second day after Zulong returned to the East Daxia Sea, Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin announced their departure at the same time. Because the strength of both parties has always been lower than that of the Dragon Clan, they also chose to stand aside this time. To be honest, the purpose of Zulong may coincide with that of the leader of Tongtian. One is to avoid the occurrence of the Longhan catastrophe, and the other is to refuse to accept the sacrifice of the congregation during the catastrophe of the emperor. Zulong returned to the East Daxia Sea again, but everyone in Hongwang knew that this time, Zulong would not be a recluse like before, but would lead the Dragon Clan to stand in line. This old guy. I am afraid that he has already seen his own end when he was sanctified. Now that there are sudden changes in the prehistoric world, he wants to take this opportunity to escape from the world. At the beginning, Qilin didn't say a word, but from his attitude alone, it's not hard to see that he agrees with Yuanfeng's words. Subai's idea only lasted for a day before it disappeared again. That day, Zulong did come to Jinao Island, but there were some hidden meanings. Subai didn't know the details, but he could tell from Zulong's actions. On the way back to the East Daxia Sea, it is rumored that someone saw Zulong Wang went to Jinao Island, but there were 5 evil corpses on Jinao Island, and the leader of Tongtian himself did not fight. The next day, another piece of explosive news shocked Hong Huang directly. The leader of the dragons, Zulong King, single-handedly charged towards the heaven-killing realm, forcibly tearing off the entrance seal of the heaven-killing realm. 218 The Great Calamity begins. 3 clans war. What Yuanfeng said was categorical, killing all the room for relaxation. If Zulong still chooses to admit cowardice under this situation, I am afraid that the old Dragon King himself will look down on him. Subai can only sigh at this time. No matter which side he stands on now, he can't stop it. Because for Jijiao, the 3 great beasts can't wait to consume each other, but for Jade Heaven Realm, the entire prehistoric world is an enemy, and it is meaningless to stop anyone at this time. As everyone expected, after Zulong heard Yuanfeng's words, he erupted at that time, and the East Daxia Sea was instantly covered with dark clouds, thunder and tremors. Nearly 100 dragons of the 170 clan rushed out directly from under the East Daxia Sea, and then went to a volcano under the leadership of Zulong. There, it is the place where the Yuanfeng family retreats in seclusion. Before all the phoenixes are sanctified, they can only be reborn in the volcanic nirvana. Exactly the next day, a Yuanhui in Hongwang ended, and a brand new Yuanhui came to an end, and Yuanshi Tianjin was named Longhan. In the prehistoric world, whether there are many scattered immortals or righteous immortals, they don't know the charm of it. However, Subai understood that since the announcement of the teachings, the first tribulation of the dragon and Han dynasty has officially kicked off, and today is also the day when the 3 great beasts will fight. Beyond the inextinguishable volcano. Yuanfeng, Shi Qilin, get out of here. Zulong stood in front of the Dragon Clan army, facing the immortal volcano and shouted loudly. The terrifying sound wave rolled like a tide, and under the blessing of Longwei, it actually directly crushed many phoenixes inside the inextinguishable volcano, causing them to whine endlessly. Presumptuous. Advertisement. A soft shout sounded, but it instantly dispelled the Longwei in the field. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, a phoenix with beautiful feathers and a 7-colored crown on its head flew out from the inextinguishable volcano. Countless phoenixes also appeared and landed on the ground. On the mountainside of the immortal volcano. In addition, there are meritorious and auspicious clouds flying from the sky, golden light shining, and auspiciousness coming to the world. Looking along the source of the golden light, a burly Qilin is leading the people from behind the inextinguishable volcano. Apart from Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin, who else could afford such a dignified appearance? Very good, it seems that both of you are together. Zulong said with a gloomy expression. Zulong, for the sake of being a divine beast, let me go. Let's go and fight against the 5 murderers of Jijiao. Even the leader of Tongtian, he can't make waves. Shi Qilin spoke slowly, with a lot of helplessness in his tone. Yuanfeng just snorted coldly, but did not refute Qilin's words. Obviously, she was still a little hesitant about going to war with the Zulong clan. After all, the strength of the Dragon clan has been preserved well since the arrival of the Heaven Punishment realm. In a real fight, the outcome is unpredictable. Is it ridiculous? With the realm of the 3 of us, we can't find any clues about the truth of this robbery? Today, Zulong Neng is an enemy of you and the others because of standing on the side of the sect, and tomorrow there will be other crimes. Subai looked at the rain of blood falling from the sky, but he couldn't help sneering in his heart. He seemed to be mourning, but in fact, he was probably happy for 0.5 hours. There is no doubt that these things must have entered the body of the emperor. Even though his overall strength is almost finalized, he still wants to improve himself as much as possible. The 3 of them knew that their strength was extraordinary, and one blow was fruitless, so they went to a higher altitude to fight fiercely. Advertisement. The power of heaven and earth on the side of the immortal volcano was shattered in an instant, and all the dragons groaned together at this time. After a while, there was only a clear and crisp breaking sound, and the long-lost sunlight fell on the immortal volcano. After Zulong finished speaking, he pulled his body back without looking back, and turned back into its original shape. With a long roar, all the cultivation bases of his body exploded. It's ridiculous. Are you really mourning for the 3 great beasts? Some of them can ignore the distance and teleport directly to Zishao Palace. Zulong snorted coldly, and opened his mouth to spit out, and the 3-foot-thick chaotic dragon's breath shot out. All the places that were contaminated were turned into nothingness. Jinao Island. Under the influence of the Divine Soul Golden Body art, Subai could clearly see that the bodies of the fallen dragons, phoenixes and Qilin were stained with traces of blood, and they returned to the sky along the rain of blood. In order to see more clearly, Subai activated the Divine Soul Golden Body art, and his eyes instantly turned red gold, directly across thousands of miles, and came to the vicinity of the inextinguishable volcano. Conferred Saint formation. I really think that this deity is old and blind. The matter has come to this point, it is useless to talk. The 3 great groups of beasts immediately began to fight with the inextinguishable volcano as the battlefield, and the terrifying murderous aura directly spread throughout the whole prehistoric region. Yuang Feng and Shi Qilin saw the trick was seen through, and they shot at the same time. The fiery flames merged with the seven-colored divine light, turned into sword light, and collided fiercely with the dragon's breath. Since you have chosen the side of explaining and teaching, there is really nothing to say. The clansmen of the three great beasts didn't all come here just to watch the excitement. Seeing that the patriarchs had already started to fight, how could they hold back their moves? And because the three parties are all divine beasts, whether there is a dragon, a phoenix, or a Qilin, when they die, the heaven and the earth will mourn together and rain down blood.